A struggling rapper, Li Fugaway, finds himself transported to a world of cultivation after a mysterious lightning strike hits while he watches a film. Instead of a glorious life, he becomes known as Thiefalof Gyuan City, betrayed by his fiancée and cast off a cliff. Awakened in a moment of desperation, he activates the Destiny Bond system, which promises strength through marriage to 7 powerful women. As he navigates this new life, Li Fugaway must face betrayal, harness his newfound powers, and reclaim his destiny, all while seeking revenge against those who wronged him. With every union, he grows stronger, determined to fight for the women of the world and carve his path to greatness. Will he succeed or fall victim to the very forces that seek to destroy him? In the distant evening when he awakened to his newfound abilities, Li Fugaway vowed to fight for all women in the world. Years later, as he stood before the tyrant gods who enslaved myriad races, the memory of that moment would resonate within him. Agonizing pain surged through his limbs, as if each bone had shattered. Li Fugaway abruptly opened his eyes to a bleak sky and jagged stones. The metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils, and the excruciating agony reminded him that he was still alive. He was Li Fugaway, a struggling rapper in the underground scene of contemporary society, and a so-called theoretical master with a penchant for indulging in various artistic works. While analyzing a Japanese artwork titled The Inept Husband, a bizarre lightning bolt struck his computer, transporting him to this realm of cultivation, where he became known as the foolish Liaf Gyuan City. Once a genius, he had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself, his spiritual roots obliterated, his intellect diminished to that of an 8-year-old child. His sole solace lay in his enchanting fiancée, Lin Baiqi, who treated him with tender affection. Several hours prior, at Xiangxi Cliff outside Gyuan City, Lin Baiqi, radiant as a blossom, suggested, "Fugaway, shall we play hide and seek?" Clad in delicate azure gauze, her beauty was undeniable. "Absolutely, I adore hide and seek," Li Fugaway exclaimed, clapping his hands with childlike glee. With a playful smile, Lin Baiqi approached, offering him a black handkerchief. "Use this to cover your eyes. Count to 100, and then seek us." Nearby, Wu Yunfei discreetly pinched Lin Baiqi's fair thigh, a smirk dancing on his lips. Li Fugaway obediently counted to 100, but when he began searching, all was eerily silent. After a fruitless search, he removed the blindfold, calling out, "Wife, where are you?" Suddenly, he heard peculiar sounds emanating from a cluster of flowering crab apples. "Oh, cousin, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. Don't let that fool hear us." Following the sound, he parted the vibrant blossoms to reveal 2 figures entwined. "Wu Yunfei, why are you with my wife?" he shouted, rushing towards them. "Fugaway, I am not harming Baiqi. We are merely engaged in a game," Wu Yunfei countered. "You lie. My wife is in tears." "Those are tears of joy," Wu Yunfei chuckled. "Baiqi, tell Fugaway how happy you are." As Lin Baiqi, shielding herself with her garments, glared at him, she scolded, "Who told you to remove the blindfold? Cover your eyes. Get off my wife. Do not bully her," Li Fugaway insisted, tugging at Wu Yunfei. Enraged, Wu Yunfei retaliated, sending Li Fugaway sprawling. After a struggle, Li Fugaway managed to rise, only to find Lin Baiqi and Wu Yunfei hastily regaining their composure. Sitting on the ground, he wept. "This isn't fun. Not at all. Wu Yunfei is bullying my wife. I shall tell my father and Uncle Lin." Lin Baiqi, now presenting a facade of tender deceit, approached him. "Fugaway, we were just playing. Please do not tell anyone, all right?" "No, I will tell," he pouted, indulging in childish petulance. A fleeting, imperceptible malice flickered in Lin Baiqi's eyes, yet her smile remained. "Very well, let us return home. As she assisted him, they exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Yunfei. Upon reaching the perilous edge of Xiangxi Cliff, Lin Baiqi abruptly halted, her gentle demeanor morphing into icy disdain. "Li Fugaway, a waste like you should not even exist." Before the words fully escaped her lips, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, and with a lethal strike of the Lin family's signature technique, falling petals palm, she unleashed a fierce gust that struck him squarely in the back. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Li Fugaway felt an overwhelming force course through him, shattering his insides as he was sent plummeting off the cliff like a leaf in the wind. In that fleeting moment of descent, he glanced back, his final sight the cold, mocking eyes of Lin Baiqi and the petals of the crabapple blossoms cascading down, mercilessly ridiculing him. "Wife, Why? Strike me. Darkness enveloped him, consuming all consciousness. Now there is no one to interfere, Wu Yunfei remarked, giving Lin Baiqi a gentle nudge. Oh, how bothersome. Cousin, are you all right? She replied with a playful laugh. Time passed, and amidst the rubble at the base of the cliff, the fingers of that corpse twitched slightly. Several hours later, in the grand hall of the Li residence, anguished cries echoed. Fuguwei, my son, how tragically you have perished. Madam, please accept my condolences. Young master, perhaps there is still hope. The mournful wails and urgent reassurances pierced through Li Fuguwei's mind, dragging his consciousness back from the abyss of darkness. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. Flickering white candles, hanging white banners, the suffocating scent of incense. He realized he was in a funeral hall. Lying on a simple bed, every inch of him ached, rendered immobile. Brother Fuguwei, you have awakened. Madam, Uncle Chun, come quickly. Brother Fuguwei is awake. A high-pitched voice, filled with disbelief and joy, reached his ears. With great effort, Li Fuguwei turned his head to see a maid in plain attire, her eyes swollen from crying, rushing to his side. It was Chuanxing, his childhood companion. Following her, a frail old woman, supported by a servant, stumbled forward, her gnarled hands clutching at his blood-stained garment, tears streaming down her face. Fuguwei, my grandson, you are alive, you are alive. This elderly woman was none other than his grandmother, the matriarch of the Li family. Grandmother, Chuanxing, Li Fuguwei managed to whisper, his voice hoarse and weak. I am not dead? Through their fragmented, tear-filled recounting, Li Fuguwei gradually pieced together the reality of his situation. He was discovered gravely injured at the bottom of the cliff by the old steward, Chen Feng, who brought him back. The finest physician in the city was summoned by the Lin family under the pretense of the young lady's sudden strange illness. Just moments ago, a devastating report arrived from the front lines. His father, General Li Qingshan of Jiyuan City, had perished in battle. With his father slain and himself on the brink of death, the Li family's pillar had crumbled. The elderly matriarch, overwhelmed by grief and fury, was at the end of her strength, her heart aching. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and coughed up a mouthful of blood, droplets of crimson splattering onto Li Fuguwei's face and lips. The warm, iron-tasting liquid flowed into his mouth. Simultaneously, within Li Fuguwei's mind, the memories and emotions of two souls intertwined chaotically. The modern rapper's cynical anger and resentment, the lingering innocence and pain of a foolish youth, the despair and hatred of betrayal that cast him off a cliff, and the chilling desolation of a family shattered. Unwillingness. I refuse to accept this. Why must I be the fool? Why must I be betrayed? Why must my family be destroyed? Strength. I demand strength. I seek vengeance. I will make all those who have wronged, insulted, and betrayed me pay dearly. At the zenith of this intense hatred and obsession, a notification chimed. Ding. Host's intense unwillingness and obsession detected. Binding conditions met. Destiny marriage system activating. Binding successful. The purpose of this system, marry to gain strength. The host must marry 7 types of fated partners, corresponding to human, god, demon, devil, noble, commoner, saint. With each successful marriage, the host shall receive substantial rewards corresponding to the fate type, aiding them in reaching the pinnacle. Warm reminder, each reward is beyond imagination. A system. It is indeed a system. The web novel authors have not deceived me. In this dire moment, the golden finger has arrived, albeit late. Li Fuguwei was nearly overwhelmed with tears, as a blazing fire ignited in the depths of his despair. 7 types of fate? That sounds exhilarating. I shall marry a wife first and resolve my immediate predicament. Driven by the instinct for survival and the desire for revenge, he made a swift decision. Feeling his grandmother's blood at the corner of his lips, witnessing the heart-wrenching sorrow of his family before him, he summoned every ounce of strength to hoarsely call out, Grandmother, Chuanxing, I want to marry. I want to ensure the future of the Li family. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light burst forth from the elderly matriarch's murky eyes. She grasped the hands of Li Fuguwei and Chuanxing tightly, her gaze imploring as she looked at Chuanxing. Chuanxing, dear child, I cannot go on. Before I leave this world, I only wish for you to promise me to ensure a future for Fuguwei, for the Li family. Will you agree? Chuanxing gazed at the barely alive Li Fuguwei on the bed, then at the exhausted old matriarch, tears streaming down her face once more. biting her lip, her cheeks flushed with emotion. Her voice, though soft, was resolute. "Old matriarch, the kindness bestowed upon me by you and the master is profound. Without you, I would have perished in the streets long ago. Regardless of what Fuguei becomes, Chuanxing will care for him for a lifetime. I am willing." "Good child." A look of relief graced the old matriarch's face as she used her last strength to bring their hands together. "Tonight, in the West Chamber, consummate the marriage." With that, the old matriarch fell silent, passing away. Grandmother, Chuanxing and Steward Chun wept bitterly. Li Fuguei closed his eyes, allowing tears to flow, yet the flames of determination within him burned even more fiercely. Chapter 2. The newlywed wife. My name is Li Fuguei, and indeed, I have traversed through time. Before this, I was a rapper, initially trained in classical instruments, but upon hearing tales of the chaotic rapper scene, I decided to embrace that identity. Yet, why has no one troubled me thus far? However, just last night, I awakened to the marriage system, vowing from henceforth to dedicate my heart to the young maidens, establish destinies for the married women, impart the lost arts to the wives, and bring peace to the widows. This shall be my life's motto. Ladies of the world, your deity has arrived. A few hours prior, the West Chamber was temporarily transformed into a bridal chamber, where the flickering flames of red candles danced upon the tin candlesticks, casting fleeting shadows on the grand red character of happiness emblazoned on the wall. Wang Fuguei lay beneath the mandarin duck quilt, observing Chuanxing seated at the bedside. Chuanxing, though petite, exuded an enchanting grace. Her hair was fashioned into twin buns adorned with crimson ribbons, with 2 strands of dark hair brushing against her cheeks, and delicate golden bells dangled from her ears. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, naturally radiant without the application of powder, and her cheeks bore a blush reminiscent of morning dew on peach blossoms. Observing her demeanor, she resembled a half-unfurled lotus bud, shy and hesitant to bloom, akin to the newly sprouted apricot blossoms, timid and delicate against the breeze. This young lady, despite knowing that my grandmother had always regarded her as a child bride, I had treated her as a sister, never truly observing her closely. Yet today, I see she is indeed a rare gem of youthful beauty. "Fuguei Gu, why do you keep staring at me? Have you truly forgotten who I am?" she asked, clutching the hem of her wedding gown while standing at the bedside, the candlelight casting a warm glow on her flushed earlobes, her eyes brimming with concern. "Chuanxing, we've eaten and slept together since childhood, as childhood sweethearts. How could I forget you? Ever since I became foolish, others have often bullied us, but from now on, you shall be my wife. I will never allow anyone to mistreat us again." "Fuguei Gu, has your foolishness been cured? Is this merely a fleeting moment of clarity?" Chuanxing grasped Fuguei's hand in excitement, tears welling in her eyes. "Little fool, this fall has surprisingly restored my mind. It seems misfortune has turned into fortune. Why still call me Fuguei Gu?" he teased. "Ah, husband." A blush crept from her earlobes to her fair neck. "Chuanxing, I am currently unable to move. Tonight you must put in some effort." "Heh," Fuguei said with a mischievous grin. "Fuguei Gu, I cannot." "Fear not, I shall teach you," Fuguei thought to himself. "Although I have no practical experience, I have seen countless scenes. I may not have eaten pork, but I have certainly seen pigs run." Chuanxing and Li Fuguei shared a cup of wine, shyly lowering the bridal veil and gradually shedding her wedding gown, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin beneath the mandarin duck quilt. The red candles flickered until dawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first destined marriage, marrying a person of ordinary fate. Reward: become stronger as long as you are not dead. Initial system activation reward, status fully restored. As the system's notification chimed, Fuguei and Chuanxing embraced and drifted into slumber, while the last ginkgo leaf outside the window fell gently with the wind. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gauzy window, casting warm rays upon the bedside, where scattered red silk remnants seemed to linger with the joy of the previous night. Fuguei awoke from his slumber, feeling as if his pain had vanished, save for a slight ache in his waist. As the saying goes, a beauty at 18, like tender pastry, with a sword at the waist, slaying the mundane. He quietly withdrew his arm from beneath Chuanxing's neck, dressed, and descended from the bed. It seems my injuries have healed, though my waist still aches, Fuguei pondered. Right, now that I am married to Chuanxing, I should receive a reward from the system. Last night, I believe I heard something about becoming stronger as long as I am not dead. System, what do you want? I was busy until the wee hours last night, and have yet to awaken fully. Sleep? Does the system require rest? Quickly tell me what the reward is. Didn't I mention it last night? Fine, let me repeat. Chuanxing, of ordinary fate, reward. Become stronger as long as you are not dead. Upon enduring an attack, the host body will automatically absorb the damage taken, enhancing one's cultivation. Thus, as long as you are not dead, enduring blows will make you stronger. Detected that the host has endured the Huang Tier Level 6 Falling Blossom Palm. Absorption complete. Host's cultivation now elevated to Huang Tier Level 7. Wow, the first skill is this powerful. Does that mean as long as I survive, I can continue to level up? Fuguwei exclaimed in excitement. Fuguwei Gu, you're awake. Why have you gotten out of bed? Have your injuries healed? Who are you talking to? Chuanxing rubbed her sleepy eyes, her 2 hairpins askew and dangling by her cheeks. Ah, Chuanxing, you're awake. Look, I've completely recovered. Saying this, Fuguwei lifted Chuanxing from the bed. Ah, Fuguwei Gu, quickly put me down. You were so gravely injured yesterday. How could you have healed so rapidly? It is all thanks to your splendid performance last night. Now, enough talk. Hurry and prepare. We must go pay respects to grandmother. Recalling the events of the previous night, Chuanxing's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Li Fuguwei set Chuanxing down, thinking to himself, a full-force strike at Huang Tier Level 6. That scoundrel Lin Baiqi truly showed no mercy. After tidying up, they made their way to the main hall where Chun Feng was kneeling before the altar, the old matriarch's coffin resting centrally in the grand hall. Upon seeing Fuguwei's injuries miraculously healed overnight, his complexion even more vibrant than before, and his foolishness seemingly cured, Chun Feng believed it was the blessings of the Lord and the old matriarch watching over them. Chun Feng produced a box, stating, "These are the late matriarch's belongings." She instructed that if Fuguwei were to recover, the box should be given to him. Otherwise, it would go to Chuanxing. Li Fuguwei opened the box, revealing an assortment of gold and silver trinkets, accumulated by the old lady over the years. Fuguwei was indifferent to these riches, knowing that in the realm of qi cultivation, only through relentless strengthening could one ascend to greatness. Now endowed with the ability to become stronger as long as he does not perish, he need not worry excessively about advancing his cultivation. He simply needed to endure attacks to continue leveling up. Yet, he required some means of self-preservation, some artifacts and martial techniques to enhance his combat prowess. Finally, he discovered a smaller box at the bottom, and upon opening it, found a flute, engraved with the characters Yu Ren Xiao, alongside a volume titled 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon, a sonic martial technique. 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon, a high-level mysterious martial art, divided into 8 forms, requiring the practitioner to reach at least Huang Tier Level 6 and possess a mastery of musical rhythm. This martial technique allows for attacks to be unleashed through sound waves, and when paired with the advanced Yuren Xiao, its power can rival that of the Earth rank. On a night illuminated by the bright moon over the 24 bridges, where could the Yuren learn to play the Xiao? In my memories, my father, Li Qingshan, was a rugged man wielding a massive mountain-splitting sword. I had never witnessed him playing the Xiao, especially not one of such high caliber. Could it possibly belong to my mother? Li Fuguwei pondered. Regardless, although this martial skill may lack in grandeur, its rank is commendable, and considering that I have been practicing the Xiao since childhood, known as the Xiao King of Sanlituan, it suits me perfectly. As Li Fuguwei immersed himself in studying this musical score, feeling increasingly attuned to its essence, he was suddenly startled by a wailing sound from outside the main door. Fuguwei Gu, how could you leave me all alone? What am I to do as a frail woman left behind? Li Fuguwei sighed inwardly. What a wretched woman, having just played the role of a wife. Now she wishes to engage in the widow's tale. How fortuitous. Chapter 3. The Widow Fuguwei Gu, how could you have left me like this? What am I to do as a widow? The voice emanated devoid of any genuine emotion, resembling the cawing of a crow, grating on the nerves. Wu Yunfei supported Lin Baiqi as they entered the Li residence, with Lin Baiqi appearing almost boneless, leaning against him. Unnoticed, Wu Yunfei discreetly pinched her bosom beneath her sleeve. A gathering of curious onlookers had already amassed at the entrance. Has the matriarch of the Li family passed away? Inquired an elder from the crowd. Zhang Yuan, why did you not hear? General Li fell into an ambush by the Yuan army and sacrificed himself for his country. The speaker, too, bore the appearance of a soldier. But Lin Baiqi clearly called for Fuguwei, did she not? An elder woman interjected. You are unaware, I suppose? Just before dusk yesterday, I saw the old steward Chen Feng carrying Li Fu Gui back from outside the city, drenched in blood. It was quite alarming. Later, the little girl Chun Xing rushed toward the divine physician's clinic. It is likely that Li Fu Gui is beyond saving, remarked Lu Erlang, the tea vendor at the entrance. Is it then that Lin Baiqi has come to mourn her fiancé and future father-in-law? The elder continued. Humph. She likely wishes for the complete demise of the Li family. Her grandfather arranged the engagement with Li Fu Gui. Although Li Fu Gui possessed talent in Jiayuan City, an unfortunate incident rendered him a fool. At 18, he remains at the third tier of the Huang rank. How could Lin Baiqi find him appealing? The elder woman, seemingly well-informed, continued. It is a pity that General Li, valiant in battle, now faces extinction after 3 generations. Lin family's young lady is renowned for her beauty in Jiayuan City. It is possible that she was slain by one of her admirers, stated the soldier. I say that Li Deshazi is deserving of his fate. A waste should accept his lot. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat, a young man chimed in. Thus, the beautiful Lin has now become a little widow. Perhaps our brothers have a chance now. A group of ruffians chuckled. Their laughter was abruptly silenced by a menacing gaze from Wu Yunfei, who stood before them. At that moment, Chen Feng emerged from the eastern wing. Carrying a bowl of medicine he had prepared to restore Li Fu Gui's health. Miss Lin, please do not speak recklessly. It was my old mistress who passed away last night, not our young master. Lin Baiqi appeared momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Wu Yunfei. A look of confusion crossing her face. Oh, yesterday, I heard that Fu Gui had sustained grave injuries and fallen off a cliff, I thought. However, upon realizing he was unscathed, her demeanor shifted. Since he is well, I shall speak plainly. I have come today to discuss the dissolution of our engagement with the Li family. With the matriarch deceased and General Li fallen, and given that Li Fu Gui is a fool, you may as well accept this letter of annulment. Chun Feng's chest heaved, his complexion paling. This engagement was arranged by my master and the Lin family patriarch. Now, with my lady and master recently deceased, for Miss Lin to come to break the engagement is rather enough. Lin Baiqi interjected, her tone laced with impatience. The previous engagement was merely the words of our elders. Although Li Qingshan saved my grandfather from an arrow, he also promoted him from a foot soldier to a 6th-tier guerrilla general. With Li Qingshan now deceased, this agreement should naturally vanish into thin air. Moreover, Li Fu Gui is foolish and dull, unable to cultivate. He is known to be the Li Deshazi of Jiayuan City. How could my future be squandered on a waste? You, though merely a mortal, Chen Feng, overwhelmed by anger, could not help but step forward. His veins bulging as he tightened his grip, causing the bowl of medicine to tremble. Wu Yunfei stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across Chen Feng's face, causing him to stagger against the doorframe, the bowl crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Old man, do you even know your place? Do you think you are worthy of speaking to me? Hasn't Baiqi made herself clear? A good bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. How could a waste like Li Fu Gui be worthy of Baiqi? If you have any sense of dignity left, accept this letter of annulment yourself, or else. The threat in his words was unmistakable. The Wu family is a prominent clan in Qingzhou, with his father being a 4th-tier cavalry general, boasting a cultivation level of the 8th tier in the Xian realm. He himself is a paragon among the younger generation, having attained the 8th tier of the Huang rank at the age of 18, far surpassing the Li family and a fool. At this moment, Lin Baiqi stepped forward, deliberately raising her voice as if for the courtyard to hear. Brother Yunfei, do not let your health be compromised by anger. Perhaps that fool Li is too frightened to step out, after all. He cried for 3 days after you last bested him. Wu Yunfei took pleasure in her words, stepping closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, deliberately crushing the remnants of the medicine on the ground, gazing at the double happiness character affixed to the door of the western wing. I have heard that Li Deshazi married a village girl yesterday to bring good fortune. Indeed. For one incapable of even reaching the 3rd tier of the Huang rank, what prospects could he have other than marrying a peasant? A considerable number of onlookers had gathered, and someone quietly advised, young Master Wu. After all, it is the Li family. Before the sentence could be completed, Wu Yunfei shot a glare, silencing the speaker. The Li family? Li Qingshan is dead. Li Deshazi is nothing but an empty shell. I shall wait here today for that fool to emerge. I wish to see how he protects his foolish wife, and how he safeguards this crumbling Li family. The atmosphere in the courtyard was tense when a slightly muddled yet distinctly clear voice abruptly interrupted. Uncle Chun, I am so hungry. Is there anything to eat? The crowd turned to the source of the voice, discovering Li Fu Gui standing at the doorway, wearing a soiled nightgown, hair disheveled, and a few streaks of dirt marring his face. He held a half-eaten wild fruit, savoring it with relish, his mouth smeared with juice. His eyes appeared vacant and bewildered, yet a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, embodying the very essence of a fool, while Chun Xing stood resolutely beside him. Upon seeing Li Fu Gui in such a state, Chen Feng felt perplexed. Was not the young master well? What was this performance all about? Lin Baiqi and Wu Yunfei, upon witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with disdain. Indeed, he was a fool, nearly beaten to death, yet still preoccupied with eating. Lin Baiqi let out a cold snort, and even a glance at Li Fu Gui felt like a contamination to her eyes. She directly pushed the letter of annulment in front of Chen Feng, urging him to sign. However, Li Fu Gui appeared utterly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Tilting his head, his bewildered gaze landed on Lin Baiqi and Wu Yunfei, momentarily pausing in his fruit-eating endeavor. Suddenly, he raised his grimy hand, pointing at Lin Baiqi with a foolishly broad grin on his face, exclaiming, "Wife, it's you." His call of wife rang out particularly loud and clear, causing Lin Baiqi to furrow her brows in disgust. Before she could scold him, Li Fu Gui, as if discovering something novel, pointed at Wu Yunfei with wide eyes and a tone brimming with innocent curiosity, asked, "Wife, weren't you practicing palm techniques without clothes with your cousin by the cliff on the back mountain yesterday? You even had me blindfolded, but I still saw it. It looked incredible." With a slap, I flew away. As he spoke, he animatedly mimicked the motion of being propelled away by a palm strike, continuing to chuckle foolishly. "What kind of palm technique was that? Can you show me again? I promise I'll learn seriously this time." The moment his words fell, the entire courtyard fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. All who heard his statement froze in place, their expressions rigid, eyes filled with utter shock and disbelief. Practicing palm techniques without clothes? Having Li Fu Gui blindfolded? By the cliff on the back mountain? Flying away with a slap? The weight of this information was overwhelming. Countless gazes instinctively shot towards the central couple, filled with astonishment, curiosity, and even a hint of secret excitement. Lin Baiqi's originally proud and cold countenance drained of color, turning as pale as paper, only to be replaced by a fiery blush of extreme embarrassment and rage, even tinged with a hint of green. She trembled slightly, as if struck by a thunderbolt, pointing at Li Fu Gui, her lips quivering. Yet not a word could escape. Beside her, Wu Yunfei's previous arrogance and pride had vanished without a trace, replaced by a frantic anger, as if he had been publicly stripped of his garments. He glared at Li Fu Gui with a ferocity that seemed ready to incinerate him with a mere glance. The silence lingered, with only Li Fu Gui, blissfully unaware, continuing to munch on his fruit, cheeks bulging as he innocently gazed at the two frozen individuals before him. The crisp sound of his chewing resonated jarringly in the profound stillness of the moment. Chapter 4. You are the fool. A crisp sound rang out, akin to a needle piercing the suffocating silence. Lin Baiqi's face shifted from crimson to azure, then to pallid white, ultimately reflecting a ghastly and searing hue as if stripped bare and cast into a bustling marketplace. Her delicate form trembled violently, her finger trembling as it pointed at Li Fu Gui, akin to a leaf quivering in the wind. Her voice sharp and discordant due to overwhelming shame and fury. You fool. What nonsense are you spouting? You are slandering me. Huh. Li Fu Gui tilted his head, interrupting her protest with an expression of utter confusion and innocence. He forcefully swallowed the fruit in his mouth and wiped his lips with a soiled sleeve. "My lady, I speak no falsehood. I remember it vividly." He began counting on his fingers, recalling the events of yesterday. His voice was soft yet clear, reaching every ear present. "You said you wanted to play hide and seek. I went to find you, and in the flower thicket, I saw you with your cousin over there. First, you were embracing each other. Then my lady became quite terrifying, consuming your cousin's intestines. Afterward, you both twisted about like two serpents, emitting strange sounds." "Shut your mouth." Lin Baiqi could no longer contain herself and erupted, her forehead veins bulging. He stepped forward, a murderous intent painted across his face, as the aura of a sixth-tier Huangjia erupted with a resounding force. However, to his surprise, before Li Fu Gui could react, Chuanxing stood before him and shouted, "Fu Gui, go, run." Unbeknownst to Chuanxing, Li Fugui had already broken through to the 7th tier of Huangjia. She merely wished to shield him from the impending strike, granting him a chance to escape. At this critical juncture, Li Fugui suddenly ceased his foolish grin, placing his left hand around Chuanxing's slender waist, and turning to shield her behind him. He whispered softly in her ear, "Silly girl." Simultaneously, his right hand shot out a punch, unexpectedly sending Lin Biqi staggering back several paces. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. When had Li Fugui become so formidable? That punch possessed tremendous power, capable of repelling Lin Biqi, a 6th-tier Huangjia, suggesting he had at least surpassed that level. He was not a fool incapable of cultivation, after all. Chuanxing and Chen Feng exclaimed in unison, "Fugui Gu, young master, you have broken through." Lin Biqi and Wu Yunfei, however, wore expressions of disbelief. Lin Biqi exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? When did this fool break through? I refuse to believe it." With that, she executed the Yueying step, moving gracefully like a startled swan. Her pair of falling flower palms dancing like a roaming dragon, once again launching an assault on Li Fugui. A cold smile crept upon Li Fugui's lips as he mused. "I am no longer the person I was yesterday. Today, let me show you who the true fool is." Li Fugui unleashed the 12 styles of Tongbei Fist, a high-level Huangjia martial art taught by his father, designed to strengthen the body since childhood. Each punch was mightier than the last, culminating in a force comparable to Xuanjia martial techniques. As the final punch was delivered, Lin Biqi flew backward like an arrow released from its bow. Wu Yunfei leapt forward to catch Lin Biqi, but stumbled back 2 steps, while she spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly depleted of combat strength. Li Fugui dusted himself off and remarked, "Lin Biqi, how is it that you cannot even defeat a fool? Did you not wish for a letter of divorce? I happen to have prepared one. Chuanxing, take it and read it to her." Li Fugui thought to himself that since it was a divorce, he might as well follow the script. Chuanxing pulled out a piece of paper and read aloud. Today, Lin Biqi of the Lin family, disregarding her duties as a wife, engaged in illicit acts with her cousin Wu Yunfei under the open sky at Xiangxi Cliff. Upon discovering this, she even dared to resort to treachery. Such a disloyal and unchaste woman is unworthy to enter the Li family. Thus, I hereby issue this letter of divorce. Issued by Li Fugui. Upon finishing the reading, the crowd erupted in shock. They had not anticipated Lin Biqi's cruelty. With this divorce letter, she would find it impossible to hold her head high in Jiyuan City henceforth. Wu Yunfei, known for his vengefulness, it seemed, would not let Li Fugui escape unscathed today. You. Lin Biqi's visage turned a dark shade as fury overwhelmed her, causing her to spit out another mouthful of blood. "Cousin, allow me to deal with him," Wu Yunfei declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. "Cousin, be cautious. He may have attained some fortuitous encounter. His strength has at least reached the 7th tier. Humph, Li Fugui. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, revealing how you ascended from the 3rd tier to the 7th overnight, and surrender that little girl beside you, perhaps I might spare your life," Wu Yunfei said greedily, eyeing Chuanxing. "Oh, why not kneel and beg me for mercy, offering Lin Biqi as a servant in return for your life? You seek death." Wu Yunfei drew his sword, declaring it a privilege for you to perish beneath my Feiyun sword. With that, he unleashed a series of Feiyun sword techniques aimed at Li Fugui. Li Fugui dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge, yet his azure robe was slashed in several places, blood seeping from the wounds. Wu Yunfei, a formidable 8th-tier Huangjia, combined with his initial-level Xuanjia Feiyun sword and techniques, posed a dire threat to Li Fugui, even after his breakthrough to the 7th tier, as explained by the soldiers observing the scene. Just as Wu Yunfei's swordplay became increasingly dense, Li Fugui's body was already covered in numerous wounds. As a blade was poised to pierce Li Fugui's throat, he suddenly drew a jade flute from his waist and began to play. As the flute's melody resonated, the sword halted just an inch from Li Fugui's throat. The sudden sound disoriented Wu Yunfei, causing the world to spin, while the onlookers clutched their ears, dizzy from the sound. A second sound wave surged forth, disarming Wu Yunfei's sword, and the third wave struck, causing him to cough up blood and crash heavily against a pillar. Li Fugui sheathed the jade flute and advanced, unleashing the 12 styles of Tongbei Fist once more, breaking Wu Yunfei's meridians. As the 12th punch surged toward Wu Yunfei's face, it seemed he was on the cusp of obliteration. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy repelled Li Fugui several paces back. Stirring up clouds of dust in the courtyard, as a figure descended from the heavens, standing protectively in front of Wu Yunfei. Chapter 5. The Lin family's rogue. As the smoke dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in a dark brocade robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an invisible aura of menace enveloping him, causing his robe to rustle ominously. Li Fugui felt an intangible pressure that rendered him incapable of rising. This was Lin Xiaodian, the esteemed elder of the Lin family. Wang Yuanwei recognized the figure in the center. Lin Xiaodian was at the 6th level of the Xian rank and a general in Jiyuan City. He had also arrived. A soldier remarked, "Uncle, save me." Wu Yunfei said weakly, "Father, quickly eliminate this useless wretch." Lin Biqi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Silence. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Lin Xiaodian retorted. Lin Xiaodian retracted his aura, allowing Li Fugui to stand. "Fugui, the events of today are the fault of Biqi and Yunfei. I, as their elder, apologize on their behalf. You have already inflicted significant injuries upon them, and your grievances have been addressed. Allow me to present you with a golden light talisman, which, when detonated, will deliver a blow equivalent to the pinnacle of the Huang rank, along with a recovery pill to aid in your healing. Let us consider today's matters concluded, shall we?" Lin Xiaodian kept one hand behind his back, his palms surging with spiritual energy. Li Fugui mused. "This old fellow is not negotiating with me. Should I dare utter a word of dissent, I would surely meet an untimely end. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Today's situation cannot be salvaged. Although Wu Yunfei lives, he has been rendered incapacitated by my hand. Moreover, I possess a system now. It would be prudent to bide my time and develop gradually. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. Since Uncle Lin has spoken thus, I, Li Fugui, am not one to refuse a gracious offer." With that, Li Fugui accepted the golden light talisman and the recovery pill into his hands from a distance. From this day forth, the Lin family shall have no further dealings with the Li family. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. General Li has a worthy successor, Lin Xiaodian remarked, occasionally glancing at the jade flute in Li Fugui's hand. His demeanor inscrutable. "Miss Lin is indeed a remarkable woman," Li Fugui responded. "You!" Lin Biqi exclaimed in indignation. Lin Xiaodian turned to the onlookers and declared, "Today's events may have caused you all to laugh, but our grievances with the Li family have been resolved. I trust you shall refrain from spreading any rumors. Should I hear even a whisper of this matter again, I will personally visit each one of you." His gaze swept over the crowd, and he noticed a figure clad in a black robe and straw hat, their gender indiscernible. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze lingered on this individual for a moment, revealing a hint of suspicion. The onlookers, well aware of Lin Xiaoyan's methods, responded in unison, "Rest assured, General Lin, we will not leak a word." Li Fugui said, "Then I shall not see you off." Lin Xiaodian turned and departed with the injured Lin Biqi and Wu Yunfei, an imperceptible malice flickering across his face. The atmosphere in the Lin residence grew oppressive. Lin Biqi, having taken the recovery pill, was no longer in grave danger, while Wu Yunfei lay unconscious from his severe injuries, the divine physician attending to him. "Father, why didn't you kill that useless wretch earlier?" Lin Biqi asked, seething with anger. "Humph, do you think I did not wish to? Have you considered how that brat miraculously revived overnight and ascended from the 3rd to the 7th level of the Huang rank? Moreover, the jade flute in his possession and that sound wave combat technique are truly advanced in the Xian rank," Lin Xiaodian explained. "Are you suggesting he has a powerful benefactor?" Lin Biqi asked in astonishment. "To my knowledge, only the elder of the medicine hall in the Miao-Yin pavilion of the 3 sects of Langia possesses the ability to facilitate such miraculous recoveries overnight, and there is indeed an elder in the pavilion skilled with a flute. Today at the Li residence, I sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy nearby, likely hidden among the onlookers. That individual's cultivation is on par with mine. If I am not mistaken, Li Fugui has surely allied himself with the Miao-Yin pavilion. This pavilion is one of the foremost powers in Qingzhou. Even the city lord must tread carefully around it, let alone our humble Lin residence." Lin Xiaodian stated, "It is no wonder that wretch appeared so audacious. He has become a dog of the Miao-Yin pavilion." Lin Biqi exclaimed angrily, "Father, my cousin has been crippled by him. Must we let this go unpunished? Humph. It is certainly impossible to let this matter slide. Today he has humiliated the Lin family. If I cannot kill him openly, then he shall vanish quietly," Lin Xiaodian declared, clenching his fists with a fierce expression. "Lin Wu, Lin Dong, at your service. A man and woman, both dressed as warriors and at the 10th level of the Huang rank, entered. Tonight at the 3rd watch, you two shall lead a team of soldiers to the Li residence. Remember, leave no one alive. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes glinted coldly. Understood. Li Fugui could not comprehend why the typically ruthless Lin Xiaotian refrained from killing him. Given Lin Xiaoyan's strength, eliminating him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Perhaps he felt guilty and did not want to provide others with fodder for gossip, or perhaps he glanced at the jade flute in his hand. Could it be that Lin Xiaotian feared the connections behind this flute? It seemed prudent to keep the jade flute concealed in the future. Regardless, he knew that Lin Xiaoyan's character would not allow him to rest easily. Thus, he must hasten his departure from this place. After Lin Xiaotian and his entourage left, the neighbors regarded Li Fugui with newfound admiration. This fool had miraculously returned to normal overnight and had defeated the young prodigy Wu Yunfei. Had Lin Xiaotian not arrived, they had no doubt Li Fugui would have killed him. Despite having offended the Lin family, no one dared to speak out, yet their gazes reflected respect and admiration for Fugui. With the assistance of his neighbors, he soon arranged the funeral rites for his grandmother and father. Once everything was settled, Li Fugui finally had the opportunity to examine his own body. Although he had won the recent battle, it had been a narrow victory. Were it not for Wu Yunfei's underestimation and that unpredictable sound wave technique, he might not have triumphed so easily. Even so, utilizing the 7th level of Huang rank to activate the jade flute and the 24 bridges by moonlight had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Coupled with Wu Yunfei's fierce swordplay, which had left him battered, Li Fugui now felt utterly exhausted, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Li Fugui retrieved the recovery pill, inspected it for any abnormalities, and consumed it. A wave of pure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians and dantian, swiftly mending his injuries. However, he sensed an odd residue of spiritual energy within his dantian that had not fully dissipated. Beep. The system prompted. If you cannot be defeated, you shall grow stronger. Upon detecting that the host was under attack, the Huangjia level 8 Feiyun sword technique absorbed the damage, elevating the host's cultivation to Huangjia level 9. The system's notification resonated, and the residual potency of the Hui Chun Dan stabilized Li Fugui's cultivation at Huangjia level 9. It was time to depart, Li Fugui mused. Chen Feng, aged and frail, was averse to long journeys. Therefore, Fugui bestowed upon him most of the gold and silver left by his grandmother, keeping only a modest amount for his own travel expenses, enabling Chen Feng to return to his rural home and enjoy his twilight years. Chen Feng informed Fugui that, according to the neighbors, the 3 sects of Langyue Mountain and Qingzhou would commence their entrance selection for disciples next month, a worthy opportunity to consider. Li Fugui, eager to swiftly enhance his strength, understood that he must seek opportunities to endure hardship. Most importantly, he aspired to marry women of diverse destinies. Joining a reputable sect was undoubtedly a prudent choice. That night, as the clock struck midnight, a group of cloaked figures stealthily infiltrated the Li residence. The 2 leaders crept into the west wing, thrusting a sword towards the bed only to find it empty. The same fate befell several other rooms. The group then convened in the main hall, where they beheld several lines of chaotic scrawl upon the wall. Li family scoundrels, I shall surely return. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Lin Dong, with a furious punch, shattered the wall. His countenance darkened as he declared, he cannot have fled far with that old man and young girl. Pursue them. Chapter 6. The heavenly grade elixir Lin Wu and Lin Dong were specially trained by Lin Xiaotian to serve as assassins, accompanied by 9 formidable soldiers of the Huang rank, level 8. Lin Dong produced a talisman from his hand, igniting it with spiritual power, causing a flame of symbols to hover in the air and drift towards the outskirts of the city, followed closely by Lin Dong and his companions, heading in the direction of Li Fugui's escape. That scoundrel thinks Lin Mansion's treasures are so easily acquired. The general has hidden a tracking symbol within that golden talisman. This rascal cannot escape our grasp. Quickly pursue. Under the darkened sky and high winds, a flicker of fire swiftly traversed the woods outside Jiayuan City, followed closely by several shadowy figures, startling a flock of birds. The leader cautioned, it is just ahead. Everyone, be vigilant. As the talisman flame approached, they beheld a white object standing there. Upon closer inspection, it was a half-split dead tree, inscribed with 5 large, crooked characters. Lin Dog died here. unmistakably pinned by Li Fu Gui, adorned with a crude drawing of a mangy dog. Lin Dong's fury erupted. He had been toyed with by Li Fu Gui twice. He struck the dead tree with a palm, shattering it to pieces, revealing the golden talisman slowly descending. Not good. Retreat. Lin Wu was the first to notice, shouting loudly as blinding golden light erupted skyward, exploding with a deafening roar that illuminated the forest as if it were day. Due to the suddenness of the event, there was no time to defend. Lin Dong, being closest, was directly blasted away, losing one arm, while two others were left mangled and lifeless. The remaining individuals, though farther away, escaped with cold sweat trickling down their backs. In another direction, Li Fu Gui and Chun Xing turned to gaze at the soaring golden light in the distance, a smug smile gracing Fu Gui's face. Chun Xing, contemplative, inquired, "Brother Fu Gui, is that the direction of the dead tree we just saw?" "Indeed, just as I suspected, the Lin family has dispatched someone to hunt us down, but fortunately, I was well prepared," Li Fu Gui replied with pride. "I anticipated that Lin Xiaotian had tampered with the golden talisman." Deliberately inscribing those words at home, and after exiting the city, he concealed the talisman within that dead tree. Once they arrive there and see the words on the tree, infuriated by being deceived twice by a fool like me, they will undoubtedly strike at it, triggering the explosion of the golden talisman with their spiritual energy. Consider it a parting gift. I hope they will appreciate this grand gesture. With that, Li Fu Gui erupted into laughter. Chun Xing gazed at Li Fu Gui before her, her admiration growing alongside her affection. Ever since their marriage, Brother Fu Gui seemed transformed. No longer the fool others had labeled him. He had become a dependable man worthy of reliance. "Let us depart. We must first leave the bounds of Jiayuan City. I wonder if the Lin family possesses other means to pursue us," Li Fu Gui urged, pulling Chun Xing westward. In the woods, Lin Dong's temples throbbed as sweat beaded on his forehead. Clutching his severed arm with his remaining hand, he cried out, "Ah, my arm, Li Fu Gui. I will kill you." Lin Wu promptly retrieved a rejuvenation pill, administering it to him. "You three take them back and inform the general that before dawn, I will present Li Fu Gui's head to him. The remaining four will continue to pursue." Lin Wu's voice bore no trace of emotion, only an overwhelming intent to kill. "Sister, you must avenge my severed arm. That rascal is quite cunning. Please be cautious," Lin Dong implored. "Do not worry. I will not allow him to leave Jiayuan alive," Lin Wu assured, producing a pure white tracking hound from her storage. This hound could trace scents for miles. Lin Wu presented a piece of old clothing taken from the Li family to the hound's nose, and it dashed away like a flash of lightning, prompting Lin Wu and the five others to follow closely. As Li Fu Gui and Chun Xing raced onward, they suddenly heard the sound of wind slicing behind them. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, cradling Chun Xing and rolling sideways to evade an arrow. "They are still in pursuit," Li Fu Gui exclaimed, rising and positioning Chun Xing behind him. He scanned the approaching five figures, noting one was at Huang rank, level 10, and four were at Huang rank, level 8, whispering, "When the fight begins, you must escape first. I will hold them back." "No, Brother Fu Gui, I will die alongside you." Chun Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? I have just been given a second chance at life, and have yet to enjoy it fully. If you stay, I will be distracted. You must flee, and we will meet at the Jiayuan City boundary stone." "Trust me," Li Fu Gui assured, confidence radiating from his expression. Chun Xing resolutely nodded, saying, "Brother Fu Gui, I will wait for you. Have you said your farewells?" "Do not rush. None of you will escape," Lin Wu stated ominously. "You relied on that little creature to find me, did you not?" Li Fu Gui glanced at the tracking hound on the ground, continuing to mock. "The Lin family certainly has plenty of dogs. I wonder how many were blown to bits just now? You seek death." Lin Wu lightly stepped on the ground, her form graceful as she arched through the air, then dove towards Li Fu Gui like a falcon. At the moment Lin Wu leapt, Li Fu Gui shouted to Chun Xing, "Run." He then pushed off the ground with all his might, sending up a cloud of dust as he charged towards the descending Lin Wu like an arrow released from its bow. In the chaos, Chun Xing took the opportunity to sprint away. Li Fu Gui, wary of underestimating his adversary, unleashed all his strength with a powerful strike, but upon impact, he was knocked to the ground, staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. In contrast, Lin Wu descended lightly, like a dragonfly touching water. "Oh, you have actually broken through again." The general said you were only at Huang rank, level 7, yet in a single night, you have ascended to level 9? Lin Wu regarded Li Fu Gui with keen interest. Humph. If we are to fight, let us fight. Enough with the chatter, Li Fu Gui retorted, scanning the battlefield, realizing that one of their number was mysteriously absent, filling him with unease. He needed to devise a plan to shake them off and find Chun Xing. This rascal possesses 3 techniques of sound wave martial arts. Everyone, be cautious and spare no effort. Let us attack together, Lin Wu commanded without hesitation to the other 3. The 4 of them charged towards Li Fu Gui. Ding. Random task triggered. Eliminate the 4 assassins for a chance to receive a heavenly grade elixir. Chapter 7. You were once a beauty, yet why become a thief? To my astonishment, the system must have made an error. My adversaries consist of 3 8th tier and 1 10th tier warriors. How can I possibly eliminate 4 of them? Li Fu Gui thought, his face darkened. However, it mattered not if I fail. It is merely a celestial grade elixir. The system responded nonchalantly. Merely a celestial grade elixir? It is likely that few in the entirety of Qingzhou could produce such a thing. Li Fu Gui understood that defeating 4 opponents was a daunting task. He could only rely on surprise and strike them down one by one. He drew the Yuan Shao from his waist, placing it to his lips, and a haunting melody emerged, as if it were wafting up from the depths of the abyss. Although the 4 were somewhat prepared, the sound waves of the martial technique were difficult to defend against. The melody, upon reaching their ears, left them feeling dizzy and unsteady. Following this, a piercing note transformed into a sharp steel needle, aimed directly at one of the 8th tier soldiers wielding a blade. In an instant, blood poured from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground. Before anyone could regain their senses, Li Fu Gui advanced with great speed, launching a 12-style Tongbei fist towards another yellow-tier 8th tier soldier's face. Lin Wu, the first to recover, shouted a warning. Too late. Li Fu Gui sought to deliver a fatal blow, his fist striking directly at the man's temple. Yet, he did not stop there. Fearing the man had not died, he followed up with 2 more punches, and upon inspection, the man's head had become a mushy mass. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if even the breaths of the remaining 2 could be heard. In just one encounter, the Lin family had suffered the loss of 2 8th tier warriors. The last remaining 8th tier soldier trembled uncontrollably. He had believed this task would be simple, facing only a newly ascended yellow tier 7th tier warrior. Though he had managed to defeat the yellow tier 8th tier Wu Yunfei with the aid of a magical artifact, it had largely been due to luck. They were not a group of frivolous young masters, especially considering their ranks included 2 10th tiers and 9 8th tiers. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Now, he finally understood why the general had advised using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, because their opponents were not mere chicks awaiting slaughter. They had pursued him for several hours, first being toyed with twice, and then falling into a trap, losing 1 10th tier and 2 8th tier warriors. The remaining individuals sent messages, while those who pursued continued on, leaving only the 4 of them. In just one encounter, 2 8th tier warriors had been slain, and in such a gruesome manner. He realized that he had merely been fortunate. Otherwise, it would have been him lying on the ground. Lost in thought, he began to sweat profusely, unable to steady the bow in his hands, murmuring, "A devil, he is a devil." Suddenly, he turned and fled. "Fool! Stop!" Lin Wu thought to herself, sensing the gravity of the situation. Li Fu Gui revealed a smug smile, channeling his spiritual energy, and kicked the fallen arrow into the air, sending it flying through the heart of the fleeing soldier, who collapsed, lifeless. At that moment, as Li Fu Gui executed his kick, Lin Wu seized the opportunity, brandishing a pair of maid daggers aimed at Li Fu Gui's throat. This was her life-saving artifact, the Hiwu Jing Hong Ci, a primary-grade mysterious technique. Li Fu Gui, wielding the jade flute, defended himself while retreating, remarking, "You were once a beauty. Why become a thief? Why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light? You have a fine figure and graceful demeanor. Surely, you must have studied dance? If you desire, I am in need of a concubine." As he spoke, he leered at Lin Wu, as if attempting to see through her dark attire. "The lecher. Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death." Lin Wu's delicate brows furrowed, her anger igniting, causing her movements to become increasingly frantic and erratic. Li Fu Gui seized the moment, striking her with a punch that sent her staggering back several meters. He then unleashed 3 consecutive blows of the 24-bridge moonlit night, aiming to conclude the battle swiftly. Alas, Lin Wu's agility was remarkable. She soared into the air, her figure graceful like a crane dancing in the sky, evading all 3 attacks. So, your 3 moves are exhausted, and now I shall see how you evade. Lin Wu exclaimed, He Wu Jing Hong. This was her strongest strike, a primary-grade mysterious technique that prioritized speed over defense, aiming directly for Li Fugui's heart. Hearing the sound of air being sliced beside him, Li Fugui focused his mind, raising the jade flute once more. The sound erupted with a resonant power, akin to a grand bell tolling, overwhelming Lin Wu and causing her to feel dizzy. In the next moment, her Jinghong Ci had pierced Li Fugui's left shoulder. Lin Wu realized the peril too late, and then another note from the flute rang out, crisp as a sword-esque song, slicing through the air near her neck. So, you have more than 3 moves. Lin Wu thought bitterly as she succumbed. I offered you a chance. It is a pity you did not cherish it, lamented Li Fugui. Li Fugui had no time to examine his injuries. Hastily, he collected the elixirs and artifacts from the fallen and sped towards Chuanxing. She must not be harmed. She must not be harmed. He took a gathering spirit pill and swallowed it, replenishing his expended spiritual energy, and dashed forward with great urgency. Suddenly, a sound of a pipa echoed in the distance, accompanied by the sound of trees being cleaved in 2. Li Fugui quickened his pace, and upon arrival, he found a Lin family assassin lying on the ground, head severed from body. Not far away, Chuanxing was bound by a mysterious figure enveloped in a black robe, their face obscured by a low-brimmed hat. This was the same person who had observed the battle earlier in the day. Who are you? Release Chuanxing. Li Fugui gripped the jade flute tightly, his expression wary. The figure remained silent, attempting to take Chuanxing away. Brother Fugui, save me. Chuanxing cried out. Halt. Li Fugui summoned his spiritual energy, and a clear note from the flute rang out, transforming the sound wave into a blade of energy that surged towards the figure. The figure coldly snorted. It was a woman, and the blade of energy shattered upon contact. This Yuan Shao is truly wasted in your hands. Who are you? Why have you captured Chuanxing? Do you recognize this flute? Li Fugui questioned fervently. You ask too many questions. This girl possesses a unique constitution. You cannot protect her while she is by your side. I intend to take her as my disciple. Worry about yourself instead. You have been afflicted with the 9 devouring spirit worm and may not have much time left. Is there a trace of cold, shadowy energy in your dantian? 9 devouring spirit worm? What is that? Is it the rejuvenation pill from Lin Xiaotian? He indeed felt a trace of icy energy circulating in his dantian. Li Fugui asked, Elder, is there a remedy for this worm? Why would I tell you? Should you survive to reach the Xianshuang cave on Langya Mountain, you may meet her there. And I will share the method to dispel the worm. With that, the mysterious figure channeled their energy, frost flowers forming beneath their feet, and they departed with Chuanxing, vanishing into thin air. The individual's prowess is at least on par with that of Lin Xiaotian. Li Fugui is acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between their strengths, and since the person expressed a desire to take Chuanxing as a disciple, it follows that he would not harm her. She is acquainted with Yuan Shao. It seems this Shao has quite a remarkable background. The 9 devouring spirit gu? The scoundrels of the Lin family. I shall remember this debt of gratitude. The Xianshuang cave of Langya Mountain? Li Fugui is now burdened with numerous questions. It appears that a pilgrimage to Langya Mountain is imperative. Fearing pursuit from the Lin family, Li Fugui disregards the need to recuperate and continues his frenzied dash westward. By dawn, he finally escapes the confines of Jiyuan City and finds a secluded spot. System, I should have completed the task just now. May I receive the Tianjie Dan? Ding. Random task completed. Extracting Tianjie Dan. Congratulations on obtaining the Tianjie Dan. Xian Kuan Ni Zhuan Dan. This elixir, once consumed, will reshape the meridians, enhancing the recovery speed of the user's injuries tenfold. Most importantly, a significant portion of its medicinal power will reside within the user's heart meridian, providing automatic protection in the event of fatal harm, thus preserving a sliver of life. By the heavens, this is akin to possessing a renowned blade, locking in vitality. Truly, the system is remarkable. Li Fugui promptly sits cross-legged, first consuming the Qian Kuan Ni Zhuan Dan, followed by a rejuvenating pill acquired from Lin Wu and his entourage. Approximately an hour later, Li Fugui has fully recovered. Ding. Detection of host sustaining an attack. Yellow grade 10th tier, He Wu Jing Hong. Upon absorption, host cultivation level ascends to yellow grade 10th layer. Li Fugui feels an invigorating surge of energy within his body. Cultivators are classified into 4 realms: heaven, earth, xian, and yellow, each further divided into 12 tiers. Beyond these tiers lies a corresponding pinnacle of great perfection. A few more confrontations should facilitate a breakthrough into the xian realm. It is time to head to Langya Mountain. Glancing back at the boundary stone of Jiyuan City, he silently vows, "Lin family scoundrels, I shall return." Li Fugui turns toward the direction of Langya Mountain, unaware of the blood-red eyes of a tracking hound lurking behind the boundary stone. After more than 20 days of arduous travel, he finally arrives at Langya Town, situated at the foot of Langya Mountain. The town is bustling with individuals gathered to participate in the entrance selection. Li Fugui searches through the town, only to find that all inns are fully occupied. This is the last inn. Li Fugui gazes up at an unremarkable establishment, its sign proclaiming it as the final inn. He hopes there is still a vacant room. "Young man, is there any room available?" Li Fugui inquires as he steps inside. "Alas, esteemed guest, it is unfortunate. This last available room has just been booked by this gentleman," the innkeeper replies, gesturing to a young man clad in a long robe. "However, it is a double room. You both may discuss the possibility of sharing." Chapter 8. Miaoying Pavilion. Su Miaoying. "This esteemed brother, may I invite you to join me? I am Chu Yunjin, and I presume you are here to participate in the grand examination of the 3 sects as well. Why not share a room? We could look out for one another, forge a friendship, and also share the costs of accommodation." The young man in a horsehair coat leaned closer to Li Fugui and whispered, "This inn is notorious for its unscrupulous pricing, especially during the grand examination, where they charge a hefty 1 tael of silver for a single night." Li Fugui pondered. Being new to this place, he needed someone to enlighten him about the 3 sects. He smiled and said, "Ah, Chu Xiong, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you. I was just contemplating finding a companion for the journey. I would be honored to accept your offer." After exchanging pleasantries in their room, Chu Yunjin inquired, "With the grand examination just 3 days away, which sect do you intend to join, Brother Fugui?" Li Fugui scratched his head and replied, "To be honest with you, Chu Xiong, I am not very familiar with the 3 sects. I would appreciate your guidance." "That would depend on your cultivation level and the techniques you practice, Brother Fugui. I am currently at the 8th level of the Huang tier and have trained in a set of Tongbei Quan since childhood. I am unsure which sect would suit me. What about you, Chu Xiong?" Li Fugui had resolved to be cautious and not reveal his true capabilities too easily. The origins of this intriguing figure, Su Miaoying, were unclear, and he felt it prudent to conceal his strength. "Brother Fugui, you are truly a young hero. Having reached the 8th level of the Huang tier at such a tender age, Tongbei Quan is a powerful martial art. You might consider joining the Jingang sect. As for me, I plan to enter Miaoying Pavilion." Chu Yunjin chuckled mischievously. "Oh, I have heard that Miaoying Pavilion excels in the art of music. Given your attire, could it be that you hail from a family of comedic performers? Your keen observation, Brother Fugui." With that, Chu Yunjin produced a pair of wooden clappers from his robes and began to perform. "Clap, clap. We shall not indulge in idle chatter. Let us showcase the wonders of Qingzhou's immortal mountains, where Langya reigns supreme." Langya is not merely a mountain. It is a celestial vein stretching for miles, shrouded in mist and abundant in spiritual energy, harboring rare treasures and mythical beasts. Looking up at the 3 peaks that pierce the heavens, each one more audacious than the last, Langya Peak stands tall, where the ancient sword sect's sword energy reverberates. The white-clad long sword cleaves the stars and moon, entering the path to unravel the vastness. Xian Nu Peak, where the sounds of Qin and Shao resonate. The celestial music of Miaoying Pavilion soars, delicate fingers strumming the mountains and rivers, sound waves slicing through the air. Jingang Peak, where the Arhut Hall bustles with the practice of body cultivation. With bodies as tough as bronze and iron, a single punch capable of shaking the 4 seas. The 3 sects stand tall on the immortal mountains, each possessing divine powers that govern the realms. If you wish to seek celestial fate, take a stroll through Langya Mountain. As the performance concluded, Chu Yunjin kicked up his robe and, catching it with his right hand, gracefully bowed to Li Fugui. Li Fugui stood in stunned silence, taken aback for a moment before enthusiastically applauding, "Excellent, excellent. Could it be that Chu Xiong is a disciple of the Diyin Society?" "Diyin Society? What sect is that? I have never heard of it. I have aspired to join Miaoying Pavilion since childhood, for it is a place filled with enchanting beauties." "Ha!" Chu Yunjin leered. "Oh, if you mention that, I am all ears. Please elaborate. Li Fugui's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The two continued their conversation late into the night. 3 days later, at the foot of Langya Mountain, in the Qingyu Square, all the cultivators participating in the entrance examination gathered, numbering over 1,000. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a sword piercing the air echoed, as a powerful sword energy tore through the clouds. A massive sword descended towards the mountain, its formidable energy making it difficult for the crowd to stand. 3 figures stood upon the sword. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a deep green sword-patterned robe, his sword-like brows and starry eyes giving him a gaunt appearance, with a gaze as sharp as lightning, adorned with intricate sword patterns. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both clad in light blue sword-patterned robes, the insignia of the ancient sword sect's inner disciples. He was a Xiantir expert from the ancient sword sect. Only those at the Xiantir or above could command flying swords. Gasps of awe arose from the crowd. While the crowd struggled against the oppressive sword energy, a melodious sound of a qin suddenly resonated, and everyone felt their spiritual power flow smoothly, the pressure from the sword energy dissipating instantly. A massive ancient qin floated down like a leaf from the clouds, upon which stood 3 graceful figures, resembling ethereal beings from a painting. At the forefront was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a sheer white gauze robe. The fabric was so light that it fluttered gently in the breeze, subtly outlining her breathtaking curves. Her bosom stood proudly, towering higher than Langya Mountain, while her slender waist could scarcely be encircled by a single hand, her hips rounded and voluptuous, exuding an alluring and mature charm. Her hair was loosely styled, adorned with a jade hairpin. Her face radiant as a blossoming peach or plum, and though faint traces of time graced her features, they only enhanced her beauty, adding a languid grace and maturity that a youthful girl could hardly rival. A smile played on her lips, and as her eyes sparkled, it seemed as though ripples of clarity danced within them, captivating the hearts of those present, who dared not gaze directly, yet could not resist stealing glances. This was Su Miaoying, the elder of Miaoying Pavilion. Behind her, slightly to the side, stood 2 young women, both dressed in light gauze robes, one in black and the other in white, forming a striking contrast. The one in black held a carved wooden qin, her face cool and aloof, resembling a cold plum under the moon. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, secured by a simple white jade hairpin, her expression revealing an air of detachment and tranquility. As if the world's disturbances could not penetrate her ears, and only the qin in her embrace contained the profound truths of existence. The one in white held a purple bamboo shao, her form even more graceful and agile. With crescent-shaped brows and a smile that spoke before her lips did, her full, plump lips and lively, sparkling eyes exuded a charming allure, presenting a stark contrast to her companion's cool demeanor. The juxtaposition of black and white, one still and the other dynamic, one cold and the other warm, both exceptionally beautiful with profound cultivation, stood respectfully with lowered eyes behind Su Miaoying. Unlike the ancient sword sect elder, who soared through the skies with an imposing presence, Su Miaoying arrived gracefully on her qin, landing without stirring a speck of dust. As her gentle gaze swept across the crowd, many young men felt their hearts race and their faces flush. Oh Guyu, the aura of the ancient sword sect is still so overwhelming. Do they not fear scaring these tender young ones? Her voice was soft and seductive, akin to a gentle hook, with every syllable striking at the most sensitive parts of the heart, as she smiled at the crowd, saying, "My qin's melody is far more enchanting. Would you not agree, my dear children?" Just as Su Miaoying's beguiling words faded into the air, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, akin to the simultaneous explosion of 1,000 thunderclaps. Boom! It was the raw power that tore through the sky in a wild, ferocious roar. A brilliant and fierce column of golden red light, as fierce as molten lava and unmatched in its dominance, violently shattered the clouds, descending upon the central square like a celestial meteor, embodying an almost primal ferocity. The entire Bayou Square trembled violently, the terrifying shockwave enveloping the atmosphere with a scorching heat, causing the people within to have their garments fluttering and their eyes nearly blinded. The impact was far more intense than the sword mastery of the ancient sword elder, radiating a pure sense of power. As the radiance diminished, 3 figures, seemingly forged from gold and bronze, emerged. At the forefront stood a towering giant, 9 feet tall, bare-chested, with muscles bulging and sinewy beneath his bronze skin. resembling cast iron. His visage was rugged, with hair and beard standing wild like spears, and a vertical golden-red flame pattern on his forehead flickered as if alive. He was Hulian Ba, the elder of the King Kong sect. Flanking him on either side were two equally formidable and robust young disciples. Hulian Ba's voice boomed like a great bell, resonating through the air and causing people's eardrums to buzz. Humph. Such frivolous sounds are hardly worth noting. Without strong bones and vigorous blood, how can one seek the great path? Miaoying Pavilion. I wish to enter the Miaoying Pavilion. Chu Yunjin's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Fugawei, let us abandon the King Kong sect and go to the Miaoying Pavilion together. Chu Yunjin turned to look at Li Fugawei, who was staring intently at the three figures from the Miaoying Pavilion, nodding vigorously like a pestle. All right. Due to their unabashed gazes, the trio from the Miaoying Pavilion took notice of them. Su Miaoying merely smiled softly, while the woman in black glared with murderous intent, and the woman in white, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing the three women gaze in their direction, Li Fugawei immediately straightened up, feigning an air of propriety. Since everyone is present, let us not waste any time and commence immediately. Hulian Ba addressed Guyu and Su Miaoying. The two nodded slightly. Guyu then stepped forward and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the entrance examination for the three sects of Langia, held once every 5 years. The assessment is quite simple, divided into 2 stages. Those who pass will become outer disciples of the 3 sections. The first stage is to traverse the path behind me and reach the Zhongtian Gate before noon tomorrow. We will await your arrival at the Zhongtian Gate." With that, the members of the 3 sects soared into the sky. One individual in the square was the first to react, darting swiftly towards the mountain gate. The crowd, eager and anxious, surged forward towards the mountain gate. Chapter 9. Jiao In Shirling Gu. The crowd rushed eagerly through the mountain gate, but as they entered, they suddenly felt their bodies grow heavy. Ji Fugawei sensed a stagnation in the flow of his spiritual energy, which eventually ceased altogether. "Brother Fugawei, I can no longer channel my spiritual energy," Chu Yunjin uttered. "It seems this first trial is quite profound, designed to suppress our spiritual energy, forcing us to ascend to the Zhongtian Gate step by arduous step," said Ji Fugawei. "What? The Langia mountain towers tens of thousands of feet high. We will perish before we even reach the Zhongtian Gate," Chu Yunjin lamented as he slumped to the ground. "Brother Chu, think of your dreams. Will you truly give up so easily?" Ji Fugawei encouraged, patting Chu Yunjin on the shoulder, his eyes conveying a deep understanding. The image of Su Miaoying's graceful form and the contrasting figures of 2 beautiful women flashed in Chu Yunjin's mind, and with a newfound determination, he nodded resolutely. From dawn to dusk, the mountain path was dotted with weary souls, some resting, some collapsed, and others struggling to climb with makeshift staffs. Ji Fugawei and Chu Yunjin supported each other, laboriously making their ascent. "Why not perform a quick tune to boost our spirits?" Ji Fugawei jested. "Perhaps you could demonstrate a set of Tongbei Quan to enlighten us," Chu Yunjin replied with a wry smile. "By the way, Brother Chu, you are well versed in many matters. Have you ever heard of the Jiao Shirling Gu?" Ji Fugawei asked, his expression grave. "You don't know?" The Jiao Shirling Gu is one of the 3 infamous poisons of the Wanda Tian Gu sect within the Great Yuan dynasty. The larvae of this gu are colorless and formless, making them exceedingly difficult to detect, residing within a cultivator's dantian and feeding on their spiritual energy. Once afflicted, a cultivator can no longer absorb the natural spiritual essence for their cultivation. All acquired energy is consumed directly by the gu. Moreover, the gu evolves monthly, causing the afflicted's cultivation to regress. During the first evolution, the cultivator's abilities drop by 40% for a day. The second evolution results in a 50% drop for 2 days, and so forth, with each subsequent decline increasing by 10% and the duration doubling. By the 6th evolution, the afflicted loses all cultivation and dies violently, while the fully evolved gu escapes the body to return to its mother, where the absorbed cultivation is reclaimed. Hence, it is also known as the June Fatal Gu. As he spoke, Chu Yunjin couldn't help but shiver. Ji Fugawei's heart raced with turmoil. He had not anticipated the Lin family to employ such a cruel tactic against a mere yellow-tier cultivator. Yet, it was perplexing how Lin Xiaodian possessed the Jiao In Shirling Gu. "System, did you hear that? Do you have an antidote?" "I heard, but I have no solution. I can only issue a task, and perhaps a random reward may yield a remedy," the system replied. "How unreliable. By the time you find something, I'll be dead," Ji Fugawei exclaimed. "Without the ability to cultivate, Will I simply await my demise? Humph. Who says you can't cultivate? The system grants you the power to grow stronger without dying. That little bug cannot take that from you. Rest assured, following the system will lead you right. I'm going to sleep now. Hey, don't sleep. This is truly unreliable, Ji Fuguwei said, feeling exasperated. I cannot rely solely on this unreliable system. I must find the Xianshuang cave. Brother Fuguwei? Brother Fuguwei? Chu Yunjin called, noticing Ji Fuguwei lost in thought. Huh, Brother Chu, I never imagined this goo to be so vicious. Do you know of any method to counteract it? Ji Fuguwei inquired. I'm afraid I do not. Such a peculiar goo is unlikely to have an easy antidote. Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the 3 great poisons of the Wanda Tiangu sect. By the way, why do you suddenly ask about this? Oh, it's nothing. I have a friend who has been afflicted by this goo. Alas, that is truly unfortunate. Life is but a fleeting moment. Have you heard of the Xianshuang cave? Ji Fuguwei interjected. I have not, as the two conversed. A voice rang out behind them. Make way for this young master, you bunch of worthless fools. 4 burly men carried a bamboo chair, upon which sat a flamboyantly dressed young master, exuding charm. He waved a fan in his left hand and wielded a whip in his right, occasionally cracking it at the burly men and passers-by. He has come as well? Chu Yunjin remarked in surprise. Who? Yang Jian, the second son of the Yang family from Qingzhou. At only 20 years old, he has already reached the 12th rank of yellow tier. The Yang family is a prestigious clan in Qingzhou. His father is a 4th-rank general of the cavalry, whose strength is at least in the 10th rank of Xian tier. It is said he has seduced countless women in Qingzhou City. What brings him to Langya Mountain? We should keep our distance, Chu Yunjin advised, pulling Ji Fuguwei aside. The next morning, Chu Yunjin, feeling utterly exhausted, asked, How much further, Brother Fuguwei? It should be close. I feel as though I can see Su Miaoyin, Ji Fuguwei replied, equally breathless. Enough. Don't deceive me. You've said that over 1,000 times, Chu Yunjin retorted, preparing to sit down. Brother Chu, look. The Zhongtian Gate. Ji Fuguwei exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Brother Fuguwei, you should rest for a moment. You're hallucinating, Chu Yunjin cautioned, glancing back only to suddenly rise to his feet. By the heavens, we have truly arrived. They stumbled forward together. Upon stepping through the Zhongtian Gate, a melodious sound of a zither filled the air, akin to a refreshing mountain spring, instantly revitalizing Ji Fuguwei and Chu Yunjin, banishing their fatigue. Looking up, they saw Su Miaoyin playing the zither beneath a pavilion, flanked by 2 beautiful women in black and white. The square was sparsely populated with dozens of individuals, and more continued to enter through the Zhongtian Gate. The 2 men were momentarily entranced by the trio. Suddenly, they felt a gaze laden with murderous intent, emanating from Yang Jian, who was closest to the pavilion. Chu Yunjin quickly pulled Ji Fuguwei aside to meditate and recover. Noon arrived, marking the end of the first trial. Congratulations to all for passing the first trial, Gu Yu announced, standing with hands clasped behind his back before the hundreds seated in the square as the Zhongtian Gate slowly closed. The zither music came to a halt, and Yang Jian clapped his hands, saying, Indeed, Su Auntie's zither melodies are as renowned as they are exquisite. Today, I have truly witnessed their brilliance. As he spoke, his gaze wandered towards Su Miaoyin's figure, before turning to the 2 beautiful women. It has been a while since I last saw you, junior sisters. The woman in white nodded slightly, while the one in black turned away with a hint of disdain. Your praise is unwarranted, young Master Yang. The Yang family of Qingzhou is renowned for both sword and zither. My humble skills are hardly worthy of your attention, Su Miaoyin replied with a charming smile. Aunt Su jested, who is unaware that the Sanzong of Langya reigns supreme in Qingzhou. My father has specifically sent me to Langya Xianshan to seek a master and hone my skills. Your esteemed father is indeed quite considerate. The ancient sword sect's swordsmanship is unparalleled, making it a most suitable choice. However, I am not here solely to learn swordplay. I wish to enter Aunt Su's tutelage to refine my musical talents. Oh, with Lin Xinzi's talent in the art of the zither, passing the entrance examination will be a mere formality. Yet, I fear I am not yet qualified to instruct you. I shall surely recommend you to a worthy teacher in due course. Rarely did Su Miaoyin lose her smile. Thank you very much, Aunt Su. Yang Jian's expression soured, harboring thoughts of eventually claiming all 3 of you. The first trial tests your resolve and the stability of your foundation. The second trial requires each of you to select one of the 3 sects and successfully pass their corresponding examination to officially become an outer disciple. Gu Yu continued. Now, Please choose the sect that you desire. Ding. Random task triggered. Successfully join Miaoying Pavilion to receive a system random reward. Wonderful. Another random reward. Miaoying Pavilion. I choose the Ancient Sword sect. I choose the Diamond sect. I choose Miaoying Pavilion. Jifu Gui and Chu Yunjin shouted in unison, their voices ringing out. The other male cultivators present could not resist teasing. Beware, brothers, for beauty may lead to ruin. Laughter erupted. One by one, they made their choices. The examination for the Ancient Sword sect required the participant to endure Gu Yu's sword energy pressure for 10 breaths. The Diamond sect demanded that one withstand 3 strikes from an inner disciple. Su Miaoying pointed to the spiritual power testing stone before her, her voice gentle. Our Miaoying Pavilion's examination differs slightly. As our techniques predominantly utilize musical instruments and sound waves, the second trial will assess your musicality. First, please test your spiritual power using this stone. You must reach at least the 6th rank of the yellow tier, which is the minimum requirement for joining our outer sect. After that, you may showcase your understanding of music in any manner you choose, as long as you meet my standards. Hearing this, Chu Yunjin felt uneasy and said to Li Fu Gui, "Oh no, Fu Gui, this is bad. You lack musical knowledge. How can you pass this trial? With so many female disciples, I alone cannot bear it." Li Fu Gui, his forehead adorned with 3 lines of distress, replied, "Rest assured, I am quite capable. Just wait and see how I impress her. I shall go first." Yang Jian lightly leaped forward, placing one hand on the spiritual power testing stone, which shone brightly with yellow light. "Yellow tier, 12th level." The crowd exclaimed. Yang Jian effortlessly picked up the guqin, and the sound of strings resonated like a storm breaking through the clouds, performing the Peace General's breakthrough, which elicited numerous cheers from the female cultivators below. "Indeed, as expected from the Yang family of Qingzhou, you have passed," Su Miaoying remarked indifferently. "Humph, all show and no substance," the woman in white murmured. The participants in the examination then stepped forward one by one to test and perform, utilizing various instruments such as the qin, zheng, pipa, flute, shao, and eru. "I am Chu Yunjin." He bowed to the audience, testing the stone, which emitted a bright yellow light. "Not bad. Yellow tier, 10th level. What instrument do you play?" Su Miaoying inquired with a smile. "I shall present a fast-paced storytelling performance," he replied, producing a pair of 7 bamboo clappers that clattered like a sudden rainstorm upon a banana leaf. "When the bamboo clappers strike, I shall not boast of anything else. Just this celestial land, a unique flower. Our elder Su, with the grace of a celestial being, dressed in white gauze, descending from the clouds, like a fairy from the moon. Behold her enchanting gaze and charm. Even the most skilled cultivators are left in awe. This is not mere flattery. A celestial being deserves such praise." With a smile, 100 flowers wilt. With another, the moon hides away. After finishing his performance, Chu Yunjin swiftly collected the clappers and bowed with a grin, prompting laughter and applause from those around. "Your words are quite sweet. This performance counts as musicality, so you have passed," Su Miaoying said. Her cheeks slightly flushed from the compliments, her smile radiant. "Thank you, Elder Su." Chu Yunjin cast a triumphant glance at Li Fu Gui, the last participant. "It is your turn." Su Miaoying's voice carried a hint of playful intrigue, stirring anticipation in the hearts of those present. Chapter 10. The Rapt Conqueror of Shenyang, Little One. "It's your turn," Su Miaoying said, pointing to Li Fu Gui, her voice tinged with an unusual emotion. Li Fu Gui stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Greetings, Elder Su, and esteemed sisters. I am Li Fu Gui. Today, let us not waste time. Let us proceed with the spirit power assessment. Perhaps you won't even reach the 6th layer of the yellow stage," Yang Jian interjected, visibly displeased to see Su Miaoying looking favorably upon Li Fu Gui. Li Fu Gui, wishing to avoid further trouble, reached out to touch the testing stone. At that moment, he felt a chilling force surge from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his meridians, causing his internal spirit power to deplete rapidly. Not good. The Jiao Insi Ling Gu has evolved. Cold sweat trickled down Li Fu Gui's back as his cultivation fell rapidly. Could it be that he truly is a waste, not even reaching the 6th layer of the yellow stage? "If you are afraid to take the test, you might as well leave and spare us the embarrassment," Yang Jian sneered, his contempt for Li Fu Gui evident. After a moment, the chilling sensation gradually dissipated, and Li Fu Gui's cultivation stabilized at the 6th layer of the yellow stage. Fortunately, The requirement for passing the test was indeed the 6th layer. Regaining his composure, he reached out to test, and the stone emitted a faint yellow light, confirming his level. Humph. You are fortunate, Yang Jin remarked, his disdain intensifying upon witnessing Li Fugui's cultivation. Ah, so Brother Fugui is merely at the 6th layer of the yellow stage. He must have feared my judgment, hence his silence. I am not one to look down upon others, Chu Yunjin mused. 6th layer of the yellow stage, though not high, meets the requirements. What instrument do you play? Su Miaoyin inquired, a hint of anticipation and concern in her tone. Today, I shall present to you my original musical form called rap. I hope you will enjoy it. Li Fugui felt as if he had stepped onto the stage of a talent show. Rap? What is that? I've never heard of it, the crowd murmured in curiosity. Oh, a new form? Do you not require any instruments? Su Miaoyin asked playfully. My lips and tongue are my strongest instruments, Li Fugui replied confidently. Su Miaoyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she encouraged. Then please, showcase your talent. If you wish to learn martial arts and cultivate immortal techniques, first conquer this mountain path. I record songs in the Sanxing Temple, balancing melody and rhythm. Watch as I turn stone into gold, speak darkness as light, and pass through walls with ease. Those who wish to catch me may come. Words flow from my mouth, sliding into your ears. This sensation ignites the entire body, akin to being caressed by the opposite sex. Rediscover your true self, capturing your most authentic voice, with the most powerful techniques delivering fresh auditory shocks and temptation. Li Fugui swayed to the rhythm, gesturing wildly towards Su Miaoyin and the other female cultivators, who began to sway along with him, even Su Miaoyin unable to resist the allure of the moment. As the performance concluded, the audience clamored for an encore, still unsatisfied. Suddenly, a woman in white robes spoke in anger. Such tricks are disgraceful. Yang Jin echoed, Sister Sushin is right. This waste must not enter the Miaoyin pavilion. He was irked that Li Fugui, at the 6th layer of the yellow stage, had stolen his spotlight. Su Miaoyin, her cheeks tinged with red, smiled gently. The art of music is inherently about change. Though the 5 notes, gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu, are limited, through transformation, we can achieve countless heavenly sounds. If we were to remain stagnant and reject new changes, the Miaoyin sect would inevitably be lost in the vastness of the path. Although this boy's rap may appear somewhat crude, it is still a form of innovation. Therefore, congratulations on passing the 2nd round. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the random task. Random reward selection in progress. Congratulations, host, on winning the reward. Honest lollipop. Those who consume this candy will speak their most genuine thoughts within 1 minute. What is this nonsense? I expected a heavenly grade pill or a heavenly grade technique. This system is utterly unreliable. A crow flew overhead as Li Fugui lamented. As dusk fell, the entrance examinations for the 3 sects concluded. Each sect welcomed over 100 new disciples. The Jingang sect had hardly any female disciples. The Gujian sect had a balanced ratio, while the Miaoyin sect boasted a staggering 70 female disciples, with only 30 male disciples admitted. Su Miaoyin, carrying her guqin, led the newly recruited disciples to Xian New Peak. Li Fugui gazed at the swirling clouds below, feeling the thin spirit power within him, silently lamenting his fortunate passage and the urgency to resolve the Jiu Yin Si Lingu. Though Su Miaoyin did not look back, her gentle voice resonated in everyone's ears. The path of cultivation is one of seizing the world's transformations and defying fate. Hence, the higher the realm, the slower the progress. Ordinary cultivators are divided into 4 stages, Tiandi, Xian, Huang, and each stage is further divided into 12 layers. Above the 12th layer of the heavenly stage lies the realm of great cultivators, but that is not your immediate concern. Currently, your cultivations are at the yellow stage. You shall temporarily cultivate in the outer sect. Once you successfully advance to the Xian stage, you may enter the inner sect for further study. Before long, they arrived at Xian New Peak, where the stone steps wound into the clouds. The pavilions, adorned with blue tiles and white walls, were scattered among the mountains, with the melodious sounds of the guqin drifting through the woods. The music intertwined with the mist, merging with the sea of clouds. The chimes of the eaves rang softly in the breeze, resonating with the great Tao, while a distant waterfall roared like an orchestral accompaniment. Su Miaoyin looked at Li Fugui with a glimmer of anticipation. During your time in the outer sect, you may choose any outer sect elder as your master. I, too, am one of the outer sect elders, at the 10th layer of the Xian stage. Is there anyone who wishes to be my disciple? Upon learning of Su Miaoyin's 10th layer of the Xian stage, everyone fell to their knees, eager to become her student. The male disciples scrambled, not only in admiration of her prowess, but perhaps also drawn by her allure. Li Fugui and Chu Yunjin fell to their knees in front of her. Rise, rise. I can only accept 10 disciples, and I must leave some slots for other elders. So, it will be the 10 of you, Su Miaoyin chuckled. Among these 10 were Li Fugui and Chu Yunjin, both revealing satisfied smiles. Yang Jian, fuming, exclaimed, Aunt Su, why would you choose those two incongruous individuals as your disciples, but refuse to accept your own nephew? Even that so-called waste, Li Fugui, with only the 6th layer of the yellow stage. Do you think my skills in music are lacking? Dear nephew, you jest. Your talent is extraordinary, and you have already reached the 12th layer of the yellow stage. You will surely enter the inner court for study soon, and I will recommend you to a more suitable teacher. Moreover, fellow disciples should support one another. We should not belittle each other based on cultivation levels. Yes, Elder Su. Yang Jian spoke fiercely, contemplating inwardly. What pretense of nobility is this before me? Sooner or later, you shall bow before me. Su Miaoyin lightly swayed her sleeve, and in the hands of Li Fugui and the other 10, each appeared a storage pouch embroidered with the design of a guqin. Within these pouches lay the tokens granting access to various areas of Miaoyin Pavilion, along with Taoist robes and 3 gathering spirit pills, which serve as a welcoming gift from your master. Su Xinxin and Yin Xiaoxiao are your senior sisters from the inner cabinet, and they will guide you in your cultivation within the pavilion. They will first lead you to your quarters. The one called Su Xinxin is the woman in the black veil, who is currently escorting Li Fugui and Chu Yunjin to their lodgings. Among the 10 chosen by Su Miaoyin, only these 2 are male disciples, hence they share a room. Previously, due to Su Miaoyin's striking figure and Su Xinxin's excessively cold demeanor, the 2 had paid little attention to her. Now, as she walked ahead, they began to scrutinize her closely. Xian Su Xinxin maintained a steady gaze, advancing with measured steps. The black gauze robe accentuated her breathtaking silhouette, with a generous bosom that, while not on par with Su Miaoyin's, was still commendable. Her waist was slender, and the most captivating feature was her long, graceful legs, which peeked out from beneath her skirt, each step taken with an air of detachment. An invisible chill seemed to swirl around her, causing the air to thicken in her vicinity. Her side profile, resembling exquisite jade, betrayed no emotion, and her gaze remained tranquil, seemingly reflecting only the path ahead, with the trivialities of the mortal world, especially the presence of men, appearing to her as mere impurities to be swiftly evaded. The 2 were entranced. Li Fugui felt a slight movement in his throat, thinking that those legs were longer than his life itself. Look any longer, and I shall have your eyes. Su Xinxin's voice was icy. Here you shall reside. Inside, you will find the Miaoyin Pavilion's disciple manual and an introduction. Should I discover any breach of decorum, I will not show leniency. With that, she vanished into the air. Li Fugui and Chu Yunjin entered their room to arrange their belongings, inevitably discussing the upcoming competition and the individuals of Miaoyin Pavilion. As the night deepened, Chu Yunjin stepped out to relieve himself. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Forgot to bring paper, did you? Li Fugui rose to open the door, and as it swung open, a pair of proud peaks nearly collided with his face. Master, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chapter 11. Shernyoung, do you still play the Shao? What do you think I have come here for? Su Miaoyin teased. Could it be that Shernyoung sees me, Li Fugui, as an elegant figure akin to Pan and wishes for me too? Though my cultivation is humble, I am not the sort to be frivolous. Li Fugui sat upright by the bedside, leaving a substantial space beside him. Su Miaoyin chuckled. Pa, you little rascal. I never would have guessed you to be such a gentleman. By seniority, you ought to address me as Auntie. Auntie. Li Fugui, who had never seen his mother, had never heard his father or grandmother mention anyone from Miaoyin Pavilion. Could it be that Shernyoung had a past with his father? Oh, it seems that Miol has told you nothing, Su Miaoyin remarked with a resigned expression. Who is Miol? You are confusing me, Shernyoung, Li Fugui replied. Utterly perplexed. Not long ago, did you not encounter a figure in black in Jiyuan County? She even rescued your little wife. You know her? What has happened to Chuanqing? Li Fugui stood up in excitement. Rest assured, that person is my sister, Su Miol, the elder of Miaoyin Pavilion. Your little wife has a unique constitution, and Mihol wishes to take her as a disciple. She is doing splendidly. Upon hearing this, Li Fugui, who had initially joined Miaoying Pavilion to cultivate and investigate the mysteries of Xinshuang Cave, felt a weight lift from his heart, finally able to relax as he returned to his seat. But what was this matter? At that moment, Chu Yunjin returned from the latrine. Just as he was about to enter, he overheard a woman's voice inside the room and thought to himself, well, Li Fugui, how cunning of you to hide this from your brother while secretly wooing a woman. He stealthily moved to the side and beheld a man's silhouette seated by the bed, while a stunning figure stood before him. The woman's voice, soft and enchanting, pointed at the man's waist and said, "Ah, don't be hasty. Let Shenyang have a look at your treasure." It was indeed Su Miaoying. How quickly Fugui was to act. Inside, Li Fugui felt a tempest within him. He glanced down at the jade shao concealed at his waist. For so many days, he had refrained from revealing it, fearing its extraordinary origins might bring calamity. Thus, he had hidden it beneath his clothing, even taking it with him to bed. It seems Su Miol had disclosed the matter of the shao to her. However, it appeared that the two sisters harbored no malicious intent towards him. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago. He therefore retrieved the jade shao. Outside, Chu Yunjin observed the man's silhouette unfastening his outer garment and drawing out a stick about 2 feet long and an inch in diameter. Chu Yunjin's jaw dropped in astonishment, thinking, indeed, Brother Fugui is a remarkable figure. No wonder Shenyang has succumbed to your charms. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. But as soon as the beautiful figure laid eyes on the stick, she eagerly squatted down, caressing it with her hands and saying, "It's still so beautiful. May I play it?" Chu Yunjin felt as if struck by lightning, biting the hem of his robe to stifle his cries. Shenyang, how could you, whose name resonates throughout the 3 clans of Langya, engage in such conduct for Li Fugui? He thought to himself as he hurried away, seeking a secluded place to shed tears. Inside, both individuals were preoccupied with their thoughts, oblivious to Chu Yunjin's presence outside. Li Fugui inquired, "Shenyang, do you also recognize this shao? Wasn't he your magical instrument, the guqin? You can play the shao as well. As for the art of the guqin, I would never dare claim the top spot in this pavilion, but when it comes to playing the shao, few would dare to surpass me." Su Miaoying stood and gracefully turned, delicately cradling the jade shao. The moon cast its light through the west window, shadows dancing as the shao resonated through the night. 2 crimson lips framed the jade pillar, a thread of clear melody winding around the painted beams. It was indeed the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, yet the sound of the shao lacked any additional spiritual power, evoking only a gentle sense of melancholy. "Shenyang, how do you know this piece?" Li Fugui asked in astonishment. "This piece was actually taught to your father by me. The moment I arrived at Langya town, I sensed the aura of this jade shao emanating from you," Su Miaoying replied sadly. "I am the daughter of a general from Qingzhou, having grown up in the general's manor alongside my sister, Su Miol. At that time, my mother was an elder of Miaoying Pavilion, and this jade shao was passed down to me by her. Your father, Li Qingshan, was a guard at the manor, and due to his honest nature and commendable strength, he frequently escorted my sister and me on outings. On one occasion, we encountered bandits, and he fought valiantly to protect us, ultimately ensuring our safe return. Gradually, we developed feelings for each other, pledging ourselves to one another. This jade shao and the piece The Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges served as tokens of our love. However, good times did not last. My father eventually discovered our secret. He was unwilling to let me marry a mere guard and forcibly drove him away. Before leaving, he vowed to enlist in the army and carve out a career for himself, asking me to wait for him. Yet, I waited for 2 years without his return. My father pressured me into marriage, leading me to run away in search of him, only to encounter the fiend from the Hahuan sect along the way. As she spoke, Su Miaoying unconsciously dug her nails into her flesh, drawing forth droplets of blood. "Shenyang?" Li Fugui gently touched Su Miaoying's arm. I am fine," she continued. "Eventually, I returned to Miaoying Pavilion and gave birth to Suxin. Thus, the seemingly cold Suxin was revealed to be Shenyang's daughter. I felt I could no longer face your father. He never sought me out again, which is perhaps for the best. It seems he has found a suitable partner. Your mother must be quite beautiful." Su Miaoying's voice carried a hint of sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Fugui pondered the unexpected history between his father and Shenyang. "In truth, I have never seen my mother. I have not laid eyes on her since birth. I once asked my father, and he said he would take me to meet her once he became a general. Unfortunately, He had just attained the title of guerrilla general when he fell in battle on the front lines. As he spoke, tears streamed down Li Fugui's face. Su Miaoyin's tears flowed in response, reflecting her thoughts. Qingshan, I never imagined we would truly be unable to meet again in this lifetime. Rest assured, I shall nurture Fugui into a remarkable talent. Here, play it for me. Su Miaoyin handed the jade shao to Li Fugui. She guided him through the night, leaving only at dawn. Shortly after her departure, Chu Yunjin returned, sporting 2 swollen eyes. Where have you been? You didn't return all night. You missed it. Shenyang just left. We spent the entire night studying how to play the shao. If you had returned a bit earlier, you could have joined us, Li Fugui remarked. Join. Chu Yunjin felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, crying as he dashed out. Li Fugui pondered to himself, what is the matter? Is it truly necessary to harbor such jealousy simply because he missed out on Shenyang's guidance? He continued to practice Ershizi, Xiao Mingwei Yi within the confines of his room until he had mastered all 8 forms. 3 days later, Li Fugui thought it was time to visit the sect, for he had acquired the skills comparable to the earth rank with Ershizi Xiao Mingwei Yi. Having been afflicted by the Jiu Yin Shi Lingu, his only recourse was to grow stronger through relentless perseverance. Thus, it was imperative to elevate his cultivation swiftly in order to preserve as much power as possible for the next onset. Shenyang had mentioned that she was uncertain of the precise method to dispel the goo, only knowing that it might require entering the Langya Forbidden Land, and that he would need to seek out Su Miol at Xianshuan Cave, who would accompany him to the forbidden area. Given the necessity of entering such a perilous place, it would be prudent to acquire defensive martial techniques or cultivation methods to bolster his chances of survival. The sect manual indicated that both techniques and methods could be found at Tianlai Tower, but exchange required contribution points. These points could be obtained by completing sect missions issued by Baiji Tower, or disciples could also post tasks within Baiji Tower. Thus, Li Fugui set out towards Baiji Tower, curious as to why he had not seen that lad Chu Yunjin in recent days. As he walked along the path, he noticed others veering away from him, seemingly whispering amongst themselves, which struck him as quite peculiar. Just as he was contemplating whether his striking appearance was the cause, a resounding drumbeat echoed ahead, followed by a furious roar. Li Fugui, prepare to meet your doom. Chapter 12. Come here. Li Fugui fixed his gaze ahead and saw a hulking figure standing in the middle of the road. In his hands were 2 drumsticks, his muscles bulging, veins prominent, his complexion flushed, and his eyes fixated on Li Fugui. Li Fugui, how dare you tarnish my goddess? You are courting death. Before Li Fugui could comprehend the situation, the giant had already lunged towards him, striking him squarely in the face with a hammer. Li Fugui was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall, raising a cloud of dust. It's Mu Gu. He is one of the top 30 experts in the outer sect, a practitioner at the 10th level of the Huang rank. His innate magical treasure is the intermediate level Zhentian drum, which differs from most disciples of the Miaoyin Pavilion who specialize solely in sound wave attacks. Mu Gu can engage in close combat using his drumsticks, which are no less formidable than a pair of warhammers. This lad is in for a rough time. You brat, Su Miaoyin is our goddess in the outer sect, the dream of all male practitioners in the Miaoyin Pavilion. How dare you defile her? I will surely beat you to death today. As he spoke, Mu Gu charged forward, his massive feet kicking up clouds of dust. Though Li Fugui had yet to fully grasp the situation, he recognized the connection to Su Miaoyin. At that moment, he pondered how he could endure the beating. This was precisely what he desired. Moreover, he had perused the disciples' handbook of the Miaoyin Pavilion, which stated that disciples could spar but must not kill each other. Thus, he could accept the beating without fear of death. Li Fugui made no attempt to resist, allowing the drumsticks to rain down upon him. In a short while, he was covered in bruises. However, Mu Gu showed no signs of relenting, treating Li Fugui as if he were a mere drum. Mu Gu enough. A crisp sound of a pipa resonated, forcing Mu Gu to halt. It was Yin Xiao Xiao. According to the rules of our sect, disciples must not harm one another. Do you wish to be expelled from the mountain? Mu Gu withdrew his drumsticks, his chest heaving with rage. Had Yin Xiao Xiao not intervened, he had no intention of stopping. Li Fugui, you better not show your face in front of me again, or I will beat you every time I see you. Really? Thank you, senior brother, Li Fugui said, propping himself up against the wall with an expectant smile on his face. You brat, wait. Mu Gu's face turned ashen, his neck reddening as he turned to leave. The crowd buzzed with gossip about how Li Fugui was utterly useless. unable to retaliate, and speculated on how someone so mediocre could garner the favor of Elder Su. Did he possess some hidden talent? Why didn't you fight back? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Li Fugui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Between brothers, harmony is paramount. I saw senior brother was furious, so I thought it best to let him vent his anger. Besides, I couldn't possibly defeat him." Yin Xiaoxiao regarded him with skepticism. "Do you know why he attacked you?" "I'm not entirely sure." From his words, "It seems related to the Shermu," he said. "Are you unaware? The outer sect has been abuzz these past days, claiming that on your first day, Elder Su stayed with you all night, and that you played the flute together?" Yin Xiaoxiao's face bore a look of intrigue. "Ah, that is true. But Elder Shermu was merely offering guidance on my flute skills due to my lack of talent. Who spread such absurd rumors?" Li Fugui's face flushed with embarrassment. "Your roommate, Chu Yunjin, has been telling tales under the bridge every day, claiming you possess extraordinary talents." Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes flicked downward. "Chu Yunjin. No wonder I haven't seen him around lately. He truly has a flair for embellishment," Li Fugui thought, but he was not worried about receiving another beating. Upon returning to his dwelling, Li Fugui meditated for a while to recover. Mugu was merely at the 10th rank and had not exerted his full strength. The first evolution of the Jiu Inshur Gu had caused his cultivation to decline for only a day, and he had since returned to the 10th rank of Huang. Therefore, Mugu had not inflicted significant damage upon him. System, did the damage absorbed this time elevate my cultivation? Ding. Detecting that the host has absorbed damage from the Zhentian drum, cultivation has increased. Current cultivation, peak at the 10th rank of Huang. It appears that the amount of damage required for advancement increases as one progresses. Although I have absorbed damage, I remain at the 10th rank. I must seek more opportunities to endure punishment. Li Fugui arrived at the Yinyu Hall, the place where the most outer sect disciples gathered to spar and hone their martial skills. "Are you Li Fugui?" A voice from the crowd recognized him. "Indeed, I am Li Fugui," he replied confidently. Upon hearing this, a dozen male disciples from the Yin Wu Hall surrounded him, their faces contorted with anger. One disciple wielding a bamboo flute declared, "You dare return to the Yinyu Hall? Today, we shall beat you to death. Speak. Who do you wish to face first?" Li Fugui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, extending one finger in a gesture of denial. The crowd assumed he was afraid. Then, with one hand clenched into a fist, he shouted, "I want to fight 10 of you." They were incensed and surged forward. Li Fugui was instantly engulfed by sound waves and martial techniques, raising a cloud of dust. After a while, the onslaught began to wane. "Let us not actually kill him. He might not dare approach Elder Su again." Li Fugui slowly rose from the ground, extending one finger in a provocative gesture, and said, "Come here." The crowd, fueled by rage, launched another vigorous attack, which continued until dusk before finally dispersing. Li Fugui crawled back to his room and ingested a Hui Chun Dan, meditating through the night to absorb the damage. The following morning, he returned to the Yinyu Hall. "Come here. You brat, you dare come back?" The crowd surged once more, and he received another thorough beating. Thus, for 7 consecutive days, Li Fugui visited the Yinyu Hall to endure punishment, gradually becoming overlooked by the crowd. It turned out that during this time, Su Miaoyin had personally come forth to clarify the rumors, leading everyone to believe that she pitted him for his low cultivation and that he, like a toad yearning for a swan, was desperately trying to elevate his status through deliberate provocation. Li Fugui was in his room cultivating to heal. The pills he had received from Lin Wu and others were nearly consumed. Even though he had been beaten for 7 days, the outer sect disciples were all at the Huang rank, and Mu Gu was the strongest among them. Thus, his cultivation had only recently reached the bottleneck of the 11th rank of Huang. "Damn it. I'm just a hair's breadth away. Why is no one hitting me anymore?" Li Fugui pondered how to find someone to fight when Chu Yunjin entered. "Fugui, you have suffered. I misunderstood you," Chu Yunjin said apologetically. "Then, why not give me a beating to make amends?" Li Fugui said earnestly. He was not angry. Instead, he was grateful to Chu Yunjin for helping him build up a wave of resentment. "Huh, so you have such a peculiar preference? I cannot fulfill that for you." Chu Yunjin leaned back slightly, shielding his chest with both hands. "Well, if you could provide me with some elixirs or techniques, that would suffice." "Hee, I don't have any," he replied. "But I can take you to earn some. Let us head to Baiji Tower to accept a mission." Chu Yunjin pulled Li Fugui along towards Baiji Tower. Upon their arrival, they entered through the disciple identity token of Miaoyin Pavilion. Once inside, A duty disciple guided them to receive their tasks, explaining as they walked, "Esteemed brothers, Baiji Hall issues new missions daily. Generally, outer disciples take on simpler tasks, such as guarding the herb garden, supervising the alchemy room, or cleaning Tianlai Tower, while missions involving hunting demonic beasts or gathering intelligence on the dark arts are typically assigned to inner disciples." The two examined the mission board. And Li Fuguei mused, "The contribution points for these simple tasks are far too low. Guarding the herb garden only yields 20 contribution points for a day. I've heard that even a mere technique or martial skill costs thousands of contribution points. What an eternity it would take to accumulate. Moreover, I am specifically seeking tasks that allow for some punishment. Ha ha ha, I shall take this task." Chu Yunjin's laughter echoed. Li Fuguei leaned closer to inspect the task board, which read, "Inner Disciple Practice Partner, Yin Xiao Xiao, Reward, 100 contribution points. What remarkable fortune for this brother. A practice session with Sister Yin is a rare opportunity indeed," remarked the duty disciple. "What does it mean to be a practice partner for an inner disciple?" Li Fuguei inquired. "Oh, esteemed brother, you may not be aware that although our Miaoyin Pavilion boasts thousands of outer disciples, there are only a mere 100 inner disciples, each a treasure within the sect. Thus, inner disciples are not permitted to spar with one another. When they wish to practice new techniques or martial skills, they will issue practice partner tasks. Since inner disciples are all above the Xian stage, injuries are inevitable during practice, which is why the compensation is relatively higher. Moreover, Sister Yin Xiao Xiao is famously gentle and beautiful. Her practice tasks are fiercely sought after, truly a stroke of luck for you, esteemed brother." The duty disciple explained. "Oh, a practice partner task? Isn't that just a way to get beaten up? It seems my thoughts have manifested," Li Fuguei mused aloud. "Are there any other practice partner tasks available? I wish to accept one as well." "Brother, there is only this one. Are you certain you want it?" The duty disciple hesitated, holding out another task board. "Yes," Li Fuguei exclaimed, accepting the task board and noticing the name Xian Sushin. Don't be impulsive, Brother Fuguei. Sister Sushin is not the same as Sister Xiao Xiao. Although they are both hailed as the twin jewels of the inner sect, they are as different as ice and fire. Xiao Xiao is gentle and amiable, while Sister Sushin is as cold as ice and strikes without mercy, especially towards male disciples. We privately call her Mother Yacha. She is at the 4th rank of the Xian stage. You might very well be beaten to death." Chu Yunjin's eyes sparkled at the mention of Yin Xiao Xiao, but his demeanor shifted at the mention of Sushin, as if haunted by apprehension. Upon hearing this, Li Fuguei surprisingly displayed a look of eager anticipation. "Ha ha ha, that is precisely what I desire, to be thoroughly trampled." The duty disciple and Chu Yunjin gazed at Li Fuguei as if he were a peculiar anomaly. Chapter 13. A reunion with Chuanxing at dawn the following day. Li Fuguei arrived at the inner gate according to the address on the task board and found Sushin's chamber. The door was ajar, and after calling out a couple of times without receiving a response, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a chill mingled with the scent of aged wood and a faint trace of sandalwood. In front of the window lay an ancient zither of deep violet hue, resting upon a zither table. This was no abode of a cultivator. Rather, it resembled a forgotten zither room, desolate and devoid of any signs of life. A screen partition separated the main hall from the bedroom, from which a delicate haze and fragrance wafted, captivating Li Fuguei's senses and drawing him closer. Upon reaching the screen, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The morning light cascaded onto the steaming bathtub, where Xian Sushin, entirely unclothed, was immersed in a medicinal bath adorned with various flower petals. She bit her lip, her brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her body trembling slightly, each breath laden with a stifled quiver, as if she were battling against something unseen. Lost in his reverie, Li Fuguei inadvertently bumped into a nearby chair. "Who?" Xian Sushin, startled by the presence, abruptly stood up from the tub, causing a splash that momentarily blinded Li Fuguei. When he regained his sight, he found Sushin had wrapped herself in a sheer red garment. "You scoundrel, prepare to pay," she exclaimed, launching a kick that sent Li Fuguei hurtling out of the window before he could utter an explanation. "Truly seeking my demise," he thought, struggling to rise and wiping the blood from his lips. Xian Sushin emerged from the room. Donned in her cool black Taoist robe, a white belt cinching her waist, her long legs exuding an elegant yet chilling aura. "How did you enter my room? Just days ago, you defiled my mother, and now you dare to spy on me bathing." I must eliminate you. With that, she advanced toward him with a swift step. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. Please, allow me to explain. Before Li Fugui could finish his plea, Qian Suxin delivered a swift kick that sent him flying. Although the Miaoying Pavilion primarily utilized musical techniques for combat, it also encompassed various martial arts, and Suxin, adept at playing the zither, harbored a particular fondness for unarmed combat. At this moment, she employed a basic martial technique, returning wind and willow, though she intended merely to teach Li Fugui a lesson, refraining from using her full strength as a fellow disciple. Nonetheless, Li Fugui found himself utterly defenseless against her prowess, for she was at the 4th rank of Xian level, and he had willingly sought out this confrontation. To his dismay, Suxin seemed particularly vexed with him, showing no inclination to relent as she kicked him about like a mere plaything. Humph! If I cannot kill you, then I shall render you impotent. With that, Qian Suxin gathered her energy, preparing to strike at Li Fugui's most vulnerable point. Panic gripped Li Fugui. At that moment, battered and with no means of defense, he realized he was on the brink of a dire fate. Despair washed over him. This woman was truly ruthless. His younger brother was his greatest support in this world, and he had aspirations to marry 7 fated wives. If his lineage were to be severed, all would be lost. Just as the critical moment approached, a bright, urgent voice echoed, Suxin Jia, stop. Suxin's foot halted just inches from Li Fugui, inadvertently striking the jade flute tucked at his waist. Confused, she pondered what she had struck. Li Fugui, relieved to have narrowly avoided disaster, turned to see a young girl of about 17 or 18, her hair tied in 2 red pigtails, wisps of hair brushing her cheeks, adorned with delicate golden earrings. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her anxious demeanor flushed her cheeks with a vibrant hue. Who else could it be but Chuanqing? Chuanqing! Li Fugui exclaimed, struggling to rise. Are you unhurt? Chuanqing hurried to his side, helping him up and positioning herself protectively behind him. Chuanqing, step aside. This scoundrel not only defiled my mother, but now dares to watch me bathe. I must deal with him. Suxin asserted. Senior sister, there must be some misunderstanding. Fugui Gu is not that kind of person. He is my husband. Please, let him explain. Chuanqing implored. So he is the husband you have been speaking of. Humph. No man is worth trusting. Although Suxin's words were sharp, it was evident she had ceased her assault. Cough, cough. Senior sister Suxin, I came to fulfill your training task today. I called out to you several times without a reply, and the door was open, so I entered. How was I to know you were bathing? As for the matter with your mother, it was merely a misunderstanding. She was only offering guidance in martial arts out of pity for me. Li Fugui explained while producing the task token he had received from Baiji Building to show Suxin. Upon examining the token, Suxin realized that Li Fugui spoke the truth. She had not anticipated a male disciple would dare to accept her training task. It was well known that she was difficult to approach and had a notorious disdain for men. Many male disciples had pursued her, only to be left battered and bruised. Consequently, few ever visited her residence, and she had grown accustomed to leaving her door open. Turning toward her chamber, Suxin instructed, there is no one in the west wing. Take him there to tend to his injuries. It is truly reckless for a mere 6th rank of Huang level to attempt to take on my training task. Thank you, Suxin Jia. I promise to concoct several more Qingxin pills for you next time, Chuanqing replied cheerfully. At her words, Suxin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Chuanqing before forcefully shutting the door. Chuanqing assisted the bruised and battered Li Fugui to the west wing and provided him with 2 rejuvenating pills. Li Fugui, too preoccupied to inquire about Chuanqing's source of the elixirs, swallowed them without hesitation, for his condition was far from satisfactory. Although Suxin had not intended to kill him, her strikes had been far from gentle. Li Fugui felt as though several of his ribs had been broken, his meridians sluggish, and he was acutely aware of the danger he had narrowly escaped. Reflecting on Suxin's final kick, a chill ran through him. He mused, such beautiful legs, yet they strike with no mercy. Humph. If you seek to sever my lineage, one day, I shall make you submit. As he contemplated, Li Fugui began to circulate his energy to absorb the lingering damage. After several hours, as the last vestiges of pain faded, he found his injuries healed, and his cultivation finally broke through to the 12th level of Huang. Li Fugui contemplated. At last, I have made a breakthrough. After enduring numerous beatings, I have ascended from the 11th to the 12th level. Indeed, the damage absorbed during life and death battles against my opponent's full force attacks is substantial. However, I still find myself too feeble, When faced with a Xuanjia fourth-tier opponent like Su Xin, I am utterly defenseless, and she is yet to unleash her full strength. I must bide my time, enduring assaults to gradually level up. This time, I have only sustained a modicum of damage, yet my body is nearing its limits. I need to accumulate contribution points swiftly to exchange for body-refining techniques. I wonder if the Miaoying Pavilion has any. Li Fugawei slowly opened his eyes. The night had fallen, and the room was illuminated by a lamp. Chuanxing lay beside the bed, her twin ponytails cascading down to his legs, already fast asleep. After months apart, Chuanxing appeared even more adorable. Unable to resist, Li Fugawei gently stroked her head. Chuanxing lifted her gaze, rubbed her drowsy eyes, and said, "Brother Fugawei, you're awake." Then, like a little bird, she leapt into Li Fugawei's embrace. Chapter 14. Senior sister, please ravage me ruthlessly. Chuanxing, how have you been? What of the person who abducted you? How did you end up within the inner sanctum of the Miaoying Pavilion? It seems that Su Xin has a close relationship with you. Furthermore, I heard you mention something about refining a Qingxin Dan for Su Xin. What is the truth behind this? Li Fugawei was filled with questions. Brother Fugawei, do not fret. I shall explain everything to you gradually. It turns out that Chuanxing had been unable to cultivate since childhood due to her unique physique, Xian Shuang Jiti. This rare body type can only manifest in females, and those possessing it are enveloped by a layer of Xian Shuang Qi from a young age, rendering them incapable of absorbing the vital energies of heaven and earth until they lose their virginity. However, once they begin to cultivate, their progress is several times faster than that of ordinary individuals. In just over a month, Chuanxing had already reached the 5th rank of the yellow tier. The one who abducted Chuanxing was an elder of the Miaoying Pavilion, Su Miao, who is also the sister of Su Miaoying. She, too, possesses the Xian Shuang Jiti. On that fateful day, she happened to pass by Jiyuan City and sensed another Xian Shuang Jiti nearby, prompting her to investigate. To her surprise, she discovered that Li Fugawei possessed the jade flute, a gift from her sister to Li Qingshan many years ago. Su Miao was acutely aware that once the existence of a Xian Shuang Jiti is revealed, it often leads to their being nurtured and confined like caged birds. Although those with this physique can cultivate rapidly, they are ill-suited for combat. Moreover, women with this body type are soft and boneless, akin to autumn frost. A mere touch can dissolve them. Their presence also possesses miraculous healing properties, making them highly sought after by nefarious cultivators as alchemical cauldrons. Most importantly, this physique is endowed with remarkable talent in alchemy. It is said that upon reaching the pinnacle of their physical potential, they can concoct the Xian Shuang divine elixir, capable of reviving the dead. Having spent many years in solitude, Su Miao, seeing the kind-hearted and lovely Chuanxing, developed an inclination to take her as a disciple. That night, she discreetly followed Li Fugawei and Chuanxing, and upon witnessing Chuanxing in peril, she intervened and brought her back to the Miaoying Pavilion. There, she not only imparted the methods of alchemical cultivation, but also took Chuanxing as her adopted daughter, thereby making her and Su Xin sisters. The Zhanmo Dan was specifically refined for Su Xin, which brings us to her origins. Initially, Su Miaoying left home to seek Li Qingshan, but encountered the lecherous ancestor of the Hehuan sect, who was searching for a cauldron. Upon seeing Su Miaoying, a perfect candidate, he marked her with the Hehuan slave seal, turning her into his cauldron. Fortunately, Su Miaoying's mother, Xian Qingxian, who was the elder of the Miaoying Pavilion at the time, learned of this and rushed to rescue her. In the end, Xian Qingxian sacrificed her life to save Su Miaoying. Upon returning to the Miaoying Pavilion, the pavilion master, Yun Yd, utilized the Supreme Heart method, the Qingxin Fanning Ju, to remove the Hehuan slave seal from Su Miaoying. Not long after, she gave birth to Xian Suxin. The pavilion master discovered that Xian Suxin, like the lecherous ancestor, was born with a seductive physique. This physique, if male, resembles the lecherous ancestor, short and unattractive. If female, it is breathtakingly beautiful. Regardless of gender, those with this physique possess insatiable desires, uncontrollably yearning for the essence of others. Thus, Suxin has been cultivating the Qingxin Fanning Ju since childhood to suppress her innate seductive nature. Additionally, she must consume the Qingxin Dan monthly to curb her desires. Due to her mother-esque experiences and her own physique, Xian Suxin developed a strong aversion to men, gradually earning a reputation for her disdain towards them. How unexpected! Beneath senior sister Suxin's cool exterior lies such a tragic past, Li Fugawei lamented. I originally came to deliver Qingxin Dan to Sister Suxin, but upon seeing you in distress, I must ask, does it hurt? Chuanqing gently rubbed a bruise on Li Fugui's calf. If you had arrived a moment later, your little husband would have been lost, Li Fugui teased, placing Chuanqing's hand in an inappropriate manner. A mischievous smile graced his face. I am in such pain. They say that being with someone of the Xian Shuang GT can heal wounds? Chuanqing's face flushed crimson as she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Li Fugui held it tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Oh, Fugui Gu, Sister Suxin is still next door. Fear not. We shall be gentle. Li Fugui grinned wickedly. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Chuanqing found herself torn between reluctance and acceptance. Yet, poor Xian Suxin, who was meant to consume the Qingxin Dan to quell her inner demons, was interrupted by Li Fugui and now had to endure the muffled sounds of Chuanqing's suppressed moans from the adjacent room. Throughout the night, Xian Suxin endured the torment of her inner demons. She contemplated knocking on the door to stop them, fearing she might witness something unsightly and lose control of herself. Thus, she persevered until the dawn of the next day. With a creak, the door of the west chamber swung open. As Li Fugui stepped out, he heard a loud bang. Xian Suxin kicked open her door and strode out, her hair disheveled and her clothes seemingly drenched in sweat. Chuanqing, you return first. Li Fugui, you shall stay and accompany me in my training. Chuanqing, knowing that Suxin must have overheard the sounds from last night, dared not say more. She handed Suxin a bottle of elixirs, saying, Sister Suxin, the Qingxin Dan I brought yesterday. Please, be gentle. I shall take my leave now. Xian Suxin remained expressionless, her gaze fixed intently on Li Fugui as she accepted the Qingxin Dan, understanding what was implied. Chuanqing cast a worried glance at Li Fugui before departing quietly. Xian Suxin drew a whip from her waist, cracking it sharply against the ground. Since you have accepted my task, you should be prepared. Ding. Triggered random system task. Raise Xian Suxin's anger level to 100. The system will draw a random reward. Current anger level, 30. Damn. System, are you trying to kill me? Li Fugui gulped at the sight of the whip in Suxin's hand. He thought to himself, for the sake of reward, I must endure. Perhaps this will resolve the 9 devouring spirit worm. He spread his arms wide and shouted, Senior Sister Suxin, please ravage me ruthlessly. Xian Suxin, already simmering with pent-up anger from the night before, became even more infuriated upon hearing such frivolous words. She charged forward, delivering a whip strike. Xian Suxin's anger level, 50. Li Fugui cried out in pain, thinking, how splendid. The anger level has increased. How delightful, Senior Sister. Please hit harder. You scoundrel. Xian Suxin felt a mix of anger and shame. Her grip on the whip tightened, and she quickened her strikes. No one had ever dared to speak to her so frivolously. Xian Suxin's anger level, 80. I am willing to abandon my wealth, to accompany you to tend sheep, allowing you to gently strike me with that whip each day? Li Fugui cried out in agony, singing a shepherd's song to Suxin with a mischievous grin. Xian Suxin's anger level reached 100. Congratulations on completing the random task. The random reward is being drawn. Xian Suxin watched as Li Fugui drew increasingly excited, and in a fit of rage, she discarded the whip in her hand and delivered a swift kick, executing the technique known as Hui Feng Fu Lu. Li Fugui was sent crashing against the wall like a bouncing ball, only to rebound back again, his words slurred as he pleaded, Senior Sister. Please stop. I might just perish from your blows. Dog system. Has the reward been drawn yet? I'm about to be finished. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Heavenly Tier Martial Skill Chain by Jin Jinsao. This is a control technique, allowing the user to bind any cultivator beneath the Heavenly Tier for a day, unless they voluntarily release themselves. Otherwise, escape is impossible. Is this a joke? I'm on the brink of death, and all I get is a one-day trial card? No matter. I'll use it first and worry later. Li Fugui continued to soar through the air. A surge of intricately complex information surged into his mind, leaving him dizzy. Moments later, he had mastered the Qing by Jin Jiansuo. As Li Fugui rebounded from the wall once more, Xian Suxin attempted to kick him again, but this time she missed entirely. In a fluid motion, Li Fugui ensnared Suxin's foot with both hands, his body transforming into a supple serpent, slithering up her exceptionally fair and long leg to her back. With his legs entwined around Suxin's, he secured her feet, while his arms enveloped her, binding her hands. He had completely immobilized her. Senior sister, please stop. I can't take it any longer. Chapter 15. The peculiar senior sister Li Fugui was tightly locked in the embrace of Qian Suxin. Senior sister, please stop. If you continue, you will beat me to death. Fearing that Suxin might escape his grasp, Li Fugui wrapped his arms firmly around her chest. Qian Suxin felt quite embarrassed, as she had never been so close to a man before. She decided to unleash her full strength, tapping into her cultivation at the 4th level of the Qian stage. However, strangely enough, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from Li Fugui's hold. Instead, with each attempt, he tightened his embrace further. At that moment, her face flushed an intense shade of crimson, and her body began to feel numb, as if her innate allure was being stirred. Li Fugui, you must let go? Suxin's breath grew heavier as she fought to suppress her inner turmoil, using the Qingyin Fan Xinju. I won't. The moment I let go, you will hit me. I feel like I'm about to be beaten to death. Li Fugui clung on even tighter. I won't hit you. Just let go, or else. At this point, Suxin could no longer stand and collapsed onto the ground. Then you must swear that if I let go and you hit me, you will marry an ugly person in the future. All right, I promise, Suxin replied weakly. Li Fugui slowly released her, fearful that she might suddenly strike. At this moment, he was also exhausted, battered and bruised, collapsing to the floor while gasping for breath. As soon as Qian Suxin broke free, she mustered her strength to stand up, not glancing back at Li Fugui, and swiftly ran into her room. Upon entering, she immediately closed the door, leaning against it while trying to catch her breath and suppress her desires. She swallowed a Qingxin Dan given to her by Chuanqing. Seeing Suxin's peculiar demeanor, Li Fugui grew concerned and knocked on the door. Senior sister Suxin, are you all right? Qian Suxin leaned heavily against the door, her body glistening with fragrant sweat as she absorbed the medicinal energy of the pill. I'm fine. Don't come in. You should go back for now. Come tomorrow. Li Fugui was perplexed, and since he also needed to return to heal, he limped back home. The next morning, Li Fugui returned to the inner courtyard to find Qian Suxin. After a night of recovery thanks to the Qianquan reverse transformation pill, his body had healed remarkably, and his cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the 12th level of the Huang stage. Standing opposite each other in the courtyard, he remarked, your injuries healed overnight? It seems Chuanqing must have given you quite a few pills. Thank you for your concern, senior sister Suxin. I am perfectly fine now. Li Fugui sensed that Suxin seemed a bit different today. Her words carried an undertone of jealousy, and she, usually unadorned, appeared to have applied a touch of makeup. Bah, who is concerned about you? I was worried you wouldn't be able to practice with me. Suxin's face bore a hint of fluster. Let us make it clear, you must not use that move from yesterday. It seemed she recalled something, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Not a problem. Beautiful and kind-hearted senior sister, please show me mercy. Li Fugui thought to himself that he wished to use it, but with only one day left to experience it, he decided to sweet-talk her instead, as she could be quite ruthless. Rest assured, I won't kill you. A subtle smile played at the corners of Suxin's lips. Li Fugui sighed in relief, having been truly frightened by her the previous day. But in the next moment, his face abruptly collided with Suxin's foot, sending him flying like a shooting star, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. From the wall came Li Fugui's sorrowful wail. You are not following the rules of martial ethics. One should not strike the face. I still need my looks to make a living. For nearly a month that followed, Li Fugui's cries echoed as a fixed morning routine within the inner courtyard. The fearsome reputation of Qian Suxin, the mother Yacha, spread far and wide, causing male disciples from both inner and outer courtyards to steer clear. Nevertheless, Li Fugui faintly sensed that Suxin had been somewhat lenient, her strikes noticeably softened. During this time, Chuanqing visited several times under the pretext of checking on Suxin. Seeing that Li Fugui was mostly unharmed, she felt reassured, and naturally, she also utilized her Qian Shuang physique to heal his injuries. However, every time Chuanqing treated him, Suxin's punches seemed to inexplicably intensify. This day marked the final day of their training together. After enduring a month of hardship, Li Fugui had reached great perfection in the Huang stage, eagerly awaiting a vigorous bout to help him break through to the Qian stage. As he pushed open the courtyard door as usual, he was momentarily frozen in place. Suxin was not clad in her usual black robe, but instead donned a delicate lotus-colored dress, with light silk flowing and silver threads intricately embroidered along the cuffs. Her hair was loosely held up by a white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her temples, softening her typically cold demeanor. She sat gracefully before an ancient guqin, resembling a celestial being from a painting. Noticing his stunned silence, a faint blush crossed Sushin's cheeks. She absent-mindedly fiddled with the hem of her dress and spoke with her characteristic icy tone. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Don't you want a day's contribution points?" I do. Li Fugui snapped back to reality, grinning foolishly. "Senior sister, you look truly beautiful today, not at all like the Mother Yacha." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted it. The term Mother Yacha fell like an icicle, freezing the warmth in Sushin's eyes. A glimmer of murderous intent flared within her gaze. "You're courting death." With a swish of her skirt, she struck him in the chest with her long, elegant leg, sending him flying backward with a pained cry, creating an astonishing scene akin to a celestial maiden playing football. As dusk approached, Sushin gradually ceased her onslaught. With her back turned to Li Fugui, the coldness in her eyes seemed to diminish slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. She maintained her icy demeanor, saying, "All right, the training task is over. You need not return tomorrow. You may leave now." Li Fugui rose from the ground, glancing at his identity badge displaying 3,000 contribution points, and smiled in delight. "Thank you, senior sister. I shall take my leave." Eager to return and break through to the Xian stage, he turned to leave, oblivious to the desolation on Sushin's face. "Stop." Sushin suddenly turned, her tone urgent. "Is there something else, senior sister Sushin?" "Oh, it's nothing. Chuanxing mentioned that Aunt Miaoyin wants you to visit the Xian Shuang cave tomorrow. Here's the access token. It has the address on it." Sushin handed Li Fugui a token before turning and entering her room without looking back. "Senior sister seems a bit strange today. Could it be that she is captivated by my handsome appearance?" Li Fugui mused, stroking his chin as if struck by a revelation. Regardless, he decided to return and break through to the Xian stage, planning to clarify the method for dispelling the curse at the Xian Shuang cave the following day. Chapter 16. The Fiery Nine Suns Flower. Upon returning to his residence, Li Fugui immediately began to recuperate and absorb the damage he had sustained. After a full month of introspection, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Huang tier, making his advancement to Xian tier a natural progression. As his injuries were swiftly transformed, the dormant spiritual energy within him was suddenly stirred, surging like a torrential wave, repeatedly crashing against the barriers of his realm. At the moment the last trace of his hidden wounds dissipated into nothingness, the accumulated power within him finally reached its zenith. An inaudible yet profound sound resonated within his body. As impenetrable as a fortress, it was completely shattered. The overwhelming energy was now unbound, joyously flowing into a vast and uncharted ocean. Having finally ascended to Xian tier, Li Fugui was astounded by the stark contrast of this newfound power compared to Huang tier. Feeling the immense energy coursing through him, he enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep that night after a month of arduous training. The following morning, he followed the guidance of his token towards the inner gate. Upon arriving at the back mountain of the inner gate, he found it perpetually shrouded in a delicate veil of spiritual mist, within which strange flowers and herbs could be faintly discerned. As he ventured deeper along the winding stone path, the temperature of the air gradually dropped from a mild chill to a sensation akin to tiny shards of ice dancing upon his skin. Even his breath exuded wisps of white fog. Upon reaching a precipice, the scenery before him suddenly opened up. A waterfall cascaded down from a sheer cliff, its height surpassing 100 meters. Unlike ordinary waterfalls, this one did not possess crystal-clear water. Instead, it glimmered with a faint, ethereal blue hue. As the water flowed, the air seemed to freeze, thick ice crystals forming upon the cliffside. Rather than a thunderous roar, the waterfall produced a gentle rustling sound, and upon closer inspection, it resembled the delicate chime of ice crystals colliding. The water splashed into a pool below, sending droplets that solidified upon landing, forming a ring of shimmering ice around the pond's edge. According to the guidance, this was indeed the Xian Shuang cave, but where was the entrance? Li Fugui gazed at the waterfall, wrapping his robe tighter around himself. Since he was already there, he might as well enter the cave. A voice, reminiscent of Su Miaoyin yet imbued with a certain chill, echoed forth. Soon, the water flowing at the center of the waterfall began to coalesce into a ring of ice, revealing a cave within, inscribed with 3 characters, Xian Shuang Dong. The token in Li Fugui's hand emitted a soft blue light as he leaped into the cave. Upon entering, he was instantly struck by the expansive space before him, truly worthy of the phrase a realm apart. Contrary to his expectations of a dark and damp environment, the cave radiated a warm luminescence, illuminating the entire area. The first thing to catch his eye was a well-arranged reception hall, with a polished stone floor glimmering softly, flanked by several sets of pearwood tea tables and chairs. Above, a grand main seat was occupied by a woman whose features bore a striking resemblance to Su Miaoyin, yet her demeanor was cold and her expression serene. Beside her, Chuanxing stood with utmost respect. Though she tried to contain her emotions, the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight smile, and the joy in her eyes sparkled like starlight. Scanning the reception hall, he noticed two exquisite rooms on each side, with clear inscriptions above the doors. From left to right, there were the training room, alchemy room, herbal room, and spiritual pill room, each serving a distinct purpose, organizing the cave's space with meticulous precision. "Brother Fugue, you have arrived," Chuanxing exclaimed, unable to hide her delight. Su Miol glanced at Chuanxing, prompting her to immediately compose herself, falling silent. Li Fugue offered a respectful bow to Su Miol. Since joining the Miaoyin Pavilion, he had encountered countless beauties within the sect, yet none possessed the grace and allure of this elder, who he presumed to be Su Miol, the mistress of Xianshuang Cave. "Flatterer, just like your unfaithful father," Su Miol replied, though a slight smile tugged at her lips. Despite her own exceptional beauty, she had always felt overshadowed by Su Miaoyin since childhood. Although they shared a close sisterly bond, a tinge of envy lingered in her heart. She continued, "Your father has wronged my sister for so many years, and now you, this little rascal, come to trouble her again." As for the matters concerning his father, Li Fugue admitted he was unaware of the reasons behind them. However, with his father now deceased, he vowed to repay his master and aunt with all his strength, even if it meant sacrificing his own flesh and blood. "Bah! You are afflicted with the 9-devouring spirit worm, and it has been nearly 2 months. You will hardly live beyond 4 months. What use is your wretched body to me? Master, I have come today to seek the method to dispel the worm." Li Fugue knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in reverence. At this moment, Chuanxing's face flushed with urgency, tears welling in her eyes, and she suddenly knelt down, pleading, "Mother, please save Brother Fugue." Su Miol hastily helped Chuanxing to her feet, her expression a mix of helplessness and compassion. "Alas, I truly have no way out for you. It is not that I refuse to save him, but to obtain the method to dispel the worm, one must possess a cultivation level above Xiantier, and he only." Before Su Miol could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the Xiantier's spiritual energy radiating from Li Fugue. Her face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Those afflicted by the 9-devouring spirit worm have their cultivation locked, only waiting for the worm to mature and siphon their spiritual energy to death. You were clearly at the 7th level of Huang Tier when you were infected. How could you have reached Xiantier? "Master, my cultivation method is unique. It does not require the normal inhalation and absorption of spiritual energy. Hence the worm cannot restrain my cultivation. However, with each evolution, my cultivation does regress. Thus I urgently require the method to dispel the worm. I implore you for guidance." "Mother, does this mean Brother Fugue can dispel the worm now?" Chuanxing's face lit up with hope. "If that is the case, there may be a glimmer of hope," Su Miol began to explain. "The 9-devouring spirit worm is born from the most extreme cold and darkness. To dispel this worm, one must use the most potent and fiery herb, the fiery 9 Suns flower. In the High Bay continent, this flower only grows within the Qiyin Valley, located deep in the forbidden grounds of my Langya Mountain. However, the Qiyin Valley is fraught with countless demonic beasts and extreme temperatures, making it nearly impossible for anyone below Xiantier to gather the fiery 9 Suns flower. Then how can one enter the Langya Forbidden Grounds?" Li Fugue pressed on. "The Langya Forbidden Grounds are shared among the 3 sects of Langya. Each year, the Forbidden Grounds open once, allowing disciples under the age of 20 from each sect to select 50 individuals to enter the grounds in search of opportunities. You are fortunate. In half a month, the Forbidden Grounds will be opened. In 3 days, the disciple selection will take place within the pavilion. With your prowess at the 1st level of Xuanjia, you are certain to be chosen. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your insightful guidance. I shall return to prepare at once." Li Fugue bowed respectfully, aware of the myriad dangers lurking within this forbidden realm, especially with the presence of disciples from 2 other sects, necessitating careful strategizing. "Mother, I wish to go too." Chuanxing exclaimed anxiously, concerned for Li Fugui's safety as he ventured alone into peril. Nonsense. You are only at the 5th level of Huangjia. Are you intending to cause chaos? Focus on your cultivation, Su Miao admonished gently, her tone laced with both reproach and care. Turning to Li Fugui, she added, this time, Su Xin will also participate in the trial. I will instruct her to look after you. However, given her temperament, it is uncertain whether she will heed my words. Prepare well for your return. The Lian Huojiangua is a rare treasure of our time and will undoubtedly attract fierce competition. Indeed. Thank you, Master Uncle. Li Fugui cast a reassuring glance at Chuanxing before departing. He was not blindly confident. Having consumed the Qian Kuan Ni Zhuan Dan, he had one opportunity to secure his life. As long as he exercised caution and with Su Xin's assistance, he believed that he could obtain the Lian Huojiangua. Currently unable to cultivate or find anyone to spar with, he decided to utilize his 3,000 contribution points at Wanlai Tower. Prior to the grand competition in the pavilion, it was essential to acquire more martial techniques for self-defense. Presently, he possessed only one set of Huangjia Tongbei fist and a piece of advanced Xuanjia music, the 24 Bridges Moonlight, which was insufficient for his needs. Chapter 17. The 18 Techniques of AI Wei's Oral Skills. Li Fugui followed the map in the Disciple Manual and arrived at Wanlai Tower, which soared skyward with its 9 stories. A sign at the front displayed the 3 characters Wanlai Lu. In front of the entrance hung a couplet. The upper line read, all sounds listened to, while the lower line proclaimed, a melody reveals heavenly secrets. Inside stood 2 disciples on duty. Li Fugui approached and presented his identity token to them. After examining the token, one of the disciples clasped his hands and said, Senior Brother Li, please proceed. You currently possess 3,000 contribution points, allowing you to select any martial arts or techniques from the first 3 levels. Once you have made your selections, please return to the first floor to exchange them with Elder Lu Chue Su. It turned out that Wanlai Tower operated on a system of contribution points, with 3,000 points permitting exchanges only on the first 3 levels. The higher one ascended, the more advanced the techniques became, necessitating greater contribution points. Li Fugui, not wishing to waste time on the first 2 levels, headed directly to the 3rd. At this moment, what Li Fugui yearned for most was a means to safeguard his life, as long as he remained unharmed. He could continuously upgrade. However, the techniques available at Miaoying Pavilion predominantly revolved around musicality, making it challenging to find defensive or body-refining methods. Although he possessed the jade flute comparable to the earth level and the technique 24 Bridges on a moonlit night, this martial art encompassed only 8 forms, balancing attack, defense, and control too evenly, thus lacking a sharp edge. Consequently, Li Fugui resolved to seek a formidable offensive technique. While hoping to discover defensive and body-refining arts during this expedition into the Forbidden Grounds, as the Golden King sect excelled in body refinement. With determination, Li Fugui began his search on the 3rd level. He dismissed the intermediate Earth-level tenfold ambush, a control-type technique. The beginner Earth-level thunder drum, an offensive technique, seemed unsuitable. The advanced yellow-level 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, an offensive technique, was too low in rank. After scouring the 3rd level for an entire afternoon, he realized that he had nearly exhausted all options, finding nothing that met his criteria. Either the levels were too low, or the artifacts were not suitable. 3,000 contribution points were indeed insufficient, limiting him to exchange for only intermediate Earth-level techniques. It seemed he would have to settle for this. He held a technique titled Han Jiangyin, an intermediate Earth-level offensive skill, and sighed as he made his way downstairs. Just as he was about to descend, he noticed a dusty technique book at the corner of the staircase, seemingly untouched for ages. Li Fugui picked it up and brushed away the dust, revealing an intermediate Earth-level offensive technique, AI Wei's 18 Techniques. A remnant? His heart soared at the sight of the Earth-level designation, thinking he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to deflate upon reading the word remnant. How could there be Earth-level techniques on the 3rd floor? Ding. Triggered random task. Exchange for the technique AI Wei's 18 Techniques. Reward. Complete the martial art. The system's voice echoed at the perfect moment. Wonderful. Finally, the system is reliable. Li Fugui joyfully clutched the technique book and hurried downstairs. Elder Lu, I have made my selection. He sprinted to the 1st floor, where Lu Chue Su, a voluptuous figure, was seated, playing a trumpet. Her ample bosom rested upon the table, perhaps due to its weight. Upon seeing Li Fugui approach, She set the trumpet, her artifact of advanced earth level named Gathering Sun, down on the table, which wobbled slightly under its heft. Hey, are you still going to exchange? Lu Chue-su asked, her tone casual, accustomed to such occurrences. Li Fugui handed her the technique he held. Oh, this one. Interesting, she remarked, a flicker of intrigue crossing her face. However, I would advise you to choose another one. Not only is this a remnant, but even a complete version would be impossible to master. Oh, why? Li Fugui pondered. Is the system playing tricks on me? If even a complete version cannot be mastered, what use is it to exchange for this? This technique was created by an exceptionally talented predecessor of our Miaoying Pavilion. Though he was a cultivator of our sect, he required no instruments. Relying solely on his tongue to surpass the younger generation of the three sects at the time, thanks to AI Wei's 18 techniques. He also conquered countless female cultivators with this technique. However, due to his notorious flirtations, after a tragic accident, many of his former lovers sought to claim this technique, leading to its destruction. Eventually, the pavilion master intervened to preserve this remnant. This technique requires no instruments, only a swift tongue. It necessitates reciting lengthy incantations in perfect rhythm within a very short time to manifest its power. Over the years, no one has managed to master even the simplest three forms that remain, and thus it has fallen into neglect. So, I suggest you choose another. Truly a paragon among us. Li Fugui listened in rapture, realizing this was tailored for him. I want it. His gaze was resolute. Very well, as you wish. Lu Chue-su was not surprised. Over the years, many had attempted to snag a bargain, only to return in tears seeking a refund shortly thereafter. With a swift motion, she deducted 3,000 contribution points from Li Fugui's identity token. Li Fugui winced, feeling the sting. Those points were earned through a month of enduring beatings. System, if you dare to trick me, I'll uninstall you. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the random task. Reward. Complete version of AI Wei's 18 techniques. With only 3 days left until the trial selection, he needed to master it swiftly. In the ensuing 3 days, Li Fugui found a secluded spot and devoted himself to practicing AI Wei's 18 techniques. This martial art emitted sound waves through the lips and tongue, forming 18 styles of attack, encompassing individual, group, and stealth techniques. The predecessor who created this art was indeed a genius of unparalleled caliber. When he truly began to practice, he understood why that predecessor had conquered numerous lovers. Recognizing the names of the techniques, Li Fugui couldn't help but wonder if that predecessor was also a traveler from another world, for these names were too familiar. The first technique, Kato's Finger; the second technique, Yin Yang 6-9; the third technique, Old Man Pushes the Cart. What was an insurmountable challenge for others was as easy as pie for Li Fugui. After all, this was nothing more than rap. He practiced tirelessly, losing track of time, until he found himself at dawn on the third day. With a resounding crash, a sword forged from sound waves effortlessly pierced through a massive boulder. Li Fugui had finally mastered all 18 techniques of Avi's vocal arts. He retracted his breath and concluded his practice, slowly opening his eyes to find that dawn had broken. As he sensed the emptiness of his internal spiritual energy, he let out a deep sigh. Just a day prior, the second evolution of the Jiu-Yin Shi Gu had caused his cultivation to plummet by 50%, dropping him from the first level of the Xian rank to the 8th level of the Huang rank, with the duration of this setback extending to twice as long, requiring until the next day for recovery. At that moment, the voice of Lu Chue-su reached his ears, announcing that there was only a final incense stick's worth of time left to register for the Forbidden Land trial, urging disciples wishing to enroll to hurry. Though the voice was soft, it resonated clearly throughout every corner of the Miaoying Pavilion. Panic surged within him as he realized he needed to sign up today. Time was running out. Li Fugui sprang up from the ground and dashed toward the arena. Within the designated area for inner disciples at the arena, Xian Suxin, clad in a black Taoist robe, wore a grave expression, her gaze seemingly searching for something. Chun Xing stood beside her, anxiously exclaiming, "Why hasn't Fugui come yet? We are running out of time." Opposite them, Yang Jian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixated on Xian Suxin, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Beside him was a diminutive, disheveled man, grinning obsequiously as he said, "Young Master Yang, it seems that waste, Li Fugui, dares not come to register. It is understandable. How could a mere Huang rank 6th level waste show his face here?" Yang Jian snorted derisively, "Humph. He is truly fortunate." Last time, when he was involved with Su Miao-yin, I happened to be in seclusion. Now that I have broken through to the pinnacle of the Huang rank, I had hoped to teach him a lesson during this contest. As the last remnants of incense ash were about to fall, Lu Chui Su declared, "Registration is C," but was abruptly interrupted. "Wait, there is still me." Li Fugui stumbled in, covered in dust and visibly disheveled. Chapter 18. The Forbidden Land Trial Selection. Wait, I'm here too. Li Fugui rushed into the arena, the last flicker of incense ash swept away by the wind. Wonderful. Brother Fugui has made it. Chuanxing waved her hand joyfully at Li Fugui, a faint smile gracing Su Xian's face. "Brother Fugui, you've come too." Chu Yunjin exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Beside him, Yin Xiaoxiao, draped in white gauze, giggled, her gaze shifting toward Li Fugui. Clearly having been in light-hearted banter with Chu Yunjin moments before. "Humph, that waist, always so lucky." Yang Jian slammed his fist against the nearby railing. "Heh, boss, don't be angry. It's even better that he's here. We were just worried about not having a chance." "I'll go teach him a lesson first," a diminutive figure said with a sycophantic grin. "Oh, it's you. How has your martial arts training been?" Lu Chui Su inquired with keen interest. It's been SOSO, just SOSO, Li Fugui replied, not wanting to reveal his true capabilities too easily. Lu Chui Su wore an expression of knowing anticipation and then declared loudly, "The Forbidden Land trial selection officially begins." A total of 563 disciples have registered for the competition. The tournament will employ a point system over 10 days, with 10 rounds of contests each day. The top 10 disciples on the final scoreboard will serve as team captains, selecting 4 members, each from the top 50 to form 10 teams that will enter the Forbidden Land trial. Now, please proceed to draw your number plates. Ding. Triggered random system task. Achieve a top 10 placement in the Forbidden Land trial selection. Completion will yield a random reward. Damn, I was just aiming to scrape into the top 50 and join a strong team, and now they want me to stick my neck out? I want to recover my cultivation until tomorrow. I'm not doing it. Please confirm whether the host wishes to abandon the task. Li Fugui clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and widened his eyes. No, it's just the top 10. I'll give it my all. At the drawing area, the crowd was abuzz with excitement. Li Fugui casually drew a bamboo slip from a container held by another disciple, which bore the number 76. He failed to notice the disciple distributing the slips, exchanging a furtive glance with Yang Jian, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lu Chui Su took out her Ju Yang and gently blew, causing several sound waves to slice the vast arena into dozens of segments. Each segment could accommodate 2 contestants, overseen by an elder as a judge, while Lu Chui Su presided as the chief judge from a high platform. In the first round, number 76 Li Fugui versus number 321 Hoji, announced the elder judge loudly. Hoji. Li Fugui's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his eyes to see the scrawny, leering figure of Yang Jian's minion leaping onto the nearest stage, a mocking grin plastered on his face. "Brother Fugui, what a coincidence. I am Hoji, level 9 of the Huang stage." He rubbed his hands together, a pair of yellowish bronze gongs already in his grasp, a basic mystical artifact known as the Jinhuan Gong. His eyes, like those of a venomous serpent, roamed over Li Fugui, and he added, "I hope Brother Fugui will show mercy, haha." Li Fugui silently ascended the stage, his cultivation barely holding at level 8 of the Huang stage. He mused, "Yang Jian must have used some underhanded means to ensure I drew Hoji. The match begins." Hoji cackled, his form darting like a specter as he closed in, striking the bronze gongs with a fierce clang. The piercing sound transformed into visible sound waves, crashing against Li Fugui's eardrums. Li Fugui felt his head spin, his body swaying involuntarily. A waist is still a waist. Can't even withstand a single blow? Seeing his attack land, Hoji swelled with pride, intensifying his assault. The gongs clanged repeatedly, unleashing waves of sound like invisible whips against Li Fugui, while he hurled insults with abandon. "With your kind, you dare to oppose Brother Yang Jian? You dare to have Sister Chuanxing cheer for you? You dare to catch Elder Miaoying's eye? A toad wishing to eat swan meat." Under the relentless onslaught of sound waves, Li Fugui appeared beleaguered, stumbling as his clothes were shredded by the sound, blood seeping through, rendering him a pitiful sight. In the crowd, Chu Yunjin's face was etched with worry, while Yang Jian wore a satisfied grin. Chuanxing anxiously clutched her garment, turning to Xian Suxin, Sister Suxin. "Brother Fugui won to be in trouble, will he?" Su Miol had already informed Sushin of the 9 devouring spirit bug, and she was aware that Li Fugui's true cultivation was at the first level of the Xian stage. He must be suffering from the effects of the 9 devouring spirit bug, his powers plummeting. I hope he has a way to cope. Xian Sushin's brow furrowed tightly. Get down. Seeing Li Fugui seemingly devoid of strength to retaliate, a glint of malice flashed in Hoji's eyes as he leaped, raising his gongs high, channeling all his spiritual power to deliver a crushing blow to Li Fugui's head. If that strike landed, Li Fugui would either die or be gravely injured. Just as the critical moment approached, the seemingly weakened Li Fugui's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Hoji's full-force attack had left his center wide open. He swiftly lowered his body to evade the fatal strike, while his right hand, which had been hanging at his side, shot out like lightning, a jade-green shadow flashing past his lips. With a crisp sound of a flute, it was akin to a blade being drawn. Puff! A faint sound, almost drowned by the clang of the gongs. Hoji's forward motion abruptly froze, the sneer on his face solidifying into utter shock and pain as he felt an extremely cold, sharp force pierce through his protective spiritual power, invading his body, leaving him numb, his spiritual power collapsing in an instant. You. He could only manage to utter a single word before he crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. The bronze gongs clattering from his grasp. The arena fell into an immediate silence, followed by an uproar. No one had seen how Li Fugui retaliated. They only witnessed the once dominant Hoji suddenly fall. Brother Fugui won. Chuanxing was the first to cheer. Yang Jian's smile froze, quickly morphing into fury as he leaped to his feet, pointing at Li Fugui on the stage and shouting, cheating. He must have used a hidden weapon. Despicable. Li Fugui, with an expression devoid of emotion, withdrew his hand where the Yuan Shao had discreetly slipped back into his sleeve. He respectfully clasped his hands toward the elder judge. The disciple has won by luck. The elder judge approached to inspect Hoji, confirming he had indeed been injured by a sharp force, but finding no evidence of a hidden weapon, he announced Li Fugui as the victor. Yang Jian, though unwilling to accept, had no evidence to support his claims and could only glare at Li Fugui with malice. On the sidelines, the disciples engaged in animated discussions. Although Hoji is not a top-tier expert, he is nonetheless a well-known figure in the outer court, thanks to his pair of soul-settling gongs. It is surprising that he has lost to such a novice who has only recently embarked on his journey. It is said that when he first began, he was merely at the 6th level of Huangjia, yet within a mere 2 months, he has astonishingly reached the 8th level. What is the true identity of this young man? The first round was passed with little challenge, and Li Fugui secured his points. In the subsequent rounds, his opponents were not particularly formidable, and with his agile movements and mastery of Tongbei Quan, he managed to prevail smoothly. In the final round of the day, number 76, Li Fugui, faced off against number 143, Mu Gu. Chapter 19. The Battle of Mu Gu 76, Li Fugui, faces off against 143, Mu Gu. It is indeed a case of fated rivals meeting. Li Fugui shook his head. Mu Gu, tall and robust, carried a massive Jintian drum on his back, and with each step on the stairs, a cloud of dust was stirred. The two had clashed before, with Li Fugui intentionally taking blows without retaliating. Li Fugui conceded. You are no match for me, lest you bring shame upon yourself, Mu Gu proclaimed, his voice booming like thunder. He looked down at Li Fugui with an air of superiority. I am not the fool Hoji, and now I stand at the pinnacle of Huangjia. You should withdraw. Consider it compensation for our previous encounter. Li Fugui smiled but did not respond, merely producing the Yuan Shao. He knew that Mu Gu was formidable, and with his current strength at Huangjia 8, he needed to approach this battle with utmost seriousness. This competition was based on a points system, and his goal was to place in the top 10. Only by selecting reliable partners could he ensure a better chance of obtaining the Li Huajiyanghua. Thus, he not only aimed to win, but to earn Mu Gu's respect as well. The contest commenced. Mu Gu let out a thunderous roar, striking the Zhentian drum with his drumsticks. Boom, boom, boom. The deep, resonant drum beats echoed like thunder, transforming into tangible shockwaves that surged toward Li Fugui. The sound not only instilled fear, but also produced a substantial physical impact. Li Fugui's expression grew serious as he brought the Yuan Shao to his lips, releasing a soft yet resilient melody. The sound formed a water-like barrier that shielded him. The furious shockwaves collided with this sound barrier. Dissipating like fists striking a sponge, leaving no mark. Despite Mu Gu's relentless drumming and booming sound, Li Fugawei remained steadfast, playing the Yu Ren Xiao with unwavering defense. This was the essence of the latter three moves of the air, Shi Si, Qiao Ming Yu Yi. The spectators below stared in astonishment, never expecting Li Fugawei to possess such defensive capabilities. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow, Mu Gu shouted, "Li Fugawei, if you're a man, fight me head-on. Hiding behind is no skill. Like a coward." These words pierced Li Fugawei's heart like a needle. Although he never saw himself as a paragon of masculinity, he could not tolerate being called a coward. The blood within him surged, igniting his fighting spirit. He gazed sharply at Mu Gu and replied solemnly, "As you wish." With that, the melody of the Xiao transformed from serene to sharp, manifesting into waves of sound that morphed into swords, spears, and warhammers aimed at Mu Gu. "Ha ha, bring it on." Mu Gu laughed wildly, intensifying his drumming. Countless drum waves collided with Li Fugawei's sound, instantly shattering into a multitude of sonic fragments. The Yu Ren Xiao was knocked from Li Fugawei's grasp, embedding itself beside the arena, while Mu Gu's Jintian drum was sent flying. Even the sound barrier crafted by Lu Chui Su was weakened. The onlookers widened their eyes. If some had deemed Li Fugawei's earlier victories mere luck, his equal footing with Mu Gu made them realize his true prowess. Mu Gu howled triumphantly, "Huh? Refreshing, refreshing." Without a second thought for the Jintian drum, he charged at Li Fugawei like a rhinoceros, wielding his drumsticks. Li Fugawei emitted a low growl, excitement flashing in his eyes as his inner spiritual energy surged. He initiated the Tong Bei Quan, his arms whipping through the air like whips, producing sharp sounds of breaking wind. "Let us fight fiercely today." Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed instantly, their fists and drumsticks meeting with a thundering sound. There were no fancy treasures or clever melodies, only the purest collision of strength and martial skill. Tong Bei Quan met Mu Gu's fierce drumming technique, and every impact sent shivers down the spine. Though Li Fugawei's cultivation was slightly inferior, his Tong Bei Quan was exquisite. Each punch was stronger than the last, allowing him to match Mu Gu blow for blow. Soon, both bore wounds, yet their gaze burned brighter, reveling in the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. In the midst of the fierce battle, Li Fugawei feigned a weakness, and Mu Gu seized the moment, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Li Fugawei, however, did not flinch or evade. Instead, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as he recited an exceptionally long incantation. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Mu Gu's hefty form was sent flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. The arena fell silent. All were dumbfounded. No one had grasped what had transpired. Only Li Fugawei knew that he had executed the first move of AI Wei's 18 techniques. Kato's finger. Struggling to rise, Mu Gu looked at Li Fugawei with eyes full of astonishment, devoid of resentment. Instead, tinged with admiration. He wiped the blood from his mouth and clasped his fists, saying, "Well done. Li Fugawei, what martial skill is this? Impressive." Li Fugawei felt his internal energy surge. "Want to learn? I can teach you." Mu Gu bowed respectfully. "I concede." He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, recognizing that both the fist technique and the peculiar martial skill had exceeded his expectations. Having consecutively triumphed over Ho Ji and Mu Gu, particularly defeating the renowned Mu Gu in direct combat, Li Fugawei garnered considerable attention, and his points steadily increased. With the first day of competition concluded, the crowd dispersed. Li Fugawei had just descended from the arena, preparing to reunite with Chun Xing and Chu Yunjin when a cold voice called out from behind, "Stop." Turning around, he saw Yang Jian blocking his path, his expression filled with malice. "Li Fugawei, you truly possess cunning methods. You injured Ho Ji with hidden weapons and resorted to underhanded tactics to defeat Mu Gu. You really have no shame." Li Fugawei regarded him calmly. "The outcome has been decided. The elder will make a fair judgment." "Fair judgment?" Yang Jian scoffed, advancing menacingly. "Here, you are nothing but a cheat. A worthless man relying on a woman's," referring to Su Miaoyin, "connections dares to act arrogant before me? Today, I shall cleanse the sect and teach you a lesson, you shameless wretch." As his words fell, Yang Jian unleashed a powerful aura, his Huang Jie Yuan man's spiritual energy bearing down on Li Fugawei without restraint, simultaneously launching a punch aimed directly at his dantian. If this blow connected, Li Fugawei's cultivation would be ruined. Li Fugawei's expression shifted. In his current state, he was ill-prepared to withstand Yang Jian's furious strike, and could only awkwardly sidestep, attempting to evade the crucial blow. As the fierce wind from the punch approached, a figure, serene and cold, suddenly materialized between the two. Enough! The voice rang out, crisp and clear like a flowing spring. With a gentle yet resolute motion of her delicate hand, a soft, azure light barrier appeared before her. Thud! Yang Jian's fist collided with the barrier, causing ripples to cascade across its surface, yet it remained unyielding. In contrast, Yang Jian was forced to stagger back several steps. Xian Su Xian regarded Yang Jian with an expressionless demeanor, her voice devoid of warmth. According to the sect's rules, dueling is prohibited. Yang Jian, do you wish to visit the disciplinary hall for a chat? Yang Jian, thwarted in his attack, glared at the suddenly appearing Xian Su Xian, his countenance darkening considerably. He shot a fierce look at Li Fugui, then cautiously glanced at Xian Su Xian. Ultimately snorting in disdain, Li Fugui, consider yourself fortunate. I hope a woman will always protect you. We shall meet on the martial arts arena. With that, he turned away in frustration. Li Fugui exhaled in relief and clasped his hands in gratitude towards Xian Su Xian. Thank you, Sister Su Xian, for your timely intervention. Xian Su Xian gave a slight nod, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. As if sensing a disturbance in his aura, a hint of concern flickered across her brow. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but swallowed the words, simply advising, be cautious of Yang Jian. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Watching the departing figure of Xian Su Xian and then glancing in the direction Yang Jian had disappeared, Li Fugui's expression transformed into one of determination and depth. The forthcoming competition, it seemed, would not be tranquil. Chapter 20. Allow me 3 moves today as trial begins, with the first round featuring contestant number 76, Li Fugui, facing off against contestant number 180, Yang Jian. At the command of the elder steward, the onlookers' gazes converged upon this arena. Li Fugui, you are doomed now, sneered Ho Ji from the sidelines. Having been severely injured by Li Fugui the previous day, he could only watch from the sidelines today, his heart filled with rage. This is troublesome. That Yang Jian has always envied the good looks of my brother Fugui and will surely strike with all his might. With his prowess at the peak of the Huang tier, Fugui will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, Chu Yunjin remarked, furrowing his brow as he spoke to Yin Xiaoxiao beside him. After a month of training together, he had reached the 11th level of the Huang tier and had developed a deep friendship with Yin Xiaoxiao. Xian Suxin's gaze remained fixed on Li Fugui, a hint of concern etched on her face. Although she knew Li Fugui was at the first level of the Xian tier, she was uncertain whether he could triumph over Yang Jian, who was now at the threshold of the Xian tier and came from an illustrious family with profound resources. Relying solely on his set of Tongbei Quan and the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, victory seemed elusive unless he employed that move he once used against her. The thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. I believe in Brother Fugui. He will surely win, Chun Xing exclaimed, standing firmly beside Suxin, her hands clasped tightly together. With unwavering determination, she shouted, Go, Brother Fugui. Li Fugui responded with a smile and winked at Chun Xing. Both Li Fugui and Yang Jian leaped onto the stage, clad in a brocade robe. Yang Jian held an ancient short zither in one hand and a beautifully adorned long sword at his waist. He scrutinized Li Fugui, disdain emanating from his eyes as he scoffed. Li Fugui, your name is rather down to earth. I wonder how many moves your 8th level Huang tier cultivation can withstand. Kneel and beg for mercy now. Sever your meridians, and perhaps I will spare your worthless life, allowing you to return as a menial servant. To this, Li Fugui responded not with anger but laughter, his tone light-hearted. Brother Yang, coming from such a prestigious lineage, your treasures and martial skills must be exceptional. However, your words, TSK, they carry a rather pungent aroma. Did you forget to rinse your mouth this morning? I can smell it from here. Yang Jian's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Li Fugui to still have the audacity to be so brazen. We shall see if you can still smile later. Brother Yang, feel free to come at me, Li Fugui teased, beckoning with his fingers. To show my respect for your dual mastery of the zither and sword, I will allow you 3 moves. I shall not retaliate during this time. His declaration sent waves of astonishment through the audience. Allowing 3 moves? Against Yang Jian, who stood at the brink of the Xian tier with deep roots. Was Li Fugui mad, or did he know he was doomed and was merely seeking to boast? Ho Ji's mocking laughter echoed from the sidelines. Fool! There are better ways to seek death. Yang Jian, enraged, chuckled darkly. Good. What a generous offer. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Without further ado, he positioned the short zither before him and deftly plucked its strings. First move, the melody of slaughter. An invisible wave of sound, sharp as a blade, surged toward Li Fugui with a piercing shriek. Li Fugui stood his ground, channeling the power of his first-level Xian tier cultivation, the might of Tongbei Quan concealed within his torso. He absorbed the sonic assault, barely swaying, his feet firmly planted. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Li Fugui could withstand it so easily. Second move, the 7 strings of heartbreak. His musical intent shifted, the tune transforming into a mournful urgency, with sound waves coalescing into visible, pale gray arrows, more formidable than before. Li Fugui took a deep breath, placing the Yuan Shao to his lips and unleashing the 24 Bridges bright moon night. A thin sound membrane enveloped him, and as the gray arrows struck, it appeared perilous, yet cleverly diffused most of their force, allowing him to stand firm, even brushing off non-existent dust from his sleeves. 2 moves have passed. Brother Yang, your zither skills seem a bit lacking, Li Fugui remarked nonchalantly, his tone more cutting than any insult. Yang Jian's face darkened, and he cast aside the ancient zither with a clatter. Drawing forth his long sword, the blade glimmered with an ominous light, its runes swirling. It was a high-grade Xian tier spiritual weapon named Pajun. To fall beneath this sword is your honor. Third move, thunderous rupture. He moved with the sword, its lights surging, electricity crackling along the blade, striking toward Li Fugui's heart with the force of thunder. In this strike, he unleashed all his strength, employing high-grade Xian tier swordsmanship, the power overwhelming. Xian Suxin clenched her fists, while Chun Xing gasped, shutting her eyes in fear. Yet, Li Fugui's gaze remained calm. At the moment the sword tip approached, he unleashed the full force of his first-level Xian tier spiritual energy, converging it in his palms. With a sudden clash, he caught the sword tip between his hands. An immense power erupted from within him, halting the sword's advance. The blade was merely an inch from his chest, yet it could advance no further. A tremendous gust of energy radiated from the two, causing Li Fugui's garments to billow and his hair to dance wildly, while his feet remained rooted, unwavering. Through a month of training with Xian Suxin, he had not only honed his resilience, but also perfected his reflexes and close combat techniques. This particular skill of catching a blade with bare hands was developed through countless attempts to catch Xian Suxin's incoming strikes. 3 moves have passed. Li Fugui released his grip, speaking calmly. Yang Jian staggered back 3 steps, his hand trembling around the sword, disbelief etched across his face. 3 moves had passed, and his opponent appeared completely unscathed. How could this be possible? He was clearly at the 8th level of the Huang tier. The overwhelming aura Li Fugui had unleashed just moments ago filled him with dread. Overwhelmed by humiliation and fury, Yang Jian's eyes turned red, and he roared, "You little bastard! I will have you dead." Earth tier beginner martial skill, Song Long Pation. His entire essence surged into the sword, which groaned under the strain, unleashing a coalesced, tangible azure dragon-shaped sword energy that roared forth with a destructive force, charging directly at Li Fugui. This strike had transcended the boundaries of a mere competition, becoming a lethal blow. The elder steward's face paled, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, Li Fugui finally raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. This is the 4th move. In the next moment, his lips moved, uttering an obscure yet rhythmically unique incantation at an astonishing speed. In an ephemeral moment, a resonant sound wave enveloped him, and a solidified ethereal figure of an elderly man with white hair emerged from thin air. This ancient visage bore a weathered countenance, his gaze steeped in the passage of time. With both hands extended forward in an enigmatic gesture, it appeared as though he were propelling an invisible primordial war chariot. The sound wave elder urged forth a chariot forged from pure energy, emitting a thunderous roar akin to the wheels of history traversing the void, unflinching and unyielding, charging directly at the menacing azure dragon. The earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout the entire arena, and the collision of 2 formidable energies unleashed shockwaves that swept through the vicinity, toppling disciples who ventured too close to the stage. A cloud of dust billowed, swiftly engulfing the entire platform. All present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the swirling dust. Lu Chui, Su had mysteriously appeared above the arena. The sound wave barriers surrounding the platform long vanished. Had she not intervened in time, the observing disciples may have suffered grievous harm. Her gaze was intensely fixed on a specific point within the dust, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as she murmured, "He truly has mastered it?" Moments later, the dust began to dissipate. There stood Li Fu Gui, poised and unperturbed, merely brushing off the hem of his long robe, which bore traces of dust. In stark contrast, the spot where Yang Jian had previously stood was now void of presence. He had been propelled beyond the arena, sprawled on the ground, his chest a gruesome sight, blood pouring forth from his mouth, his eyes vacant and filled with profound shock, terror, and disbelief. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All were as if ensnared by an invisible force, staring blankly at Li Fu Gui upon the platform, then glancing at the nearly lifeless Yang Jian outside. Did he just employ an earth-level martial technique? After a prolonged silence, someone finally stammered in astonishment. With a single strike, he had defeated Yang Jian, who was half a step into the Xian level. What cultivation level does Li Fu Gui possess? Ho Ji's smile had long since frozen, morphing into an abyss of fear, his complexion as pale as parchment. Chu Yunjin gaped, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, murmuring, Fu Gui, you have deceived me most thoroughly." Yen Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Li Fu Gui with curiosity. Xian Su Exine gradually relaxed her tightly clenched fists, exhaling a breath of relief. A slight smile creeping upon her lips as she thought, this fellow. Chun Xing, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped up, tears shimmering in her eyes as she cried out, "Brother Fu Gui has triumphed! Brother Fu Gui has triumphed!" Lu Chui Su cast a deep, complex glance at Li Fu Gui before declaring in a clear voice, "In this battle, contestant number 76, Li Fu Gui, is victorious." Amidst the multitude of astonished, awed, and perplexed gazes, Li Fu Gui slowly descended from the platform, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet only he was aware that by enduring Yang Jian's initial 3 strikes, his unique ability to grow stronger upon facing adversity had once again allowed his cultivation to advance slightly. However, this public victory over Yang Jian would inevitably lead to an unending feud between them. Regrettably, the arena's rules forbade lethal combat. The journey into the Forbidden Realm would likely not be tranquil. Chapter 21. Jin Lian Cao Cao. In the following days of competition, no further disturbances arose. As the final match concluded, Liu Chui Shu announced from the judges' platform, "The selection for the trial in the Forbidden Grounds has come to an end. The top 50 disciples on the leaderboard have qualified for entry into the Forbidden Grounds. The top 10 disciples were: first place, Xuan Suxin; second place, Yin Xiao; third place, Wan Lingyun; fourth place, Jinping; fifth place, Ma Jinlu; sixth place, Li Fu Gui; seventh place, Yang Jian; eighth place, Gu Sheng; ninth place, Xu Qin, and 10th place, Yang Bin. The 10 of you may invite 4 among the remaining 40 to form your trial teams. The top 5 were all disciples from the inner court, with even the weakest, Ma Jinlu, possessing a cultivation level of the 2nd tier of the Xuan stage. This is a customary rule among the 3 sects, allowing 5 inner disciples from each sect to enter the Forbidden Grounds in order to protect their fellow disciples as much as possible. Li Fu Gui, apart from being beaten by the 5 inner court disciples before voluntarily conceding, remained undefeated and secured the 6th position. At this moment, he stood on the high platform, waving at the female disciples below who cheered for him. Yang Jian, who had sustained serious injuries from Li Fu Gui's blows, surprisingly recovered completely by the next day and did not seek trouble with Li Fu Gui again in the following days. Now, he lurked in a corner, casting a dark glare at Li Fu Gui. Xuan Suxin maintained an impassive expression, as if none of this concerned her, while Yin Xiao gazed at Xu Yunjin with sparkling eyes. The others were also busy selecting their teammates. Xu Yunjin, with his strength at the 11th level of the Huang stage and under Yin Xiao's guidance, ranked 15th this time. He approached Li Fu Gui with a shy smile, saying, "Brother Fu Gui, I'm sorry, I was supposed to team up with you, but Xiao insisted on partnering with me, so I had no choice." Ouch! Yin Xiao pinched him sharply on the back. Li Fu Gui wore a knowing expression. "Ah, you lad, prioritizing romance over friendship. I'm indifferent, but be careful not to have other brothers causing you trouble. Hee hee, I'm not afraid. I have Xiao Xiao with me, Xu Yunjin replied with a silly grin, then leaned closer to Li Fugui and whispered, by the way, how are things with Su Xin? What do you mean by how? I nearly got killed by her. Li Fugui glanced nervously at Xuan Su Xin, who was also looking at him, and rolled her eyes upon meeting his gaze. Xu Yunjin raised an eyebrow at Li Fugui with a mischievous smile, nudging him with his elbow. I understand. You do have a taste for this. Hey, no? Li Fugui was exasperated, but before he could finish his sentence, Xu Yunjin waved his hand dismissively, leaving with an expression that said he understood everything. Li Fugui shook his head helplessly. In this Miaoyin pavilion, he didn't know many people and had initially wanted to invite Xu Yunjin to his team, but now he had been led away by Yin Xiao Xiao, leaving him with Mugu. He decided to approach Mugu. Mugu, would you like to join my team? Li Fugui asked directly. After their previous battle, Mugu held Li Fugui in higher regard, and when Li Fugui defeated Yang Jian the next day, Mugu viewed him with newfound respect. He had always disliked Yang Jian, the debauched young master, who had caused trouble for many female disciples in just a month at the Miaoyin Pavilion. Thanks to Li Fugui's vigorous battle, he also managed to break through to the 11th level of the Huang stage, achieving a commendable 20th place. He had intended to seek out Li Fugui, but now the latter was approaching him. Having not met a worthy master in half a lifetime, I am grateful for your acceptance. I wish to pledge my loyalty as your captain. I meant as your teammate. Mugu clasped his fists nervously, his face flushed. All right, no need for formality, Brother Mu. From now on, we shall refer to each other as brothers, Li Fugui replied, supporting Mugu's hand. Li brother, I still have 3 more to introduce you to. Mugu pointed behind Li Fugui. Turning around, Li Fugui saw a tall man accompanied by 2 women approaching them. The man was even taller than Mugu, with a sturdy build, though not as exaggerated. He walked steadily. To his left was a charming woman, entwining her arm with his. Her slender waist delicate and her movements reminiscent of a fragile willow in the breeze, her eyes sparkling with allure. To the left of this enchanting woman stood another lady, donned in a light blue robe, with a face as radiant as the moon, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, exuding a gentle demeanor. She wore a silver bracelet on her right wrist, presenting an image of a virtuous woman. Mugu gestured towards the tall man. This is Qinzhong, at the 12th level of the Huang stage, my sworn brother. He ranked 13th in this trial, wielding the powerful Xuan stage mid-level Hunshin bell. As he spoke, Qinzhong took a large bell from his storage bag and threw it to the ground, the bell towering over him, inscribed with intricate runes, exuding an imposing aura. Greetings, brotherly. I have watched all your matches and greatly admire you. I wish to join your team. My skills are primarily defensive. Excellent. With Brother Qin's addition, we shall undoubtedly achieve great things, Li Fugui replied courteously. Mugu then indicated the captivating woman. This is Mu Rongjin Lian, at the 11th level of the Huang stage, Shindage's partner, ranking 25th in this trial. Her artifact is the Xuan stage beginner level Longyang flute. The enchanting woman slightly crouched, crossing her hands at her waist in a graceful bow. Greetings, uncle. I am at your service. My skills are primarily in mental manipulation. Her voice was sweetly mesmerizing, causing Li Fugui to feel a slight disorientation. Regaining his composure, Li Fugui clasped his fists in salute. Jin Lian. Cao Cao, greetings. Welcome to my team. Mugu pointed to the last woman, his face reddening as he stammered. This is my partner. The woman smiled softly, holding Mugu's hand and stepping closer to say, Greetings, brother Li. I am Ouyang Jingshu, at the 10th level of the Huang stage, ranking 32nd in this trial. I have found a bond with Brother Mu during this trial. My artifact is the Xuan stage beginner level Qian Jiepi Pa, and my skills focus on rapid, unyielding attacks. I hope to fight alongside you all. Li Fugui returned her greeting earnestly, thinking that although this girl ranked lowest among the 4, her demeanor was poised and reliable. Sister Ouyang, welcome. To the 4, Li Fugui declared, It is my honor to form a team with you all. Our abilities complement each other perfectly, and as long as we collaborate sincerely in the forthcoming trial in the Forbidden Grounds, I am certain we shall return triumphant. With that, he extended his hand, and the 4 placed their hands atop his, pressing down together, their laughter echoing joyfully. Unbeknownst to Li Fugui, Yang Jian had been lurking in a distant corner, silently observing everything. As he saw the 5 form a team, a faint smirk crept onto his lips, Yet his eyes betrayed no amusement, only a chilling malice and a fleeting sense of triumph. Chapter 22. The Forbidden Land of Langia. The voice of Lu Chue Su once again echoed in everyone's ears. This trial differs from previous ones. Recently, the elder guarding the Forbidden Land sensed a surge of spiritual energy within, indicating the emergence of rare, celestial treasures. At that time, the spiritual energy in the Forbidden Land will be exceptionally dense, and the demonic beasts will be unusually active, presenting both opportunities and dangers. To enhance your safety, the sect has specially prepared 10 inferior spiritual stones as rewards for the top 10 disciples. You must protect your teammates well. With a graceful wave of her hand, each of the 10 individuals found a spiritual stone in their possession. Li Fu Gui gazed at the dazzling yellow stone in his hand, feeling the abundant spiritual energy it contained. Mu Gu and the others approached, exclaiming in awe, "It is indeed a spiritual stone." The sect has truly invested heavily this time. Li Fu Gui, perplexed, inquired, "What is this spiritual stone?" Chun Zhong replied, No wonder Brother Li is unaware. I have only heard of these stones before and have never seen one until now. In our usual cultivation, we need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this energy is sparse, leading to a slow cultivation pace. Most people remain at the yellow rank throughout their lives, which is why everyone strives to enter the major sects where the energy is somewhat denser. He continued, the spiritual stone, however, is a crystallized product of overly concentrated spiritual energy. Even the most ordinary inferior spiritual stone can equate to a year of arduous cultivation for a yellow rank practitioner, and for a Xian rank cultivator, it can represent several months of hard work. All spiritual stone mines belong to the royal family, and only major sects like ours are occasionally rewarded with some for meritorious deeds. Medium-grade spiritual stones are enough to entice earth rank cultivators, while only those of the celestial rank may possess superior spiritual stones. The legendary top-grade spiritual stones not only enhance cultivation but also prolong life, said to be offerings for immortals. At the mention of top-grade spiritual stones, even a man like Chun Zhong lowered his voice. Mugu excitedly urged, "Brother Li, hurry back and refine this spiritual stone. Your strength will surely increase a level, giving us a greater advantage." Li Fu Gui felt a sense of bitterness. He too wished to refine it, but with the presence of the Jiao In Lingu, doing so would be a waste. He could only set it aside for now. Li Fu Gui clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you all. Please prepare well. We shall gather here in 5 days to enter the Forbidden Land for the trial." In the dead of night, at the edge of a cliff behind Miaoyingu, the moonlight was cold, casting a frost-like glow on the ground. A figure in black stood at the cliff's edge, seemingly awaiting something. Soon, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the woods, obscured in darkness. "What is the status? This operation must not fail. We must bring back both the person and the items as instructed by the ancestor," said the figure in black. "Rest assured, my lord, I have made all the arrangements," the shadow responded. The figure in black continued, "And that Li Fu Gui, it seems he shares a close bond with that person. Do not allow him to sabotage our plans." Upon hearing the name Li Fu Gui, the shadowy figure clenched their hands tightly, knuckles turning white. "I will not let him leave the Forbidden Land alive." 5 days later, at the martial arts arena of Miaoyingu, the disciples participating in the Forbidden Land trial began to arrive in succession, forming groups of 5 with their respective teammates. Su Miaoyin gracefully descended on her flying zither, elegantly landing at the front of the group. As she appeared, all the male disciples were instantly captivated by her presence. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, each disciple received a map of the Forbidden Land, along with a musical note mark appearing on their wrists. This is the communication mark of our Miaoyingu. Upon entering the Forbidden Land, each team will be randomly transported to various locations on the outskirts, and this mark will allow you to sense the presence of nearby fellow disciples. Li Fu Gui glanced at the mark on his wrist, and then looked over at Yang Jian not far away. Yang Jian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless, flanked by his 4 teammates, including 3 female cultivators, 2 at the 12th layer of the yellow rank and 1 at the 11th layer. Although none in Yang Jian's team were superior to Li Fu Gui, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Yang Jian had been unusually quiet lately. Nevertheless, if he dared to act within the Forbidden Land, Li Fu Gui felt confident he could annihilate them all, especially since Chun Xing had visited him the night before. Since the selection concluded, Li Fugui had not seen Chun Xing until she came to deliver him a package of pills last night, containing numerous healing and energy-restoring elixirs she had been diligently crafting. Most notably was a Xian Huang Pajong Dan, a high-grade elixir that Chun Xing had painstakingly procured from Su Miao Lu, capable of temporarily elevating the cultivation of any practitioner below the Xian rank by 3 levels. Following the recent competition, Li Fugui had already advanced a level through battle and was now at the 2nd level of the Xian rank. With the Xian Huang Pajong Dan, he could instantly reach the 5th level of the Xian rank, which would be his greatest asset in this expedition to the Forbidden Land. Additionally, having secured a spot among the top 10 in the competition, the system randomly rewarded him with a Xian rank puppet, though he had yet to figure out how to utilize it, as the system had merely provided him with a manual before dismissing him. Now that everyone is here, let us set off. With a casual wave, Su Miaoyin transformed the intricately carved ancient zither into a vessel the size of a treasure ship, and everyone eagerly boarded. With a flick of her sleeve, the zither soared into the sky. The Langia Forbidden Land is situated between the Langia Peak of the Ancient Sword Sect, the King Kong Peak of the King Kong Sect, and our Xian Nu Peak of Miaoyin Gu. It is, in fact, an ancient battlefield. Our 3 sects were once a single entity, the Langia sect. However, 1,000 years ago, during the invasion of the demonic path, the then sect master Xiao Xian Su utilized immense powers to confine all invading enemies within a certain space and led the elite members of the sect to engage in a fierce battle against the demonic cult within that space. Although they ultimately annihilated the demonic cult, many of our sect's experts perished, including the sect master himself. In his dying moments, the sect master exhausted his powers to seal this region, establishing prohibitions to prevent remnants of the demonic cult from entering to seek treasures. Only disciples of our sect with cultivation below the 6th level of the Xian rank are permitted entry. Those above the 6th level will be crushed by the restrictions within the space. Countless powerful beings have fallen within this forbidden land, housing innumerable rare treasures, and after millennia of nurturing, many demonic beasts have also emerged. Furthermore, the abundant spiritual energy within the Forbidden Land provides you the opportunity to cultivate. At times, certain regions within the Forbidden Land may experience a surge of spiritual energy, and these eruptions often reveal rare and exquisite treasures. However, one must exercise caution, for the emergence of such spiritual tides also incites the feral beasts to become unusually active. It is imperative to remain vigilant and not allow momentary greed to jeopardize one's life and wealth. Su Miaoyin addressed her disciples, her gaze ultimately resting on Xian Suxin and Li Fugui, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as the two serendipitously stood side by side. Upon witnessing the smile upon her mother's face, Xian Suxin realized, to her surprise, that she had unconsciously positioned herself beside Li Fugui, her cheeks flushing slightly before she awkwardly stepped away. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the Langia Forbidden Land, where the members of the Gujian sect and the Jingang sect had already gathered. Gu Yu slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "Elder Su, you have arrived rather late." With a charming smile, Su Miaoyin replied, "My apologies for keeping Brother Gu and Brother Helian waiting. Enough with the trivialities. Now that everyone is present, let us commence." Helian Ba stated impatiently. Before them, Gu Yu, Su Miaoyin, and Helian Ba each retrieved a token, infusing it with spiritual energy. The 3 tokens ascended, swirling into a ring formation, which swiftly expanded into a portal, through which the overwhelming spiritual energy from the other side could be distinctly felt. Gu Yu announced, "You have only 1 month. After 1 month, we 3 will return to reopen the portal. You must exit in a timely manner, or you will have to wait another year. Given your current strength, survival within is utterly impossible. Enough of the chatter. Off you go, youngsters." Helian Ba interrupted. As his words fell, Yang Jian took the lead, charging into the portal with his team closely following. A contingent from the Gujian sect hurried in after him, and soon the members of the 3 sects entered in succession. Li Fugui bowed to Su Miaoyin, stating, "Master, I am entering now." Su Miaoyin nodded slightly, her concern evident as she cautioned, "Be careful in all matters." Li Fugui and his team proceeded into the portal, with Xian Suxin trailing closely behind. She cast a glance at her mother before stepping inside as well. Su Miaoyin shook her head helplessly, murmuring, "This child." Upon crossing the threshold of the portal, a blinding white light engulfed them, rendering their eyes momentarily unable to adjust. As the brilliance faded and their senses returned, They were greeted by the rich, intoxicating fragrance of foliage intermixed with a subtle earthy scent. Before Li Fugawei could fully survey the vast, sun-blocking primordial forest surrounding him, a menacing gust of wind howled down from above. "Be cautious, brotherly," Mu Gu's alarmed voice rang out. Chapter 23. The Howl of the Mountain Ape. Li Xiongdi, be cautious. The urgent cry of Mu Gu echoed from behind. Instinctively, Li Fugawei raised his head, only to witness a colossal foot, cloaked in steel-like black fur, descending upon him like a small mountain. It was a giant ape, standing over 30 feet tall, with sinewy muscles and crimson eyes, a true second-order demonic beast known as the Ban Mountain Ape. Its strength rivaled that of a peak Huang-tier cultivator, and should that foot land with full force, even a Xian-tier cultivator would find their bones shattered. In a moment of desperation, Li Fugawei crossed his arms above his head, his internal spiritual energy instinctively surging. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully driven into the ground by the giant foot, a cloud of dust erupting around him. "Brother Fugawei." Chen Zhong's eyes widened with rage as he shouted and prepared to charge forward. However, in the next instant, the Ban Mountain Ape let out a painful roar, its massive body staggering backward. In the pit where Li Fugawei had been crushed, he exerted tremendous force, lifting the giant foot aside, and rolled out of the hole. Aside from his disheveled clothing, he appeared remarkably unscathed. "Dare to ambush me." Li Fugawei spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his gaze turning fierce. With the protection of his Xian-tier second-layer spiritual energy, though taken by surprise and momentarily disadvantaged, he remained far from injured. The Ban Mountain Ape, enraged by being toppled, pounded its chest, emitting a deafening roar as it lunged at him once more. "Form a formation," Ouyang Jingzhu commanded sharply, her delicate hands deftly plucking at the pipa, producing a cacophony of resonant notes. Invisible sound waves, sharp as blades, shot forth, targeting the vulnerable areas of the Ban Mountain Ape, such as its eyes and ears, effectively disrupting its movements, even if not inflicting fatal harm. A glimmer of determination flashed in Mu Rong Jilian's eyes as she played a piercing melody on the longyang pipe, sending a powerful sound wave directly at the giant ape's head, momentarily halting its advance. She then quietly stepped back, seemingly observing the unfolding scene. "Beast, watch out." Chen Zhong seized the opportunity. Summoning the Huntian bell, the ancient bell expanded with the wind, reaching a height of several feet, and with a resounding clang, it struck the Ban Mountain Ape's side. The creature howled in agony, its form swaying. Mu Gu seized the moment, his muscles bulging as he growled, "Earth-shattering hammer." A pair of drumsticks, glowing with a yellowish hue, struck down upon the knee joint of the ape's supporting leg. With a sickening crack, the sound of bone breaking echoed, causing the immense body of the Ban Mountain Ape to lose balance and topple to the side, wailing in despair. Now, Li Fugawei's eyes sharpened as his internal spiritual energy surged, propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. He raised the jade flute to his lips, producing a clear and crisp melody. The sound waves, sharp as swords, coalesced into a concentrated beam of spiritual energy that pierced the open mouth of the Ban Mountain Ape, penetrating through to its brain. The creature's roar abruptly ceased, its crimson eyes losing their luster as it crashed to the ground, stirring up a cascade of fallen leaves. The battle concluded, and relief washed over the group. "Li Xiongdi, are you unharmed?" Mu Gu inquired with concern. "No worries, tough skin and thick flesh." Li Fugawei waved his hand, about to speak further. Suddenly, the lifeless body of the Ban Mountain Ape convulsed violently, a residual surge of demonic energy rippling outward. Mu Rong Jilian, standing nearby, appeared startled, her complexion paling as she cried out, her delicate form being thrust backward, directly towards Li Fugawei. "Sister-in-law, be careful." Instinctively, Li Fugawei opened his arms, catching the flying Mu Rong Jilian in his embrace. The warmth and fragrance enveloped him as he felt her arms naturally encircle his neck. Her soft body pressed closely against him, her breath warm against his ear. "Thank you for saving me, uncle." This voice carried an enchanting charm that stirred Li Fugawei's heart, causing his blood to surge. Yet, a flicker of clarity remained in his mind, compelling him to push Mu Rong Jilian away with considerable force, causing her to stagger until Chen Zhong steadied her. "Jilian, are you all right?" Chen Zhong asked with concern. Mu Rong Jilian lowered her head, concealing the fleeting glint of triumph in her eyes, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I am fine, thanks to Uncle Li." Li Fugawei furrowed his brow, the unease in his heart intensifying. Jilian's earlier actions, though seemingly accidental, felt somewhat deliberate. Could it be? He shook his head, momentarily suppressing his doubts, and stated solemnly, "This place is not safe for long. The scent of blood may attract other demonic beasts. We must." Before he could finish, the entire forest trembled violently. In the distance, from the heart of the forbidden area, a crimson beam of light shot into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. Even from afar, one could feel the overwhelming, scorching surge of spiritual energy. Li Fugui hastily consulted his map, his heart racing. The source of the spiritual energy was unmistakably marked as Qi Yangu, the very destination of his journey. The locale of the Lihua Jiuyang flower. It is a spiritual tide. From the direction of Qi Yangu, Mu Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Excitement and gravity mingled on everyone's faces. The spiritual tide erupting from Qi Yangu promised treasures. Opportunities lay before them, yet the journey was fraught with peril. Fortune favors the bold. Let us proceed to Qi Yangu, Li Fugui declared decisively. The other four hesitated briefly before resolving to accompany him. However, Li Fugui dared not to fly, as it would make them easy targets for aerial beasts. They had no choice but to traverse the forest on foot. The five-member team sprang into action, with Chunzhong leading the way, Mu Gu bringing up the rear, while Li Fugui, Ouyang Jingzhu, and Mu Rong Jinlian formed the center, hastening toward Qi Yangu. Yet, just as they departed the battlefield, a wail filled with endless sorrow and fury erupted from the mountains they had just traversed, the sound waves crashing through the forest, causing the trees to tremble. Not good. The elder of the Ban Mountain ape has arrived. Ouyang Jingzhu's complexion changed dramatically. Chapter 24. Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra. Li Fugui turned back and beheld, in the distance between the mountain ridges, a figure far more colossal than the mountain-moving ape, standing upright and thumping its chest, releasing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. This was a mountain giant ape, a third-tier demon beast, its strength comparable to that of a third-level Xian class, a ruler of the periphery of this forbidden land. Run. It will be troublesome if it catches up with us. Chunzhong growled. The five of them accelerated to their utmost capacity, hoping to shake off the mountain giant ape. However, the giant ape had evidently caught the scent of their offspring's demise, determinately pursuing them with its massive strides, shaking the earth as it came. Its speed was astonishing, and the dense trees before it fell like mere blades of grass. With no hope of escape and a narrow mountain valley appearing ahead, Li Fugui shouted, "Into the valley. Use the terrain." The five swiftly dashed into the gorge. The steep cliffs on either side of the valley, along with the narrow entrance, might restrict the mountain giant ape's movements. Upon reaching the valley's mouth, the massive body of the mountain giant ape indeed became momentarily wedged. It furiously pounded the rock walls, causing boulders to tumble down. "It can't come in." Morong Jilian's words were cut short. The mountain giant ape took a deep breath and then opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a sound wave infused with a foul wind and violent demonic energy, crashing into the valley. "Be careful," Chunzhong bellowed, instantly enlarging the Hunyuan bell to shield the group. Boom. The terrifying sound wave collided with the Hunyuan bell, producing a resonating clang that echoed like a great bell. Chunzhong's complexion paled, blood trickling from his mouth, clearly injured internally. Although the sound wave was largely mitigated, the residual shock still sent the group's blood surging, their eardrums almost bursting. "We cannot passively endure this." Li Fugui's gaze hardened. "Brother Mu, Sister Jingzhu distracted. Brother Chun, hold the line. Sister Jinlian, find an opportunity to strike its soul with your mental power. I will slay it." In this moment of crisis, the group held nothing back. Ouyang Jingzhu's pipa music shifted rapidly, transforming into sharp sonic blades targeting the mountain giant ape's eyes and ears. Mu Gu roared as he struck the drums, the sound waves crashing down like boulders upon the giant ape's face. A glimmer of struggle flashed in Murong Jillian's eyes as she gritted her teeth, forming seals with her hands, and a formless mental shockwave shot towards the mountain giant ape. The giant ape's movements visibly faltered, letting out a painful howl. Seizing the moment, Chunzhong urged the Hunyuan bell once more, firmly holding the valley's entrance. Li Fugui took this opportunity, scaling the rock wall with agility akin to a monkey, rapidly closing in on the temporarily distracted head of the mountain giant ape. His inner spiritual energy surged wildly, reaching its peak. With a long howl, a melody swiftly poured from his lips. A hand formed from sound waves, with spiritual energy flowing as if it were tangible. palm upright, the middle and ring fingers raised and together, rhythmically tapping. With an unparalleled momentum, it descended like a meteorite, striking the mountain giant ape's crown. Kato's finger. This was indeed AI weighs 18 styles of vocal techniques. This blow, containing all of Li Fugui's spiritual energy, struck the mountain giant ape's most vulnerable skull without any embellishment. With a splat, like a watermelon bursting, the mountain giant ape's roar abruptly ceased. Its massive body stiffened for a moment. Then it collapsed like a mountain, blocking much of the valley's entrance. Li Fugui landed on the ground, panting heavily, a wave of weakness washing over him. Brother Fugui, Mu Gu and the others gathered around, their eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Had it not been for Li Fugui's astonishing display of strength at a critical moment, they might have perished today. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Li Fugui waved his hand, glancing towards the corpse of the mountain giant ape, where a concealed cave was revealed. Is that its lair? Let's take a look. There may be treasures within. The five cautiously entered the cave. Inside, it was quite spacious, pervaded by a foul odor. However, in a corner, there lay a human skeleton seated in meditation. The garments upon the bones had long since decayed, yet the skeleton still radiated a faint golden light, indicating that this individual had possessed an exceptionally formidable physique in life. Beside the skeleton lay a dim jade slip. Li Fugui approached and picked it up, probing with his consciousness. Moments later, a look of delight spread across his face. Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra. This is a body-refining technique. The jade slip contained the teachings left behind by a powerful figure from the subsect of the Jingang sect within the Langya sect 1,000 years ago. This technique sought the ultimate physical form, allowing practitioners to rapidly enhance their physical strength, defensive capabilities, and overall vitality by continuously absorbing the essence blood of demon beasts. Moreover, this technique could condense all vitality in an instant, forming an indestructible body for 3 seconds. The method was divided into 3 tiers, each tier further divided into 3 revolutions. There were no ranks within this technique. Practicing the first tier's first revolution equated to the initial level of the Xian class, and each subsequent revolution would elevate the technique to a minor realm. Mastery of the highest tier would grant one a body as resilient as a diamond, with vitality surging like a tide, comparable to a divine body. This was tailor-made for Li Fugui. With it, he could withstand blows with greater confidence and rapidly enhance his foundational strength and recovery abilities, truly becoming an indestructible force. Furthermore, this technique exhibited remarkable growth potential, with prospects of ascending to the heavenly tier. Seeing this, Chun Zhong and Mu Gu were equally envious, as they too pursued a path of brute strength, making this body-refining technique invaluable to them. Li Fugui turned to the two, sincerely saying, Brother Chun, Brother Mu, this technique can be cultivated by all 3 of us. However, since there is only one jade slip, I propose I take custody of it for now. Once we have exited the Forbidden Land, I shall ensure to make 2 copies and present them to you personally. First, let us acquire the essence blood of the mountain giant ape. After enduring numerous life and death battles, Chun Zhong and Mu Gu had placed their complete trust in Li Fugui. Chun Zhong clapped Li Fugui on the shoulder. I believe in you. Mu Gu added with a hearty smile. We will follow Brother Li's lead. Just as the 3 made their agreement, a boisterous laughter erupted from the cave's entrance. Ha! Truly, one need not search far for what they desire, to kill the mountain giant ape and gain a ground-tier body-refining technique for free. Marvelous. Chapter 25, Sister-in-law, what are you doing? 5 disciples clad in the attire of the King Kong sect obstructed the cave entrance. The leader, a tall and arrogant figure emanating a wave of spiritual power at the first level of the Xian stage, was indeed an inner disciple of the King Kong sect. Clutching the primordial blood of the mountain giant ape in his hand, he greedily scanned the jade slip in Li Fugui's possession, before lewdly eyeing Ouyang Jingshu and Morong Jinlian. You must be Li Fugui, right? I've heard you possess merely the strength of the Huang stage, yet you managed to slay this mountain giant ape. No wonder even that harlot Su Miaoying has fallen for you. TSK, the female disciples of Miaoying Pavilion are indeed enchanting. My lovely ladies, what future do you have with these soft-footed shrimp? Why not accompany the men of our King Kong sect? I assure you, we will bring you to ecstasy. Seeking death, a cold glimmer flashed in Li Fugui's eyes. Though he had just emerged from a fierce battle and was not in peak condition, he considered the single Xian stage disciple and 4 Huang stage disciples beneath his notice, especially since they dared to insult his companions. The captain of the King Kong sect, witnessing Li Fugui's audacity, sneered, "You are truly overestimating yourself. Today, I shall make you understand your fate. Someone has placed a bounty on your head." He swung his fist forward, the wind from his punch fierce, executing the signature martial art of the King Kong sect, the King Kong Guardian Fist. However, Li Fugui's speed surpassed his wildest imagination. With a slight movement of his lips, a staff formed from sound waves. Its tip condensed with highly compressed spiritual power, instantly struck at the captain's fist. In the moment of impact, the staff pierced through his fist and impaled his chest. Poof! A staff through the chest. The sinister smile on the captain's face froze, his eyes wide with disbelief and terror, before his spirit faded away, and he collapsed lifelessly. Li Fugui stepped lightly to his corpse, declaring, "Now you understand death. This technique is called Zhongqiu." Captain. The remaining 4 disciples of the King Kong sect turned pale with fear, attempting to flee. "Not a single one shall escape," Li Fugui declared coldly. To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Having forged a mortal enmity, none could be left alive. Chen Zhong, Mu Gu, and Ouyang Jingshu acted simultaneously, while Murong Jinlian also released a symbolic mental disturbance. Moments later, all 4 King Kong sect disciples were vanquished. After dealing with the corpses, the sky had darkened. The 5 decided to camp for the night in the relatively safe ape cave, with Chun Zhong taking the first watch. As night fell, the echoes of beast roars resonated in the forbidden land. They set up a makeshift tent deep within the cave, and Li Fugui eagerly began to study the Blood Barbarian King Kong Sutra. After drinking the primordial blood of the mountain giant ape, as his cultivation technique operated, he immediately felt his energy surging. The slight injuries from the earlier battle gradually healing, and his body seemed to thirstily absorb the rich spiritual energy in the air, gaining strength incrementally. Truly miraculous. Li Fugui felt elated, immersing himself in his cultivation, as his energy surged and flowed. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Chen Zhong, on guard, suddenly heard a sound slicing through the air from afar, and the Miaoying pavilion emblem in his hand began to faintly shimmer. Soon, several figures rushed towards the valley. The foremost being a woman clad in black, as cool as the moon, Xian Suxin. She softly addressed the 4 female cultivators of Miaoying Pavilion behind her, saying, "There are our people ahead." The 5 approached the cave and gradually halted. Recognizing Xian Suxin, who seemed to share a unique bond with Li Fugui, Chen Zhong immediately revealed himself, whispering, "Sister Xian, are you here to find Brother Fugui?" Xian Suxin, taken aback at Chen Zhong's assumption that she was seeking Li Fugui, felt her cheeks flush slightly. "Do not speak nonsense. I am not here for him. Just moments ago, a man in black ambushed us. Judging by his techniques, he must be from the ancient sword sect. We have been pursuing him, but he vanished around here. Have you seen him?" Chen Zhong was momentarily stunned. "I have been here on guard and have not seen anyone." Xian Suxin's expression turned puzzled, then appeared to recall something. He is inside?" Chen Zhong chuckled. "Are you referring to Brother Fugui? He is inside healing. Earlier, we encountered and killed a mountain giant ape, and those King Kong sect fellows attempted to kill us for our treasures, thanks to Brother Fugui." Before Chen Zhong could finish his sentence, Xian Suxin hurriedly walked towards the cave. Just as Xian Suxin and her companions approached the cave, an unexpected change occurred within Li Fugui's tent. Inside, as he practiced the Blood Barbarian King Kong Sutra, his energy surged, his skin glowing with a faint red light, and his consciousness half immersed in a state of cultivation. At that moment, Murong Jinlian suddenly entered, her voice sweet as honey, seemingly imbued with some enchantment, her gaze captivating. "Uncle Li, it's so dull at night, practicing alone. I see you overflowing with energy. Why not let me help you?" As she spoke, she swayed her slender waist, preparing to sit in Li Fugui's embrace, her jade hand reaching toward his chest, intent on undraping his long robe. Li Fugui, startled awake by this sudden turn of events, felt the turbulent energy within him stirred by her seductive aura, nearly spiraling out of control. He opened his eyes wide, seeing Murong Jinlian nearly pressed against him. Both shocked and furious, "Miss Pan, what are you doing? What if Brother Chen Zhong sees? I implore you to conduct yourself with decorum." He hastily activated his cultivation technique, trying to suppress the restless energy and the influence of her enchantment. This was a critical moment in his training, and any deviation could lead to disaster, leaving him unable to resist Murong Jinlian's advances. With one hand wrapped around Li Fugui's neck, her warm breath brushing his ear. She teased, "Oh, uncle is quite the joker. My surname is Jinlian, not Pan. That silly fool is standing guard outside, so you needn't worry." She continued, "Those 2 moves you used during the day, the 18 styles, were quite impressive. Would they work on me?" From outside the tent, the curtain swayed, casting shadows that clearly depicted Murong Jinlian eagerly embracing Li Fugui, while he appeared to be caught between rejection and acceptance. Just then, Xian Suxin arrived near the tent, intending to check on Li Fugui's condition. She quickly caught sight of the entangled figures projected on the tent, and heard Murong Jinlian's enchanting voice alongside Li Fugui's somewhat hurried breaths. Xian Suxin's steps froze instantly, her countenance turning pale. Her cool, clear eyes fixated on the shadows on the tent, flickering with disbelief, disappointment, and a twinge of pain. She bit her lower lip, ultimately uttering not a single word, and abruptly turned around, rushing out of the cave without a backward glance. Inside the tent, Li Fugui finally unleashed his formidable spiritual power, forcefully pushing Murong Jinlian away, and barked, "Get out." The tent was shattered by the impact. Murong Jinlian was thrown to the ground, yet she hung her head low, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her objective already achieved. Li Fugui gasped for breath, his face ashen. He sensed something was amiss. But his blood was still surging, and his consciousness was somewhat muddled. He lifted his gaze, only to see 4 female cultivators from Yaoyin Pavilion standing nearby, glaring at him with fierce intensity, along with the fleeting silhouette of Su Xian at the cave's entrance. "Su Xian Shiji?" he murmured. One of the female cultivators pointed at Li Fugui, her body trembling with anger. "You, Li Fugui, truly heartless and ungrateful. How could you make Su Xian Shiji go searching for you the moment she entered the forbidden area? I have never seen her care so deeply for a man. Do you deserve her?" Having said this, the 4 of them turned and hurried after Su Xian. Li Fugui stood there, stunned and bewildered. Su Xian. He bore the destined relationship system, and though he had contemplated Su Xian and indeed held feelings for her, her perpetual coldness towards him, coupled with her unique background and constitution, had led him to believe she harbored disdain for him. Gazing at the oppressive night outside the cave, his spirits plummeted to the depths. He turned to face Murong Jinlian, a fierce aura radiating from him, pressing down on her until she struggled to breathe. "This is the first and I hope the last time. Out of respect for Qinzhong, I will not hold this against you this time. But should there be a next time?" His energy surged, once again toppling Murong Jinlian to the ground. Not far away, Mu Gu and Ouyang Jingzhu emerged from the tent, adjusting their clothing. Qinzhong approached from outside the cave. "Fugui, what happened? Why did Xian Shiji leave as soon as she arrived?" Murong Jinlian stealthily crept up behind Qinzhong, her gaze evasive. Li Fugui glanced at Murong Jinlian, then at Qinzhong, taking a deep breath. "It's nothing. I nearly went into a trance while practicing and almost harmed Jinlian. My sister-in-law, Su Xian Shiji, saw that I was fine and left." Qinzhong turned to grasp Murong Jinlian's hand, smiling broadly. As long as everything is well." Mugu scratched his head in confusion, while Ouyang Jingzhu examined her silver bracelet, her eyes scrutinizing Murong Jinlian and Li Fugui, as if pondering something. Chapter 26. The sudden change in Qian Valley at dawn the following day. The small team, led by Li Fugui, set forth once more, delving deeper into Qian Valley. Within the Forbidden Zone, peril lurked at every turn. The closer they drew to the core, the more formidable the demon beasts they encountered. Over the course of a mere 10 days, they faced no fewer than 10 assaults from various menacing creatures, such as the poisonous miasma demon mantis, Shadowclaw leopard, and earthfire scorpion, each more bizarre and troublesome than the last. Each member bore numerous scars. Qinzhong's Hunyuan bell bore several deep claw marks, while Mugu suffered a gash on his left arm from a stealthy demon fox. Fortunately, Ouyang Jingzhu had cultivated a supportive technique known as Ling Er Di Ting Shu, which allowed her to sense the abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy and the presence of demon beasts in advance, enabling the team to narrowly evade several encounters with third-tier demon beasts and arrive at their destination relatively unscathed. This experience only served to bolster Li Fugui's trust in the composed and dependable Ouyang Jingzhu, even as he remained wary of Murong Jinlian. Upon finally stepping into the realm of Qian Valley, they were awestruck by the astonishing scenery before them. The temperature within the valley was markedly elevated, and the air was thick with a mixture of sulfur and searing spiritual energy. The ground was scorched a dark red hue, with sporadic rivers of lava flowing sluggishly at the valley's base, producing a bubbling sound. In the center of the valley stood a solitary peak, entirely crimson, resembling a massive, heated sword piercing the heavens. However, they were not the first to arrive. At the foot of the Red Mountain, three factions had already established a tense standoff. The largest group belonged to the Gujian sect, consisting of over 20 individuals huddled together, exuding a fierce aura. The four leaders displayed particularly potent fluctuations of spiritual energy. The foremost, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, stood tall and imposing, carrying an ancient sword sheathed in a scabbard adorned with flame patterns, his cultivation reaching the 5th tier of the Xian stage. He was Zhao Liang, the strongest of the younger generation of the Gujian sect. To his left stood a burly man bearing a giant sword as wide as a door at the 3rd tier of the Xian stage, while to his right was a young cultivator wielding twin swords at the 1st tier of the Xian stage. Behind him loomed a figure cloaked in black, exuding an eerie presence, with indistinct features but equally radiating the 3rd tier of the Xian stage. The King Kong sect had over 10 members, all muscular with bronze-tinged skin. Leading them were two men resembling figures cast from gold and bronze. One, named Jin Hong, stood at the 4th tier of the Xian stage, while the other, Zhang Tai, was at the 3rd tier, both exuding an air of dominance as formidable body cultivators. On the side of Miaoyin Pavilion, Zhuan Suxin's team had dwindled to 4, indicating a loss along their journey. Ma Zhenlu's team fared worse, reduced to 3, each bearing injuries. Conversely, Yang Jian's group remained unscathed, standing composed at the side. The three factions confronted one another, the atmosphere taut with tension, yet all eyes were inevitably drawn to the summit of the Crimson Peak. There, amidst the swirling heated spiritual energy, a spectral flower flickered in and out of view. It was approximately the size of a basin, boasting 9 petals that shimmered in vibrant hues of red, orange, and gold. With a golden core pulsating with overwhelming energy, the coveted Lihua Jianghua, a spiritual treasure sought after by countless cultivators. Li Fugui inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and approached the Miaoyin Pavilion camp. He stood before Zhuan Suxin, his mouth opening, a torrent of words lodged in his throat, finally escaping as a complexly emotional whisper, Suxin. Senior sister. Yet Zhuan Suxin appeared oblivious, not even casting a glance in his direction. Her expression impassive as she turned away to join Yang Jian's group. Yang Jian, noticing this, smirked with unabashed pride, casting a provocative glance at Li Fugui. Li Fugui felt a pang in his heart, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, Zhao Liang of the Gujian sect spoke up, his voice as fiery as his sword. Everyone, this beast is ferocious, and no single person or faction can withstand it. It seems drawn here by the Jianghua. Let us temporarily ally to eradicate this threat before discussing the flower's rightful owner. What say you? Though the King Kong sect and Miaoyin Pavilion harbored their own intentions, they recognized the urgency of the situation and nodded in agreement. Thus, a simple offensive alliance was formed, with Zhao Liang, Zhuan Suxin, and Jin Hong, the highest cultivators among them, taking the lead, while the other Xian stage disciples supported from the side. And the Huang stage disciples positioned themselves on the periphery for ranged attacks, or to form formations to weaken the massive serpent. The battle erupted instantaneously. The Qian burning heaven python possessed an ancient bloodline, its physique extraordinarily robust, with scales tougher than steel, rendering ordinary Xian stage attacks ineffective. With a single sweep of its colossal tail, it conjured waves of fire. A mere breath from its mouth unleashed flames that could melt gold and stone. In an instant, several Huang stage disciples, unable to evade in time, were severely injured, their cries echoing as they were sent flying, either dead or grievously hurt. Li Fugui blended into the crowd, wielding his spiritual energy to fend off the residual waves of the fiery onslaught, while discreetly observing the entire scene. He noted that Yang Jian, though seemingly exerting himself in a fierce attack, was actually employing a facade of effort, his form elusive as he lingered at the periphery of the battlefield, conserving his strength. Reflecting on the precise ambushes executed by the disciples of Jingangzong, the unusual affection displayed by Murong Jinlian, the mysterious figure luring Xian Suxin to the ape cave, and the beasts that appeared to possess an uncanny awareness of their movements, a myriad of suspicions intertwined, intensifying the unease within Li Fugui. Yang Jian was undoubtedly plotting an immense conspiracy. As the group endured considerable costs, They gradually stabilized their formation, launching a barrage of formidable attacks that began to inflict wounds upon the Chihua Finchin Mang. Golden light enveloped Jin Hong, whose stature doubled as he glared fiercely, resembling a living embodiment of a Vajra, engaging the serpentine beast in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Xian Suxin gently caressed her ancient guqin, waves of sound transforming into strands of spiritual force that entwined around the Chihua Finchin Mang, hampering its movements. Zhao Liang hovered in midair, fingers forming sword seals as countless blades cascaded downward, aimed directly at the colossal serpent. Just as it seemed they were on the verge of delivering a fatal blow, an unforeseen twist unfolded. Yang Jian, who had been skirting the edges, revealed a glint of malice in his eyes. He appeared to direct a strand of spiritual energy towards the giant serpent's vulnerable point, yet at the critical moment, he subtly altered his angle, unleashing a chilling dark force that silently severed the strands binding the Chihua Finchin Mang. With a piercing roar, the Chihua Finchin Mang emitted a cry of anguish and fury, its massive form convulsing violently, its golden serpent eyes transforming into a blood-red abyss. At that instant, it plunged into a frenzied state of complete rage. Its demonic power surged dramatically, its attacks becoming erratic yet increasingly lethal. The serpent's tail swept through the air like a blazing mountain, hurtling towards Xian Suxin, who was nearest to it. Xian Suxin poured all her energy into her guqin, sound waves morphing into barriers, but caught off guard. The barriers shattered instantaneously, and she was on the brink of being struck by that cataclysmic force. Chapter 27. The blood-stained Jiuyang flower. As the devastating strike of the Qi Yin Fentian Mang was about to descend upon Xian Su Exine, caution gripped Li Fu Gui, who had been vigilantly watching over her. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the blood mantra King Kong Sutra within him, causing his energy and blood to surge. Like a bolt of lightning, he propelled himself forward, forcefully pushing Xian Su Exine aside, while simultaneously crossing his arms to confront the terrifying serpent's tail. With a thunderous crash, Li Fu Gui was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, sent flying and crashing heavily against a distant rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Had he not successfully cultivated the first layer of the blood mantra King Kong Sutra, significantly enhancing his physical strength and vital energy, this blow would have shattered his bones into fragments. Li Fu Gui, after regaining her balance from being pushed aside, Xian Su Exine, witnessing Li Fu Gui's bloodied state, displayed an unprecedented panic on her usually composed face, exclaiming in alarm. She rushed toward him. Li Fu Gui struggled to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile as he said, "It's nothing. Su Exine, I'm not dead yet." Xian Su Exine gazed at his pale complexion, a complex emotion flashing through her eyes, a mixture of gratitude and lingering resentment from their earlier misunderstanding. She turned away, her tone stiff. Who told you to block for me? I can handle it myself." Su Exine, that night Mu Rong Jin Lian, Li Fu Gui hurriedly attempted to explain. Caution. Xian Su Exine shoved him aside, her figure flickering as she narrowly evaded another assault from the Qi Yin Fentian Mang. In no time, half of the yellow tier disciples present had suffered injuries or fatalities. Everyone, buy me 10 breaths of time. Zhao Liang, recognizing the urgency of the situation, retreated sharply. Gripping the flame-patterned sword tightly, he gathered his spiritual power, which surged toward the blade like boiling water, coalescing into a formidable sword intent capable of devastating the heavens and earth. He was about to unleash his ultimate technique, the Dai Funtian sword art. The others understood his intent, disregarding their injuries as they desperately entangled the frenzied giant serpent. 10 breaths of time slipped by in an instant. Zhao Liang stood suspended in the air, his hairpin having come undone, radiating a brilliant red light, resembling the scorching sun itself. The sky behind him had transformed into a sea of flames, while his sword, though ancient and unadorned, distorted the very space surrounding it. This sword was named Qi Shao, ranked 16th on the immortal sword list. Bestowed by the sect leader, a low-grade earth-tier weapon. Monstrous beast, to perish beneath this sword is your honor. Glorious sun, burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Flash, Zhao Liang roared, and the sword in his hand erupted with a blinding brilliance akin to the sun. A horizontal, golden-red sword aura tore through the air, carrying an overwhelming force that annihilated all in its path, precisely striking the Qi Yin Fentian Mang's vulnerable scales. With a splatter, serpent blood gushed forth like molten lava, corroding the ground beneath. The Qi Yin Fun Tian Meng emitted a despairing wail, its colossal body convulsing violently before crashing to the ground, silenced forever. After executing this powerful strike, Zhao Lai Yang's complexion turned ashen, his energy exhausted to the utmost, rendering him incapable of further combat. The remaining disciples, mostly injured and drained of spiritual energy, breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to take a moment to recuperate before contending for the nearby Li Hua Jiuyang flower. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted and their guard had momentarily relaxed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded without warning. Puchi! Ah! Two piercing screams echoed simultaneously from the Gu Jianmen camp. The ominous aura of a black-robed swordsman at the third level of the Xian tier surged as he swiftly plunged his dagger. Akin to a venomous serpent, from behind into the heart of a fellow disciple burdened with a massive sword and another wielding dual swords. Both men, eyes wide in disbelief, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. At nearly the same moment, within the Jingang sect's ranks, two disciples who had initially possessed only yellow-tier cultivation abruptly experienced a surge in their aura, both ascending to the first level of the Xian tier. Coordinating seamlessly, they launched a sudden attack. Their poison blades and heavy demon-slaying staffs crashing down upon the unsuspecting Jin Hong and another third-level inner disciple of the Xian tier. Caught off guard, their protective spiritual energy shattered in an instant, blood gushing forth as they fell, lifeless. Zhao Lai Yang's eyes widened in rage, yet he was too exhausted to retaliate. The remaining yellow-tier disciples from Gu Jianmen and Jingang Men were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, on the Miaoyin Pavilion side, Ma Zhenlu had no time to react, falling victim to a silent teammate's ambush from behind, a blade piercing his throat, leading to his immediate demise. Su Xian, be careful. Li Fu Gui, his nerves taut, immediately sensed the murderous intent flickering in Yang Jian's eyes. He called out a warning, then sprang into action, throwing a punch toward Yang Jian, who was poised to attack Xian Su Xian from behind. Bang! Their fists collided, energy surging in all directions. Li Fu Gui, caught off guard, was pushed back a half step, but successfully intercepted Yang Jian's lethal strike. Yang Jian, thwarted in his ambush, responded not with anger, but with a chilling smile. A wave of icy dread surged from Li Fu Gui's tailbone to the crown of his head. Pooh! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed distinctly in Li Fu Gui's ears. His body froze in disbelief as he looked down to see the knife's tip protruding from his left chest, directly through his heart. Yet, there was not a drop of blood on the blade. Struggling, he turned his gaze to find Mu Rong Jin Lian's alluring face, now as cold as frost. Fu Gui. Xian Su Xian's pupils constricted at the sight, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Rushing forward, but was ensnared by two suddenly treacherous female cultivators and the black-robed trader from Gu Jianmen. Overwhelmed by Li Fu Gui's severe injury, she faltered, only to be struck in the back by the trader from Gu Jianmen, spitting blood and sustaining grave wounds. Jin Lian, what are you doing? Chen Zhong and Mu Gu, witnessing this sudden betrayal, howled in disbelief. Eager to rush to the rescue, but were repelled by the three unexpectedly powerful traders from Jingang's sect. In mere moments, the entire Qi Yin Valley had transformed from a battleground into a slaughterhouse dominated by traitors and conspirators. Yang Jian gazed at the slowly collapsing Li Fu Gui, his heart pierced, unable to contain his ecstatic laughter. Ha! Li Fu Gui, no matter how cunning you are, in the end, you still must drink my bathwater. This Jiuyang flower is mine. Xian Su Xian is mine. You all shall die. Ha ha. Chapter 28. The honest lollipop Yang Jian's raucous laughter reverberated through the Qi Yin Valley, brimming with a triumphant sense of certainty. With Li Fu Gui's demise, he envisioned the dismal fate awaiting Xian Suxin once he captured her, and the splendid future of seizing the Li Hua Jiangua. However, just as his laughter reached its crescendo, a shadow, akin to a specter, suddenly emerged from behind a colossal rock, moving with astonishing speed. In an instant, the onlookers felt a blur before their eyes, and the shadow had already approached Yang Jian, forcefully shoving a vividly colored lollipop into his mouth. With a hand that gripped his chin like a vice, it urged him to swallow. The confection melted upon contact, and before Yang Jian could discern its flavor, he felt a smooth warmth cascade down his throat. Coughing and sputtering, Yang Jian turned towards his assailant in shock and fury. To his disbelief, he found himself staring at Li Fu Gui. Li. Li Fugaway. You are not dead. Yang Jian's voice turned shrill with horror. As the crowd recognized the figure to indeed be Li Fugaway, they collectively turned to gaze at the lifeless body of Li Fugaway, which lay on the ground, rigid and pierced by a sharp blade. Yet, his face and form began to ripple like water, transforming rapidly into a lifelike puppet. Devoid of spirit, crafted from neither metal nor wood. Embedded in the puppet's forehead was a low-grade spirit stone, softly radiating a gentle yellow light. A puppet! Exclaimed Qinzhong, astonished. The real Li Fugaway stood before Yang Jian, clapping his hands with a smirk of mockery. Brother Yang, are you surprised? This doppelganger puppet is quite a treasure, albeit consuming a bit of spirit stone. It turned out that Li Fugaway had sensed the peculiarities surrounding their mission, particularly the odd behavior of Murong Jinlian and Yang Jian's restraint, prompting him to remain vigilant. Prior to entering the Qian Valley, he had discreetly activated the Xian-level puppet, which had been a reward from the system, transforming it to resemble himself and mingling within the group, while he cleverly concealed himself within the valley's intricate terrain. Although the puppet possessed only 80% of his cultivation, it was sufficient to deceive everyone. The lollipop that Yang Jian had been forced to consume was a product of the system, the honest lollipop, which had a straightforward yet brutal effect. The user would speak only the truth uncontrollably for 5 minutes. At that moment, the potion's effects began to take hold. The anger and shock on Yang Jian's face swiftly faded, his gaze becoming vacant and hollow, akin to a marionette bereft of its soul. Suddenly, he began to weep uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he divulged his most embarrassing secrets. Woo. Although my father named me Yang Jian, hoping I would be strong and resilient, I am not Yang Jian at all. I am Yang Wei. At 6, I spied on the new concubine of the neighboring Wang Yuan Wei while she bathed. At 8, I attempted to steal a widow's undergarments hanging in her courtyard, only to be chased by dogs for 3 streets. At 10, I independently learned traditional crafts. At 11, I was captivated by Spring Palace paintings. At 12, he poured forth his life's most shameful anecdotes with an astonishing level of detail and dramatic flair, leaving the audience in awe. In an instant, the Qian Valley fell into an eerie silence. The surviving disciples from the 3 sects, as well as the spies beneath Yang Jian, stood agape, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. Some could not suppress their laughter, hastily covering their mouths, while others sneered in contempt, muttering, "Pa, scum." Even the black-robed trader from the Gujian sect could not resist commenting, "TSK, to be doing that at 11, Brother Yang truly possesses remarkable talent." A trader from the King Kong sect grinned, "Stealing undergarments at 8? Huh. I was still playing in the mud at that age." Even the grievously injured Xian Suxin felt a faint blush creep onto her pallid face, turning away in discomfort. The previously tense and oppressive atmosphere was significantly alleviated by this utterly absurd scene. Li Fugaway, taken aback by the lollipop's extraordinary effect, noticed that Yang Jian was on the verge of revealing the secrets of the Hahuan sect's dual cultivation techniques. He quickly coughed to interrupt. "Stop. Yang Jian, tell me, what is your true purpose in coming to the Miaoying Pavilion and this Langya forbidden ground?" With a dazed expression, Yang Jian answered candidly, "Because I am impotent. To regain my vigor, I allied myself with the Hahuan sect. The Grand Ancestor of Bliss helped me become firm again, but the condition was that I would act as an undercover agent in the Miaoying Pavilion. I aimed to find an opportunity to reactivate the Hahuan slave seal that the Grand Ancestor had placed on Su Miaoying years ago, making her a Hahuan slave once more. Additionally, I needed to awaken Xian Suxin's innate charm body and bring her back to the Hahuan sect. She possesses the secret technique of the Miaoying Pavilion, the Vow of Serene Heart, which counters the Grand Ancestor of Bliss's power and must also be retrieved. Furthermore, I need to acquire the Lihua Jiangwa to assist him in breaking through the Yinyang Hahuan Great Method." He paused briefly before continuing. "In order to annihilate you all in one fell swoop, the Hahuan sect had previously embedded spies within the Gujian sect and the King Kong sect. I have long since controlled Murong Jinlian and several female cultivators through the Hahuan slave seal. Moreover, there are spies within the Miaoying Pavilion, specifically." At that critical moment, Ouyang Jingzhu, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected with a sharp voice, "Foul scoundrel, spewing filthy words, prepare to meet your end." Before her words could fully resonate, she sprang into action, drawing the blade still lodged in the puppet's chest, transforming into a streak of cold light aimed directly at Yang Jian's throat. The shift occurred with remarkable swiftness. However, as she passed by Li Fugui, the trajectory of her blade inexplicably altered, striking at Li Fugui's heart at an extraordinarily acute angle, carrying with it an unparalleled sword energy that revealed its formidable power, reaching the 6th level of Xian realm. Although Li Fugui had grown wary due to her sudden interruption of Yang Jian's revelations, the unexpected and lethal strike still caught him off guard. He channeled all his energy into the Shuan Man Jing Gang Jing, his blood surging like thunder, his skin glistening with a dark red hue, and an immense shadow of a mountain giant ape loomed around him. Simultaneously, he executed a swift retreat, attempting to block with his palms. The blade sliced through his hand, drawing forth a spray of crimson, but he ultimately could not evade entirely, and the tip of the sword plunged deeply into his left shoulder, penetrating nearly half an inch. Had it not been for the formidable physical prowess bestowed by the Shuan Man Jing Gang Jing and his evasive maneuvers at critical moments, this sword would have surely pierced his heart once more. Jingshu, you, Mu Gu, witnessing this scene, let out an incredulous roar, ready to charge forward. Ouyang Jingshu, having struck successfully, showed no desire to linger. She executed a graceful backward flip, landing lightly within Yang Jian's camp, creating a significant distance from Li Fugui and the others. The cultivation she had previously concealed was now fully revealed, as the pressure of her 6th level in the Xian tier emanated freely, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd with a hint of disdain and mockery. Chapter 29. Ouyang Jingzhu. Li Fuqiu swiftly applied pressure to stop the bleeding, swallowing a rejuvenation pill, his expression one of astonishment as he stared at Ouyang Jingzhu. I can't believe this. I trusted you because I thought you were honest. You traitor. I always believed that only someone with the looks of Murong Jinlian could betray, but to think that you, Ouyang Jingzhu, a person of such fair countenance, would also turn traitor. Mu Gu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anguish as he questioned, Jingzhu, why? Why have you done this? Ouyang Jingzhu, or rather the current Ouyang Jingzhu, curled her lips into a cruel smile, her voice devoid of the gentleness it once held, addressing Li Fuqiu. How could I earn your trust without putting on such an act? Ha! Her voice then turned as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. You, a foolish brute as dense as a pig, are not worthy to be my man. You aren't even fit to be the furnace for my cultivation. Before her words had fully faded, she extended her fingers toward Mu Gu, grasping the air. In an instant, Mu Gu felt his vital essence and spiritual power uncontrollably surge toward Ouyang Jingzhu's outstretched palm, a torrent that overwhelmed him. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body visibly withering. And within just 2 or 3 breaths, he had completely transformed into a desiccated corpse, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Big brother, Chen Zhong, witnessing the tragic demise of his sworn brother, let out an anguished roar, recklessly charging forward to fight. Brother Chen, calm down. Li Fuqiu gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder and the surging desire for vengeance, firmly restraining the nearly unhinged Chen Zhong. At that moment, Yang Jian also emerged from the effects of the honest lollipop, recalling the secrets and embarrassing stories he had uncontrollably revealed. Trembling with rage, his face contorted as he pointed at Li Fuqiu and shouted, Li Fuqiu, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you use such vile means? However, after cursing, he surveyed the battlefield. Although they had lost some expendable pawns, their high-tier combatants remained intact, especially with Ouyang Jingzhu possessing absolute strength at the 6th layer of the Xian stage, while Li Fuqiu's side was already running on fumes. His face twisted into a fierce and ecstatic grin once more, but it doesn't matter. Today you all shall die, he commanded. Go ahead, my lord. Ouyang Jingzhu's gaze was frigid, without a hint of hesitation. She understood well that Li Fuqiu, with his cunning nature and immense potential, could not be spared. She moved first, charging toward the most formidable Li Fuqiu on the field, her 6th layer Xian stage spiritual power surging forth like a tidal wave, transforming into countless strands of pink peach blossom miasma, accompanied by a bewitching melody that could entrap the mind and erode both spirit and flesh. Capture Xian Sushin, leave none alive. Yang Jian commanded the other Xian stage traders, while he himself, sword in hand, lunged fiercely at Li Fuqiu, vowing to shred the man who had repeatedly humiliated him. Li Fuqiu, unfazed by the impending danger, summoned the soul stone from the fallen puppet on the ground, which glowed fiercely as it boldly confronted Yang Jian. The puppet embodied 80% of his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the first layer of the Xian stage, and with its unique material, it showed no fear of pain, managing to suppress the enraged Yang Jian momentarily. Meanwhile, Li Fuqiu faced the relentless assault of Ouyang Jingzhu, channeling the Man Blood Diamond Sutra to its utmost limits, his vital essence roaring within, enhancing his physical strength to its peak, resembling a true mountain giant, resisting the encroaching peach blossom miasma. His footwork shifted as he executed the close combat techniques of the Tongbei fist, each punch bursting forth with a fierce wind, compelling Ouyang Jingzhu to refrain from drawing too near. Simultaneously, Yu Rinshao emitted a melodious cry. The moonlit night of the 24 bridges. The sound waves rippled out like invisible waves, clashing with Ouyang Jingzhu's seductive melody, effectively neutralizing her spiritual assault. For a moment, through his formidable physique, exquisite martial arts, and unique sound wave techniques, Li Fuqiu managed to exchange blows with Ouyang Jingzhu, who was 4 layers above him in cultivation. Although he was constantly on the defensive and surrounded by peril, he showed no signs of defeat. On the other side, Xian Suxin, enduring severe injuries, placed her guqin across her knees, her fingers dancing deftly as the Sutra of Pure Sound transformed into waves of purifying melodies, shielding herself while also striving to support Li Fuqiu and Zhao Liang. Despite her grievous wounds, her cultivation countered the wicked arts of the Hahuan sect, showcasing her formidable combat power as she single-handedly held off 2 first-layer Xian stage traitors. Zhao Liang of the Ancient Sword sect, though nearly depleted of spiritual power, remained resolute, wielding the Qi Shao sword and urging his remaining sword intent to its utmost, the sword energy like a rainbow, staunchly blocking the encirclement of a 3rd-layer Xian stage traitor in a black robe and another first-layer traitor. He was solely sustained by sheer will, blood seeping from his lips, his form swaying precariously. The yellow-tier disciples, amidst such a chaotic melee, proved nearly ineffectual, quickly succumbing to the aftermath of combat and the merciless slaughter initiated by the traitors. Jinlian, wake up! Chen Zhong wielded the Hunyuan bell, battling with the now completely lost Murong Jinlian, whose eyes were vacant, consumed by the instinct to kill. Unable to strike against his once-beloved partner, he could only passively defend, continually accruing new injuries. Ultimately, amidst Murong Jinlian's reckless, life-threatening onslaught, the Hunyuan bell was knocked aside, and a poisoned dagger pierced his abdomen. Chen Zhong gazed upon the face that was once enchanting but had now become twisted and numb, filled with sorrow and unwillingness. His massive frame collapsed like a mountain, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Brother Chen, Li Fuqiu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, his heart wrenching in agony, causing his assault to falter. In that moment, Ouyang Jingzhu seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce pink palm print onto his chest, forcing him to stagger back, blood spilling from his lips once more. At this moment, on Li Fuqiu's side, only he, the severely injured Xian Suxin, and the exhausted Zhao Liang remained. Zhao Liang repelled the enemy before him, leaning heavily on his sword, gasping for breath. He looked around at the bodies of his fellow disciples, at the still fighting Li Fuqiu and Xian Suxin, and suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice filled with tragic resolve. Chapter 30. The Crimson Sky's Demon Slaying. Zhao Liang's voice resonated with a tragic resolve. To think that I, Zhao Liang, after 2 decades of cultivation, have vowed to wield my sword against the world and vanquish all demons, would meet my end at the hands of such petty scoundrels. Yet, to engage in a bloodbath with these vile entities, to honor my sword and the teachings of my sect, I fear not death. He abruptly turned, his gaze ablaze as he addressed Li Fuguei, brotherly. After my demise, please accept this sword, Qi Shao. This sword has accompanied me for many years and possesses a spirit of its own. I implore you, do not let it fade into obscurity. For me, slay more of these wicked fiends. Before his words could fully resonate, a brilliant crimson gold radiance erupted from his being. In that moment, he resolutely ignited every ounce of his essence. His blood, soul, and life force. The once waning energy surged wildly, breaking through the shackles of the 5th level of the Xian realm, even brushing the edges of the 6th level. He stood suspended in the air, his garments dancing with the heat waves, his expression resolute yet sorrowful. The Qi Shao illuminated the 3,000 continents, embodying the valor of a hero. With the blood of heroes poured out, he transformed into a blazing sun. He grasped the Qi Xiao, drawing upon his soul, merging all his life and will into this final strike. A beam of sword light, more pure, fervent, and determined than the one that had slain the scarlet flame python, burst forth like the first light that split the heavens, illuminating the entire Qiyin Valley, aimed with the intent to annihilate towards Ouyang Jingshu, Yang Jian, and all the traitors. Not good. Quickly evade. Ouyang Jingshu's countenance shifted dramatically as she sensed the destructive energy contained within that strike. She could no longer afford to attack Li Fugui and retreated with all her might, conjuring a pink peach blossom barrier to shield herself. Yang Jian, gripped by terror, felt his soul nearly depart. In this life-and-death moment, a flicker of madness and ferocity flashed in his eyes as he unleashed the secret technique of the Hahuan sect, the devouring Yuan demonic art. Extending his hands like black holes to draw in several companions, including Murong Jinlian. The vital essence and spiritual power of those female cultivators were forcibly consumed in an instant. Yang Jian's aura skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, catapulting him to the 5th level of the Xian realm. However, he transformed into a ghastly figure, his veins protruding beneath his skin, eyes blood red, as the breaking army sword in his hand vibrated ominously, exuding a malevolent aura. He roared, channeling the chaotic spiritual energy he had just devoured into the breaking army sword, bracing himself against the impending wave of destructive sword light. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames and sword energy sweeping in all directions, carving the ground down by 3 feet. As the blinding light and rampant energy gradually subsided, a massive charred pit appeared where the traitors once stood. At the edge of the pit, Ouyang Jingshu's garments were tattered, a trace of blood at her lips, her expression darkened, clearly having suffered from Zhao Liyang's sacrificial strike. On the other side of the pit, Yang Jian knelt on one knee, his body charred, nearly all his clothing reduced to ashes, save for a few scraps barely covering him. The breaking army sword propped him up as he gasped for breath, looking utterly disheveled, yet his eyes burned with even more madness and resentment. It was only through the consumption of the Hahuan female cultivators to forcibly elevate his cultivation that he barely managed to survive the terrifying sword strike. As for the others, including the black-robed cultivator at the 3rd level of the Xian realm and all the yellow-level disciples, they had long been reduced to ashes, their corpses obliterated by Zhao Liyang's life-burning, peak-level assault. In the sky, Zhao Liyang's nearly extinguished body plummeted like a falling star, finally landing softly before Li Fugui. With the last vestige of his strength, he entrusted the Qi Xiao sword to Li Fugui, his eyes reflecting a final hope and charge before he completely dissipated, lifeless. Li Fugui inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of grief and wrath within him. He solemnly extended his hand, grasping the hilt of the Qi Xiao sword. The weight of it felt substantial, a warm energy emanating from the hilt, as if he could sense the indomitable spirit and righteous aura of its former master. With a clang, he unsheathed the Qi Xiao sword, its blade of vibrant crimson, akin to flowing lava, radiating intense heat, and a formidable sword intent, trembling slightly, as if it were weeping. He secured the sword at his back, his gaze unwavering, locking onto Ouyang Jingshu and Yang Jian with icy determination. Brother Zhao, may you rest in peace. I have accepted your sword. Your vengeance. I shall exact it. If before, Li Fugui sought merely to preserve himself, to obtain the Lihua Zhuyang flower and protect Xian Suxin. Now, the shocking conspiracy of Yang Jian and the Hahuan sect, the betrayal of Murong Jinlian, the vicious ambush by Ouyang Jingshu, the tragic deaths of his fellow disciples, the grievous injury of Xian Suxin, and Zhao Liyang's poignant entrustment, all had driven him to the brink, igniting an unprecedented fury and murderous intent within him. Today, in Qiyin Valley, only one side shall emerge alive. He resolved to eliminate the 2 principal culprits before him. Chapter 31. A true man in 3 seconds. Within the crimson flames of Qi Yin Gu, the acrid stench of smoke mingled with the metallic tang of blood, permeating the air. Yang Jian's frenzied roar shattered the brief stillness, his eyes aflame with madness. His spiritual energy, having absorbed the essence of numerous souls, became a chaotic tempest, intensifying his fury. Wielding the Pajun sword, he charged at Li Fugui once more, his strikes wild yet brutally fierce. Ouyang Jingshu did not immediately engage in the fray. Instead, she discreetly stepped back, her icy gaze fixed upon the unfolding battle. Li Fugui, bearing the Qi Xiao sword upon his back, remained eerily calm. He stepped forward, resolutely shielding the gravely injured Xian Suxin behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he produced the Xian Huang Pezhong Dan given to him by Chunxing and swallowed it whole. As the elixir coursed through him, an overwhelming energy erupted. His aura surged dramatically, ascending through the realms of the Xian stage, second layer, third layer, fourth layer, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the fifth layer. The Shui Man Jing Gang Jing within him operated at an unprecedented speed, his vital essence roaring through his meridians, his skin shimmering with a faint crimson glow as if a thin layer of blood armor had formed around him. Behind him, a towering phantom of a giant ape roared skyward, a manifestation of his mastery of the first layer of the Shui Man Jing Gang Jing, taken to its zenith. Fugaway, Xian Suxin called weakly from behind, her voice laced with concern. Fear not. I am here, Li Fugaway replied, his voice steady and imbued with reassuring strength, without turning back. At that moment, Yang Jian had already closed the distance, his sword light cascading like a torrential downpour. Li Fugaway did not flinch or evade. Instead, he unleashed the melody of 24 bridges on a moonlit night, transforming sound waves into intangible shackles that ensnared Yang Jian, momentarily halting his furious advance, creating a brief opening. A flaw. Li Fugaway's eyes sparkled with insight as he seized the fleeting opportunity. With a clenched fist, he channeled the surging spiritual power and vital essence within him, executing the techniques of the Tong Bei fist to their utmost potential. He struck forth with a punch that shattered the air, producing a resounding sonic boom. Bang! His fist landed solidly upon Yang Jian's chest. A sickening crack echoed, and Yang Jian was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily onto the scorched ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Fugaway, not daring to grow complacent, once again invoked 24 bridges on a moonlit night, sending waves of sound blades slicing through the dust. Have I succeeded? Xian Suxin strained to lift her head. However, as the dust began to settle, Yang Jian staggeringly rose to his feet. His chest caved in, blood mixed with fragments of his insides oozing from his lips, yet the madness in his eyes burned even brighter, as if he felt no pain. Ha ha, die. We all must die, he roared, an inhumane sound escaping his lips. Once more, the chaotic spiritual energy around him ignited. Even more ferocious than before, as he charged recklessly towards Li Fugaway, his assault becoming increasingly brutal, a life-for-a-life strategy. This guy, he has completely lost his sanity. Li Fugaway's brow furrowed as he clashed with the mad Yang Jian once again. Sword light and sound waves intertwined, fists and demonic energy collided, their figures flashing through the valley at breakneck speed, neither able to gain the upper hand. Just as the two engaged in their fierce battle, their energies locked together, the ever-calm Ouyang Jingshu finally made her move. Silently, like a specter, she slipped behind Li Fugaway, wielding a pitch-black whip adorned with menacing barbs, infused with thick, demonic energy that radiated a chilling aura. Fugaway, watch out behind you. Xian Suxin caught a glimpse of this perilous moment, summoning her remaining spiritual energy to cry out, while she desperately plucked the strings of her zither, sending forth a faint sound wave in an attempt to disrupt. But it was too late. With a flick of her wrist, Ouyang Jingshu unleashed the demonic whip, which struck like a venomous serpent, ensnaring Li Fugaway's waist with lightning speed, binding him tightly. The barbs pierced through his blood armor with ease, embedding deep into his flesh, a cold and malevolent force seeking to invade his body and seal his spiritual energy. Humph! Li Fugaway grunted, channeling the Shui Man Jing Gang Ju to its utmost, his muscles bulging as he attempted to shatter the sinister whip. Yet, the whip, of unknown material, proved unnaturally resilient. No matter how he exerted himself, it remained immovable, tightening its grip and rendering his arms helplessly bound. Ha ha, Li Fugaway, ultimately, you have fallen into my hands. Prepare to die? Yang Jian, witnessing Li Fugaway's predicament, erupted into maniacal laughter, channeling all his power into the Pejun sword, transforming it into a crimson arc aimed directly at Li Fugaway's heart. Ouyang Jingshu stood behind Li Fugaway, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. However, Yang Jian's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased the instant the sword's tip made contact with Li Fugaway's chest. A foreboding chill gripped Ouyang Jingshu's heart as she instinctively turned her gaze, only to see that Yang Jian's chest had been pierced by a long black staff, adorned with vivid dragon engravings, emerging from his torso. Yang Jian's eyes bulged in disbelief as he looked down at the Pejun sword, which had seemingly struck Li Fugui's heart. Beneath the sword's tip, Li Fugui's skin shimmered with a faint golden radiance, leaving no trace of blood whatsoever. This was the result of the Shui Man Jing Gang Jing cultivated to the first layer, unleashing the body's latent potential, forming an absolute defensive state at a crucial moment. Li Fugui privately referred to this as the true man in 3 seconds. Alas, this life-saving trump card could only be activated once a day. As Li Fugui softly uttered the words, "critical hit," the dragon-engraved black staff trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that erupted within Yang Jian. This was precisely the culmination of AI Wei's 18 techniques. Yang Jian's madness and disbelief crystallized in an instant as his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Li Fugui slowly turned around, the binding whip having been shattered unbeknownst to him. He regarded the now pale Ouyang Jingshu with a calm gaze, his tone indifferent. "Have you seen enough?" The astonishment on Ouyang Jingshu's face swiftly morphed into anger, only to transform again into an eerie admiration. She licked her crimson lips, smiling rather than fuming. TSK, I truly did not misjudge you. Unflappable in the face of danger, with hidden reserves aplenty. However, how long can you sustain the power gained through pills? That last blow, condensing substantial spiritual weaponry, must have drained quite a bit of your energy, no? I fear that your current state is akin to a waning force. She shifted her tone, adopting a condescending air, her finger gesturing towards the beleaguered Xian Suxin. Very well, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Eliminate this woman, and in return, willingly become my furnace. Not only will I spare your life, but I shall also impart upon you supreme magical prowess, allowing you to experience the true path to ultimate bliss. What say you? Li Fugui scoffed disdainfully. Spiritual energy? I am not lacking in that department. As he spoke, he casually produced a handful of gathering spirit pills gifted by Chuanxing, swallowing them whole without a second glance. The elixir dissolved, instantly replenishing the spiritual energy he had severely depleted from the continuous battles and the execution of the Ai Wei's 18 techniques, invigorating his breath once more. Stubbornly obstinate, Ouyang Jingzhu finally lost her patience entirely. The pretense of admiration vanished from her face, replaced by a chilling intent to kill. Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shall oblige. Her right hand wielded the magical whip like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Li Fugui, while her left hand formed claws, fingertips entwined with a pinkish peach blossom miasma, targeting Li Fugui's heart with deadly precision. The onslaught was fierce, as swift as lightning. Li Fugui dared not underestimate the assault, hastily chanting, "The old man pushes the cart." Spiritual energy surged forth, conjuring the ethereal image of a white-haired sage pushing an ancient chariot, thundering towards the magical whip. However, the whip's power was astonishing. With a sharp crack, it shattered the chariot's illusion into fragments. Hee. Ouyang Jingzhu let out a series of bell-like laughs, laced with an icy chill. What a peculiar name for your technique, yet its potency is rather mundane. Now, let us see how you fare against my blissful illusionary sound. As her words fell, a formless, intangible melody, penetrating the very soul, swiftly invaded Li Fugui's ears. The scenery before him twisted and transformed, as if he beheld Ouyang Jingzhu shedding her robe, revealing a captivating smile, gracefully approaching him, her voice dripping with endless temptation. "Come, Li Shidi, come to your elder sister. Let me offer you the ultimate pleasures of the mortal realm." Chapter 32, Compulsion. The Irresistible Call. "Come here, Li Shidi, let me guide you to the ultimate pleasure of the mortal realm." The seductive voice of Ouyang Jingzhu echoed through the air. Li Fugui's gaze instantly became dazed, a look of infatuation spreading across his face as he found himself unconsciously drawn towards the enchanting Ouyang Jingzhu. Outside of this illusion, the real Ouyang Jingzhu wore a cold smirk of triumph, her left claw descending without restraint, aiming straight for Li Fugui's unguarded heart. "Fugui, wake up!" At this critical moment, a clear and urgent voice rang out, striking Li Fugui's heart like a bell tolling at dusk. It was Xian Suxin. She poured her last ounce of spiritual power and went into the performance of the Fannian Qingxinju. The music was clear and distant, resonating with a profound righteousness that dispelled evil and safeguarded the spirit. Li Fugui shuddered violently, his dazed eyes regaining clarity as he broke into a cold sweat. Without a second thought, driven by instinct, he suddenly twisted to the side. Swoosh! Ouyang Jingzhu's lethal claws grazed his side, drawing a line of blood that revealed the bone beneath. Had it not been for Qian Suxin shattering the illusion at a critical moment, he would have met his demise. That was close. Li Fugui felt a wave of fear wash over him, casting a grateful glance towards Qian Suxin, while his anger flared even more. This sorceress employed sinister and treacherous tactics. She could not be spared. He held nothing back, unleashing the recently restored spiritual power within him like a bursting dam, reciting a series of incantations in rapid succession. Kato's fingers. His middle finger, solid as substance, flicked upward, targeting the vital points of Ouyang Jingzhu. Old man pushes the cart. The phantom of a battle chariot coalesced behind him, charging towards Ouyang Jingzhu. Yinyang Lujiao. Two streams of spiritual energy, one yin and one yang, intertwined and sought to ensnare Ouyang Jingzhu. Russian Great Seat. A goddess-like apparition descended with immense pressure, aiming itself at Ouyang Jingzhu. A barrage of bizarrely named yet astonishingly powerful attacks rained down upon Ouyang Jingzhu like a tempest, illuminating the entire valley with the brilliance of spiritual energy, the sound of explosions echoing continuously, stirring clouds of dust. This frenzied onslaught nearly drained Li Fugui's regained spiritual energy once more. Without hesitation, he retrieved a handful of gathering spirit pills, swallowing them as if they were mere beans, his gaze fixed intently upon the dissipating dust. As the dust slowly settled, Ouyang Jingzhu's figure emerged. She coughed lightly, her hair slightly disheveled, her breath slightly hurried, and her clothing bore several rips, clearly showing that she had struggled against the relentless attacks. Heh. She lifted her head, casting a cold and fierce look at Li Fugui, her tone laced with irritation and a deeper murderous intent. Indeed, you possess some skill. Such a barrage would have obliterated an ordinary 6th-tier Qian stage practitioner. Unfortunately, you have encountered my true form. Let us see how many pills you have left to expend. Li Fugui felt a chill run down his spine. This sorceress was indeed formidable. He could not afford to give her a moment's respite. I have ample pills. As for whether I can exhaust you, we shall see. A look of determination flickered in Li Fugui's eyes as he took a deep breath, forming seals with his hands, reciting an even more obscure and profound incantation at lightning speed, barely audible. Let me show you my ultimate combination technique. He suddenly lifted his head, locking his gaze on Ouyang Jingzhu, and bellowed, "Compulsion." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Numerous red ropes, formed from pure spiritual energy, appeared without warning, like living serpents, swiftly ensnaring Ouyang Jingzhu's limbs and waist, binding her tightly, and lifting her into the air. What? Ouyang Jingzhu was taken by surprise, struggling vigorously, but the red spiritual ropes were incredibly resilient, making it difficult for her to break free. For the first time, a mixture of astonishment and fury flashed in her eyes. Li Fugui, seizing the advantage, continued his incantation, the remaining spiritual energy within him converging towards his mouth like rivers flowing into the sea, emanating a chilling wave of destructive force. His complexion paled from the overexertion, yet his gaze burned with intensity. Continuous assault. Buzz. The void trembled. In an instant, countless dragon-patterned black rods, identical to those that had pierced Yang Jian, materialized out of thin air. Densely packed and overwhelming. They carried an edge capable of tearing through anything and an indomitable force, transforming into a torrent of death, hurtling towards the bound Ouyang Jingzhu, who had no means to evade. No. Ouyang Jingzhu let out a terrified and piercing scream, desperately activating her demonic energy for protection, but against the relentless onslaught of the dragon-patterned black rods, her protective barrier was easily pierced and shredded as if it were made of paper. Thud. 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 The sounds of the rods striking flesh were densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. The shadows of the black rods swiftly engulfed Ouyang Jingzhu's figure, leaving only her agonizing cries and the sound of her dissipating demonic energy echoing through the air. Eventually, the torrent of black rods ceased, slowly dissipating into the atmosphere. Li Fugui fell to one knee, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, his aura rapidly diminishing. Plummeting from the 5th tier of the Qian stage back to the 2nd tier, even weaker than before. This series of continuous assaults had nearly drained all his spiritual energy and mental fortitude, and all the pills given to him by Chun Xing had been exhausted in this battle. Is it over? He raised his head, gazing towards the gradually dispersing dust. Qian Suxin struggled to crawl to Li Fugui's side, supporting his swaying body. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern and worry. However, just as the two believed the formidable foe had been vanquished and allowed themselves a moment of respite, a chilling, vengeful laughter erupted from the heart of the dust. The dust was forcefully dispersed by a terrifying surge of demonic energy. Once again, Ouyang Jingzhu's figure emerged, but her appearance had drastically transformed. Her formerly dignified visage had become strikingly seductive. Her clothing was nearly in tatters, revealing her pallid skin beneath. Most alarmingly, a black tail, adorned with bizarre patterns and tipped with sharpness, swayed behind her like a serpent. Chapter 33. The supreme technique of ecstasy. She hovered in midair, enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy, far more intense and refined than before. Lowering her gaze, her piercing eyes fixated on Li Fugui, her voice a hypnotic melody. You little insect, you have truly provoked my wrath. You have forced me to reveal my true form. I shall extract your soul and gradually drain your essence, allowing you to languish in endless agony and ecstasy. As her vengeful curse echoed, her aura surged like a rocket, ascending wildly. Peak of the 6th layer of the Xian stage. 7th layer of the Xian stage. In the blink of an eye, she was on the verge of breaking through the barriers of the Xian stage, stepping into the terrifying realm of the Earth stage. This is bad. She had been concealing her power all along. Li Fugui's complexion shifted dramatically as he felt the overwhelming pressure that threatened to freeze his very soul. Grasping Qian Suxin's hand, he urged, "Run." He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, pulling Qian Suxin along as they fled towards the crimson peak in the valley, adorned with the blazing Huijiuyang flower. Think you can escape? Too late. Ouyang Jingzhu let out a sinister laugh, refraining from immediate pursuit. But the tail behind her elongated like a living entity, its speed surpassing the limits of perception. In mere moments, the tip of the tail, slicing through the air with a sharp sound, was upon Li Fugui and Qian Suxin. Supreme technique of ecstasy. Ouyang Jingzhu shouted fiercely, her tail darting towards Li Fugui's back with the force of a javelin, possessing the power to pierce through the void. Sensing the lethal threat approaching from behind, Li Fugui instinctively pushed Qian Suxin forward, turning to confront the danger. With a sickening sound, the tail, etched with demonic runes, pierced through his chest with unerring precision, drawing forth a warm spurt of blood. Li Fugui's body stiffened abruptly, an indescribable, bizarre sensation coursing through him. He did not experience the anticipated excruciating pain. Instead, a wave of tingling warmth surged through him, an odd pleasure that seemed to penetrate the very depths of his soul. Eroding his will, he could distinctly feel his essence, blood, spiritual energy, and even the marrow of his bones, being frantically siphoned away by that tail. No, Fugui. Qian Suxin, having been pushed aside, turned to witness the heart-wrenching scene, letting out a sorrowful cry as she knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Li Fugui's gaze dimmed rapidly as his body shriveled visibly, his skin losing its luster, vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, swiftly dissipating. He opened his mouth in a futile attempt to speak, yet no sound emerged, and he appeared on the brink of death. In this moment of despair, a terrifying sword aura, indescribable in its ferocity, descended as if from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming might and an intent to annihilate all. The sword aura shimmered in chaotic hues, rippling through space as it precisely struck the tail, connecting Li Fugui to the demon. With a sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the tail, imbued with formidable demonic energy, was severed. Ah! Ouyang Jingzhu cried out in pain and fury, retracting her severed tail, blood spraying from the wound. In the wake of this chaos, a voice imbued with supreme authority, seemingly transcending the ages, resonated throughout the entire Qi Yin Valley. Who dares trespass into the sacred grounds of my Langya sect, harming my disciples? This voice echoed like the clang of a great bell, reverberating through the valley and dispersing some of the encroaching demonic energy. Ouyang Jingzhu's gaze shot skyward, her expression one of shock and disbelief as she exclaimed, "Xiao Xuanzi? You old ghost, are you still alive? A remnant of my soul guards this place, and I shall not allow you vile fiends to act with impunity." The authoritative voice echoed once more, conjuring an even more concentrated and terrifying chaotic sword aura that materialized out of thin air, descending upon Ouyang Jingzhu. Daring not to confront it head-on, Ouyang Jingzhu transformed into a wisp of black smoke, evading swiftly while wielding her severed tail and demonic whip to defend herself. Boom! The sword aura struck the ground, leaving a bottomless chasm. Although Ouyang Jingzhu narrowly avoided the brunt of the attack, the residual force sent her tumbling, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of dark purple blood. Her vitality significantly diminished. Seizing this rare opportunity, Qian Suxin, suppressing her sorrow, resolved herself as determination glimmered in her eyes. She gazed at the fiery Huajiuyang flower atop the nearby peak. "Fuguwei, hold on. I will save you. I will bring you out," she cried to the barely conscious Li Fuguwei, then summoned her ancient zither, transforming it into a streak of light as she soared towards the Huajiuyang flower, knowing it was her only hope of saving him. Want to save him? Dream on. Although Ouyang Jingzhu was momentarily restrained by Xiao Xuance's remnant soul sword aura, her peripheral vision remained keen. Noticing Qian Suxin's intent to seize the Huajiuyang flower, a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. Ignoring the incoming sword aura, she transformed into a black streak, moving faster than Qian Suxin, and reached the summit of the peak first, snatching the flower. "Ha! The Huajiuyang flower is mine," Ouyang Jingzhu cackled, clutching the spirit flower in triumph. "Wow, wretch!" The sword aura in the air seemed to swell with fury, unleashing wave after wave of attacks upon Ouyang Jingzhu like a tempest. Ouyang Jingzhu dodged desperately, sustaining several new wounds in the process. Her eyes, filled with venom, glanced at the approaching Qian Suxin and the nearly lifeless Li Fuguwei as she sneered. "Xiao Xuance, you wish to protect them? I will make you watch them die. None of you shall escape." With that, she launched a powerful palm strike towards Qian Suxin from a distance, a condensed black palm print, accompanied by swirling demonic energy, hurtling towards her. "Be careful." Li Fuguwei summoned the last ounce of his strength, breaking free from Qian Suxin's embrace. Turning to shield her with his emaciated body, bracing himself against the impending strike. Bang! Li Fuguwei was sent flying like a broken sack, blood gushing from his mouth, the flickering flame of his life teetering on the brink of extinction. "Fuguwei!" Qian Suxin let out a heart-wrenching scream as she leaped to catch his falling form. However, the force of the palm was overwhelmingly fierce, propelling both of them like a meteor towards the Crimson Mountain. Strangely, the hard mountain wall rippled like the surface of water upon contact with the two, engulfing them completely and rendering them invisible. "What? They have vanished?" Ouyang Jingzhu was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter towards the sky. "Xiao Xuance, did you see that? Your disciples have left not even a trace of their bones. Just wait. Once I regain my strength, I shall annihilate all the heirs of your Langya sect to avenge the 1,000-year-old grievance of my ancestors." Demonic fiend, seeking death. The authoritative voice in the air grew ever more furious, and the sword energy became increasingly fierce. Ouyang Jingzhu realized that today would be far from favorable, and she was particularly wary of the remnant soul of Xiao Xuance, hidden somewhere unknown. She cast a resentful glance at the mountain wall, where Li Fuguwei and Qian Suxin had vanished, then looked at the fiery Jiuyang flower in her hand, its radiance swirling. Without further hesitation, she swiftly retrieved a formation plate inscribed with intricate demonic runes, at the center of which lay a mid-grade spirit stone emanating astonishing spiritual energy. She bit her tongue, forcing a drop of blood imbued with primordial demonic essence into the formation plate. Buzz! The formation plate erupted with blinding black light, rapidly forming a distorted spatial passage before her. "Xiao Xuance, we shall meet again." She left behind a venomous remark, her figure flashing as she plunged into the spatial passage. The passage promptly sealed shut, disappearing from sight, leaving only her maniacal laughter echoing through the valley. The dense sword energy in the air gradually dissipated, and a sigh, seemingly imbued with endless years and helplessness, drifted forth. Alas! The traces of the demonic have emerged. It seems this realm is soon to face another calamity. Young ones, whether you can seize that slender thread of hope depends upon your own fortunes. Qi Yin Valley finally returned to utter silence, leaving behind a scene of devastation and remnants that spoke of the harrowing battle which had just determined the fates of many. The destinies of Li Fuguwei and Qian Suxin, too, descended into the mysterious mountain, veering towards an unknown fate. Chapter 34. Senior sister, I am cold outside the Langya Forbidden Land, Gu Yu, Su Miaoyin, and Helian Ba were seated in meditation, with over 10 days remaining until the entrance to the Forbidden Land would open. They were tasked with monitoring the area, prepared to activate the entrance should any unexpected developments arise within. Suddenly, Gu Yu opened his eyes wide. What an overwhelming surge of demonic energy emanates from within the Forbidden Land. It likely reaches the earth level. Helian Ba, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How could this be? Any cultivator of our sect who exceeds the 6th layer of the Xian rank would be obliterated by the restrictions within the Forbidden Land, let alone any members of the demon sect." Su Miaoyin's voice quivered slightly. Indeed, it carries the distinct aura of the Hahuan sect. Having once been marked by the Hahuan sect's old demon, she could never forget its essence. Such a fiend is beyond our means to confront. We must swiftly notify the elders within our sect. Upon uttering these words, Gu Yu activated a communication talisman. "We must expedite the opening of the Forbidden Land and assist our disciples in exiting," urged Su Miaoyin, her voice tinged with urgency. The three raised their tokens and opened the gate to the Forbidden Land. Inside, Yin Xiaoxiao and Chu Yunjin's team had just vanquished a third-tier ferocious beast and harvested a century-old spirit herb. They had not ventured deep into the core of the Forbidden Land, instead searching for necessary medicinal herbs on the periphery. Thus, all 5 of them remained together. At that moment, they gazed towards the core area, where terrifying sword energy and alarming demonic aura erupted, specifically in the direction of Qian Valley. Chu Yunjin furrowed his brow. "It seems a fierce battle has erupted over there. Could it be Brother Fugue?" Yin Xiaoxiao grasped his arm, a smile gracing her eyes. "No, there is nothing to worry about. The demonic aura and sword energy signify a conflict beyond our level of participation." Though she spoke with confidence, an undercurrent of anxiety stirred within her heart, hoping Su Xinshin would remain unharmed. "We have gathered most of what we need. Let us proceed towards the exit," she suggested to the others. At that moment, the voices of Su Miaoyin and her companions echoed through the Forbidden Land. "Disciples of the 3 sects, promptly exit the Forbidden Land. Disciples of the 3 sects, promptly exit the Forbidden Land." Hearing the call, disciples throughout the Forbidden Land hastily completed their tasks and made their way towards the exit. They all witnessed the astonishing battle erupting in the distance. Although unaware of the specifics, they understood that something had gone awry. At the exit, disciples of the 3 sects streamed out, some bearing minor injuries. Yet overall losses were minimal, as those who emerged had not entered the core area. Su Miaoyin grew increasingly anxious upon not seeing Xian Suxin and Li Fugue emerge. She sent another message. "Disciples of the 3 sects, swiftly exit the Forbidden Land." Moments later, Yin Xiaoxiao and Chu Yunjin appeared, and Su Miaoyin hurriedly inquired, "Did you see Suxin and Fugue?" Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head, stating she had only sensed the terrifying aura from the core area. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Miaoyin's heart. After a while, no more disciples emerged. Gu Yu's brow furrowed deeply. "What is happening? Only half have come out. Where is Zhao Liang?" Helian Ba, equally enraged, demanded, "Where have Jin Hong and Zhang Tai gone?" After a moment, a disciple from the Jin Gang sect, at the 11th layer of the Huang rank, burst forth, his aura weak. Helian Ba swiftly caught him, channeling some spiritual energy into him and asking, "What transpired? Weren't you with Jin Hong? Why did you emerge alone?" This disciple had participated in the battle at Qian Valley, where he was knocked unconscious by the residual force of the conflict. Upon awakening, he witnessed Zhao Liang's tragic sacrifice and, fearing for his life, feigned death. He later saw Li Fugue slay Yang Jian, while Ouyang Jingzhu unleashed her demonic powers, striking Li Fugue and sending both him and another crashing down a peak. It was only after Ouyang Jingzhu tore through space to escape that he heard the elders' calls and made a desperate dash out. Upon hearing that Li Fugue had been pierced, Su Miaoyin gasped, covering her mouth with a jade hand. "So it seems our 3 sects have suffered grievously. Those damned demon sect fiends shall pay for this." Helian Ba seethed with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding the oppressive aura of a 9th-layer Xian rank cultivator. "Zhao Liang did not bring disgrace upon my Gu Jianmen." Gu Yu gazed skyward, his voice heavy with sorrow. "What has become of Suxin and Fugue?" Su Miaoyin's voice trembled slightly. "I only saw them struck down by the demon sect fiend. There has been no further movement from them, likely indicating dire circumstances." Days later, within the Langia Forbidden Land at Qian Valley, warm winds swept through the valley, stirring up clouds of dust. On the scorched earth, Remnants of charred debris lay scattered. A crimson peak rose sharply into the sky, where the once resplendent Lihua Jiang flower had vanished, yet the mountain retained its brilliance. Inside the mountain was a different world, shrouded in mist. Water droplets condensed on the cave's ceiling, falling onto a spring below, producing a rhythmic patter. By the spring, two figures, a man and a woman, lay entwined on a slab of green stone. A warm droplet fell upon Xian Suxin's face, gradually stirring her consciousness as she slowly opened her eyes. Fuguwei, Fuguwei, wake up, do not leave me alone. She shook Li Fuguwei with urgency, tears spilling forth. Cough, 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 I'm not dead. But you might just shake me to death, came Li Fuguwei's weak voice from beneath her. Fuguwei, you're alive? You scare me to death. Xian Suxin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her brow relaxing, lips curving upward, yet she noted, but you clearly. Lowering her gaze, she saw the wound on Li Fuguwei's chest, where the fabric of his robe had been pierced, yet the flesh beneath had already healed. Even the withered skin and scars were gradually mending. What on earth is happening? Li Fuguwei weakly explained. I fortuitously obtained a Qian Kuan reverse transformation pill. After consuming it, I could evade death once. I believe it is due to that pill. Suddenly, Li Fuguwei clutched his abdomen, crying out in anguish, beads of sweat erupting all over his body. In the extreme heat of the mountain, frost began to form on his eyes and brows. Fuguwei, what is wrong? Xian Suxin was taken aback by this abrupt change, sensing Li Fuguwei's already feeble energy plummeting rapidly. Cold, cold. Suxin, I am so cold. Li Fuguwei trembled, his teeth chattering. It is the Jiuyin. Devouring spirit goo. They had been within the Forbidden Land for over half a month, and the Jiuyin devouring spirit goo had undergone its third evolution. Li Fuguwei's body was already in a state of extreme weakness, and had it not been for the Qian Kuan reverse transformation pill, he would have long since perished. Moreover, the Jiuyin Shirling goo evolves progressively with each iteration, surpassing the previous one in potency. At this moment, Li Fuguwei felt as though he were ensnared in an icy abyss, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Xian Suxin's tears cascaded like pearls severed from their string, and she found herself at a loss, as the Lihua Jiuyanghua had already been seized by Ouyang Jingshu, leaving her uncertain of any means to rescue him. She forcibly channeled her spiritual energy into Li Fuguwei's body. However, the Jiuyin Shirling goo was in the midst of its evolution, and Li Fuguwei's feeble spiritual energy was utterly insufficient to satiate its hunger. Xian Suxin's energy was swiftly depleted upon entry. In a state of urgency, she withdrew her energy, pondering her next move when she noticed a nearby spring, its surface wreathed in steam, revealing itself to be a hot spring. She carried Li Fuguwei into the soothing waters. As soon as Li Fuguwei immersed himself within the spring, he immediately felt a warm current nourishing him from head to toe, gradually flowing toward his dantian. Yet, just as it was about to reach the dantian, the larva of the Jiuyin Shirling goo reacted violently, as if confronting a sworn enemy. A chill enveloped Li Fuguwei once more, causing even the surface of the water to form a thin layer of ice. Fuguwei, what is happening to you? Xian Suxin inquired anxiously upon witnessing his condition. I feel so cold. Li Fuguwei's voice trembled, nearly inaudible. A flicker of struggle crossed Xian Suxin's eyes, after a brief hesitation. She stepped into the spring. She gradually shed her black and white robe, assisting Li Fuguwei in removing his tattered garments, and gently embraced him. Li Fuguwei sensed a renewed warmth, the bitter cold gradually receding with the passage of time, and he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Chapter 35. The spring colors of Yangchuan 4 days later. The chill that had enveloped Li Fuguwei's body dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. His consciousness gradually returned, and the first sensation he felt was the warmth and softness in his embrace. As he slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him filled him with reverence. Xian Suxin lay in his arms, her figure draped in a cloak of pure white, exquisitely soft. Her long, ethereal legs rested between his, adorned with a delicate tattoo of lavender wings on her lower abdomen, a mark of her innate allure. For the past few days, she had vigilantly cared for the ailing Li Fuguwei, tirelessly watching over him until his fever finally broke, leading her to succumb to exhaustion and drift into slumber. The slight movement beneath her stirred Xian Suxin from her dreams, and as she opened her eyes, astonishment washed over her. In an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she cried out in a childlike manner, "How wonderful! I thought you would never wake again. Do you have any idea how worried I was? With gentle fists, she playfully thumped Li Fugui's chest, her legs swinging back and forth, completely oblivious to his feelings beneath her. As a vigorous young man, Li Fugui could hardly endure such stimulation. Wait a moment, Sushin. Soon, Qian Sushin felt a warm sensation on her legs, glancing down only to find her face flushed from embarrassment. In a mix of shame and anger, she slapped Li Fugui's face, causing him to tumble into the water. Dazed, he emerged from the depths, only to find Qian Sushin standing on the shore, now clad in a dark robe. Sushin, let me explain. Bah, you lecher. I saved you with good intentions, and you dare to. Qian Sushin's cheeks still bore a rosy hue, her heart racing. Understanding that no explanation would suffice, Li Fugui devised a plan. He let out a groan and feigned collapse by the spring, appearing breathless. Alarmed, Qian Sushin rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face. What is wrong? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have struck you so hard. With eyes closed and gasping for air, Li Fugui murmured, I feel a heaviness in my chest. I can't breathe. With that, he tilted his head and fell silent. Qian Sushin's face drained of color, tears flowing like pearls from a broken string. Fugui. She pressed urgently on his chest, but when there was no response, she pressed her lips against his in desperation. Li Fugui, with eyes barely open, savored the soft warmth. Gradually, he opened his eyes wider, gently caressing her. Their gazes locked, Qian Sushin's eyelashes fluttered. Yet her lips remained in place. Li Fugui seemed unsatisfied with mere contact. He sat up, embracing her waist with both hands, and began to kiss her fervently. Qian Sushin responded with equal passion, but suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she pushed him away, startled. Humph, no man is worth trusting. She turned away, her cheeks aflame, wearing an expression of indignation. Li Fugui sat awkwardly, feeling the weight of embarrassment. Thank you for everything these past days. Sushin, you need not thank me. It was because you took that blow for me. Qian Sushin recalled the moments spent keeping Li Fugui warm, her face turning even redder. In fact, that day in the cave, it was Murong Jinlian who. Li Fugui attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Qian Sushin. Why explain? What does it matter to me? You should go back and explain to Chuanqing. Mentioning Chuanqing, Qian Sushin's mood visibly darkened. Noticing the shift in her emotions, Li Fugui gazed at her with sincerity. Rest assured, Sushin, I know you and Chuanqing share a sisterly bond. I am serious about her and I am equally serious about you. Qian Sushin felt her heart skip a beat, her words faltering. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Oh, you should focus on resolving your predicament. Mentioning the Jiu In Lingu, Li Fugui's expression grew somber. This was already the third evolution. After 3 more, the insect would reach maturity, at which point, even the most divine being would be helpless. Yet, with the Lihua Jiuyang Hua gone and trapped in this forbidden mountain, what means remained to dispel the curse? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he approached the warm spring. Qian Sushin followed, instinctively using the back of her hand to cool her flushed cheeks. Beside the spring stood a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Yanchuan. The inscription appeared not carved, but as though etched by a sword. Upon awakening, Li Fugui had felt a subtle warmth emanating from this spring. The Lihua Jiuyang Hua, known to grow atop this peak, might it be linked to this spring's waters? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Qian Sushin pondered as well. Indeed, I too have sensed a strong vitality from the spring's depths these past few days. However, this Yanchuan appears unfathomably deep. We can hold our breath for only the duration of an incense stick, making it difficult to reach the bottom. We must devise a long-term plan. Li Fugui furrowed his brow. Qian Sushin slightly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Li Fugui's mind. Ding. Random system task triggered. Explore the spring's depths. Task reward. Randomly enhance the quality of a martial skill already mastered by the host. Finally, system, where have you been these past few days? I nearly met my end. Apologies, the system underwent an upgrade and was dormant for several days. Li Fugui expressed his frustration inwardly, cursing the system. A random upgrade of martial skills? If the AI Wei Ko Ji Shiba sure were to be elevated, it would ascend to the heavenly tier. Wouldn't that render him invincible among his peers? Suddenly, Li Fugui turned to Qian Sushin with a serious expression. Let us descend into the Yanchuan. Qian Sushin looked bewildered. What? You just said to take our time. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Fugawei took her hand and pulled her down. Chapter 36. Qian Peak's Blessed Land. Yangshuan Cave. The two individuals swiftly descended, channeling their spiritual energy, unaware of how many meters they had plunged. The surroundings gradually darkened, enveloped in a deep crimson hue, with temperatures rising, compelling them to rely on their spiritual power for insulation. Given their speed, they had likely descended several thousand meters, yet had not reached the bottom. It seemed they were now beneath the earth. Li Fugawei's gaze fixed on the bottom of the spring. Although his wounds had not fully healed, his strength had returned to the Xian level. After nearly half a stick of incense had passed, there was still no sign of the bottom. As he spoke, the two noticed the red light below growing increasingly bright. They quickened their pace, and soon before them appeared a fiery red curtain of light, radiating heat even through their protective spiritual barriers. They exchanged glances, recognizing this as the source of the spring's brilliance. Xian Suxin remarked. Li Fugawei nodded slightly, grasped Xian Suxin's hand, and surged forward. A dazzling red light blinded them momentarily. The buoyancy around them suddenly vanished, replaced by a sensation of weightlessness. Following this was a fragrant blend of floral and grassy scents, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. When Li Fugawei and Xian Suxin opened their eyes, they found themselves suspended in midair, quickly stabilizing their forms with spiritual energy and gently landing on a patch of grass. Looking up, they were greeted by a vast expanse of red, the water shimmering, revealing that beneath Yangshuan was an entire microcosm. The spring's bottom was adorned with radiant mist, illuminated by the sun and moon, entirely unlike the darkness outside. The ground was lush with flowers and grasses, occasionally disturbed by a startled hare, while orioles sang sweetly from the trees, creating a veritable paradise. A crystal-clear brook meandered through the grassy expanse, its destination unknown. Spanning the brook was a naturally formed stone bridge, upon which stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words, Qian Peak's Blessed Land, Yangshuan Cave. The characters appeared to be carved by the same hand that had inscribed the name of the spring. On the other side of the bridge, the path diverged into two, forming a shape. One path seemed to lead to a medicinal garden, from which a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated despite the distance, and a towering tree could be faintly seen reaching for the sky. The other path led toward two massive stone doors, slightly ajar, concealing whatever lay beyond. For a moment, both were entranced by the scene before them. After enduring numerous life and death trials, their taut nerves began to relax. I never expected such a hidden paradise beneath Yangshuan. Xian Suxin marveled. Indeed, the temperature in the spring is exceedingly high, yet the bottom is remarkably cool. Li Fugawei breathed in the refreshing air greedily, feeling his injuries healing more rapidly. That direction appears to be a medicinal garden. Let us explore. Perhaps there are spiritual herbs that can cure your affliction, Xian Suxin suggested, pointing toward the distant garden. Li Fugawei nodded slightly, taking Xian Suxin's hand as they walked toward the bridge's other side. Xian Suxin's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she offered no resistance. As they approached the medicinal garden, the spiritual energy in the air intensified while the temperature steadily decreased. Upon nearing the garden, a thin layer of frost had formed upon the grass. The towering tree turned out to be a massive root. Upon entering the garden, they beheld a haze of spiritual energy enveloping it, filled with rare spiritual herbs. Huanwu flower, Zian mushroom, ice spirit snow lotus, nine-leaf true flower, Xian Suxin exclaimed. Each of these could incite fierce competition among Earth-level powerhouses. How can there be so many here? Alas, they are all cold attribute spiritual herbs. They may not be of help. Xian Suxin's astonishment shifted to disappointment. It is indeed peculiar. Both Qian Valley and Yangshuan are characterized by high temperatures. Yet this medicinal garden is so chilling. Li Fugawei mused, scrutinizing the immense root before them. It resembled a dark red peak, rising from the ground, thick enough that several people would struggle to embrace it. Upon closer inspection, it bore some resemblance to Qian Peak itself. What is that? Li Fugawei noticed that where the root penetrated the garden, it seemed to form a small cavity that emitted a faint red glow. As they approached, they discerned a crystal-clear fruit at the base of the root, radiating a crimson light, hinting at the terrifying heat contained within. What kind of fruit is this, to harbor such abundant yang energy? Li Fugawei marveled. Xian Suxin's brow furrowed. Before their journey, Aunt Miaoying had told her that while gathering the Lihua Juyang flower, it was rumored that every 1,000 years, there was a chance of producing a Shun Hui Juyang fruit. Once formed, this fruit would automatically absorb the surrounding yang energy. The Juyang flower is the most intense and yang-infused entity in existence, and the yang energy of the Juyang fruit is said to be 100-fold greater. Consuming it would grant one the Juyang's sacred body. Could this be it? As Li Fugui neared the fruit, he felt the dormant Juyin Shirlingu larva within his dantian quivering slightly. Suddenly, it began to vibrate its immature wings, frantically devouring Li Fugui's spiritual energy, darting about within his dantian as if attempting to break free and escape this place. The abnormal movements of the Juyin Shirlingu left Li Fugui feeling drained, causing him to kneel, clutching his dantian, cold sweat streaming down his face. Fugui, what is happening to you? Xian Suxin rushed over to support him upon seeing Li Fugui suddenly collapse in agony. It is the Juyin Shirlingu. It seems to fear this fruit, wishing to flee my body. Li Fugui gritted his teeth. What? Then you must consume this fruit quickly. But with such potent yang energy, will you be able to endure it? Xian Suxin's brow creased with worry, her eyes glistening with impending tears. Regardless, this creature is about to rupture my dantian. I must eat it first. Li Fugui struggled to rise, plucking the fruit and swallowing it whole. As the Shanhui Juyang fruit entered his mouth, the Juyin Shirlingu began a more frenzied rebellion, causing Li Fugui to writhe on the ground in pain. Subsequently, a torrent of violent yang energy erupted from his mouth, manifesting as a small crimson dragon, while a phantom fire dragon appeared around him. The little fire dragon, sensing its prey, surged down Li Fugui's throat towards the goo worm in his dantian. The goo worm, perceiving the small fire dragon as its nemesis, exerted all its strength to break free from Li Fugui's dantian. The little fire dragon merely smirked disdainfully. With closed eyes, it extended its small dragon claws and gently snapped its fingers, enveloping the Gu Chong in an instant within a fiery barrier. Upon witnessing this, the Gu Chong revealed a glint of madness in its eyes, and an aura of chilling spiritual energy surged throughout its body as it lunged menacingly towards the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon slightly opened one of its dragon eyes, a hint of satisfaction playing at the corner of its mouth. And with a swift motion, it devoured the Juyin Shirlingu, letting out a belch of contentment, its flames dimming slightly. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Jiyuan City, deep within the garden of the Lin residence, there lay a dark and damp cave, its ground and walls crawling with venomous insects. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow and a countenance that struck fear, was seated on a stone platform, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, the old man's eyes flew open wide, and a sound erupted from within him, a roar that was anything but human. Chapter 37. Love you for 10,000 years. Li Fugui felt the chilling aura within him dissipate and slowly rose to his feet. The 9 devouring spirit Gu has been resolved. Just as he sighed in relief, an overwhelming surge of yang energy erupted from his body. Li Fugui let out a cry of agony, and Xian Suxin was also thrown back by this force. A searing flame spread from Li Fugui, igniting the spiritual herbs in the garden instantaneously. Hovering in the air, Xian Suxin gazed at Li Fugui, who resembled a descending fire deity. Fugui, what has happened to you? At that moment, a small fire dragon within Li Fugui raced along his meridians, seemingly trying to ascertain who had devoured it. Li Fugui felt his entire body, including his meridians, acupoints, and dantian, being scorched by the flames, enduring excruciating pain. Then, a soothing melody reached his ears, bringing a modicum of clarity to his mind. It was Xian Suxin playing the Brahma sound clearing heart technique. Seizing this fleeting moment of lucidity, Li Fugui immediately activated the Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra to its utmost capacity, allowing the injured meridians to gradually mend and absorb the yang energy emitted by the small fire dragon. Previously, the spiritual energy within Li Fugui's meridians had been entirely consumed by the 9 devouring spirit Gu, leaving him like parched seedlings greedily drinking in the rain. The small fire dragon, not to be outdone, unleashed its full force, releasing all its yang energy at once. Li Fugui's meridians and dantian were instantly filled with yang energy, yet a significant surplus remained unabsorbed. Gritting his teeth and drenched in sweat, madness flickered in his eyes. He once more channeled the Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra, but this time, instead of directing the yang energy into his meridians, he funneled it into his flesh and bones. Agonizing pain coursed through his body. He felt as if every inch of him, from his marrow to his skin, was being seared, Even his heart's meridian was suffused with intense yang energy. Now, every cell in his body brimmed with yang energy, yet a small portion remained pent up. Gradually, the accumulated yang energy morphed into yang poison, and his rationality was eclipsed by the heat within. Suddenly, his gaze ignited with fervor as he fixed his eyes on Qian Suxin, who was playing the zither. He advanced towards her, step by step, his eyes filled with predatory desire. Qian Suxin observed Li Fugui approaching, devoid of reason, his eyes burning with longing. Her heart raced, sensing something ominous was about to unfold. Fugui, what is wrong with you? Your gaze is terrifying. He planted the Qishao sword against the zither's edge, wrapped his arms around Qian Suxin. His muscles taut with unyielding strength. Gasping for breath, his heated exhalations brushed against her ear, causing her to feel flushed. With a rip, the already damaged black robe disintegrated, discarded to the side. Qian Suxin's complexion paled in fear, and she hastily covered herself. Fugui, regain your senses. What are you intending to do? An hour later, with a thunderous shout from Li Fugui, the chaotic yang energy within him finally subsided. Qian Suxin lay on the stone slab, clutching her tattered robe to cover herself, trembling uncontrollably, her hair soaked with sweat, clinging to her forehead, her cheeks flushed. As the yang poison was expelled, Li Fugui's clarity gradually returned. He looked at Suxin, and a single tear slid down her cheek, causing him to realize the gravity of his actions. Suxin, I am so sorry. Li Fugui, momentarily flustered, struggled to find words. He had feelings for Suxin, and he knew she felt the same, yet this was not the manner he desired. He wished for her to willingly be with him. Suxin forcefully pushed him away, taking 2 steps back to don her clothes. Li Fugui approached her. Suxin, let me explain. Just now Qian Suxin abruptly drew the Qishao, sword embedded in the ground, its tip poised at Li Fugui's throat. Her eyes were frigid, tears cascading down her cheeks. What do you take me for? A mere tool for your desires? Take another step forward, and I shall slay you. At that moment, the sword was a mere millimeter from Li Fugui's throat, but a quarter of an incense stick later, the woman wielding the sword fell deeply in love with him, for he resolved to speak a truth he rarely uttered, yet this time he felt genuine. You should do this. I ought to perish. Once, a sincere love lay before me, which I neglected, and only upon losing it did I feel regret. There is no greater anguish in this world than this. Let your sword descend upon my throat. Do not hesitate any longer. If heaven grants me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you. If a time frame must be affixed to this love, I wish for it to be 10,000 years. Pain etched across his face. Li Fugui gazed at Qian Suxin with deep affection, tears streaming down his cheeks. The sword fell from Suxin's grasp, and in that instant, all the frost in her eyes melted away, transforming into a shimmering galaxy. She leaped into Li Fugui's embrace, clinging to him tightly. Regardless of the veracity of his words, the sentiment itself had pierced her very soul. She completely believed him, or rather, she preferred to believe it was true. Her eyes, filled with unreserved love capable of incinerating everything, questioned, but how will you explain this to Chuanqing? I must explain, so I shall take you away and clarify to her that I love you just as I love her. I care not for the opinions of others, nor do I fear the scorn of countless souls in the future. I will bear it alone. One hand of Li Fugui caressed Suxin's hair nestled against his chest, while the other trailed down her waist. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Suxin looked up into Li Fugui's eyes. His roaming hand suddenly halted, and he nodded vigorously. Of course not. Qian Suxin shyly buried her head in Li Fugui's embrace, a blush creeping from her cheeks to the nape of her neck, her voice barely audible. Actually, just now, I was quite happy. How about we do it again? In the following days, they disregarded everything else, focusing solely on helping Li Fugui purge the toxins. Qian Suxin's innate alluring body proved exceedingly difficult to restrain, and now that she was fully unleashed, it was akin to flipping a switch. You possess the 9-yang sacred body, while I have the 9-yang juicer. Li Fugui could only do his utmost to withstand her relentless advances as they engaged in a fervent battle, plunging into chaos. 7 days later, Li Fugui, supporting his aching waist, said, My dear wife, I have expelled the poison from my body. It is time for us to search for a way out. Qian Suxin, with her enchanting eyes and delicate red lips, seemed to savor a hidden delight as she replied, My husband, we must remain in this forbidden land for a year. There is no need to rush. A shiver ran down Li Fugui's spine. He straightened his attire and replied earnestly, "This plot by the demon sect is meticulously orchestrated against our three sects. I fear there lies a greater conspiracy afoot. We must hasten to find a means of escape and inform the sect master of our predicament." The mention of Ouyang Jingzhu caused Xian Suxin's expression to grow serious. "You are right, my husband. I have been too absorbed in my own thoughts," she conceded. She adjusted her garments and followed Li Fugui's gaze towards the two slightly ajar stone doors. His eyes, filled with depth, pondered, "I wonder what lies beyond those doors. Perhaps there exists a way to free ourselves." Chapter 38. The infinite world of mortals. After enduring a series of relentless battles, Li Fugui and Xian Suxin resolved to restore their bodies to optimal condition. In the recent conflict at Qiyan Valley, although Li Fugui narrowly escaped death, he nonetheless reaped considerable rewards. Now fully recovered, he had harnessed the ability to grow stronger through adversity, absorbing damage and elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th level of Xian class. Furthermore, he had absorbed the divine fire of the Jiao-Yang fruit from 2 years prior, which not only dispelled the Jiao-Yin devouring spirit goo, but also forged the Jiao-Yang sacred body. While he remained uncertain of the specific benefits of this sacred body, he could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, comparable to the state he had achieved in the first transformation of the Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra. Additionally, his internal yang energy was abundant and ceaseless. Otherwise, he would have succumbed after 7 days. "System, have you been feigning death these past few days? Where is my reward?" Li Fugui inquired within his consciousness. No. I noticed you were quite busy and didn't want to disturb you, The system's voice was mischievous, intentionally raising its pitch when mentioning his busyness. "Enough. Hurry up, I want my reward." "All right. Ding. Task completed. Infiltrate the bottom of the spring and uncover the truth. Randomly enhance one learn martial skill." A spinning wheel materialized in Li Fugui's consciousness, divided into 4 segments based on the grade of martial skills. The middle grade Earth class AV's 18 techniques occupied the largest section, followed by the high-grade Xian class 24 bridges on a moonlit night, then the currently practiced low-grade Xian class Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra, and finally, the barely visible high-grade yellow class Tongbei Fist. Beginning random selection, as the system announced, the wheel began to spin swiftly. Li Fugui's lips curled into a proud smile. This battle had made him realize that with his current strength, he stood no chance against a formidable opponent like Ouyang Jingzhu. However, if he could acquire an Earth class or even a Heaven class martial skill, he was confident he could survive. Thus, as long as it wasn't the Tongbei Fist, he would gain a powerful trump card. As the wheel gradually slowed, the pointer was about to stop at the segment for AV's 18 techniques. Suddenly, Li Fugui sneezed, causing the wheel to tremble and the pointer to land on a line of small text reading Tongbei Fist. At the outer gate of Xin Nu Peak in Lengya Mountain, Chu Yunjin was squatting on the ground, burning paper money and murmuring, "Brother Fugui, how could you have passed away so young, leaving me alone with all these female disciples? You have been gone for nearly a month, so I'm burning some paper money for you. Enjoy some good things on the other side. Don't worry about me. I will take good care of Master and Chuanxing." As he spoke, he began to weep. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Tongbei Fist has been upgraded to the high-grade Xian class 4 symbol Tongbei Fist. This technique not only retains the formidable power of the Tongbei Fist, but also adds a hidden force. Each strike will leave an unseen energy within the opponent, which, when activated, will unleash a force akin to a stampede. I can't believe it. You truly are a little rascal playing with me? I genuinely want to find someone to deal with you." Li Fugui exclaimed in frustration. No need to be so upset, host. There's another reward. Just tell me quickly. If you dare to play tricks again, I will uninstall you." Flames of fury ignited in Li Fugui's eyes. "All right, I assure your satisfaction." Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main task and obtaining the fated connection with Xian Suxin, gaining the ability, Infinite World of Mortals. This ability will grant the host an infinite spiritual consciousness, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same tier, and will continue to enhance as the host's cultivation progresses. The applications of spiritual power are boundless. It can conceal or even simulate one's appearance and aura, as well as be used for probing and predicting, though the specific uses must be explored by the host. Infinite spiritual consciousness. The rewards for the main quest are indeed terrifying. With this ability, if he encounters Ouyang Jingzhu again, he need not fear her enchanting voice. Moreover, he could foresee his adversary's moves, A fleeting opportunity would be sufficient for him to escape. Li Fugawei slowly opened his eyes, his pupils glimmering with a hint of golden light. He perceived that everything around him had slowed down, allowing him to discern every droplet of water splashing against the stones in the stream. When Qian Suxin gazed into his eyes, she felt as if he could see through her very soul, prompting her to ask, "Fugawei, you seem different somehow." "Indeed, Suxin. I consumed the divine fire Jiuyang fruit, which has not only granted me the Jiuyang sacred body, but also immensely strengthened my spiritual power," he replied, clasping her hand. "Let us investigate the stone door over there. I just probed its interior with my spiritual power, but it appears there is a barrier preventing my energy from entering." All right. The two approached the weathered stone doors, covered in moss and seemingly insurmountable by human strength. Fortunately, the doors were merely ajar, allowing them to enter effortlessly. As they stepped inside, countless torches ignited around them, and the stone door thunderously slammed shut behind them. The two had no time to react and found themselves trapped within. It turned out that the interior was a cave dwelling, in a state of extreme disrepair, clearly untouched for centuries. The air was arid, as if all moisture had been sealed away by the door. Inside were some stone tables and chairs, remnants of a past life, but everything else had succumbed to the ravages of time. In the center of the cave stood a stone bed, seemingly crafted from jade, upon which sat a withered skeleton. The clothing upon the skeleton had oxidized, appearing as if it would disintegrate upon touch, yet the bones emanated a faint golden glow. In front of the skeleton lay a shattered flute and several broken swords, rusted and devoid of spiritual energy. Whose cave is this, that it exists within my Langya forbidden grounds? Could it be? Qian Suxin murmured. What could it be? Could it be an ancestor of our Langya sect? As she spoke, Qian Suxin approached the skeletal remains, with Li Fugawei following closely behind. Upon reaching the stone bed, they noticed an inscription beneath the shattered flute and broken swords, echoing the words Yanchuan. "I am Xiao Xuanzi, the 11th generation head of the Langya sect. Future descendants should bow to me with 81 kowtows." Could this truly be the last head of the Langya sect, Xiao Xuanzi? Qian Suxin was filled with disbelief. It turned out that after the legendary battle between the righteous and the demonic, he had ultimately attained enlightenment here. Xiao Xiansu, was he truly formidable? Beyond formidable, he was the foremost figure of the Langya sect in a millennium, a practitioner of the heavenly tier. With a flute and a sword, he traversed the world, renowned as the Jade Flute and Qian Sword. Alas, in the span of a century, even a legendary sword immortal must return to dust. With that, Qian Suxin knelt before the skeletal remains with a thud. "Suxin, what are you doing? You can't possibly intend to bow down 81 times, can you?" Li Fugawei exclaimed in astonishment. "I owe a great debt to the Miaoying Pavilion. Were it not for the sect master's impartation of the Fanin Qingxin Ju, I would never have lived to this day. That Qingxin Ju was created by our esteemed ancestor," he declared, and then he prostrated himself. Li Fugawei shrugged and said, somewhat disgruntled, "Well, you go ahead and bow. I'll see if there are any treasures or mechanisms left. Perhaps I can find an exit and maybe even make a fortune." He chuckled and began to search the cave. After circling the cave dwelling, Li Fugawei found nothing. How strange, such a legendary figure has left behind not a single treasure. After a millennium, all valuables had turned to dust. Aside from the ancestors' remains, only a shattered flute and a broken sword remained in this cave. Qian Suxin's forehead was bruised from his repeated blows. As a disciple of the Miaoying Pavilion, you should also pay your respects to our ancestor. I shall not bow. Li Fugawei's words were interrupted as the overwhelming spiritual energy bestowed upon him by the myriad phenomena of the mortal realm allowed him to sense a powerful presence gradually awakening from the skeletal remains before him, accompanied by a faint but unsettling sword intent. Chapter 39. The Jade Flute and the Mysterious Sword. The white-clad celestial, a chilling aura, barely awakened, was sensed first by Li Fugawei. It was the presence of the revered ancestor. "I, disciple Li Fugawei, pay homage to the illustrious master of the Langya sect, the Jade Flute and Mysterious Sword, the one whom all revere, Master Xiao Xuanzi." With a thud, Li Fugawei knelt upon the ground, his forehead striking the floor with fervor. At that moment, Qian Suxin, having just completed her 81st bow, stared in astonishment at Li Fugawei's unusual behavior. Then, she felt a formidable energy rising from the skeletal remains before them. A wisp of lingering soul materialized, clad in a flowing white robe, its garments billowing without wind, revealing a gaunt figure with hair like a cascading waterfall, appearing ethereal. With his back turned to Xian Suxin and Li Fugui, he spoke softly. A flute and a sword embody my life's essence. Bearing the weight of a reputation for 50 years, I never imagined that even after a millennium, there are still those who remember my hollow fame. Indeed, it was Master Xiao. He bore the demeanor of a celestial being, standing apart from the mortal realm. My reverence for you, esteemed master, flows like the endless waters of the Yangtze River, akin to the flooding of the Yellow River, beyond control. Li Fugui proclaimed, kneeling with both hands clasped in respect. Xian Suxin's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "But you just asked me who Xiao Xuanzi was. And now you." Li Fugui quickly covered her mouth. Disciple Li Fugui and Xian Suxin inadvertently entered this cave and find ourselves trapped here. We humbly beseech the master for assistance. Huh, you seem quite clever, young man. Was it you who bowed to me just now? Master Zhao's lingering soul slowly turned. As he faced them, they stood in stunned silence. The grand cascade of his white hair revealed a bald patch at its center, and his broad face was adorned with eyes no larger than peas, topped with a single brow. His flattened nose barely rose above his cheeks, akin to a garlic bulb, and his lips were unusually thick, complemented by a pair of whiskers. When he smiled, he revealed a missing front tooth. Seeing their speechless expressions, Xiao Xuanzi inquired, "What is it? Have you been struck by my stunning appearance?" "Indeed. It is quite shocking," Xian Suxin murmured. "Wasn't it said that the jade flute and mysterious sword belonged to a celestial figure? Why does he look like this? What is she mumbling about?" Xiao Xuanzi laughed heartily. "Ah, she claims that you, esteemed master, resemble a celestial being from the heavens, an entity unparalleled among mortals." Li Fugui flattered. "Well, one cannot say that. Even in the heavens, there may not be another like me." "Ha ha," Master Xiao exclaimed proudly. "However, young lady, your opportunity is past. I have long been taken. But this young lad is not without merit. Though he falls slightly short of my grandeur, he is clever enough." "Thank you for the compliment, esteemed ancestor." Li Fugui chuckled awkwardly. Xian Suxin stifled a laugh behind her hand. Xiao Xuanzi continued, "I encountered both of you when I vanquished the demon race in the Red Flame Valley. So, the demoness has been slain by you, esteemed master?" Li Fugui asked. Xiao Xuanzi's expression grew serious as he shook his head. "On that day, she broke the seal to regain her strength in order to kill you, triggering the restrictions I had set, which awakened my lingering soul. Regrettably, after a millennium, my power has waned. Moreover, that demon is no ordinary foe. She wields spatial arrays and medium-grade spirit stones, at least a demon general. Ultimately, she escaped through a rift. Are you saying she is not a demoness but from the demon race?" Xian Suxin pressed. "Demon race? What is that?" Li Fugui looked at Xian Suxin, then back at Xiao Xuanzi. "Indeed, in this world, there exists not only spiritual power but also demonic, monstrous, and divine energies. Our human race is the essence of all beings, hence those with spiritual roots can cultivate by absorbing spiritual power. In contrast, demons are born with demonic power. Even the lowest-ranked demon soldiers possess strength equivalent to our 8th level of the yellow rank. Beyond them are demon generals, demon lords, and demon kings." Xiao Xuanzi's face reflected a distant memory. The great battle between the righteous and the demonic a millennium ago was, in truth, a war between the demon race and humanity. Such revelations. Does this imply the existence of demon and divine races? Xian Suxin listened intently, inquiring further. "Naturally, the demon race." Xiao Xuanzi, having not conversed with anyone for a millennium, found himself animated by their dialogue. Wait, we seem to be straying off topic. Master, let us discuss how to exit this cave, this mountain, this forbidden ground," Li Fugui interjected. "Ahem. I indeed possess a method to exit, but it will depend on your fortune. However, I must ask, how did you survive after being pierced by that demon's tail?" Xiao Xuanzi scrutinized Li Fugui with curiosity. Suddenly, Li Fugui collapsed, rolling on the ground while clutching his chest, his brow furrowing in pain. "Alas, master, I have sustained grave injuries. I am on the brink of collapse. I implore you to bestow upon me a few heavenly-grade elixirs to save me." "Do you think heavenly-grade elixirs are mere candies? You asked for them so casually. I scarcely consumed many in my lifetime." Xiao Xuanzi glared with his small eyes. "Enough. Stop feigning. You devoured the divine fire's Jiuyang fruit that I had nurtured for over 1,000 years. Now you dare to ask me for elixirs. What? Ha ha. Li Fugui climbed to his feet, scratching his head in embarrassment. Indeed, nothing escapes the master's keen perception. So what method do you propose? A proud expression returned to Xiao Xuance's face. In my life, I traversed the world, attracting countless female cultivators with 3 martial arts techniques. The first, 9 revolutions indestructible golden body, a beginner-level heavenly grade body refinement technique. Once mastered, the golden body becomes indestructible. The second, tides of the azure sea, a beginner-level heavenly grade sound wave technique. When the flute sounds, it resembles the tide of the azure sea, concealing countless dangers. The third, great sun extinguishing sword technique, a beginner-level heavenly grade martial skill. If one masters this sword technique to its fullest, one becomes a reincarnated sword immortal. If you can master any one of these 3 techniques, you will be able to unlock this door. Upon hearing of the 3 heavenly grade techniques, Li Fugui thought, only children make choices. I want them all. He abruptly stood up, his face marked by seriousness. I, Li Fugui, have vowed from birth to eradicate demons and uphold justice, taking it upon myself to protect the world. To revive our Langius sect, esteemed master, rest assured that I shall dedicate myself to mastering all 3 techniques. Chapter 40. The Great Sun's Annihilation. Young man. Xiao Xiansu gently tapped Li Fugui's head. One cannot swallow more than one can chew. These 3 martial arts techniques are such that an ordinary person would require a decade of arduous training to achieve only minor success in one. Do you still wish to practice all 3 simultaneously? Li Fugui rubbed his head and replied, Master, could it be possible that I am an extraordinary martial arts genius among countless others? With a swift motion, Xiao Xiansu executed a technique, reaching for Li Fugui's lower regions and squeezing firmly twice. Ah, Master, what are you doing? Li Fugui fell to the ground in agony. It appears you are not. Xiao Xiansu shook his head. These 3 martial arts techniques are not meant for everyone. Now that you have consumed the Shun Huijiu Yang Gua and attained the Jiu Yang Sheng Ti, which is of utmost yang and rigidity, the most suitable for you are the Jiu Zhuan Bu Mie Jin Shun and the Dai Ji Mie Jin Ju. However, to cultivate the Jiu Zhuan Bu Mie Jin Shun, there is a stringent requirement. You must be a pure youth. As he spoke, Xiao Xiansu cast a mischievous glance at Xiansu Xian. Xiansu Xian's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. You certainly are not. I have just verified that. Li Fugui wore a gossiping expression. Oh, could it be that Master is still a pure youth? Cough, cough. All right, this one is not suitable for you. You should practice the Dai Ji Mie Jin Ju instead. It requires an abundance of pure yang energy within you, which is perfect for your condition. Xiao Xiansu changed the subject and tossed a fiery red jade slip to Li Fugui. Li Fugui hurriedly caught it. Thank you, Master. Master, do you have any heavenly grade swords to bestow upon me as well? Huh, you truly are greedy. Xiao Xiansu slapped Li Fugui again. But I do indeed possess a heavenly grade sword, specifically the Xian Jin Bang's 5th-ranked Xian Tian Tai sword. Li Fugui's eyes gleamed, and his lips curled into a wide grin. Where is it? Xiao Xiansu pointed to a rusted broken sword on the stone bed. However, it was shattered in battle against that demon king and has now become mere scrap metal. The light in Li Fugui's eyes dimmed instantly, and his smile faded. Your Qi Shao sword is also quite good. Use it to train. Receiving a heavenly grade sword now would only bring you disaster. Xiao Xiansu remarked, glancing at the Qi Shao sword behind Li Fugui. As for the Bai Hai Chao Sheng Chu, let that young lady practice it. He looked at Xiansu Xian's flushed forehead and handed her a jade slip of a verdant hue. Xiansu Xian quickly knelt. Thank you, Master, but this instrument is my magical treasure. This flute melody should be given to Fugui instead. Do you truly think I am senile? That lad has hardly bowed before me a few times. Giving him the sword technique is already generous enough. This melody, the instrument, can be practiced. As Xiao Xiansu spoke halfway, he leaned in to whisper in Xiansu Xian's ear. This is not merely a martial technique, but also a secret art for the chamber. If he masters it, he will not escape. Haha. Xiansu Xian's face turned bright red as she furtively glanced at Li Fugui before accepting the jade slip, bowing her head. Thank you, Master. Li Fugui looked at the two with a face full of suspicion. As for the Jiu Zhuan Bu Mie Jin Shan, it shall be entrusted to both of you. If a suitable disciple arises in our sect, pass it on to him. If not, seek a destined individual, lest the lineage be severed. With that, he handed a golden jade slip to the two. Understood. Now, you two shall cultivate here. My soul energy is nearly depleted, and I must rest. I will awaken once a month to guide you." With a yawn, Xiao Xian's spectral form returned to the skeletal remains. "This old bachelor is truly stingy." Li Fu Gui muttered softly. "Do not speak nonsense." Xian Su Xian pinched Li Fu Gui's arm. "What are you saying, you little rascal?" Came Xiao Xian's voice from within the skeletal remains. "Ah, it's nothing. I was just wishing Master good night." Li Fu Gui hurriedly replied. The two found a spacious area and sat cross-legged, beginning their practice. Li Fu Gui's consciousness entered the jade slip, and he felt an overwhelming surge of pure fiery energy engulfing his mind. Fortunately, he had recently acquired the Hong Chun Wan Xiang, granting him an infinite sea of consciousness. Otherwise, he might have fainted from the intensity. As the fiery energy swept through his mind, it transformed into human forms wielding fiery swords, performing a myriad of intricate sword techniques, leaving him dizzy and breathless, his throat tasting blood. He quickly withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, gasping for air. He glanced at Xian Su Xian, noting her tightly closed eyes and furrowed brow, clearly struggling as well. Li Fu Gui steadied his mind and immersed himself once more. This time, he closed his eyes, no longer observing the complex sword techniques. He cleared his thoughts, seeking to feel the principles contained within the sword techniques. He did not know how long had passed when he finally opened his eyes. The fiery figures were still dancing with their swords. However, what he now perceived was no longer mere techniques, but flowing Tao. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Li Fu Gui and Xian Su Xian practiced martial techniques during the day and researched chamber secrets in a small room at night. Their days were indeed fulfilling. Throughout this period, Xiao Xiansu awakened every month to guide them. He discovered that Li Fu Gui was indeed a martial arts prodigy, possessing immense spiritual power. With just a little guidance, he could master techniques swiftly. Xian Su Xian, although not blessed with the same overwhelming spiritual power as Li Fu Gui, possessed remarkable talent for music. Consequently, her progress was not inferior to that of Li Fu Gui. Half a year later, at Qiyan Valley, atop Qiyan Peak, a first-tier demon beast, the Qi Wei snake, was in pursuit of a small yen lizard. Just as the snake's tail began to whip rapidly, preparing to bite the lizard, a searing sword energy suddenly erupted from beneath, violently shattering the mountainside of Qiyan Peak. Both the snake and lizard, mixed with debris, soared into the sky. Following this, 2 figures flew out from Qiyan Peak. It was none other than Li Fu Gui and Xian Su Xian. "Brother Fu Gui, the power of your sword just now was even more formidable than Zhao Liang's final strike." Xian Su Xian's lips curved slightly as she gazed affectionately at Li Fu Gui. Recalling Zhao Liang, a hint of sorrow crossed Li Fu Gui's face. "Brother Liang, I will surely avenge you." Xiao Xiansu's residual soul also emerged from the mountainside, floating in midair, expressing his satisfaction. Very good, very good. In just 6 months, you have cultivated the Dai Ji Mie Jianju to the first layer, the Dai Fantian realm. A promising disciple indeed. It turned out that the Dai Ji Mie Jianju was divided into 3 layers. The first layer, Dai Fantian, was the very technique Zhao Liang had utilized, and what he had practiced was merely a fragment of this first layer. Yet even so, it had reached a terrifying initial level of the earth grade. The second layer is known as the Dai Zhu Hai Jing, where one can attain a high level of earth rank. If the first layer is characterized by a scorching heat akin to a burning sky, the second layer not only possesses an even more suffocating intensity, but also introduces a pervasive sword mist. This sword mist penetrates the bodies of enemies, detonating within their meridians. The third layer, however, is the Da Ri Ji Mie Jing. Unlike the oppressive heat of the previous 2 layers, the third layer emanates a chilling and somewhat dim sword aura, yet it carries a heart-stirring force of annihilation. When one strikes with this sword, the heavens and the earth undergo a transformation in hue. Thank you for the praise, Master Ancestor, but I still feel that the Dai Zhu Hai Jing is just slightly beyond my grasp, Li Fu Gui remarked, scratching his head. You young lad, it is already commendable that others can cultivate to the Dai Zhu Hai Jing in 10 years. Do you expect to achieve it in just 6 months? Xiao Xiansu replied with a look of helplessness. It was not long ago that he himself took 2 years to reach the Burning Sky realm, 5 years to attain the Zhu Hai realm, and a decade to arrive at the Jimia realm. You still have half a year until the forbidden area reopens. During this time, you should cultivate your martial skills within the confines of this forbidden zone. As long as you do not encounter the earth-ranked demonic beasts residing within, you should manage just fine. This will also provide an excellent opportunity to elevate your Shui Man Jing Gang Jing by several levels. With that, Xiao Xiance's residual soul yawned and returned to rest. Chapter 41. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow. Deep within the confines of the Forbidden Land, a towering inferno erupted amidst the thickets. Shortly thereafter, two figures soared forth from the flames. Li Fugui clasped Xian Suxin with his left hand while cradling a bird egg in his right, desperately propelling himself forward. A mournful cry reverberated from the fire, and a resplendent peacock ascended into the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. It was the Sky-Devouring Sparrow, a 6th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a 3rd-level Earth-tier cultivator. Over the past 6 months, Li Fugui and Xian Suxin had committed numerous misdeeds within the Forbidden Land. They had stolen the egg of the Sky-Devouring Sparrow, extracted milk from the Yuaniyu, poked the rear of the Xiashanshu tiger, and harvested the fangs of the hairy lychee. Most audaciously, they once stumbled upon 2 crimson-eyed hounds mating. The 2 dogs became entangled, and one of them was teased into running in opposite directions, resulting in their anguished howls, yet they could not separate. During this time, they teamed up to hunt a 4th-tier leap gold carp and a 5th-tier purple lightning erosion python, collecting their essence blood, which aided Li Fugui in advancing the Shui Man Jing Gang Jing to the 1st layer, 3rd transformation, equivalent to a high-level Xian tier. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow relentlessly pursued them, opening its gaping maw and inhaling deeply, causing the grasses, trees, flowers, and even some low-tier demon beasts to rise from the ground and fly towards it. Li Fugui secured the egg, gripping Xian Suxin tightly with one hand, while the Shui Man Jing Gang Jing surged within him, causing his skin to emit a faint red glow. Illusory forms of ape, carp, and python appeared in succession, ultimately coalescing into a semblance of an ancient dragon ape. With his other hand firmly grasping the ground to prevent being drawn into that enormous mouth, Li Fugui seized the opportunity to flee. In the blink of an eye, he reached the foot of Qian Peak. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow, undeterred, was determined to annihilate the 2. It flapped its colorful wings lightly, swiftly closing the distance. Then, with a powerful sweep of its wings, countless razor-sharp wind blades surged forth. Xian Suxin, with delicate fingers upon the zither, summoned a melody that surged like a tide, clashing with the wind blades and igniting a tempest of energy. Following this, a searing sword aura cleaved through the storm, aimed at the Sky-Devouring Sparrow. With a thunderous shout, Li Fugui unleashed the Daylight Annihilation Sword technique, having cultivated it to the 2nd layer, the Great Sun-Boiling Sea Realm. This was his inaugural demonstration of this technique. The Sky-Devouring Sparrow, having anticipated the attack, shielded itself with its wings, managing to deflect the formidable strike. It shook off the singed feathers, revealing a hint of human-like smugness. Just as it reveled in its moment of triumph, an eruption of scorching sunlight erupted from its wings. After a series of explosions, the once vibrant and resplendent feathers of the Sky-Devouring Sparrow became bare. Ha! Fried chicken wings. Li Fugui laughed heartily, clutching his abdomen. I shall ensure you have no resting place. The sparrow, unexpectedly articulating human speech, opened its maw, conjuring a black energy sphere aimed at Li Fugui and Xian Suxin. This was a full-force strike capable of rivaling a 3rd-level Earth-tier cultivator. Li Fugui and Xian Suxin's expressions turned grave as they summoned their spiritual energy to its zenith, their robes billowing violently. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike, an intangible sword intent erupted from Qian Peak, instantly cleaving the black sphere in twain, which then vanished without a trace. The remnant soul of Xiao Xuanca materialized from Qian Peak. Sky-Devouring Sparrow, I acknowledge your ascension to Earth Tier and the intellect you have acquired. It is no small feat to part at once, and I shall spare your life. Xiao Xuanca, you old wretch, after all these years, your soul has yet to dissipate. Your 2 disciples have caused this place to be rife with chaos, and today, I shall take their lives. The sparrow's eyes glinted with malice. It has been over 1,000 years. Your soul power must be nearly depleted. Should you fail to recognize your situation today, I shall eradicate your remnant soul as well. Humph! Stubborn and unyielding. Allow me to show you whether my remnant soul can indeed vanquish you. Xiao Xuanca formed hand seals, declaring, Li Fugui, observe closely. The sword is not in form, but in intent. Though I wield no sword in hand, the sword resides in my heart. Daylight Annihilation. A black longsword erupted from Xiao Xuance's grasp, devoid of any energy fluctuations or sound, appearing almost lethargic. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it reached the sky-devouring sparrow. In the next instant, the blade passed through silently. The sparrow seemed frozen, utterly motionless. Moments later, the black longsword vanished, and the sparrow's head fell from its neck, its body exploding into nothingness. Is this daylight annihilation? How terrifying! It concentrates all ferocious energy into the sword without revealing a trace. Seemingly unremarkable, it possesses the might to annihilate worlds. Truly, this is the power of annihilation, Li Fugui mused. Xiao Xuanci tossed the sparrow's head to Li Fugui. His remnant soul appeared even more ethereal. The essence blood of this sparrow should suffice for your Xuanman, Jinggang Jing, to break through to the second layer. Did you glean any insights just now? Disciple is dull-witted and could only grasp a fragment of the sword intent of annihilation. Mastering it will require additional time, Li Fugui replied, respectfully receiving the head of the sparrow and bowing in gratitude. To comprehend even a modicum of the sword intent of annihilation is commendable. The sparrow spoke truthfully. My soul power is indeed dwindling. This was my strongest strike. I may need to enter a slumber for a while. The gates of the Forbidden Land should soon open, and you will be able to leave. Remember to safeguard the legacy of our Langus sect. Xiao Xuance's voice grew increasingly faint as he ascended back towards Qian Peak. Li Fugui and Xian Sushi knelt in unison, bowing 3 times towards Xiao Xuanci, declaring, Disciples shall diligently obey the instructions of our revered ancestor and will not fail your trust. During this period, the two had greatly benefited from Xiao Xuanci's protection within the Forbidden Land. Though their ancestor was not particularly handsome and often displayed a lack of decorum, he was undeniably extraordinarily talented and genuinely cared for his 2 juniors, imparting them with heavenly-tier martial skills and ensuring their safety, even sacrificing his soul power to enlighten them. He truly embodied the title of ancestor. As they prepared to part, they felt a twinge of reluctance. Just as they were lost in their reflections, Li Fugui's formidable spiritual sense suddenly detected several familiar presences approaching. Turning to look, they beheld silhouettes in the distance hurtling towards them. Suxin, Li, they exclaimed, is it truly you? Chapter 42 Awaiting good news, how wonderful. Senior sister Su, Xin. Senior brother Li, is it truly you? The person was Yang Bin, a disciple of the Miaoyin Pavilion, who had entered the Forbidden Area for trials with them a year ago. He had led the team in with a ranking of 10th, and since the team only possessed Huang-level cultivation, they remained on the periphery, thus escaping disaster. At this moment, he had advanced to become a first-layer disciple of the Xian level, accompanied by 4 Huang-level disciples. Junior brother Yang, is it you? So, does this mean the trial in the Forbidden Area has commenced again this year? Li Fugui remarked with a smile upon recognizing him. There will be no trial in the Forbidden Area this year. We were specifically instructed by Elder Su to come and seek you, Yang Bin replied. No trial this year? What has transpired? Xian Su Xian's brow furrowed, and she sensed that something was amiss. Sigh. It's a long story, Yang Bin sighed. After all the disciples who participated in the trials emerged, the Miaoyin Pavilion had sent people to search for the 2, but found nothing, ultimately having to give up. The senior leaders of the 3 sects were shocked to learn that members of the demonic sect had infiltrated the Forbidden Area. They immediately ordered a thorough investigation for spies within the 3 sections. It was unexpected that the demonic sect had laid plans within the 3 sects for many years, even managing to corrupt some Xian-level elders. Simultaneously, the demonic sects Hehuan sect, Mo Yin Min, and Wandu Tiangu sect united to attack, even deploying celestial-level experts. Fortunately, the 3 sects had prepared in advance and ultimately activated the mountain-protecting Great Formation, working together to repel the demonic sect, albeit suffering significant losses, nearly half of their forces. Upon hearing this, Li Fugui and Xian Su Xian could not help but grow anxious, both exclaiming, What about our master, my mother, and Chun Xing? Senior brother, senior sister, do not worry. Junior sister Chun Xing is in the Xian Shuang cave of the inner courtyard, a key protected area, so she is naturally unharmed. As for Elder Su, although the extreme pleasure demon of the Hehuan sect attempted to target her, fortunately, Yunj intervened in time, preventing any success, Yang Bin assured them. With a sigh of relief, the 2 inquired, So today, it was Master who sent you to find us? Are they waiting for us outside? Indeed, Elder Su instructed us to seek out senior brother and senior sister, but currently, Both Elder Su and junior sister Chunxing are not in the pavilion. In fact, there are not many people left in the pavilion now, Yangbin lamented. Why is that? Where have they gone? Xiansu Xian pressed for answers. A few months ago, news reached the pavilion that the De Yuan dynasty was launching a large-scale offensive against Ardijin. The capital, Yingdu, was in urgent peril. The ancestors of the three sects convened urgently and decided to leave only 1/10 of the disciples and elders to guard the pavilion, while the remaining elders and disciples were dispatched to our 13 cities in Qingzhou to assist in defense. The sect leader, along with several supreme elders and Elder Miao Lu, headed to Yingdu, while Elder Miao Yin and several other elders took junior sister Chunxing and dozens of disciples to Jiayuan City. Before departing, they specifically instructed us to return to find the two senior brothers and sisters on the day the forbidden area is opened, Yangbin explained. You mean Master and Chunxing went to Jiayuan City? Li Fugui exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is Jiayuan City, Yangbin nodded. Fugui, what is happening in Jiayuan City? Xiansu Xian asked with a furrowed brow, puzzled. Chunxing and I escaped from Jiayuan City. The Zhonglong General Lin Xiaotian is the one who placed the curse on me. I have a deep-seated grudge against the Lin family. Li Fugui clenched his fists, turning pale with anger as flames of fury ignited in his eyes. This is bad. We must hasten to Jiayuan City. The Lin family must be colluding with the De Yuan dynasty's Wandu Tiangu sect. If we delay, Master and Chunxing may be in danger. Since Chunxing is with my mother, they will likely be more vigilant. Besides, Jiayuan City is not solely controlled by the Lin family. There is also the city lord. Do not worry too much. We can head over immediately. Xiansu Xian comforted him, her brow still furrowed. Yes, senior brother Li, Lin Xiaotian is merely of Xian-level cultivation. This time, several elders are accompanying us, so we should be fine. Rest assured. Yangbin added to reassure them. You do not understand. Lin Xiaotian is insidious. We should make haste, Li Fugui urged, gripping Xiansu Xian's hand as they dashed towards the exit. Yangbin and the others looked on in astonishment, realizing that senior brother Li and senior sister Xian had encountered extraordinary experiences in the forbidden area. In just a year, senior brother Li's cultivation had likely reached the 6th layer of the Xian level. Once they exited the forbidden area, Yangbin guided them to meet the managing elder remaining in the pavilion, reporting all that had transpired over the past year since the battle at Shiyan Valley, especially concerning the demonic faction and the matter of Master Xiao Xiansu, but did not mention the celestial-level martial arts of the three sections. After all, it was uncertain whether all the spies of the demonic sect had been eradicated. The principle of not exposing one's wealth was something Li Fugui understood. Once the matters here were settled, the two bid farewell to Yangbin and the others. Li and Xian express our gratitude to all for managing affairs in the pavilion. We shall take our leave now. Senior brother Li, senior sister Xian, travel safely. Please take down a few more robes for us. We will await good news here. Yangbin and the others returned the gesture. With that, the two soared into the sky on their swords, heading towards Jiayuan City. After a few days of flight, they approached the borders of Jiayuan City. Li Fugui gazed at the familiar scenery before him, and feelings of nostalgia surged within him. Once, to evade the Lin family's pursuit, he had hidden and fled for nearly a month before reaching the foot of Langya Mountain. Now, time had passed, and he was no longer the pitiful Li Deshotzi, who could only escape in disgrace. Lin Baiqi, Lin Xiaotian, I have vowed that I will return. The two gently descended from the sky, before a stone tablet inscribed with the words Jiayuan City boundary. Li Fugui said, if we proceed further, we will enter Jiayuan City. To avoid attracting attention, we should walk from here. Xiansu Xian nodded slightly in agreement. Li Fugui utilized one of the abilities of Hong Chun Wanxiang, the 1,000 machine simulation, to mask their auras as that of fully realized Huang-level cultivators, while their appearances transformed into two inconspicuous men. With his awakened Hong Chun Wanxiang, Li Fugui's mental strength likely surpassed that of ordinary Earth-level cultivators. Unless facing someone with exceptionally strong mental prowess above the Earth level, it would be difficult to see through his disguise. Upon entering the territory of Jiayuan City, they walked a few miles and arrived at a small town called Qingniu Town. The roads were filled with families fleeing in panic. Li Fugui stopped an elder and asked, Good sir, where are you all headed? Oh dear, young man, you must be from out of town. The De Yuan army is about to invade. You should hurry and flee, the old man urged. Isn't there a garrison in Jiyuanqing? Qian Sushin inquired. I heard that Miaoying Pavilion had also dispatched reinforcements. Oh, indeed. Some cultivators came to assist recently and managed to repel a small contingent of the Great Yuan forces. However, for reasons unknown, Jianqing's gates have been firmly shut of late, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. No one knows what has transpired within the city. Now, the vanguard of the Great Yuan is approaching swiftly. I must take my leave, and you should do the same. The elderly man urged before hastily joining the throng. It appears that turmoil has arisen within Jianqing. There is no time to waste. We must make haste towards it. Chapter 43. Huapolu. Since entering the territory of Jiyuan City, the sight along the way has been filled with families fleeing in distress. Their gaunt faces a stark contrast to the once thriving Jiyuan City in his memory. The scorched earth, crumbling walls, and the faint scent of blood in the air all bear witness to the brutality of war. Li Fugui and Qian Sushin, having disguised themselves as ordinary wanderers, skillfully concealed their presence within the ranks of the sparse crowd, hastening towards Jiyuan City. After approximately half a day's journey, a moderately elevated yet perilous mountain range emerged before them, known as Qishao Mountain. Beside the mountain path stood a prominent cliff named Xiangxi Cliff, adorned with blooming begonia flowers. Upon encountering this place, Li Fugui hesitated momentarily, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. What troubles you, Fugui? Qian Sushin keenly sensed his unusual demeanor. Gazing at the mist-shrouded cliff base, Li Fugui managed a self-deprecating smile, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible chill. Sushin, look over there. It was here that my former fiancée, Lin Biqi, conspired with her lover to cast me over the cliff. Had I not been fortunate enough to survive the fall and been rescued by Chuanxing, I would have long been a mere corpse. Qian Sushin's heart tightened at his words, and she instinctively grasped his hand. Feeling the latent resentment and pain beneath his calm exterior, leaning against him gently, she murmured, "It is all in the past. You are no longer that helpless youth. This time, they will pay for their deeds." Li Fugui tightened his grip on her cool hand, drawing strength from her silent support, his inner turmoil slightly abated. Just as he was about to speak, his brow furrowed suddenly as a powerful mental presence silently spread around him. Someone is lying in wait. His lips moved, forming a whisper that reached Qian Sushin's ears. 17 are hidden in the bushes to the left, 11 behind the rocks to the right, and 5 more at the intersection ahead. The most skilled among them is at the 4th level of Qian rank, with another at the 1st level. The rest are primarily in the mid to late stages of Huang rank, yet some possess a refined aura, akin to disciplined soldiers, albeit mixed with the air of bandits. Qian Sushin's gaze sharpened, her fingers subtly curling around the soft sword hidden in her sleeve. Prior to descending the mountain, they had agreed that given the uncertain situation in Jiyuan City, they must not reveal their identities as disciples of Miaoying Pavilion. Therefore, she had deliberately procured a beginner-s sword technique from the Tianlai Tower in the pavilion, alongside a high-grade soft sword of Huang rank. At that moment, a clear yet authoritative voice rang out from around the bend of the mountain path. "Who goes there? Are you spies from the Great Yuan, trespassing upon our camp?" Before the words had fully settled, a figure clad in blue surged forth like the wind, wielding a long sword that danced with lethal elegance, aiming directly at Li Fugui's face. His strike was decisive, imbued with the ferocity of battle-hardened soldiers. Although possessing only the spiritual power of the 1st level of Qian rank, his swordplay was exquisite, evidently refined under expert tutelage. Li Fugui inwardly praised the swiftness of the attack, yet outwardly feigned panic, appearing to stumble backward just in time to narrowly evade the blade, exclaiming, "Spare me, brave warrior. We are merely passing through. Humph. Quick on the uptake. Prepare to face my wrath." The assailant, realizing his initial strike had missed, shifted his technique into a relentless web of strikes, showcasing a remarkably advanced series of sword techniques. Li Fugui, keen to assess his opponent, relied solely on his Huang rank mastery, employing rudimentary techniques from Tongbei Quan and the 1st level of Xuanman Jinggang Jing to simulate a feeble foundation of the Jinggang sect's body refinement. He swung his fists, generating gusts of wind that, while appearing clumsy, consistently managed to deflect or evade the incoming sword strikes, producing a series of dull thuds reminiscent of iron clashing. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of over a dozen moves, each evenly matched. The opponent grew increasingly alarmed, having prided herself on her exceptional sword skills, rarely encountering worthy adversaries at her level. Yet this seemingly unremarkable man, despite only exuding the aura of Huang rank, possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique and strength far surpassing his peers, boldly contesting her advanced Xian rank sword with bare hands. Moreover, the reverberating shock she felt carried an oddly familiar weight. Stop! She feigned a thrust, leaping back, her sword pointed at Li Fugui, her gaze fixed upon him with a mixture of intrigue and scrutiny. Is your martial prowess derived from the Jinggang sect? Li Fugui smiled inwardly, observing his opponent, who, although disguised as a male, bore an upright stature and, despite the grime smeared on her face, could not conceal her inherent elegance and nobility. He feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, you possess keen insight, brave warrior. My Tai Bushan technique indeed hails from the Jinggang sect's external body refinement methods. I did not expect you to discern it so promptly." He thus solidified his guise as a disciple of the Jinggang sect. At this juncture, the cold and stern youth at the 4th level of Xian rank, along with the remaining ambushers, had fully revealed themselves, encircling the duo. It was evident that the initial assailant of 1st level Xian rank was the leader of this group. The stern youth, having observed the blue-clad figure halt, remained still, his eyes betraying an unmistakable affection and protectiveness. He continued to glare at Li Fugui with a chilling intensity, as if poised to strike at any moment. The blue-clad youth sheathed his sword, gesturing for the others to lower their weapons. His expression softened slightly, though the inherent nobility and the air of authority he maintained blended seamlessly. As a disciple of the Jinggang sect, what brings you here in such a furtive manner? Li Fugui promptly clasped his fists, reiterating his earlier narrative. Esteemed General, we are both natives of Jiyuan City, sent by our master to undergo training. We seek to join the fight against the Yuan. And as we pass through this area, we bear no ill intent. General? The youth's demeanor visibly brightened at this address. The stern youth at the 4th level of Xian rank snorted derisively. Such smooth talk. General, I find these two suspicious. It would be prudent to apprehend them first. Calm yourself, Commander Shen. The blue-clad youth straightened his already erect posture, striving to imbue his voice with authority. I am Huapolu, leader of the local rebel forces. If you wish to join our ranks, what proof do you possess? And how well do you comprehend the current situation? As he spoke, a hint of testing and commanding tone crept into his voice, as if he were a general interrogating subordinates. Li Fugui mused internally. Indeed, he relishes being referred to as general, and his manner of speaking oddly resembles the descriptions given by storytellers in tea houses. A fledgling general? One who relies solely on theoretical knowledge. His face retained a simplicity, marked only by his superficial skills and a resolute heart to resist adversaries. As for the prevailing situation, we have only heard that the gates of Jiyuan City are firmly shut, leaving us uncertain about our next course of action. We humbly request your guidance, General. Upon hearing this, Huapolu exchanged a solemn glance with Commander Shun, both perceiving the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she endeavored to emulate the demeanor of the esteemed generals from her memories, and spoke in a deep voice. The circumstances in Jiyuan City are indeed perplexing. The gates are closed, and communication with the outside world is severed. The vanguard of the Great Yuan is now merely 100 miles away, and the situation is dire. Since you both harbor the intention to serve, if you trust in this, General, you may remain in the camp for the time being while we ascertain the conditions within the city, and then we shall devise a plan. Beep. A random system task has been triggered. Will you choose to join the righteous army? A. Join the righteous army. Random reward. A set of formation. B. Do not join the righteous army. Random regression in cultivation. Damn. Is this a multiple choice question? Clearly, I am being nudged towards option A. Not necessarily. You could also select B. The system's voice was annoyingly cheeky. Li Fugui wore a baffled expression. Soon after, gratitude adorned his face as he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, General Hua, for your hospitality. I am Li Taizhu, and this is my junior brother Li Changjian from the Gujianmen. We are willing to heed your command." Xian Suxin also inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect. Seeing the two exhibit such deference and considering their reputable backgrounds, Huapolu felt quite satisfied, perceiving that she had acquired two promising talents. She nodded and gestured towards Commander Shen, stating, "This is Commander Shen Yunqi. Commander Shen, please take these two and arrange suitable accommodations for them," treating them as Wu Chang. "Yes, General," Commander Shen replied, But her feelings towards Li Fugaway were still lukewarm, as she coldly remarked, "You too, please follow me. The camp has its regulations that must be adhered to." Beep. Congratulations on completing the random task. Formation extraction in progress. Obtain formation, Liuhua Array. This array is a fire attribute area attack formation, with a deployment range of 20 miles. It requires fire attribute spiritual power as a catalyst to activate, transforming the area into a sea of Liuhua, inflicting damage equivalent to the first tier of Xian level. Li Fugaway and Xian Suxin followed Commander Shun towards the stronghold. As they walked, Li Fugaway discreetly transmitted a message to Xian Suxin, saying, "This General Hua is quite intriguing. She recognizes the body refining techniques of the Jingang sect, and her guards possess considerable strength, yet she seems to lack practical combat experience, though her demeanor is quite imposing." Xian Suxin slightly nodded in agreement and replied through thought, "She bears a powerful seal that restrains her true cultivation and emanates an extraordinary essence. Moreover, her every gesture exudes a habit born from long-standing authority, distinctly not that of an ordinary righteous army leader. She appears to relish the title of general, yet may not be well versed in the intricacies of military deployment. That is of no consequence. We can conveniently use her influence to conceal our presence. Tomorrow, we shall devise a way to infiltrate the city." The gleam in Li Fugaway's eyes was shrouded with determination. Jiyuan City lay within reach, and there, among the Lin family, Shermu, and Chuanxing, all the enigmas and grievances would find their resolution. Chapter 44. Strange occurrences in the city following the rebel forces led by Huapulu, Li Fugaway, and Xian Suxin swiftly arrived at a temporary encampment deep within Xixiao Mountain. The layout of the camp was rather organized, with sentry posts and tents seemingly adhering to some military formation. Yet, to the discerning eye of those who had truly experienced life and death battles, it appeared somewhat rigid and lacking in adaptability, with many details revealing the inexperience of the planners. The encampment housed approximately 700 to 800 individuals, and based on their attire and the aura they exuded, Li Fugaway quickly deduced that this was a motley band of remnants and mountain bandits. Among these bandits, some were of considerable strength, situated at the upper tier of the Huang realm, though their energies were rather mixed. Conversely, the 400 to 500 soldiers were all at least at the mid-upper level of the Huang realm, with the lowest among them at the 8th tier. Although their morale seemed somewhat diminished, it was evident that each had been battle-hardened and well-trained. Li Fugaway silently lamented that this band of remnants was not to be underestimated, and Huapolu's identity was likely equally significant. Huapolu appeared to regard Li Fugaway, a disciple of the Jingang sect, with considerable esteem. Perhaps she recognized his strength, or perhaps his appropriately respectful demeanor satisfied her military disposition. She specifically assigned them an independent tent for their use. The following morning, Huapolu assembled several dozen competent rebels and set forth towards Jiyuan City, accompanied by Li Fugaway, Xian Suxin, and the ever-vigilant Commander Shun. As they approached Jiyuan City, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The number of sentry posts along the route had evidently increased, all manned by soldiers clad in the standard armor of the Great Jin, each bearing a serious expression, as though preparing for a formidable enemy. From a distance, the towering walls of Jiyuan City came into view, but the bustling city gates that once welcomed all were now firmly shut. Flags fluttered atop the watchtowers, and the presence of soldiers was palpable, exuding an air of impending conflict. Halt! A patrol of soldiers blocked their path 100 paces from the city gates, with the squad leader barking an order. "Jiyuan City is under martial law. No one may approach. Depart immediately." Huapolu frowned and rode forward, striving to project a calm and authoritative voice. "I am Huapolu, the leader of the Qixiao Mountain rebels, come to assist in the defense of Jiyuan City. Please inform the city lord or General Lin Xiaotian." The squad leader appraised Huapolu and her ragtag but formidable entourage. His tone softened slightly, yet remained resolute. "Ah, it is you, Leader Hua. I've long heard of your name. However, we have orders from above. The enemy is drawing near, and spies have infiltrated the city. To prevent any mishaps, no one may enter until the spies are dealt with and the enemy has retreated. Please return." "Spies?" Huapolu was taken aback and pressed further. "What kind of spies? Are the city lord and elder Su within the city? What is the situation?" The squad leader shook his head. "I am unaware of the specifics. I am merely following orders. The city lord and elder Su, they should be stationed within the city." His tone was vague, and his gaze flickered momentarily. Although slight, it was perceptibly caught by the keenly attuned Li Fugawei. A thought struck Li Fugawei, and he quietly activated Hongchun Wanxiang, extending his mental energy like invisible tendrils towards the city walls. He dared not probe too deeply into the powerful presences within, lest he alert them, but focused his attention on the watchtower above. Soon, he discerned several figures atop the tower. Among them was a graceful figure exuding an air of elegance. It was his teacher, Su Miaoyin. However, her expression made Li Fugawei's heart sink. She stood there calmly, her face serene, yet her eyes appeared somewhat vacant, as if she were lost in thought and indifferent to the commotion below. Beside her stood a middle-aged man clad in general's armor. His features grim and menacing, his mortal enemy, Lin Xiaodian. In the span of a year, Lin Xiaodian had ascended to the 8th tier of the Xian realm. He was engaged in hushed conversation with several subordinate officers, a barely perceptible smirk occasionally gracing his lips. The state of his teacher was alarming, absolutely abnormal. Given her high cultivation in the Xian realm, how could she be so indifferent during such a critical moment? Moreover, her presence alongside Lin Xiaodian was highly suspicious. Li Fugawei was nearly certain that significant upheaval had occurred within Jiyuan City, and his teacher was likely under duress. Even Chuanqing's situation was worrisome. At that moment, a messenger sprinted up the watchtower and reported loudly, "Report, General. Scouts have urgently informed us that 3,000 vanguard cavalry of the Great Yuan have established camp 60 miles outside at Haifeng Pass and are expected to arrive at the city by tomorrow." Huopolu and the others below heard the report, stirring a wave of unrest. The rebels displayed expressions of tension and anxiety. Standing atop the tower, Lin Xiaoyan's voice resonated with infused spiritual energy, echoing down, "What are you panicking for? Close the city gates tightly and maintain the defense. Without my command, no one shall venture forth. Those who defy orders will be executed." His gaze swept over Huopolu and her group below, laced with coldness and disdain, showing no intention of opening the gates. Huopolu's face turned pale with anger, her fists clenched tightly. This is outrageous. In the face of a great enemy, they refuse to allow the valiant defenders entry. Lin Xiaodian. Commander Shin murmured, "General, it seems there is indeed a change within the city. Forcing our way through the gates may not be wise." Li Fugawei took a deep breath, knowing they could wait no longer. He stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Huopolu. "General Hua, it appears that the esteemed individuals within have resolved to hold fast. Since they suspect spies and refuse to open the gates, let us prove our strength." Huopolu turned to him. "What insights do you have, brave warrior Li?" Li Fugawei's gaze sharpened as he looked towards Haifeng Pass, speaking in a low tone, "Rather than waiting idly here, we should take the initiative. While the Great Yuan Vanguard is still establishing themselves and unfamiliar with the terrain, we can catch them off guard. If we can defeat this vanguard, it will alleviate the pressure on Jiyuan City and demonstrate to those within that we are not spies, but true warriors against the enemy. At that point, what reason will Lin Xiaodian have to keep us at bay?" Upon hearing this, Huopolu's eyes brightened, taking the initiative and engaging in open battle. This was precisely in line with the tactics she had studied, advocating offense over defense and striking unexpectedly. The bloodlust within her, yearning for the battlefield, seemed to ignite, and she felt this plan was brilliant. "Excellent. We shall follow the words of brave warrior Li." With her chest held high, Xiao Qinghan resolved to appear valiant, issuing commands for the entire army to travel light and march towards Haifeng Pass to confront the Great Yuan Vanguard. "General, the enemy situation is unclear, and we only have a little over 800 men, while the enemy boasts 3,000 elite troops. Moreover, this Li Zhuangshi, whose origins are shrouded in mystery. Does this action not seem excessively perilous?" Commander Shin hastily urged caution. "The opportunity for victory is fleeting. Can we afford to be hesitant?" At this moment, Huopolu was enraptured by the thrill of strategizing, dismissing Commander Shin's concerns, declaring resolutely, "I have made up my mind. Li Zhuangshi, you are well acquainted with the local terrain. Thus, you shall lead the way and serve as the vanguard." Li Fugawei yearned for this legitimate opportunity to strike and assess the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, promptly responding, "At your command." He cast a glance at the towering walls of Jiyuan City, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Lin Xiaodian, regardless of your schemes, I shall first dismantle this vanguard and return to settle accounts with you. Shenyang, Chuanqing, you must hold your ground." Chapter 45 Lindong on the rugged path from Qixiashan to Haifeng AI. Huapolu and Shen Yunqi each led a five-man team, stealthily navigating through the forest to scout the precise movements and terrain of the Great Yuan's vanguard. Huapolu teamed up with Li Fugui, while Xian Suxin accompanied Shen Yunqi in a different direction for reconnaissance. Initially, both Xian Suxin and Shen Yunqi objected, but Huapolu insisted, citing their superior cultivation levels, and forced Shen Yunqi to lead another team. The slender Li Changjian constantly lingered near Li Taizhu, raising suspicions about the nature of their relationship. As dusk descended and the sky darkened, the group stumbled upon an abandoned mountain deity temple nestled in a hollow and decided to rest there, seeking refuge from the lingering chill of spring while awaiting news from the other team. The dilapidated temple, shrouded in cobwebs, bore the scars of time, and the once majestic idols had become faded relics. The group cleared a small area, kindled a modest fire, and sat down to rest. Although Huapolu feigned composure, the tension and excitement from undertaking such a perilous mission for the first time were evident to Li Fugui. As they quietly munched on their rations, Huapolu suddenly nudged Li Fugui with his elbow and whispered conspiratorially, "Hey Taizhu, I can't help but notice that Changjian looks rather delicate and is always close to you. You two aren't involved in anything untoward, are you?" He squinted playfully, waggling a finger. Li Fugui felt a vain throb on his forehead, pondering how unreliable Huapolu was, considering his own delicate appearance while mocking others. He chuckled awkwardly, "General Hua, please don't jest. Changjian and I grew up together, which is why we are often side by side." "Oh, is that so? Speak honestly with me. I won't tell a soul." Huapolu leaned closer, whispering into Li Fugui's ear. Li Fugui caught a faint whiff of powder from Huapolu, leading him to wonder if there were women traveling with the rebel army. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly sensed footsteps and voices approaching from outside the temple. Li Fugui's expression hardened, and he gestured for silence. The group immediately held their breath and concealed themselves behind the idol and the shadows of the crumbling walls. Moments later, 5 or 6 figures entered the dilapidated temple. The leader, tall and gaunt, bore an unhealthy pallor, and most strikingly, he was missing an arm, with an empty sleeve hanging limply. However, he exuded a powerful aura, reaching the pinnacle of the Xian stage. The others were all of the Huang stage, each a formidable opponent above the 10th level. Upon recognizing the leader's face, Li Fugui felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him before. The group began to kindle a fire within the temple, and one of the subordinates flatteringly remarked, "Dong Yi, once we deliver this message, the general of the Great Yuan will surely reward us handsomely. Once we conquer Jiyuan City, the women of Miaoying Pavilion, especially that little girl named Chuanqing, will be at your mercy." Lin Dong snorted disdainfully, stroking the stump of his severed arm, his eyes glinting with malice. "Humph, those wretches of Miaoying Pavilion, especially that brazen Su Miaoying, are mere puppets now, ensnared by the heart-devouring curse set by the master. When the city falls, I shall ensure they suffer in ways unimaginable. As for that wretched Chuanqing, and that fool Li Dasha, if it weren't for him, my sister Lin Wu would still be alive, and I wouldn't have lost my arm." His agitation grew, veins bulging on his single arm, an icy aura radiating from him. "I heard that Li Dasha met his end in the forbidden lands of Langya Mountain. Humph, he got off easy. When I find his corpse, I shall reduce him to ashes to quench my wrath." Behind the idol, Li Fugui was shaken to his core. This man was none other than Lin Wu's brother, who had pursued him years ago. His master had indeed fallen victim to Lin Xiaoyan's treachery. Chuanqing and the others were in grave danger. Huapolu's face had turned pale as he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, realizing the perilous situation within Jiyuan City, as Lin Xiaoyan had indeed betrayed them. At that moment, perhaps due to overwhelming anger and tension, Huapolu accidentally stepped on a loose shard of tile, producing a faint crackling sound. "Who?" Lin Dong reacted swiftly, barking an order, and with a sweep of his remaining arm, unleashed a chilling gust towards the back of the idol. "Engage." Li Fugui understood that concealment was no longer an option. He yelled and charged forward, deliberately restraining his speed and strength to only demonstrate the prowess of a Huang stage consummate expert. Dispersing the gust with a punch, Huapolu also leapt out, brandishing his sword, and shouted, "Shameless traitor! How dare you collude with the enemy?" A chaotic battle erupted within the dilapidated temple. The rebel forces led by Huapolu proved to be elite fighters, and even with Lin Dong personally engaged with Huapolu, They held their ground against several Huang stage experts from the Lin family. Li Fugui struggled against a Huang stage 12-level Lin family guardian. Appearing to be in peril, yet he maneuvered with ease, secretly observing the battlefield. Suddenly, he was forced back by the Lin family guardian, inadvertently colliding with another guardian, who was sent sprawling onto the blade of a rebel soldier, meeting a swift demise. In quick succession, as Li Fugui sought to evade further attacks, he stumbled, knocking another Lin family guardian into an opposing warrior's hammer, resulting in another fatality. In a matter of moments, only the one-armed Lin Dong remained. You seek death. Lin Dong's eyes blazed red as he witnessed his subordinates fall. He tore open his chest garment, revealing a strange, writhing insect-like tattoo pulsating with light upon his heart. Goddess of the insect, grant me your power. With his roar, the flesh around his severed arm writhed violently, and an arm made of countless tiny insects erupted forth, grotesque and formidable. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, breaking through the boundary of the first level of the Xian stage to reach the second level. Not good. Huapolu's complexion changed. Lin Dong's insect arm struck with astonishing speed, piercing the chests of two nearby rebels in an instant. With a swift flick, he shattered the skull of another rebel attempting a sneak attack from behind. In the blink of an eye, only Li Fugui remained near Huapolu. Haha, it's your turn to die? Lin Dong grinned maliciously, his insect arm gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow as it lunged toward Huapolu. Gritting his teeth, Huapolu infused all his energy into his sword and cried out, "Meteor chasing the moon sword." The sword's light surged, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, charging toward Lin Dong with unstoppable momentum. This was a high-level sword technique of the Xian stage. Trivial insect tricks. Lin Dong's insect arm did not flinch nor evade, meeting the sword light head-on. Boom. The shockwave erupted, and Huapolu's Xian stage sword was knocked from his grasp. He was sent reeling back, spitting blood, crashing against the wall, and lost consciousness. Now it is your turn. Lin Dong turned his gaze toward the only remaining standing figure, Li Fugui, his insect arm shimmering with a ravenous light. Chapter 46. Who are you? Li Fugui gazed upon the unconscious Huapolu, then turned his attention to the relentlessly advancing Lin Dong. The facade of panic on his face dissipated in an instant, replaced by an aura of tranquility. He gently rotated his neck, and the bones emitted a series of soft cracks, as an overwhelming aura akin to a slumbering beast awakening suddenly erupted forth. The formidable spiritual pressure of the pinnacle of the sixth level of the Xian stage was unleashed without reservation, sending dust swirling within the dilapidated temple. A faint crimson glow surfaced beneath his skin, the power of the second layer of the Shui Man Jing Gang Jing concealed yet palpable, imparting an unshakable presence reminiscent of a mighty mountain. Lin Dong stared, astonished, at the incredible force emanating from Li Fugui, exclaiming, "Who are you? Who am I? Have you not been searching for me all along? Lin family scoundrel, I warned you that I would return." Li Fugui's voice was frigid, shedding the adjustments of the Qianji simulation, revealing his true visage. Lin Dong's eyes widened in terror, as if he had encountered a specter, his voice twisting into a high-pitched shriek. Li Fugui, it's you. You wretched bastard, you're not dead. And you've become. This is impossible. After the shock came a tidal wave of ecstasy and resentment. Ha ha ha. The heavens have eyes. I shall take my revenge with my own hands. For my sister's life. For my arm. Lin Dong, seemingly driven mad, activated his insect arm, brandishing a knife in his right hand and launching a frenzied assault on Li Fugui. Amidst this tempestuous onslaught, Li Fugui stood his ground, not flinching nor adopting a defensive posture. The Shui Man Jing Gang Jing surged to its zenith, the roar of his vital energy echoing around him, the crimson glow beneath his skin becoming increasingly pronounced, with a faint Dragon Yuan phantom looming into view. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Lin Dong's knife, fists, palms, claws, and that grotesque insect arm rained down upon Li Fugui like a torrential downpour, producing dull thuds and grating friction sounds. Yet, Li Fugui remained as steadfast as a rock amidst a raging current, immovable. None of Lin Dong's attacks could even force him back a single step, nor could they leave a mere white mark upon his skin. How is this possible? Lin Dong, increasingly alarmed and desperate, felt as though he were assaulting a mountain forged of pure gold. The corporeal strength of his opponent far surpassed his understanding. Li Fugawei sensed the tumultuous surge of energy within him and the gradual increase of his spiritual power, quietly contemplating. Not yet enough. If I exert more strength, perhaps I can break through to the 7th level of the Xian stage in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Lin Dong's eyes blazed with madness. He roared, and his insect arm thickened by threefold, yet his body visibly shrank. It was evident that he had sacrificed his own essence to nourish the insect. His insect arm transformed into a claw, lunging towards Li Fugawei's heart, this strike embodying the power of the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Xian stage. Clang. The sound was akin to metal clashing. This strike merely left a faint scratch upon Li Fugawei, while Lin Dong's movements grew sluggish, panting heavily. Yet, he was unable to assist Li Fugawei in breaking through. He realized that this farce was nearing its conclusion. Have you had enough? Li Fugawei spoke coolly, his gaze condescending. If you have, then let us proceed. Reunite with your sister. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Li Fugawei extended his fingers as if wielding a sword, without even summoning the Qi Shao, merely using his fingers in lieu of a blade. A thread of sword energy, honed to perfection and imbued with a hint of the essence of annihilation, surged forth. Puff! The sword energy effortlessly pierced through Lin Dong's protective insect and spiritual power, penetrating his brow. The madness and hatred on Lin Dong's face froze in an instant, his eyes dimming rapidly, filled with boundless disbelief and unwillingness, as he toppled backward, lifeless. The grotesque insect arm disintegrated in an instant, dissolving into a pool of foul, putrid blood. This is merely the beginning, Wu Yunfei, Lin Bai, Lin Xiaodian, and the entire Lin family. I will ensure you all pay the price. Li Fugawei harbored deep-seated hatred within. He then approached Lin Dong's side, and, while the spirit had yet to depart, used his formidable mental power to search Lin Dong's soul. He swiftly retrieved a sealed letter from Lin Dong's bosom, sealed with wax. After a quick scan, he confirmed that the letter detailed the defensive weaknesses within Jiyuan City, the situation of its lord, the circumstances surrounding the rebel army outside the city, and signals for collusion. After pondering for a moment, he placed the letter beside Lin Dong's corpse. Then he moved to Huapolu's side, examining her injuries. She was merely stunned, without serious harm. With a swift motion, he pressed several inconsequential acupoints on himself, creating an illusion of chaotic energy and exhaustion. Then fell to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Huapolu slowly regained consciousness. She clutched her chest, struggling to sit up, only to be met with a scene of devastation and corpses. Upon seeing Lin Dong's lifeless body not far away, with a crimson mark upon his brow, she was momentarily taken aback. She recalled unleashing her full power with the Meteor Chase Moon Sword against Lin Dong, then losing consciousness. Could it be that her final strike before fainting had fortuitously slain him? Her gaze swept across, landing on Li Fugawei, and she hurried over to assist him. Brother Taiju, wake up! Li Fugawei timely stirred, a look of weakness and confusion on his face. Hua Jiangjun. Did we win? We won. Huapolu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, pointing at Lin Dong's corpse. That traitor was slain by my sword. And look at this. She picked up the letter from beside Lin Dong. Li Fugawei struggled to sit up, taking the letter and examining it closely, his face reflecting shock and fury. Indeed, it is a letter of treachery. Jiangjun Hua, you have made a significant contribution. Not only did you slay the traitor's leader, but you also intercepted such vital intelligence. At his words, Huapolu felt a surge of pride within her chest, believing that the perilous battle they had just faced was worth it. She regarded Li Fugawei's pale visage with concern. Brother Taiju, how are your injuries? It was thanks to you that you restrained him. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Li Fugawei waved his hand, secretly amused, though he solemnly declared, Jiangjun Hua, your swordsmanship is exceptional. Remaining composed in a crisis, I admire you greatly. The immediate priority is to devise a plan to eliminate the enemy forces, then enter Jiyuan City to swiftly inform the city lord of this intelligence. Huapolu nodded gravely, gazing at Lin Dong's corpse and Li Fugawei's admiring expression, truly experiencing the sense of accomplishment that came with being a general who slayed formidable foes and gathered intelligence. Even though this sense of achievement was built upon the flawless performance of a certain cunning individual, Li Fugawei knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in salute. Jiangjun, I have a strategy. Chapter 47. The Sorrowful Breeze. General Hua, I have a plan. Li Fugawei chuckled innocently. Oh, Brother Taiju seems rather uncouth, yet he also comprehends military strategy? Huapolu raised an eyebrow, displaying mild surprise. Hee, General Hua, I may indeed be a simpleton, but I know when to be rough and when to be meticulous, Li Fugaway replied with an enduring grin. Huapolu's cheeks flushed slightly. Ahem, Brother Taiju, please do not jest. Quickly share your strategy. Li Fugaway ceased his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious. General, I have mastered a technique of disguise, allowing us to pose as traitors meeting with the Great Yuan. We shall provide false intelligence, claiming our righteous army consists of 3,000 men encamped in the Chixiao Valley. At that point, we merely need to. Excellent. What a splendid strategy. Huapolu clapped Li Fugaway on the shoulder, finding his hand somewhat pained. With a talent like Li Zhuangshi, who is both literate and martial, how could we fear the downfall of the Great Yuan? Ha ha. Hee, General Hua, you flatter me. It is all thanks to your sagacity. Li Fugaway responded with obsequiousness. With a casual wave, Li Fugaway summoned his spiritual energy, transforming his appearance to closely resemble Lin Dong. Huapolu also took on a likeness to another Lin family guard. The two of them followed the map provided in the intelligence, making their way towards Haifeng Pass under the cover of night. Before long, they arrived at Haifeng Pass, where 3,000 cavalry were encamped in an orderly formation. A row of barricades stood at the front, with watchtowers erected on either side. 3 individuals awaited them. The one in the center spoke first, his voice deep and resonant. Are you the Commander Lin Dong? Li Fugaway replied. Indeed. I am. General Lin Xiaodian has sent me to meet General Moro. The figure in black lowered his mask, revealing a weathered middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and parched skin, clearly a veteran of the military. He clasped his hands in greeting. I am Hu Yanhai, currently holding the position of Qianzhou. Commander Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, and you hold such an esteemed position at such a young age. General Morong has been waiting for you for quite some time. You flatter me. I kindly ask for your introduction. Qianzhong Hu, Li Fugaway responded, returning the gesture. The group proceeded from the camp gate to the main military tent. Along the way, 2 rows of armored Yuan soldiers stood guard. Despite having recently completed a long march, their spirit remained undiminished, and their cultivation was generally superior to that of the Jin soldiers. The average cultivation of the Jin soldiers was mostly below the 6th level of the yellow rank, while those at the 8th level could serve as squad leaders, and those above the 10th level could attain the rank of centurion. A commander at the 4th level of the Xian rank, like Shen Yunqi, was a rare find. In contrast, the ordinary soldiers of the Great Yuan typically range from the 6th to 7th levels of the yellow rank. Moreover, lower-ranking officers were generally of higher cultivation than their Jin counterparts, such as Hu Yanhai, who stood at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Xian rank. Li Fugaway sighed internally. No wonder the Jin army suffers continuous defeats. Could it be that the spiritual energy of the Great Yuan is more abundant than that of the Jin? Gentlemen, General Morong awaits you within the tent, Hu Yanhai announced, lifting the tent flap with one hand. As they entered, they saw 3 individuals seated inside. In the center sat a man clad in bright silver armor, with a silver spear beside him. His complexion was fair, exuding an imposing presence without anger. He was none other than Murong Yundan, the vanguard leader of the Great Yuan, at the 6th level of the Xian rank. Flanking him on either side were 2 deputy generals, both at the 3rd level of the Xian rank. I am Lin Dong, sent by General Lin Xiaotian to pay my respects to General Morong. Li Fugaway bowed respectfully. Noticing Huapolu standing still, he nudged him gently with his foot, prompting Huapolu to awkwardly return the bow. There is no need for formalities, Commander Lin. Let us discuss important matters. I wonder if you have brought the intelligence we seek? Morong Yundan waved his hand and spoke clearly. Of course, Li Fugaway replied, producing the previously swapped secret letter detailing the defenses of Jiyuan City, the situation of the practitioners in Miaoying Pavilion, and the status of the city lord. Excellent. With General Lin acting as an insider, it seems Jiyuan City will soon fall. Morong Yundan smiled. General Morong, General Lin has sent me to discuss this matter with you, Li Fugaway stated. Oh, what ingenious plan does General Lin propose? Please, share it with me. Recently, a band of scattered soldiers and mountain bandits, numbering over 2,000, has gathered outside Jiyuan City, calling themselves the Anti-Yuan Righteous Army. They approached General Lin yesterday, requesting to engage the vanguard of the Great Yuan. They are currently encamped in Chixiao Valley and plan to reward their troops tomorrow night. preparing to ambush you 20 miles ahead of Haifeng past the day after. General Lin suggests that General Morong can take advantage of the righteous army's celebration tomorrow night to raid their camp and catch them off guard. At that time, General Lin can lead his troops out of the city under the pretense of reinforcing the righteous army, launching a pincer attack to annihilate them. Afterward, we can enter the city together with General Morong, eliminate the city lord, and seize Jiyuan City. What a brilliant strategy. However, the city lord of Jiyuan, Qin Lifeng, possesses a cultivation level of the 12th layer of the Xian rank. Has he not been affected by the sorrowful breeze? Rest assured, General Morong. Qin Lifeng's unique cultivation technique renders him immune to General Lin's insect poison. However, with the sorrowful breeze from our great Yuan master, regardless of his high cultivation, he will lose all his powers. At that time, with General Lin's 3,000 soldiers combined with General Morong's 3,000 iron cavalry, defeating his 2,000 city guards will be effortless. We can capture Qin Lifeng alive, and then use the poison to control him for our purposes. However, we must ask General Morong to share the antidote for the sorrowful breeze. I have already learned through soul-searching that General Lin Xiaotian conspired with the great Yuan to poison Qin Lifeng. Haha, excellent. It seems General Lin has planned meticulously. Please return and inform General Lin that tomorrow night at the hour of the pig, I will personally lead the army to raid the camp. We will use the signal of a fire to indicate our arrival, and at that time, General Lin can come out to assist. Morong Yundun said, lifting his cup and drinking it down in one gulp. As for the antidote, it requires the infusion of pure yang spiritual energy into the body to disperse the toxins completely. Only the pure yang body of our great Yuan master can resolve it. So I fear Qin Lifeng may be of little use. I see, what a pity. Li Fugui shook his head, feigning regret, but secretly rejoicing. Pure yang spiritual energy, what a fortunate coincidence. Then I shall not impose further. I will return to report to General Lin. Very well. And please extend my congratulations to General Lin. Once this matter is accomplished, the position of City Lord of Jiyuan will belong to General Lin. However, the spiritual stone mines of Jiyuan City will be under our management, you know. Morong Yundun smiled. I shall certainly convey your message. I take my leave now. Li Fugui clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and, accompanied by Huapolu, exited the tent, guided by Hu Yanhai as they departed from the Yuan army's encampment. Upon leaving the camp, the two men made their way towards Qixia Mountain. After covering a considerable distance, Li Fugui reverted to his true appearance as Li Taiju, while Huapolu returned to his original form. In a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, "These barbaric Yuan troops are indeed after the spirit stone mine of our great Jin. General Hua, is this spirit stone mine truly that significant? The Yuan would forsake an entire city for the sake of this mine," Li Fugui inquired. Huapolu furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "It is indeed of paramount importance. This spirit stone mine, on a smaller scale, can determine the rise and fall of a nation. On a grander scale, it pertains to the fate of the entire human race. My father," realizing he had misspoken, Huapolu quickly cleared his throat and corrected himself. Ahem. "My master has stated that the recent rebellion of the Yuan against our great Jin is precisely for the spirit stone vein." Li Fugui, deep in thought, pondered over Huapolu's earlier mention of father. Observing his remarkable demeanor, he wondered if he could be. Noticing Li Fugui's contemplative silence, Huapolu hastily shifted the topic. "What shall we do next?" Li Fugui turned to Huapolu and, with a slight smile, replied, "Fear not. I have my own clever strategy." Chapter 48. Please enter the trap. The two individuals hastened their steps and soon returned to the Yijuan encampment at Qixia Mountain. Shen Yunqi and Xian Suxin had already returned and, upon noticing that only Huapolu and Li Fugui were back, they hurried forward. Shen Yunqi's gaze was filled with concern as he reached out to support Huapolu, but Huapolu waved his hand dismissively. Xian Suxin then stepped forward and grasped Li Fugui's arm, asking, "Are you unscathed?" Li Fugui smiled and shook his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Yunqi's face as he cast a hostile glance at Li Fugui. "General, where have you been? Why have you returned so late, and why are only the two of you here?" Huapolu, however, held his head high, his eyes sparkling with excitement, evidently still exhilarated from the success of their recent mission. "We encountered a traitor from Jiyuan City on the way. I have slain that traitor and even took a stroll around the Yuan army's camp." Upon hearing that they had taken such a risk, Shen Yunqi drew his dagger and pointed it directly at Li Fugui's throat, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Impudent Li Taiju, How dare you allow the general to venture into enemy territory? If any harm were to befall him, could you bear the consequences? Xian Suxin immediately positioned herself in front of Li Fugawei, watching Shen Yunqi warily. Commander Shun, with a great battle imminent, do you intend to turn against your own? Enough! Huopolu shouted angrily. Commander Shun, do not be disrespectful. Thanks to Li Zhuangshi, I was able to execute this plan with such ease. Sheath your weapon and apologize to Li Zhuangshi. Shen Yunqi glared intently at Li Fugawei, who merely smiled in silence. After a tense standoff, Shen Yunqi huffed and sheathed his dagger, slightly bowing. I was impulsive. I ask for your forgiveness, Li Zhuangshi. Li Fugawei returned the bow. Commander Shen is only being protective of his superior. I bear no ill will. Let us quickly enter the camp and arrange our plans. Indeed, the matter at hand is urgent. Huopolu glanced back at Li Taizhu and Li Changjian, exchanging a knowing look with Li Taizhu. With a resigned expression, Li Fugawei led the group into the tent. Huopolu took his seat at the head of the large tent. In addition to the 4 of them, there were also 8 captains, all of whom were at the 11th or 12th level of the Huang tier. Li Zhuangshi, please share the strategy with everyone. Yes, General Hua. Li Fugawei stepped forward, clasping his hands, and addressed the assembly. Tomorrow at the hour of the high, the Yuan Army's 3,000 vanguard troops will emerge en masse to raid Qixiao Valley. Raid Qixiao Valley? But we are not camped in the valley. Qixiao Valley is a perilous location, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The entrance can only accommodate 2 horses side by side. I understand now. We will set an ambush in Qixiao Valley. The crowd began to murmur with excitement. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. We will create a false camp in Qixiao Valley, brightly lit within. Once the Yuan troops are fully within the valley, we will seal the entrance. At that time, I will activate my Liuhe Lihua array, and all Yuan troops below the Xian tier will be engulfed in flames. Even those who manage to escape will be met with our blades at the valley's mouth. Li Fugawei elaborated, pacing and gesturing within the tent. Humph. Is your formation truly so formidable? Besides, would the Yuan troops be foolish enough to walk into your trap? Shen Yunqi scoffed. Rest assured, Commander Shun, my Liuhe Lihua array was gifted by my master Helian Ba, and its power will exceed my words. As for the Yuan army, General Hua and I have already disguised ourselves as the traitors from Jiyuan City and conspired with them. Huopolu nodded in pride. Even so, there must be many Xian tier experts among the Yuan army, while we have only the 2 of us at that level. How shall we contend? Shen Yunqi pressed on. General Hua and I have already gathered intelligence. The Yuan army's commander, Murong Yundan, is at the 6th level of the Xian tier, with 2 deputy commanders at the 3rd level and 3,000 captains, 2 at the 2nd level and 1 at the 1st level. Even if they break through the flames, they will surely be injured. Commander Shun, you hold the highest cultivation level among us, so the honor of slaying Murong Yundan shall fall upon you. Li Fugawei said with a grin, as if assigning Shen Yunqi a commendable task. Shen Yunqi's expression fluctuated between green and purple. Although Murong Yundan was not the strongest in the Yuan army, he was a fierce general known for his silver wolf swift spear, which struck terror into the Jin army. While Shen Yunqi believed himself to be stronger than the average 4th level Xian tier, facing such a formidable opponent alone was daunting. What? Commander Shen does not dare? Xian Suxin taunted. Not at all. Allow me to face that barbarian. Huopolu puffed out his chest. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunqi immediately lifted his head and clenched his teeth. No need for the general to intervene. I will surely slay that barbarian. Excellent. Naturally, we shall not let Commander Shen face that barbarian alone. Commander Shun, take a captain and select 50 capable warriors to surround Murong Yundan. I am certain we can secure victory. Humph. That will not be necessary. I am more than enough. Just ensure that more men are assigned to protect the general. Shen Yunqi grasped the hilt of his dagger tightly, as if resolved to a decision. Very well. Commander Shun, you are indeed the foremost hero of our righteous army. I, Li Taizhu, am in admiration. Thus, I and Brother Changjian shall each lead a captain and 50 capable warriors to deal with the 2 deputy commanders. The remaining 6 captains will each take 2 and lead 50 capable warriors against the other 3 Yuan army captains. The rest will block the valley entrance. Anyone from the Yuan army who emerges shall be met with a flurry of blades. Excellent. 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 Such meticulous planning. The captains could hardly conceal their excitement. Wait a moment, Li Zhuangshi, what about me? Huopolu waved his hand to quiet everyone. Li Fugawei clasped his hands. The general must remain in command of the center. He cannot take unnecessary risks. That will not do. In such an important battle, as the general, you must share the trials and tribulations with the soldiers. Huapolu stood, striving to infuse his voice with authority, as if he were truly a general who cherished his troops. In that case, the general should lead 50 elite troops nearby, if anyone falters. Li Fugawei said, pausing as he walked towards Shin Yunshi, casting him a glance. Shin Yunshi snorted coldly, giving Li Fugawei a glare. What are you looking at? You should be concerned for yourself, with your mere Huang-tier cultivation. Do not let that deputy commander take you out in a single exchange. Li Fugawei scoffed, but said nothing further, continuing, if anyone falters, the general will provide support. Very well. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Huapola nodded slightly and sat back down. All right, let us prepare as Li Zhuangshi suggested. We must be ready before sunset tomorrow. Yes. The crowd descended to issue orders, setting up an ambush with ease. On the following day, at the third watch of the 5th hour, several hundred figures concealed themselves in the forest not far from the entrance of Chixiao Valley. A swift, shadowy figure rushed in from the direction of Haifeng Pass. Approaching, it knelt before the dark silhouettes. Reporting, General, the vanguard of the Yuan army, numbering over 3,000, is already 2 miles away and is expected to reach the valley entrance within the span of an incense stick. Good, everyone conceal yourselves. Commanded Huapolu. At this moment, Li Fugawei stood atop the valley, his mental prowess cascading over Chixiao Mountain like moonlight, observing every movement of the Yuan army. In a short while, a dense mass of figures appeared at the valley entrance, revealing the Yuan army, their horses adorned with rings and their men bearing tokens. The hooves of the horses were wrapped in thick cloth to muffle sound. Leading the group was none other than Murong Yundan, mounted on a steed of exceptional lineage. Chapter 49. The blaze of Chixiao Valley. The night enveloped the Chixiao Valley in a cloak of darkness, with only the mournful whispers of the wind piercing the stillness. At the valley's base, a brightly lit encampment stood, its banners snapping in the night breeze, yet an eerie silence pervaded the atmosphere. Just past the third watch, a dark mass of troops surged toward the valley mouth like phantoms. Murong Yun sat resolutely upon his steed, the blood-red horse gleaming under the dim moonlight. His piercing gaze swept across the seemingly unguarded encampment, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. How astutely they have chosen their location. This rabble deserves to be buried here, he muttered to himself, then raised his silver spear, pointing it forward. His voice, though low, rang clear in the ears of every officer. All troops, heed my command. Charge into the camp, leave no survivors. Kill, kill. The 3,000 vanguard soldiers surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam, crashing into the narrow valley entrance, rushing toward the tantalizing lights. Even muffled by thick coverings, the sound of iron hooves striking the ground echoed like thunder. Leading the charge, Murong Yun propelled himself forward, driving his elite soldiers directly into the central command tent. With a flick of his spear, the tent's drapery was torn asunder, revealing only emptiness within. A few oil lamps flickered quietly in the stillness. A jolt of realization struck Murong Yun as he stepped back from the tent, scanning the surroundings. Soldiers flooding into other tents returned with reports. General, it's empty. No one here. We've fallen into a trap. A chill surged up Murong Yun's spine. His first thought was that Lin Xiaodian had orchestrated this treachery. Retreat. Quickly. There's an ambush. He bellowed, turning his horse to flee. However, at that very moment, atop Chixiao Valley, Li Fugawei stood proudly, a sturdy bow in his grasp. He took a deep breath, the pure yang spiritual energy contained within his 9 yang sacred body surging forth, fully infusing his arrow. In an instant, the ordinary arrow transformed into a miniature sun, radiating a blinding, searing light. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged, and the flaming arrow flew forth. Like a fiery meteor streaking across the obsidian night sky. It struck precisely at the core of the Liuhua formation, meticulously laid out by Li Fugawei in advance. The fire arrow struck the ground. Boom! It erupted like a volcano, invoking the fury of thunder. From the core of the formation, countless crimson fire pillars shot skyward, merging into a blazing inferno. The violent flames surged through Chixiao Valley like a tsunami, distorting the air with searing heat, while rocks crumbled and melted under the intense temperature. Help! Fire! Where did this fire come from? The anguished screams swiftly replaced the previous battle cries, echoing through the valley. The armor of the great Yuan soldiers became scalding in the flames, their flesh withering like snow thrown into a furnace, rapidly charred and carbonized. The war horses, terrified, whinnied and bolted in all directions, only amplifying the chaos. In an instant, the 3,000 vanguard soldiers found themselves ensnared in a hellish sea of flames. Murong Yun's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed his profound 6th-level spiritual energy, forming a silver shield around himself and a handful of his elite troops, shielding them from the terrifying flames. The shield trembled violently under the onslaught of fire, flickering uncertainly. Lin Xiaotian, I curse your ancestors. As he strained to maintain the shield, Murong Yun, with the remnants of his men, charged desperately toward the valley's mouth, unleashing a torrent of the most venomous curses. When they finally stumbled to the valley's edge, the sight before them plunged their hearts into despair. There stood Huapolu, clad in armor and wielding a treasured sword, already leading the righteous army in a state of readiness. Illuminated by the firelight, he appeared particularly imposing. Li Fugui, too, had returned from the heights, standing beside Huapolu, calmly observing the remnants of soldiers fleeing the inferno. General Murong, you seem to be in quite a predicament. At this moment, Murong Yun and his subordinates had lost all semblance of their former grandeur. Their silver armor was blackened, hair singed, faces smeared with soot and blood, many bearing burn wounds, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with terror and exhaustion. Where is that dog thief Lin Xiaotian? Bring him out. Murong Yun glared fiercely at Huapolu. Li Fugui stepped forward with a smile. He truly is a dog thief, but you have misjudged him this time. Before Murong Yun's eyes, he once again took on the guise of Lin Dong. Is it you? You are not one of Lin Xiaotian's men. Murong Yun's realization ignited a fury that drowned out his reason. Follow me and kill. With a flourish of his silver spear, he charged toward Huapolu like a mad tiger. The other 2 vice commanders and 3 captains, including Hu Yanhai, understood they were at the end of their rope and could only fight to the death, roaring as they followed suit. Stick to the plan. Kill. Huapolu swung his sword, and the righteous soldiers surged forward like tigers descending the mountain. Shen Yunqi swiftly sought out Murong Yun, his long knife howling through the air as it descended fiercely. He knew this was the pivotal battle, and he held nothing back. Clang. The sound of weapon meeting weapon erupted in a deafening roar. Sparks flew. Fueled by rage, Murong Yun unleashed a torrential assault with his spear, relentless and fierce. Initially, Shen Yunqi was overwhelmed by this ferocious onslaught, forced to retreat step by step. However, his innate talent shone through. His knife technique was steady and seasoned, showcasing remarkable resilience as he gradually steadied his stance, the blade dancing like a silken thread, defending flawlessly, and occasionally countering, forcing Murong Yun to take defensive measures. Excellent knife skills. A flicker of admiration emerged in Murong Yun's heart, yet impatience surged more prominently. They had fallen into a trap, and he could not discern if the opponent had more tricks up their sleeve. A swift resolution was imperative. Silver Wolf piercing the void. Murong Yun abruptly stepped back, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into his silver spear, which hummed ominously. A phantom of a silver wolf materializing. This was his ultimate advanced technique, aiming for a decisive blow. Sensing the terrifying power of this strike, Shen Yunqi's eyes flashed with determination. He bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto his blade, his internal energy boiling like flames. Blood-burning secret technique. Azura Slash. His aura surged instantaneously, breaking through the 4th-level barrier of the profound realm and reaching the 5th level. The long knife in his hand transformed into a blood-red arc of light, charging forth with an unstoppable, fierce momentum, fiercely meeting the silver dragon. Boom! An even more violent explosion resonated. The ferocious shockwave sent the surrounding soldiers flying. As the dust settled, Shen Yunqi knelt on one knee, his face pale as parchment, his chest heaving violently, blood trickling from his lips, the long knife in his hand shattered, clearly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Although Murong Yun was shaken, with his blood surging and several cracks emerging on his silver armor, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he sustained only minor injuries and still retained his combat prowess. Captain Shun. Upon witnessing this, Huapolu was greatly alarmed and immediately brandished his sword to offer assistance. Stand aside. At this moment, Murong Yun, blinded by rage, swept his silver spear, forcing Huapolu back. Despite Huapolu's desperate attempts to block, The disparity in their cultivation was too great. His treasured sword was knocked from his grasp, and the armor he wore was torn by the force of the spear, revealing the vulnerable inner layer and leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Dozens of loyal militia soldiers attempted to intervene, only to be dispatched by Murong Yundan with the ease of slicing through vegetables. He moved through the ranks like a wolf among sheep, striking left and right as if traversing an unchallenged domain. Fully aware that to capture the thief, one must first capture the king, he charged toward Huapalu. Chapter 50. The gunfight with Li Fuguei on the other side. Li Fuguei was engaged in a fierce struggle with a vice commander of the Yuan army. He relied solely on the first level of the Blood Barbarian King Kong Sutra and the complete mastery of Huang-class spiritual energy, teetering on the brink of danger, yet barely holding his ground thanks to his tough physique. Meanwhile, Xian Su Xian had gracefully dispatched another vice commander with her exquisite swordsmanship and sound attack, proceeding as per their plan to assist the centurion besieged by the 100-man leader. Li Fuguei, keenly observing his surroundings, recognized the formidable challenge posed by Murong Yundan and realized the necessity of abandoning pretense. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he appeared to clumsily unleash the 4 symbols connecting back fist towards the chest of the opposing vice commander. The vice commander, dismissive of Li Fuguei's seemingly crude technique, chose not to evade and braced himself with spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, their hands collided, and the vice commander's derisive smile abruptly froze. A terrifying force, as sharp as steel needles and imbued with multiple hidden energies, erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion, shattering his heart pulse in an instant. You. The vice commander widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the still naive-looking Li Fuguei, before collapsing lifelessly. Having vanquished his opponent, Li Fuguei swiftly darted towards the fray involving Huapalu and Murong Yundan. At that moment, Murong Yundan thrust his spear towards the staggering Huapalu with blinding speed and an acute angle, aiming directly for his heart. Huapalu, drained of old strength and yet to summon new energy, found himself unable to dodge, and despair and terror flickered in his eyes, a solitary tear cascading down his cheek. Father, I fear I shall disappoint your expectations. General, no. Shen Yunqi cried out in anguish, his eyes wide with desperation, yet powerless to intervene. In a moment of peril, a figure, akin to a specter, appeared before Huapalu, using their own body to block the lethal thrust. With a piercing sound, the silver spear penetrated Li Fuguei's left shoulder, the tip emerging from his back, a spray of blood erupting forth. Li Zhuangshi, Huapalu exclaimed in shock, instinctively leaping to catch the collapsing Li Fuguei. As Li Fuguei fell into Huapalu's embrace, he immediately sensed a peculiar softness. The sensation reminiscent of his embraces with Xian Su Xian and Chun Xing, igniting a flicker of doubt within him. Huapalu held him close, gazing at the blood gushing from his shoulder, her voice trembling with urgency and tears. Li Zhuangshi, are you all right? Since cultivating the Blood Barbarian King Kong Sutra to the 2nd level, Li Fuguei's physique had become comparable to the Tian Tiao Ke he encountered in the Forbidden Grounds. One spear would pose little threat. In fact, he sought to leverage Murong Yundan's strike as a means to break through. However, his mind raced while he feigned pain and weakness, allowing one arm to dangle limply, yet his palm inadvertently rested on Huapalu's chest. That firm, yielding touch sent his heart racing. Instinctively, he squeezed lightly, as if confirming something. Avenge me, Li Fuguei whispered faintly, tilting his head and leaning heavily against Huapalu's chest, his nose twitching as he pretended to lose consciousness, yet his hand lingered on her chest, refusing to release its grip. Huapalu froze momentarily, then felt an unusual sensation emanating from her chest, her cheeks flushing with both embarrassment and fury, yet more so with an indescribable thrill and the warmth of being protected. She gently moved Li Fuguei's hand away and cautiously laid him beside a relatively clean rock. When she looked up again, her eyes were ablaze with fury and murderous intent. She picked up the sword from the ground, channeling her spiritual energy at an unprecedented speed, the blade resonating with a clear hum. Murong Yundan, prepare to meet your end, Huapalu exclaimed fiercely, unleashing the pinnacle of her sword technique. The meteor chasing the moon's sword, merging her essence with the blade, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that darted towards Murong Yundan. Murong Yundan, in haste, attempted to retrieve his silver spear from Li Fuguei, only to find it firmly lodged within Li Fugue's muscle, immovable. He was taken aback, astonished by the sheer strength of this man's physique. As Huapolu's wrathful strike approached, Mu Rongyun, unable to extract his weapon, summoned his remaining spiritual energy, thrusting both palms forward in a desperate attempt to counter the blow. In that fleeting moment, the unconscious Li Fugue suddenly opened his eyes. With the activation of Hong Chun Wan Xiang, a vast mental energy comparable to a Gu-class cultivator enveloped Mu Rongyun in an instant. Mu Rongyun found reality warping before his eyes, envisioning the end of battle. Riding home to his beautiful homeland where his wife and children joyfully ran towards him, and in that moment, he lost his focus, his actions faltering. In that instant of distraction, Huapolu's sword light surged forth. The blade effortlessly pierced Mu Rongyun's throat. Mu Rongyun's body froze abruptly, visions dissipating as he gazed down at the sword protruding from his neck. In disbelief, he cast a final glance at the now closed eyes of Li Fugue, his eyes brimming with endless confusion, regret, and reluctance, emitting a series of strangled gasps before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Li Fugue silently retracted his mental energy, continuing his act of unconsciousness. General, Shen Yunqi struggled to rise. Huapolu withdrew her sword, gazing at Mu Rongyun's corpse, then at the unconscious Li Fugue, her heart a tumult of emotions. She suppressed her swirling feelings and commanded, "Cut off Mu Rongyun's head. Retrieve the silver spear and silver armor. Eliminate the remaining foes." Yes, the remainder of the battle was without suspense. The remnants of the Yuan army, having narrowly escaped the inferno, were swiftly annihilated by the righteous forces. The entire Qishao Valley was permeated with the acrid scent of charred flesh, resembling a hell on earth. As the battle concluded, Huapolu and Xiansu Xian rushed to Li Fugue's side almost simultaneously. "Fugue!" Xiansu Xian exclaimed, lifting him in a tight embrace, her eyes filled with concern. Li Fugue discreetly winked at her, signaling that he was unharmed. Only then did Xiansu Xian exhale in relief, yet she continued to hold him closely. Huapolu stood aside, watching Xiansu Xian embrace Li Fugue, her gaze drawn to the grievous wound on his shoulder. A complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes, concern, gratitude, and perhaps a hint of unspoken disappointment. Shen Yunqi observed all of this with great intensity, his heart akin to a shattered jar of mixed emotions, as the flames of jealousy threatened to consume him. That gaze was one he had never witnessed in Huapolu's eyes. Huapolu, regaining his composure, commanded, "Clear the battlefield. Tomorrow at dawn, let us proceed to Jiyuan City with Mu Rongyun's head to knock on their gates." At that moment, atop the walls of Jiyuan City, Lin Xiaodian gazed towards the direction of Qishao Valley, where the fading flames and the distant echoes of battle cries lingered, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It appeared that Mu Rongyun had succeeded. Surely, Huapolu's disorganized rabble had met their demise. He stroked his short beard, filled with a sense of accomplishment, yet a flicker of doubt remained in his heart. Why, after 2 days, had Lin Dong not returned to report? Chapter 51. Disguised as a man upon returning to the camp, Huapolu and Shen Yunqi accompanied Li Fugue and Xian Suxin to inspect Li Fugue's injuries. They observed that the wound on Li Fugue's left shoulder, where the silver wolf's chasing spear had pierced, was gradually healing. This was owing to Li Fugue's cultivation of the Blood Barbarian Diamond Sutra to the initial stage of the second tier, combined with the transformation from the Qianquan reversal pill and his current Juyang sacred body. His recovery capabilities had reached a terrifying level, unless faced with an opponent far superior who could deliver a lethal blow in one strike. Li Fugue could persist like an indomitable cockroach, growing stronger with each encounter. Huapolu and Shen Yunqi marveled at the prowess of the Jingang sect, the foremost body-refining sect of Dejin, noting how swiftly the injury was mending. At this moment, Li Fugue pretended to awaken from his stupor, murmuring for water. Huapolu promptly fetched a cup of water and sat beside Li Fugue's bed, propping him up. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Fugue leaned into Huapolu's embrace. Huapolu instinctively recoiled slightly, but then straightened up, allowing Li Fugue to rest against him while he assisted him in drinking. General, Shen Yunqi immediately stepped forward, reaching out to pull Li Fugue away. "Let me." Huapolu waved his hand. "Brother Taiju, protect me from arrows. You all go rest. I shall guard him tonight." Li Fugue, still with water in his mouth, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, nearly choking. Upon hearing this, Qian Suxin quickly sat on Li Fugui's other side, pulling him into her embrace, pinching his waist with her left hand, causing him to grimace in pain, unable to voice his discomfort. And he collapsed into Qian Suxin's arms. She seized Huapolu's water bowl with her right hand, saying, "General, you have worked hard today and must lead the troops to Jiayuan City for negotiations tomorrow. You should return to rest early. I will take good care of Taizhu." As she spoke, she pinched Li Fugui once more. Being a woman herself, Qian Suxin could easily discern that Huapolu was disguised as a man. "Indeed, General. I believe Brother Taizhu is not gravely injured. You should rest early as well. There are important matters to attend to tomorrow morning." Shen Yunxi pondered how to persuade Huapolu to leave, and Qian Suxin's words aligned perfectly with his thoughts. "Well, that is acceptable. I shall trouble you, Changjian. Brother." Huapolu turned to exit the tent, glancing back one last time, seeing Li Taizhu burying his head in Li Changjian's embrace, moving affectionately. A hint of regret crossing his face as he softly murmured, "What a pity, otherwise." Once the two exited the tent, Li Fugui could no longer contain himself, raising his head to shout, "Stop pinching me. It hurts." Qian Suxin relentlessly tugged at Li Fugui's ear. "Tell me, when did you realize she was a woman?" Li Fugui feigned ignorance. "What woman? Who are you talking about? You still want to play dumb? You just fell into her arms. Was it soft or not?" Qian Suxin narrowed her eyes, questioning with a teasing tone. "Hee, it turns out my dear wife already knew. If only you had told me earlier, I would have kept my distance." Li Fugui raised his left arm in a solemn vow, wincing in pain from the movement. "Ah, take it easy. Your wound isn't healed yet." Qian Suxin expressed concern. "This General Hua is handsome and carries a faint fragrance of rouge. I knew from the start that she was disguised as a man. Humph, should I have told you sooner? You scoundrel had ulterior motives, throwing yourself into her arms before your injury was even healed." Li Fugui wrapped his arms around Qian Suxin. "My dear wife, worry not. My injury is nothing serious, and I shall be nearly healed by tomorrow morning. I shall treat you three equally in the future." After saying this, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, as if envisioning a scene where three women would serve one man. "Huh, do you think someone like her would be interested in you? This General Hua possesses an extraordinary demeanor and certainly comes from a distinguished background. Don't dream of a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Qian Suxin shot him a disdainful glance. Then her gaze shifted to Li Fugui's waist. "It seems you have too much energy to expend? Ah, my dear wife, I still have injuries. Please, dear wife, dear wife." That night, soldiers on patrol occasionally heard suppressed moans emanating from Li Tieju's tent, and they could not help but secretly admire. This Li Wuzhong had endured a gunshot from Murong Yundan and, despite such severe injuries, managed to hold back his cries. Truly a man. The following morning, Huapolu donned his armor, gripping a long sword, with a white horse beneath him and a bright red cape billowing in the wind, presenting a striking figure. Shen Yunxi, with his broadsword at his waist, closely followed behind. The troops had assembled. Li Fugui and Qian Suxin also donned their gear and emerged from the tent. Qian Suxin radiated with vitality, while Li Fugui sported dark circles under his eyes. The soldiers could not help but cast admiring glances at Li Taizhu, respecting his resilience. Despite a night of torment from his injuries, he still managed to rise early as if nothing were amiss. "Brother Taizhu, you should rest in the camp today. I will leave 50 men here on guard. Once your injury is healed, we shall regroup in the city." Huapolu expressed concern. "Thank you for your care, General Hua. My injury is no longer serious, and I wish to join everyone in entering the city, for my home lies within it." Li Fugui revealed his characteristic silly grin. "Very well. In that case, let us all proceed to Jiayuan City to see what Lin Xiaotian has to say this time." Huapolu then turned to the volunteer soldiers behind him. "Comrades, in the annihilation of the Yuan troops, Li Taizhu has made significant contributions. I hereby promote him to the vice commander of the volunteer army. Does anyone have any objections?" "Agreed. Agreed. Agreed." Whether among the military or the mountain bandits, all had long respected a tough man, and Li Fugui had evidently earned their esteem. "Good. Then, Vice Commander Li, let us set forth." "Yes. Thank you, General Hua." Before long, the volunteer army arrived once more at the foot of Jiayuan City. Halt. The same sergeant responsible for patrolling previously called out, "Oh, it is General Hua. I informed you the other day that Jiayuan City is under martial law. The vanguard of the Yuan army may attack at any moment, and no one is permitted to enter." May I ask what brings you here today, General? The 3,000 vanguard troops of the Yuan army were completely annihilated yesterday in Chixiao Valley. Go report to the city lord. We wish to enter the city to discuss the internal traitors. Huopolu, fearing this patrol team might be affiliated with Lin Xiaodian, spoke loudly so that the guards on the city wall could hear him. After speaking, Shen Yunqi tossed Murong Yunduan's severed head at the sergeant's feet. Upon hearing this, Sergeant Wu was initially taken aback. He then glanced at the severed head on the ground and remarked, "It is not that we doubt the general. But your righteous army consists of merely 700 or 800 men. How can you possibly annihilate the 3,000 vanguard troops of the Yuan army? Moreover, that Murong Yunduan has traversed the battlefield for decades, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th tier in the Xian realm, and wields the silver wolf chasing wind spear, which is utterly unstoppable. Even General Lin Xiaodian must tread carefully around him. Just because you say he is who he claims to be, does that make it so? Humph, what a narrow-minded perspective." Shen Yunqi, riding forth, asserted that Murong Yunduan was personally slain by our general. Can I deceive you on such a matter? If you harbor doubts, send a swift horse to Chixiao Valley to confirm. The 3,000 Yuan soldiers now lie as charred corpses in that valley. He then drew the silver wolf chasing wind spear and hurled it with great force. The sound of the spear slicing through the air echoed, resembling a streak of silver lightning as it flew past Sergeant Wu's ear, embedding itself deep into the city gate, with only half of the spear visible. Everyone was taken aback. Sergeant Wu touched his ear, feeling a trickle of blood on his hand, and turned to gaze at the spear lodged in the gate. Exclaiming, "Quickly report to General Lin." He then dispatched 2 men to hasten towards Chixiao Valley. After a while, the 2 who had gone to Chixiao Valley returned, whispering something into Sergeant Wu's ear. Just as the city gates swung open, out stepped a man and a woman, each accompanied by 100-strong contingent. On the left stood a figure clad in black armor, towering at 8 feet, with a rugged visage and an almost flawless physique, exuding an inexplicable aura of enigma. His cultivation level of the 8th tier in the Xian realm was unmistakable. It could only be Lin Xiaodian. On the right was a female general, adorned in red attire that perfectly accentuated her graceful yet powerful form. Her scarlet cape billowed with a rustle, and her obsidian hair was neatly tied into a sleek ponytail, with a few rebellious strands dancing across her cheek in the wind, adding an air of nonchalance. Despite her youth, she possessed a cultivation level of the 3rd tier in the Xian realm, yet her identity remained a mystery. Chapter 52. The Divine Doctor enters the city. Li Fugui's gaze ignited with an uncontrollable fury upon seeing Lin Xiaodian, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. The Lin family, the vengeance for my grandmother, the humiliation of the broken engagement, the hatred of being cast off the cliff, and that 9 devouring spirit goo. I demand repayment for each one of these grievances. Li Fugui silently vowed within himself. Xian Suxin approached him and gently grasped his hand, saying, "I will assist you." Li Fugui relaxed his grip, looking deeply into Xian Suxin's eyes, feeling the warmth of having family by his side. At the foot of Jiyuan City, the atmosphere was delicate. To the left, Lin Xiaodian donned black armor, exuding the aura of an 8th-level Xian realm warrior, accompanied by a commanding presence. He cupped his hands and smiled. General Hua, a young hero, has completely annihilated Murong Yunduan's forces, which is indeed a fortune for our Jiyuan city. Please, enter the city. I have prepared a modest feast to welcome you. To the right, a red-clad female general also clasped her fists in greeting, her voice clear yet powerful. I am Qin Zhaoyang, representing the city Lord Qin Lifeng, to warmly welcome General Hua into the city. The general has bravely turned the tide, saving Jiyuan City from peril. On behalf of all the citizens, I express our gratitude. Her gaze was sincere, filled with genuine appreciation. General Huopolu sat steadily upon his steed, nodding slightly. He returned a gentle smile to Qin Zhaoyang, saying, General Qin, you are too kind. Defending our territory against enemies is my duty. However, when he turned his attention to Lin Xiaodian, his smile faded slightly, and his tone became somewhat distant. General Lin, the welcoming feast can wait. I have urgent matters to discuss with the city lord. Lin Xiaoyan's smile faltered, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Of course, General Hua, please. He had already concluded that the annihilation of the 3,000 Yuan troops by Huopolu's 800 righteous soldiers must be connected to Lin Dong's disappearance. Huopolu likely already knew. The group entered the city. Li Fugawei had already utilized thousand machine simulation to disguise himself as an inconspicuous wandering doctor, blending into the ranks of the righteous soldiers, bowing his head as if captivated by the city's splendor while secretly observing the defenses and movements of both the Lin and Qin factions. Huapolu, recalling Li Fugawei's reminder, once again requested an audience with City Lord Qin Lifeng after entering the city. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang furrowed her brow, revealing a hint of difficulty. General Hua, to speak frankly, the city lord has recently fallen ill with a strange ailment and is currently bedridden, unable to receive guests. Matters in the city are temporarily being handled by me and General Lin. Huapolu thought to himself, just as I suspected, but feigned concern. Oh? The city lord is ill? What affliction has befallen him? I happen to have a wandering divine doctor in my ranks whose medical skills are quite extraordinary. Perhaps we could invite him to take a look. Li Fugawei had previously informed Huapolu that his master was of pure yang constitution and had given him a vial of pure yang elixir, capable of dispelling the poison of Bei Su Qingfeng. Oh, a divine doctor in the army? A glimmer of hope ignited in Qin Zhaoyang's eyes. Lin Xiaodian, however, scoffed coldly. A strange illness like this, which even the renowned physicians in the city cannot resolve. What hope could a mere army doctor provide? Huapolu interjected. What harm is there in trying? What if it proves effective? Divine doctor, please step forward. From the ranks, a blind doctor clad in tattered robes, wearing peculiar black crystal glasses and holding a rickety bamboo cane, staggered cautiously as he made his way forward, tapping the ground. Two comical tufts of mustache adorned his face, and he grinned foolishly, revealing two prominent front teeth. Hey, did the general call for me? I am here. Li Fugawei suppressed his voice, speaking in a thick dialect, deliberately poking the ground with his cane, nearly jabbing Lin Xiaoyan's horse. Lin Xiaodian frowned tightly, regarding this seemingly unreliable divine doctor with increasing disdain. Qin Zhaoyang, though skeptical, was compelled by Huapolu's insistence to respond. Then, we shall trouble the divine doctor. Thus, Huapolu and his entourage were arranged to stay at the city lord's residence. Qin Zhaoyang personally guided the blind divine doctor to the city lord's chamber. Divine doctor, be mindful of the threshold, Qin Zhaoyang cautioned as she noticed Li Fugawei's unsteady gait, extending her hand to assist him. Ah, thank you, General. Li Fugawei grasped Qin Zhaoyang's hand tightly, muttering, this ground is truly slippery. Hee, very slippery. Yet, he did not loosen his grip, using his blind persona to probe. General, are there many soldiers guarding our city? I find it quite impressive. Qin Zhaoyang, believing him to genuinely be blind and preoccupied with her mother's illness, patiently replied, there are still 2,000 guards in the residence, and General Lin commands 3,000. Oh, I see. I heard that the Celestial Masters from Miaoyin Pavilion have also arrived, with Celestial Masters present. It must be even more secure, right? At the mention of Miaoyin Pavilion, Qin Zhaoyang's tone grew somber. Elder Su and her companions initially put forth great effort, but later, General Lin invited them to the Lin family villa under the pretense of seeking guidance on musical theory for his daughter, Lin Biqi. Subsequently, with the city lord's illness worsening, I have had no time to attend to them, and they gradually withdrew, only appearing during urgent military matters when Elder Su would accompany General Lin. Li Fugawei smirked internally. Indeed, my master and her companions must have been ensnared by some means employed by Lin Xiaodian. Were it not for the 2,000 soldiers under Qin Zhaoyang and the fact that Qingzhou had not yet completely fallen, Lin Xiaodian would have likely torn off the facade long ago. This decisive victory against the Yuan's vanguard is indeed of paramount importance. Thus, they continued to navigate their way, finally arriving outside the city lord's chamber. Qin Zhaoyang halted. Divine doctor, we have arrived. Yet, Li Fugawei continued to grip her hand tightly, feigning confusion. Arrived? Where is it? I can't see anything. Qin Zhaoyang, exasperated, gently withdrew her hand. It is just inside. I will assist you in. Upon entering the chamber, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them. Despite the dark glasses, Li Fugawei strained to widen his eyes. Peering at the bed, upon seeing the occupant, he nearly dropped his glasses in astonishment. Upon the bed lay a woman. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her complexion pale, exuding a frail elegance, yet her mature charm was undeniable. She was adorned in a light silk nightgown that accentuated her voluptuous curves, particularly her impressive bosom and slender waist, creating a striking visual contrast. Though weakened by poisoning, Her languid and sickly beauty rivaled that of his master, Su Miaoyin's regal grace, each possessing their own unique allure. Is this the city lord Qin Lifeng? The legendary figure of the 10th level in the Xian realm, said to be invulnerable to the Xianfeng Gangqi? Yet, she appears to be such a sensuous and enchanting woman. Li Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively removing his glasses to scrutinize her more closely. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiaoyang suddenly comprehended, both amused and exasperated. So you are not truly blind, yet you were just holding on to my hand. Chapter 53. The skillful healer Li Fugui wore an expression of innocence, declaring, I have never claimed to be blind. I wear these glasses to shield myself from the sun. Yes, to shield from the sun. The sunlight in this room is indeed too piercing. When you were holding my hand earlier, I thought it was a custom in Jiyuan City to welcome the divine healer. Qin Xiaoyang felt her cheeks flush with indignation at his absurd reasoning, yet found herself at a loss. On the bed, Qin Lifeng slightly opened her eyes, her voice frail, yet still carrying a hint of magnetism. Zhaoer, is this the divine healer you mentioned, Li? With tears glistening in her eyes, Qin Xiaoyang replied, Yes, mother, Li is a master of medicine and is sure to save you. Then I shall trouble the divine healer. Li Fugui cleared his throat, donned his sunglasses anew, and assumed an air of authority. Cough, rest assured, city lord, allow me to examine you. He approached the bedside and commenced an exaggerated and comical diagnosis. First, he lifted Qin Liefeng's eyelids for a look, though her eyes were wide open, then leaned in to sniff at her neck, taking the opportunity to inhale the mature woman's alluring fragrance before descending further down, his nose nearly brushing against her heart. Cough, divine healer, can you discern the ailment? Qin Xiaoyang's heart raced. She had never witnessed such a diagnostic method. Li Fugui raised his head, gesticulating animatedly, a flicker of regret crossing his face as he murmured, The brow is dark, breath is chaotic, meridians are obstructed. This signifies the presence of a peculiar poison. Qin Xiaoyang urgently inquired, Do you know what kind of poison it is? Is there an antidote? Li Fugui paused, still obscured by his sunglasses. His expression inscrutable. This poison is the Baisu Qingfeng concocted by the Grand Master of Daiyuan. Baisu Qingfeng. Qin Xiaoyang's expression shifted. Then, how can it be cured? The antidote, of course, exists. Li Fugui took a step forward, clenching his fists at his waist and striking a flamboyant pose, proudly proclaiming, It requires a rare pure yang body, which must channel pure yang energy into the poisoned individual, coursing through their meridians to dispel the toxins. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang's newly ignited hope dimmed. A pure yang body is exceedingly rare. How can one be found at this moment? Fear not. I, a humble man, am indeed that rare pure yang body. Really? Qin Xiaoyang exclaimed joyfully. Then please, divine healer, save my mother. However, Li Fugui suddenly became hesitant, rubbing his hands together and stammering. Well, employing this method is extremely taxing on both energy and vitality. And furthermore, the process must not be interrupted. It must be absolutely quiet. Qin Xiaoyang asked in confusion, What exactly must be done? What should I prepare? Li Fugui shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Heavenly secrets must not be divulged. Matters of adults are not for children to pry into. Quickly, dismiss all others and leave only me and the city lord in the room. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, you must not enter and disturb us, or all efforts will be in vain, and the city lord's life will be at risk. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by his intimidation. Though filled with doubt, her urgency to save her mother compelled her to follow his instructions, sending all attendants away and retreating outside, anxiously awaiting. As soon as the door closed, strange sounds emerged from within. Initially, there were Li Fugui's exaggerated, rhythmic exclamations. As if invoking some unparalleled skill, City Lord, prepare to receive my technique. Qin Lifeng emitted a cry that seemed to touch the depths of the soul. Following this, the bed creaked rhythmically, accompanied by Qin Liefeng's repressed sounds of distress as she endured the pain of detoxification. To Qin Xiaoyang's ears outside, these sounds were maddening, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment as she paced back and forth. Yet she remembered Li Fugui's warning and dared not enter. An hour later, just as Qin Xiaoyang was on the verge of losing her composure, the door creaked open. There stood Li Fugui, leaning against the doorframe, his legs slightly trembling, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, emerging with a weak demeanor, his spirit visibly depleted. Divine healer, how is my mother? Qin Zhaoyang rushed forward to support him. Rest assured. Li Fugui waved a feeble hand. The city lord is no longer in grave danger. She has regained consciousness. Hearing this, Qin Zhaoyang dashed into the chamber. There lay Qin Lifeng, still on the bed, but her previously pallid complexion now appeared much more vibrant, her eyes clear, gazing at the doorway with a complex expression. Mother! Qin Zhaoyang threw herself at the bedside, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Qin Lifeng gently stroked her daughter's hair. Her voice still a bit weak, but now more robust. It's all right. Zhao or her mother is fine now. Qin Zhaoyang wiped her tears. How do you feel, mother? Qin Lifeng sensed the revival of her inner energy, her face displaying astonishment. The divine healer truly possesses miraculous skills. I feel my meridians are much clearer, and my energy seems to have recovered somewhat. At this moment, Li Fugui also entered the room, appearing weak. And upon hearing her words, he smugly remarked, that is only natural. I have unreservedly bestowed upon the city lord the pure yang energy I have accumulated for quite some time. However, he paused, his expression turning serious. The city lord's poisoning is too deep. The toxins have infiltrated the meridians and organs. Once may not suffice to eradicate them completely. The pure yang energy must be administered every 7 days, 3 times in total, to entirely purge the remaining toxins and restore your power. Qin Liefeng's beautiful eyes glimmered as they rested on Li Fugui. A mix of inquiry and gratitude reflected in her gaze. She covered her mouth and smiled gently, exuding charm. I am grateful to the divine healer for this favor. I shall remember this kindness and host a grand feast in your honor. Qin Zhaoyang also regarded Li Fugui, her eyes filled with appreciation and curiosity. Indeed, we owe you much, divine healer. Please, ask for anything you desire. As long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill your request. Li Fugui waved his hand dismissively, adopting a serious demeanor. I am but a humble healer, devoted solely to curing the ailments of the people. A feast is unnecessary. However, the consumption of pure yang energy has taken a significant toll on my constitution. If the city lord truly wishes to express gratitude, perhaps you could procure for me a few 100-year-old deer antlers or tiger bones to replenish my strength. Qin Lifeng found his blunt yet humorous words amusing, eliciting yet another smile. Li Fugui then straightened his expression, clasping his hands in respect towards Qin Lifeng. City lord, I have urgent matters to report concerning the survival of Jiyuan City, and before he could finish, an urgent announcement rang out from outside. Report. General Lin Xiaodian requests an urgent audience with the city lord. Chapter 54. I am Wu Yunfei in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion. At the end of the hall, atop the 9-tiered white jade steps, Qin Lifeng reclined languidly in a simple zeatonwood chair, her left hand gently resting on the armrest. Her once pallid and sickly face now radiated a healthy glow, her deep-set eyes resembling an ancient mirror that reflects the heart, exuding an unyielding authority without a hint of anger. Beside her stood Qin Zhaoyang. At that moment, Lin Xiaodian was kneeling with his head bowed. Huopolu and the divine healer Li Taizhu stood nearby, observing him with cold eyes. General Lin, what brings you to this state? Qin Liefeng's expression revealed no sign of joy or anger. Reporting to the city lord, I have been lax in my duties, and only now have I realized that a traitor has emerged among my ranks. I seek your judgment for my negligence, Lin Xiaodian confessed, casting furtive glances at Qin Lifeng, seemingly attempting to discern whether she had truly recovered. Qin Lifeng straightened her back and sat upright. Oh, what do you mean by that? Still kneeling, Lin Xiaodian continued. I have been investigating spies in Jiyuan City and have recently discovered that my subordinate, Lin Dong, is a spy for the Yuan army. A few days ago, he stealthily fled the city to join the enemy, and I have since executed his entire family of over 30 members. I humbly request your judgment on this matter. Huopolu interjected, if what General Lin says is true, does it mean that he was completely unaware of Lin Dong's betrayal? Before Qin Lifeng could respond, Lin Xiaodian rose, glaring at Huopolu with a fierce gaze. What do you mean by that, General Hua? Are you suggesting that I, Lin, am also a spy? Humph. Whether that is true or not, General Lin knows in his heart, Huopolu retorted coldly, then turned to Qin Lifeng, cupping his hands in salute. City Lord Qin, a few days ago, while I was gathering intelligence on the Yuan army, I encountered a spy intending to betray us, whom I killed. It was Lin Dong, and he claimed to be acting on the orders of General Lin Xiaodian. I have a letter to present for your consideration. With a cold gaze fixed on Lin Xiaotian, she handed the letter to Qin Zhaoyang. Lin Xiaotian showed no fear. The letter was not penned by him, and its contents merely detailed the defenses of Jiyuan City and the situation of the city lord. Now that Lin Dong was dead and could not refute him, he could easily shift the blame onto Lin Xiaotian. City lord, if General Hua did not mishear, it must be that Lin Dong, in a desperate bid for survival, has slandered me. Qin Lifeng examined the letter closely. It indeed contained a detailed account of Jiyuan City's conditions, but lacked any mention of Lin Xiaotian, which implicated him further. However, this was merely an inference. Without sufficient evidence, executing judgment on the spot would be a grave mistake. The atmosphere between Lin Xiaotian and Hua Pelu in the hall was tense, as if they were on the brink of conflict. Suddenly, Qin Lifeng burst into laughter, her voice resonant enough to cause Lin Xiaotian to instinctively temper his demeanor. Both of you are loyal ministers and valiant generals of our great Jin. General Hua, your victory over Murong Yunduan's forces with a smaller contingent is nothing short of heroic. General Lin, your dedication to Jiyuan City is equally commendable, and it is inconceivable that you would collude with the Yuan army. Since the traitor has been identified, let this matter rest. But mother, Qin Zhaoyang's anxious expression was cut short by Qin Lifeng's interruption. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at the city lord's mansion to celebrate General Hua's achievements and express gratitude to divine healer Li. Let us raise our glasses in unity against our enemies. Qin Lifeng declared. Lin Xiaotian smirked, offering a bow to Qin Lifeng while casting a sidelong glance at Hua Pelu. Indeed, to join forces with a hero like General Hua is an honor I could not wish for more. Hua Pelu snorted dismissively. Humph, I appreciate the city lord's kindness. Both I and divine healer Li shall certainly attend the banquet. Li Fugui squinted at the city lord and her daughter, chuckling in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Once everyone had departed, Qin Zhaoyang questioned, Mother, it is clear that Lin Dong's affair cannot be separated from Lin Xiaotian. Why let it go so easily? Qin Lifeng coughed lightly. My poison has yet to be fully purged, and my strength is not wholly restored. Now is not the time to act against Lin Xiaotian. That night, in the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, Qin Lifeng sat at the head of the table, with Qin Zhaoyang by her side. To her left, 3 seats were occupied, with Lin Xiaotian taking the first. The second seat, originally meant for Su Miaoyin, was now occupied by a young gentleman, clad in a brocade robe. Though he appeared somewhat handsome, his face bore a pallor, and his eyes were sunken, a clear sign of indulgence. He cast a lecherous gaze at Qin Lifeng and her daughter, and it was none other than Wu Yunfei. Opposite sat Hua Pelu, Shen Yunqi, and Li Fugui. At that moment, Li Fugui was scrutinizing Wu Yunfei. Some time ago, his set of Tongbei boxing techniques had landed solidly on Wu Yunfei, and by rights, he should have been incapacitated. Yet now, not only was he unscathed, but his strength had also reached the second tier of the Xin stage, likely due to having been poisoned like Lin Dong. As the banquet progressed, Lin Xiaotian raised his cup. City Lord, it seems your health has fully recovered, which is a fortunate blessing for Jiyuan City. I, Xiaotian, toast you. Indeed, I owe my recovery to divine healer Li's miraculous skills. I am now without serious ailments, Qin Lifeng replied, raising her cup and drinking it all in one go. Lin Xiaotian poured another cup, turning to Li Fugui with a hint of probing in his tone. This situation is largely thanks to divine healer Li. Without your expertise, Jiyuan City would surely be leaderless. With the chaos in the world today, General Hua is outnumbered and might struggle to ensure your safety. My Lin family eagerly seeks talent, and if the healer does not mind, we would welcome you to our Lin estate. Before Li Fugui could respond, Hua Pelu interjected, standing up. General Lin, you worry too much. Divine healer Li does not require anyone's protection. He is actually the deputy commander of our forces, and I doubt anyone could defeat him. Oh, the others immediately showed keen interest. Hua Pelu recounted how he had unwittingly met Li Taizhu and how they had collaborated to deliver false intelligence to the Yuan army and subsequently killed Murong Yundan. Shen Yunqi listened intently, his eyes sparkling with envy, while Lin Xiaotian and Wu Yunfei struggled to suppress their anger, daring not to reveal any sign of it. Upon hearing this, Li Fugui shed his facade as a wandering doctor and bowed to Qin Lifeng. I beg your pardon, City Lord. The reason I disguised myself as a healer was to avoid hindrances from any potential accomplices of Lin Dong, which might obstruct my efforts to assist you in purging the poison. Qin Lifeng gazed upon Li Taizhu, who had shed his disguise. Although not particularly handsome, He exuded an air of sincerity and reliability that brought an added warmth to her expression. Commanderly, your words are too gracious. The safety of both myself and Jiyuan City is owed to you, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay such a debt. She then turned to Qin Zhaoyang and said, Zhaoyang, please raise a toast to Commander Li on my behalf. Dressed in a splendid gown, Qin Zhaoyang radiated an elegance that softened her previously fierce demeanor. Approaching Li Fugui, the fragrance of her attire captivated him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Commander Li, I am forever indebted to you for your life-saving grace. Allow me to toast you. With that, she drained her cup. Noticing Li Fugui still lost in thought, Qin Zhaoyang couldn't help but smile. Commander Li? General Qin, you flatter me, Li Fugui stammered awkwardly, raising his cup to finish it in one gulp. Qin Zhaoyang let out a soft giggle before leaning closer to whisper in Li Fugui's ear. So, you cannot heal after all. You pretended so convincingly during the day, you naughty rascal. Hee. The sudden warmth in Qin Zhaoyang's teasing tone left Li Fugui momentarily speechless, standing there with an awkward smile. Watching the two engage in their intimate banter, Huopolu felt her own smile falter, her cheeks flushing with a tinge of regret for having spoken so highly of Li Fugui. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodian discreetly exchanged a glance with Wu Yunfei. Rising from his seat, Wu Yunfei clasped his hands in salute to Li Fugui, saying, the atmosphere here lacks entertainment, and with such a heroic figure as you, Deputy Commander Li, I hold you in the highest esteem. Might you share some wisdom with me, purely for amusement? Chapter 55. Do not become infatuated with Li Tongling has invited me. I am Wu Yunfei. My father is Wu Dongtian, a fourth-rank general of the cavalry in Qingzhou City. General Lin is my uncle, and I currently serve as a sixth-rank guerrilla general in General Lin's household. It is remarkable that you, Li Tongling, possess such formidable skills at such a young age. How about we engage in a friendly sparring session, merely for amusement? Wu Yunfei said with a smile to Li Fugui, a smile that concealed a hint of pride and malice. Li Fugui thought to himself, a guerrilla general. This was my father's position, now usurped by my enemy. Ding. Random system task triggered. Eliminate Wu Yunfei. Upon completion, a random reward will be granted. The system is truly considerate this time. Even without a task, I would have taken pleasure in defeating him. I accept this task. Li Fugui regarded Wu Yunfei, who appeared overly confident, and found it somewhat amusing. This person had always held himself in high regard. He had failed to eliminate him in the past, but since he now wished to be struck, then so be it. Just as Li Fugui was about to speak, to his surprise, Huopolu and Qin Zhaoyang both interjected simultaneously. Hold on. Huopolu and Qin Zhaoyang exchanged glances, then remained silent. Qin Zhaoyang continued, General Wu possesses the cultivation of the second level of the Xian rank, while Li Tongling is merely at the pinnacle of the Huang rank. Moreover, he has just expended considerable energy today aiding my mother in dispelling poison. If General Wu wishes to spar, I would be more than willing to accompany you. Seeing Qin Zhaoyang defend Li Fugui, Wu Yunfei initially gritted his teeth, then donned a smile. General Qin, your profound aura is a testament to the city lord's teachings. I humbly bow to your prowess. Since Li Tongling prefers to hide behind a woman and dares not accept my challenge, so be it. With that, he held his head high, gazing mockingly at Li Fugui. Li Fugui smiled and stepped forward. At that moment, two transmissions reached his ears simultaneously. One was from Huopolu, laced with urgency and concern. Do not be reckless. He is using provocation. You could not even defeat Lin Dong, who is at the first level of the Xian rank, and he is at the second level. The other was from Qin Lifeng, tinged with curiosity and support. Young one, if you are confident, give him a good beating. With me here, Lin Xiaodian dares not interfere. Listening to the two transmissions, Li Fugui offered no response. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Yunfei, the very person who had once humiliated him alongside Lin Biqi and sought to end his life. Last time, Lin Xiaodian had saved him, but this time no one would come to his aid. His eyes were akin to a hunter fixating on his prey. Wu Yunfei, for some inexplicable reason, felt a chill from Li Fugui's gaze, causing him to instinctively take a step back as Li Fugui approached. Li Fugui then concealed his fierce gaze, replacing it with a mask of flattery. So it is General Wu. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Wu Yunfei, sensing Li Fugui's words, felt somewhat flustered but straightened his posture and stepped forward, asking, Oh, you have heard of me? Indeed, I am a disciple of the Jingang sect. There was a fellow disciple from Jiyuan City who spoke highly of you, claiming you are a standout among the younger generation of Jiyuan City, and that your family background is illustrious. Wu Yunfei, pleased by the flattery, unconsciously raised his head further, thinking to himself that this lad has a sweet tongue. Were it not for my uncle insisting that I feign defeat against him, I might have spared his life. Just as he was reveling in his pride, Li Fugui abruptly shifted the conversation. Moreover, with an illustrious background, you are quite the dandy. I heard that you once vied for the hand of a fool, engaging in lewd acts with her, and that she was your cousin. The two of you even went to humiliate that fool, only to be defeated and left crippled. Yet, it seems you have not turned into a cripple after all. Li Fugui continued, seemingly oblivious to Wu Yunfei's presence. Wu Yunfei's face turned an array of colors, his fists clenched, teeth gritted, glaring at Li Fugui with seething wrath, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort, for it was the truth. Qin Lifeng and Qin Zhaoyang could not help but stifle their laughter, while Huopolu and Shen Yunqi observed Wu Yunfei with a mixture of intrigue and disdain. Li Fugui appeared unfazed by Wu Yunfei's expression and continued, "Oh, what was the name of the person who crippled General Wu? I believe he also bears the surname Li?" Qin Zhaoyang chimed in. Li Fugui. Yes, Li Fugui, my senior brother. He is also at my Langyi Mountain. Wu Yunfei gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with venom. You know that waste? Where is he? Waste. Senior brother Li has transformed considerably since then. During the forbidden trial, I lost to him. He even taught me a set of Tongbei boxing techniques, claiming they were suitable for my cultivation. If I recall correctly, General Wu was defeated by that very technique, was he not? Today, I shall employ this technique to seek guidance from General Wu. However, I must state a warning. Fists and feet do not discern. Should I accidentally harm the general, I hope you will not take offense. As he finished speaking, Li Fugui clenched his fist, casting a fleeting glance of barely concealed malice at Wu Yunfei. What a young lad. Though his cultivation is modest, his bravado is considerable. You had better be able to kill me. Wu Yunfei, confident in his superior cultivation, dismissed Li Fugui with disdain and continued, Since you are acquainted with Li Fugui, then today, you shall bear the brunt on his behalf. With that, Wu Yunfei's eyes turned sinister as he stepped forward, leaping onto the table, drawing the Feiyun sword from its sheath, and slashing downward toward Li Fugui. His sleeves billowed as he moved like a startled swan, the Feiyun sword glimmering with a chilling light, slicing through the air with a sound that echoed ominously. The force of this strike was formidable, causing alarm among the onlookers, affirming Wu Yunfei's reputation as a standout among the youth of Jiyuan City. Just as Huopolu and the others were sweating for Li Fugui, they witnessed him slightly shift his stance, placing one hand behind his back and closing his eyes. Seeing Li Fugui's stance, Wu Yunfei's fury, which was already boiling, intensified. He had initially aimed to merely cripple Li Fugui, but now, with the boy courting death, he had no qualms about killing him. Wu Yunfei gathered his spiritual energy, the azure light on the Feiyun sword surging violently, intent on ending Li Fugui with a single stroke. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yunfei's sword was at Li Fugui's face, a savage grin spreading across Wu Yunfei's features. Huopolu and Qin Zhaoyang, sensing impending doom, shouted in unison, "Stop!" They both leaped forward, desperate to intervene, but it was evident that they were too late, having never anticipated Li Fugui would stand motionless, allowing Wu Yunfei to strike. Qin Lifeng stood up, his heart racing with tension. Just as the blade was about to strike Li Fugui, he calmly raised his right hand and nonchalantly extended two fingers, effortlessly pinching Wu Yunfei's Feiyun sword, rendering it immovable despite his desperate efforts. Immediately, his left hand emerged from behind, delivering a powerful punch of the four symbols back fist squarely to Wu Yunfei's chest. Like a cannonball discharged from its barrel, Wu Yunfei was sent flying, crashing heavily against the stone pillar of the Grand Hall, nearly fracturing it. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Halting in their tracks, Li Taizhu placed his left index finger to his lips, turning to the pair with a gesture for silence. "Do not be enamored with my brother." Qin Lifeng could only shake his head and smile, amused by the antics of this little fellow. Chapter 56. Unyielding in the face of requests, Wu Yunfei rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which was not the typical vivid red, but rather a pitch-black hue, exuding a faint, foul odor. His gaze, cold and menacing, fixed upon Li Taizhu, unable to comprehend how a practitioner at the pinnacle of Huangjie could so effortlessly withstand his full-force strike. He must have been lucky, surely. Wu Yunfei's heart thundered with disbelief. Gathering his spiritual energy once more, he bellowed, Fei Yun's sword technique. The blade aimed directly at Li Fugui's throat. At that moment, Li Fugui was turning to bow and express his gratitude to the onlookers. Spotting Wu Yunfei's lethal ambush, Huapolu hastily shouted a warning, "Be careful." In a split second, Li Fugui elegantly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. Then, in Wu Yunfei's horrified gaze, he unleashed the 12-fist 4-symbols Tongbei fist at an astonishing speed, striking Wu Yunfei's chest relentlessly. Lin Xiaotian, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, gripping Wu Yunfei with one hand while extending the other towards Li Fugui. Simultaneously, Qin Lifeng soared into action, positioning himself before Li Fugui, colliding with Lin Xiaotian's palm. Lin Xiaotian, still clutching Wu Yunfei, stumbled back a few steps before regaining his balance. "General Lin, is it necessary for you to intervene in this spar among the younger generation?" Qin Lifeng withdrew his palm behind his back, though it trembled slightly. "Humph, my lord, this was meant to be a friendly exchange, yet Commander Li's actions were excessively ruthless." Lin Xiaotian regarded Wu Yunfei, whose chest had already caved in, shattered bones mingling with the foul blood that continuously flowed from his mouth, on the brink of expiration. "Alas, I cannot be held accountable. I have always responded to requests." Li Fugui shrugged, feigning innocence. Everyone witnessed it. Commander Li had already won. It was your nephew who attempted to take a life with an ambush. Commander Li merely acted in self-defense. You should hasten to take General Wu back for treatment. It may be too late otherwise. "Humph," Lin Xiaotian scoffed, hoisting Wu Yunfei as though he were a lifeless dog, turning away in a disheveled manner. Once they departed from the grand hall, Huapolu and Qin Zhaoyang approached to cheer for Li Fugui. Li Fugui cast a sidelong glance at the departing figures, silently counting. 3, 2, 1. Outside the hall, the barely conscious Wu Yunfei suddenly bulged his eyes, expelling a torrent of black blood, lifeless. It turned out that Li Fugui's 4-symbols Tongbei fist had concealed 12 strands of hidden energy within him. Once they were out of sight, Li Fugui subtly triggered the explosion of those forces, resulting in Wu Yunfei's heart meridian shattering and his demise. Ding. System task completed. Random reward extraction in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a random reward. Hydroxynaphthalene thiazolidine, cultivation version. Hydroxynaphthalene thiazolidine. What on earth is that? And a cultivation version? Li Fugui gazed at the pale yellow, pagoda-shaped pill that appeared in his mind, childhood memories stirring within him. Pagoda candy. Wasn't he that the deworming medicine he used to take as a child? What use is this to me? I'm not a child infested with roundworms. I knew this system was unreliable, damn it. Lin Xiaotian turned back, glaring fiercely at the grand hall before glancing down at the lifeless Wu Yunfei. He extended his hand to extract a centipede-like goo worm from within Wu Yunfei, scoffing as he soared back to the Lin residence. Cough, cough. Sensing Lin Xiaotian's departure, Qin Lifeng steadied herself with one hand on the chair, while the other covered her mouth. Violently coughing up a handful of blood, Qin Zhaoyang hurriedly came forward to support her. "Mother, what's wrong?" Qin Lifeng waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just that the poison within me has not been entirely expelled. Lin Xiaotian's cultivation has grown increasingly profound. I nearly failed to withstand that blow." As she spoke, she coughed up more blood. Li Fugui quickly approached to examine her condition. "This Baisu Qing Feng is indeed formidable. The residual poison is rebounding. We must assist the city lord to her bedroom. I will provide her with yang energy." Qin Liefeng's breath was faint. "Commander Li, you just transferred yang energy to me earlier today." She scrutinized Li Fugui, her gaze lingering on his waist. "Are you all right?" Upon noticing Qin Liefeng's eyes, Li Fugui straightened his posture, asserting that a man could not admit to weakness. "Of course, I am well. My reputation for being unyielding in the face of requests is not unfounded." The door to the bedroom was tightly shut, while Qin Zhaoyang and Huapolu waited anxiously outside. Qin Zhaoyang was concerned about her mother's poison, while Huapolu was anxious due to the sounds emanating from within. They could hear Qin Lifeng's strained cries of anguish. Over an hour later, Li Fugui emerged from the room. Supporting himself against the doorframe, his legs trembling as if shaken by a sieve, murmuring, "Truly, 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger." Huapolu rushed to support him, asking with concern, "How are you?" I can. Endure. Li Fugui leaned against her embrace. Qin Jiayong hastily ran to the bedside, finding Qin Lifeng lying there, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, as if the poison expulsion had drained her significantly. Fortunately, her complexion was more vibrant, adorned with a satisfied smile. Mother, are you feeling better? Zhao, I am much improved, thanks to Commander Li. He exerted himself considerably. Quickly, help Commander Li back to rest. Li Fugui leaned against Huapolu, and the two of them sat in the carriage, heading towards the malicious quarters. Huapolu, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "How did you manage to expel the poison from the city lord? She seems quite pleased. And what is wrong with your legs?" She pointed at Li Fugui's still slightly trembling limbs. Li Fugui nestled his head further into the softness, responding, "The secrets of heaven must not be revealed." At his words, Huapolu's expression soured, and she abruptly shoved Li Fugui away. His head struck the carriage wall with a loud thud, eliciting a cry of pain. Huapolu couldn't help but laugh at his comical reaction. "Hey, what do you think of me?" Huapolu suddenly fixed her gaze on Li Fugui. Li Fugui raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion crossing his face, pondering, is she finally dropping the act? I shall probe a little further. "Ah, you're quite wonderful, upright, handsome, highly skilled, and an excellent leader. I'm not referring to all that. What do you think of me?" Huapolu gestured between herself and Li Fugui, then waved her hand in frustration. "Ugh, it's impossible to clarify anything with you, you dense blockhead." Li Fugui grasped Huapolu's hand firmly, gazing deeply into Huapolu's eyes and professing, "I find you exceedingly beautiful. I am quite fond of you." Huapolu's face flushed crimson under Li Fugui's intense stare, resembling a startled little white rabbit, unable to meet his gaze. He had not anticipated such straightforwardness from Li Fugui. Could it be that he had discovered her true identity as a woman? With a sudden motion, she released Li Fugui's hand and exclaimed, "Hey, you're a creep. I am a man. I was merely referring to my younger sister, who bears a striking resemblance to me and remains unmarried." A knowing smile spread across Li Fugui's face as he teased, "Oh, I thought you. Thought I what?" Huapolu countered. "Later, when we return, take a bath and come to my place. I shall introduce you to my sister." Huapolu turned away, anxious that Li Fugui might notice her flushed cheeks. Tonight? Perhaps another day would be better. I truly cannot make it tonight." Li Fugui frowned, his previously still legs beginning to tremble once more. Huapolu turned back, her eyes narrowing in warning as her right hand gripped his quivering thigh. "No, it must be tonight." Li Fugui cried out in despair, "Oh heavens!" Chapter 57. I truly have not a drop left. That night, Li Fugui, enveloped in a sense of melancholic bravado reminiscent of the chilling winds of the Yishui River, slowly finished his ablutions, and, swaying with each step, arrived at the door of Huapolu. He extended his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then gently knocked on the door. "General Hua, are you there?" Silence reigned within. He knocked again with a bit more force. "Brother Hua?" "I have arrived." Still, there was no response. A flicker of joy surged within Li Fugui's heart. Could it be that she had forgotten? Or perhaps changed her mind? Tentatively, he pushed the door, which creaked open. "General Hua? I am entering." He peeked inside, where dim candlelight flickered, yet the room was empty. "Is anyone here? If not, I shall take my leave." Li Fugui called out a few times, feeling reassured, and was just about to make his escape when the beaded curtain in the inner chamber rustled, and a graceful figure emerged. The newcomer wore a delicate lavender dress, her silhouette enchanting, skin radiant as snow, brows like distant mountains, eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and lips naturally tinted crimson. Her presence exuded an elegant charm akin to Huapolu, yet imbued with a feminine softness and allure. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, held up only by a simple jade hairpin, and as her gaze shifted, a complex blend of shyness and boldness sparkled within her eyes. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a vibrant grace that contrasted sharply with the cool demeanor of Xian Suxin and the gentle warmth of Chun Xingli. "Li Gongzi?" The woman spoke softly, her voice laced with a hint of timidity. "I am Hui Yunji, the younger sister of General Polu. My brother mentioned he had urgent military matters and asked me to entertain you." Li Fugui's heart raced. It was unmistakably Huapolu in disguise. "Hui Yunji? What a fabrication!" Yet he maintained a sincere smile. "Ah, it is Miss Hua. My apologies. I understand the general's busy schedule. Well, it is late, and with a lone man and woman together in one room, it might tarnish your reputation. I believe it is best I take my leave." As he turned to depart, Yunji quickly stepped forward, grabbing his sleeve. Her voice carried a touch of grievance. Is it that you find Yunji unattractive and do not wish to converse with me? How could that be? Miss Hua, you are like a celestial being. I merely fear to impose upon such beauty. Li Fugawei stammered, yet his body instinctively retreated. He was in a state of saintly restraint, having spent himself thoroughly earlier that day, truly feeling overwhelmed. You jest, Gongzi. Hui Yunji smiled sweetly, advancing closer. I heard you showcased remarkable prowess at the banquet tonight. I have great admiration for you, and wish to engage in a candlelit conversation. As she spoke, she gently guided him toward the bed. Li Fugawei, feeling the pressure of her advances, grimaced, Miss Hua, I truly cannot tonight. I am not well. My condition is poor. Perhaps, tomorrow? Tomorrow evening, I shall certainly prepare myself. No. I shall happily accompany you in conversation. How does that sound? Tonight is the night. Hui Yunji insisted, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. As Li Fugawei found himself cornered against the bed, she suddenly lifted her long, slender leg and, in a most provocative manner, placed her foot upon the bedpost beside him. Nearly brushing against his shoulder, executing a bold leg gesture that left him breathless. The fragrance wafted towards him, and the hem of her dress slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, fair calf. Li Gongzi, she leaned in closer, her breath fragrant, her gaze enchanting. Confronted with her stunning beauty and alluring demeanor, Li Fugawei found himself in a tempest of conflicting emotions, ultimately succumbing to his timidity. With a wretched expression, he let out a desperate shriek. Help! A man is being forcefully seized. I truly have not a drop left. Meanwhile, at the Lin estate, Lin Xiaodian wore a grim expression as he spoke to Lin Biqi. Yunfei and Lindong have both fallen to that Li Taizhu. If this boy becomes our enemy, he will undoubtedly become a source of great trouble in the future. Tomorrow, you shall feign illness and invite him to our estate for a consultation. Find a way to win him over. If he is wise, grant him a bright future. If he is ungrateful. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiaoyan's eyes. Find an opportunity and deal with him. Lin Biqi's eyes flickered with a mix of resentment and confidence. Do not worry. Father, I understand. He is merely a rough and brutish man. I have my ways to make him comply. After Lin Biqi departed, Lin Xiaodian, feeling agitated, rubbed his temples and called out, Nu. From the shadows of the inner chamber, a figure emerged. She was voluptuous and dressed in a nearly transparent gauzy gown, with key areas barely concealed, a collar adorned with a golden bell around her neck. Her eyes were vacant, her expression blank, resembling a soulless puppet, her waist swaying enticingly. It was none other than Lu Chuiyu, the elder of Miaoying Pavilion. She mechanically knelt at Lin Xiaoyan's feet. Her voice devoid of emotion, Master. Lin Xiaodian gazed at her submissive demeanor, a surge of wicked desire igniting within him. He roughly pressed her head down, growling, I am quite irate right now. The following day, indeed, the Lin estate sent someone to summon Li Fugawei, claiming that Lin Biqi had fallen ill with a strange affliction, one that had proven resistant to treatment. Upon hearing of the miraculous skills of the famed physician Li, they requested his presence. Li Fugawei, eager for an opportunity to investigate the Lin estate's true nature, especially concerning his mentor Su Miaoyin and Chun Xing's whereabouts, readily agreed. Upon arriving at the Lin estate, he found Lin Biqi already languishing on her couch. She wore an elegant, yet strategically revealing nightgown that accentuated her figure. Upon seeing Li Fugawei, she immediately adopted a pitiable demeanor, her voice dripping with sweetness. Li Shini, you have arrived. My heart feels so heavy. Li Fugawei inwardly scoffed, yet maintained a serious facade. Miss Lin, do not fret. Allow me to take your pulse. He extended 2 fingers to rest on Lin Biqi's wrist, feigning concentration while secretly devising an excuse to slip away and investigate. Seizing the moment, Lin Biqi placed her delicate hand over his, gently caressing it, her gaze entrancing. Li Shini, your hand is so warm. I feel much better. Li Fugawei recoiled as if stung by a scorpion, attempting to withdraw his hand, but Lin Biqi held on tightly. Shini, I have heard that not only are your medical skills exceptional, but your cultivation is remarkable as well. Might you offer me some guidance? As she spoke, she subtly began to unbutton her collar, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite collarbone and a hint of delicate skin. Chapter 58 Reunion at Xiangxi Cliff. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Fugawei might have indulged in a bit of theatricality with her, extracting some intelligence in the process. However, now he was as serene as a saint, his heart devoid of turbulence, even feeling a hint of amusement. He suppressed his revulsion and replied perfunctorily, "Miss Lin, you flatter me. My meager skills are hardly worth mentioning." Seeing that her verbal provocations had proven ineffective, Lin Bichi began to feign illness. Gasping for breath and glistening with fragrant sweat, which she had actually summoned through her own cultivation, leaning closer to Li Fugawei. "Divine Doctor, Bichi feels so hot, so uncomfortable." Startled, Li Fugawei retreated repeatedly, nearly toppling from his chair. "Miss Lin, please maintain your dignity. Men and women should not engage in such proximity. Divine Doctor, save me." Lin Bichi relentlessly pressed on, seemingly ready to leap into his embrace. At this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Li Fugawei. He clutched his stomach, contorting his face in apparent agony. "Alas! Oh no, my stomach. It must have been something I ate this morning. Please forgive me, Miss Lin, but I must make a hasty trip to the restroom. I cannot hold it any longer." Without waiting for Lin Bichi to respond, he bolted from the room, resembling a wild dog unleashed, leaving her dumbfounded on the bed. Once out of Lin Bichi's sight, Li Fugawei straightened up, the pained expression vanishing instantly. He quickly found a secluded corner and unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, enveloping the entire Lin residence like an invisible web. Before long, he discovered several rooms fortified with restrictions. He easily penetrated some of the weaker barriers and found, indeed, several female disciples of Miaoyin Pavilion imprisoned within, their eyes vacant and movements sluggish, clearly under some form of control. Yet, despite his careful search, he could not locate Chuanxing or Su Miaoyin. There were two other barriers of exceptional strength that his current spiritual power could not breach at all, causing a chill to run through him. Even more unsettling was the faint sensation of an extremely powerful and chilling aura lurking deep beneath the Lin residence, its strength likely surpassing that of Qin Lifeng at the 12th level of the Xian realm. Just as he focused his mind on probing Lin Xiaoyan's quarters, a sight ignited his fury. Elder Lu Chuyu kneeling before Lin Xiaoyan like a plaything, enduring humiliation. Li Fugawei's fists clenched tightly, filled with a desire to rush in and slay Lin Xiaoyan immediately. However, at that moment, Lin Bichi's voice approached from afar. "Divine Dr. Li? Where are you? Are you having trouble finding the restroom?" Li Fugawei quickly withdrew his spiritual energy, taking a deep breath to suppress the murderous intent swelling within him. He stepped out from the corner, plastering on a naive yet anxious expression. "Miss Lin, I'm right here. My stomach. Alas, it seems I've been unwell from the local cuisine. General Ho requires my urgent counsel. I must return swiftly. Another day, I shall come to diagnose you." Seeing his genuinely pale face, which was, in truth, a manifestation of rage, Lin Bichi, though reluctant, realized that pressing too hard might raise suspicions. With a forced smile, she said, "In that case, I shall not keep you, Divine Doctor. However, tomorrow evening, the begonia flowers at Xiangxi Cliff will be in full bloom. Might you grace me with your presence to enjoy the blossoms and ease our minds?" Her eyes sparkled with insinuation. Li Fugawei chuckled inwardly. Xiangxi Cliff? That was the very place where he had once made his name. He feigned a look of astonished delight. "Ah, Miss Lin invites me. How could I possibly refuse? I shall certainly be there." With that, Li Fugawei nearly fled Lin's residence, as if pursued by a ferocious beast. Observing his hasty retreat, Lin Bichi's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. To her, Li Fugawei's behavior was unmistakably that of an inexperienced and bashful youth. She was confident that the appointment at Xiangxi Cliff would yield results in her favor. Little did she know, he was contemplating, tomorrow? Just wait and see how I settle the score. Upon returning, Li Fugawei relayed his discoveries at the Lin residence to the city lord and Huapulu. In recent days, Xian Suxin had been using the guise of Li Changjian to gather intelligence in the city and had uncovered several Miaoyin Pavilion disciples secretly imprisoned in the Lin family's military camp. Some of these female disciples had been given as rewards to certain officers, while others had been forced into the role of military courtesans. After much deliberation, the group concluded that without substantial evidence of Lin Xiaoyan's betrayal, and with many from Miaoyin Pavilion still in his grasp, along with the ominous presence lurking beneath the Lin residence, it would be unwise to act recklessly. Only by publicly exposing Lin Xiaoyan's deeds could they prevent the 3,000 Lin family soldiers from rebelling. Since Lin Bichi intended to employ her beauty as a weapon, they would turn the tables on her and see what schemes she was truly concocting. As dusk fell the following day, Li Fugue arrived at Xiangxi Cliff as promised. Gazing at the expansive sea of begonia flowers, a flood of emotions washing over him. Once upon a time, when he and Lin Bichi were mere children, they would often sneak away to Xiangxi Cliff to play house. Back then, he was the prodigy of Jiyuan City, and Lin Bichi would trail behind him, tugging at his clothes and calling, "Brotherly, wait for me." But ever since his unexpected injury rendered him a fool, Lin Bichi had transformed. Spending her days with her cousin Wu Yunfei, completely disregarding him. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly beckoned by a gentle voice from behind. "Brotherly." Turning around, he beheld Lin Bichi clad in flowing green gauze, standing amidst a flurry of begonia petals, her smile radiant and her eyes brimming with affection. Li Fugue felt his heart sway, as if the Lin Bichi before him was the very girl from his memories. Not far away, concealed within the blossoms, Huapolu and Xian Suxin observed Li Fugue's expression and clenched their fists in silent frustration. Xian Suxin murmured, "He can't truly be enchanted by this enchantress, can he?" Li Fugue lingered in his reverie for but a moment before donning a playful countenance. "Miss Lin, you look stunning today." This was indeed the attire she wore the day she pushed him off the cliff. Coincidentally, he had dressed similarly, though Lin Bichi had long since forgotten. Lin Bichi smiled enchantingly. "Is it truly that beautiful? Then why are you standing so far away?" Gazing at Lin Bichi, who laughed playfully amidst the rain of begonia petals, her silhouette outlined in flowing green gauze, the image of the cruel figure who had betrayed him began to blur with the innocent girl of his memories. He suppressed the chill within him, allowing a smile to surface that was both enamored and pleasantly surprised. "Miss Lin, your attire today truly makes the begonia flowers pale in comparison." He mimicked the naive yet admiring tone he had once adopted as Li Dezaizi. Chapter 59. Lin Baiqi skillfully employs the art of seduction. Lin Baiqi felt a sense of triumph within her heart, for it seemed that this brash man was indeed ensnared in her grasp. She gracefully glided closer, nearly able to feel their breaths intertwining, her voice becoming increasingly tender. "Am I truly so beautiful? Then why, dearly Gugu, do you stand so far away from me?" She extended her hand, seemingly inadvertently attempting to grasp Li Fugue's hand. Not far away, amid the depths of the floral thicket, 3 pairs of eyes burned with intensity. Xian Su Xian's nails dug deeply into her palm as she muttered under her breath, "This enchantress. Just look at her feigned innocence. Could Fugue truly be captivated by her?" Gazing at Li Fugue's infatuated expression, her heart bubbled with jealousy. Huapolu bit her lower lip, her fists clenched tightly, feeling a sense of suffocation in her chest, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar blend of irritation and grievance. She fixated on Lin Baiqi's hand, which was almost touching Li Fugue, wishing fervently to rush out and sever that hand. Qin Zhaoyang widened her eyes, disbelief etched across her face, accompanied by a tinge of discontent at being overshadowed. She murmured, "This Li Taizhu, by day a paragon of virtue. How is it that he becomes utterly entranced by Lin Baiqi? Men are all the same." She compared Lin Baiqi's deliberately displayed allure with her own usual martial attire, feeling an inexplicable sense of defeat. Li Fugue chuckled foolishly, allowing Lin Baiqi to take hold of his hand. The touch was soft, yet his heart felt like a frozen wasteland. He gently pulled her into his embrace, feigning intoxication as he inhaled the fragrance of her hair, yet he began to question her. "Miss Lin, you truly possess a delightful scent, far superior to those stern women in the city lord's residence." Lin Baiqi nestled closer, her fingers tracing circles on his chest, her breath fragrant as she seduced him with her soft voice. "Humph, that old woman, always with a stern face, what is there to appreciate? Unlike Baiqi, who knows how to make Li Gugu feel more at ease." She raised her enchanting eyes, observing his reaction. "Li Gugu, with your talents, why should you remain beneath Huapolu and that old woman? As long as you pledge your loyalty to our Lin family, I assure you, wealth, power, and beauty will all be yours." Li Fugue's heart was cold with disdain, yet he feigned confusion. "Loyalty to the Lin family? Miss Lin, are we not all in the same boat? We are all here to defend the city. What is this talk of the Lin family and the city lord's residence?" Seeing that he was not grasping her meaning, Lin Baiqi playfully poked his forehead, pressing her body even closer, nearly hanging on him. "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Qin Lifeng is always wary of our Lin family. suppressing us at every turn. And that Jia Yuan mine, he doesn't allow others to touch it. Now that the capital is besieged by the De Yuan, I've heard that the emperor, perhaps he cannot even protect himself. The De Jin is on the brink of collapse. Why do we cling to Jia Yuan City? A wise bird chooses its tree, and a wise minister chooses his master. Li Gugu, you are an intelligent man. You should know how to choose. Li Fugui suddenly understood, yet he nervously lowered his voice. Miss Lin means the city lord's poison. Lin Baiqi, sensing that he was hooked, felt a swell of satisfaction, believing that her beauty had rendered this brash man utterly captivated. She leaned closer to Li Fugui's ear and whispered, indeed. That Bei Su Qing phone was sought from the Da Yuan master. Once we control Qin Lai phone, Jia Yuan City will be ours. Li Fugui struggled to suppress the impulse to strangle her, continuing to naively inquire, we? So, this is orchestrated by General Lin Xiaotian? Lin Baiqi remained somewhat cautious, casting him a sultry glance before gently covering his mouth with her delicate hand. Oh dear, some matters lose their charm once spoken. Noticing that his body seemed tense, she assumed he was merely nervous and excited, prompting her to further display her allure. Her slender fingers began to untie her gauzy garment, revealing the enticing silhouette of her undergarments, her voice dripping with seduction. Li Gugu, the night is fleeting. Let us indulge ourselves. When next you help that old woman with her poison, perhaps you could lend a small hand, ensuring she never awakens. Afterward, whatever you wish to know, Baiqi will divulge to you. Will that be agreeable? As she spoke, she nearly melted into his embrace, her breath sweet, her crimson lips inching closer. This scene ignited the powder keg hidden behind the flowers. Shameless wench. A voice infused with rage and jealousy erupted. Simultaneously, another voice, laced with disbelief and fury, cried out, Li Taizhu, how can you be so unfaithful to my sister? Before the words had fully escaped, two figures sprang forth from the floral thicket like aggrieved leopards. It was none other than the intolerant Qin Zhaoyang and Huopelu. Qin Zhaoyang seized the half-clad Lin Baiqi, yanking her forcefully from Li Fugui's arms, and delivered a sharp slap across her face. Lin Baiqi, do you have no shame? In broad daylight, engaging in such debauchery, while plotting against my mother. Your Lin family truly harbors malicious intent. Huopelu charged directly in front of Li Fugui, her eyes reddened in an instant, filled with a mixture of anger and grievance. She pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice quaking. You, how could you? What does she have that is so appealing? You dare to. Her words faltered, as the image of them nearly entwined pierced her heart like a thorn. Xian Su Exine slowly emerged from the shadows, her expression frigid, her gaze sharp as a blade cutting through Li Fugui and Lin Baiqi. Though she spoke not a word, the chilling aura emanating from her seemed to freeze the surrounding blossoms. Following closely behind them was a contingent of soldiers, encircling Lin Baiqi completely. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Lin Baiqi was stunned, her face burning with shame, her clothing disheveled as she fell to the ground, her countenance paling as she beheld the three newcomers, particularly Qin Zhaoyang and Huopelu, realizing she had fallen into their trap. Li Fugui surveyed the scene before him, akin to a trial with three women glaring at him. Huopelu, on the verge of tears, Xian Su Exine, as cold as ice, and Qin Zhaoyang, seething with rage. He inwardly lamented, it's over. I've completely misstepped. The jealousy has erupted. He quickly raised both hands, a look of innocence and fear on his face. Ladies, please see clearly. I was merely trying to extract information from her. I am tormented. Xian Su Xine's icy gaze remained fixed on Lin Baiqi, as if she might slice through her. She glanced at Li Fugui, coldly stating, we shall settle this later. The mere mention sent a shiver down Li Fugui's spine. Chapter 60, Li Fugui's Swift Vengeance. In the city lord's mansion, within the subterranean prison, Lin Baiqi lay on the ground, her meridians sealed, her body limp, her gaze filled with resentment as she fixed her eyes upon Li Fugui. She could not comprehend why her previously infallible beauty stratagem, which had conquered countless men for the Lin family, had utterly failed this time. Qin Zhaoyang's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Lin Baiqi, exclaiming, wretch, reveal in detail how you conspired with Lin Xiaotian and poisoned my mother. Perhaps I might spare you a complete corpse. Lin Baiqi let out a cold snort, the corners of her mouth curling into a contemptuous smile. Oh, do you wish to know? I refuse to tell you. Do you truly believe you can triumph with this brute? She pointed at Li Fuguwei, bursting into laughter. Xian Su Xian's tone was icily resolute. Where are the people from Yaoyin Go? What have you done to them? Lin Baiqi raised an eyebrow, her expression mocking. Oh, so you are from Yaoyin Go? As for them, they are living splendidly, with a line of men waiting upon them every day. Ha ha ha. You. Xian Su Xian's face turned pale with fury, her soft sword emerging from her sleeve, only to be seized by Li Fuguwei. Xian Su Xian, filled with indignation, glared at Li Fuguwei. Are you still going to protect her? Li Fuguwei spoke gently. Do not act impulsively. She still holds value. Qin Zhaoyang and Huo Pelu exchanged glances, both perceiving the mutual helplessness in each other's eyes. They had not anticipated Lin Baiqi's obstinacy. Since returning from Xiangxi Cliff, they had interrogated her for 3 hours, yet she remained fixated on Li Fuguwei, laughing maniacally, refusing to divulge anything but words intended to infuriate them. Suddenly, Li Fuguwei spoke. You may leave. I wish to speak with her alone. The 3 women were taken aback. Huo Pelu was the first to object, saying, No, you must not be alone with this enchantress. She will seduce you. Xian Su Xian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Li Fuguwei, as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. Li Fuguwei smiled softly, his gaze gentle as he reassured them. Lin Baiqi chuckled. Do not worry, dear sisters. Your brotherly despises me to the core. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhaoyang was bewildered, wondering where the 3 sisters had come from. Huo Pelu's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling exposed before Li Fuguwei, recalling that night's events, wishing to escape swiftly. Xian Su Xian, however, cast a silent glance at Lin Baiqi, then regarded Li Fuguwei with concern, suggesting, Perhaps we should return now. Once the 3 departed, Lin Baiqi's voice turned sultry as she teased. Oh, brother Fuguwei, you have deceived me so cruelly. Until when do you intend to maintain this charade? Li Taizhu shed the guise of Hong Chun Wanxiang, revealing Li Fuguwei's true visage, his voice devoid of emotion. When did you become aware of this? Ha ha ha, it is indeed you. I always knew no man could resist my allure. Be it the talented Li Fuguwei of Yor or Wu Yunfei, even the Grand Master of the Yuan would willingly become my subject. Lin Baiqi's eyes turned venomous as she struggled to lunge at him. Li Fuguwei no longer concealed his strength, unleashing the power of his 7th-tier Xian stage cultivation, sending Lin Baiqi crashing to the ground. Once upon a time, you were so innocent and kind. I cannot fathom how you have become this way. Lin Baiqi gazed at Li Fuguwei in disbelief, her expression vacuous before erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Why have I become this way? Because I have always been like this. You adored my innocence and kindness, so I was innocent and kind. But then you turned into a fool. Ha ha ha. Thus, I sought out that useless Wu Yunfei. He desired to toy with me before you, so I obliged him. Later, in pursuit of that poison master, he drugged and toyed with me before my father and Wu Yunfei, and I acquiesced. If you prefer me in a certain way, I shall be that way. What harm is there in that? Ha ha ha. Brother Fuguwei, how would you like me to be now? Ha ha ha. Li Fuguwei regarded the seemingly deranged Lin Baiqi, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Irretrievable. Where are Chun Xing and Su Miaoyin? Ha ha ha. Brother Fuguwei, you truly are a philanderer. Am I not enough for you? Why do you still yearn for those 2 little courtesans? It seems you have had your fair share of pleasures this past year. She continued her frenzied laughter, her tone shifting to one of madness and resentment. The more you wish to know, the less I will tell you. Li Fuguwei retaliated with a swift strike, sending Lin Baiqi flying, blood spilling from her lips. If they suffer even a scratch, I will rain blood upon the Lin family. I shall reclaim every debt you owe me. He turned away, departing, leaving Lin Baiqi to scream in madness behind him. Do you think those women around you are virtuous? They are all just like me. Just like me. Emerging from the dungeon, Li Fuguwei beheld the cold moon hanging in the sky, its light casting a frost-like glow upon the ground. A gust of wind swept through, calming his agitated heart. He exhaled deeply, transforming back into Li Taizhu as he made his way to his quarters. The following morning, as Li Fuguwei remained in slumber, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Fuguwei, wake up quickly. The frantic voice belonged to Xian Su Xian. Li Fuguwei, bleary-eyed, opened the door and inquired. What is it, Su Xian? Why the urgency? Fuguwei, last night, Lin Baiqi. Xian Su Xian hesitated, her concern evident. Li Fuguwei, seemingly unconcerned, replied, What happened to her? She committed suicide in her cell. Li Fugui's eyes widened momentarily before returning to their cold indifference. The woman he had once adored deeply and loathed fiercely had taken her own life. He had often envisioned scenarios where he would return in triumph to humiliate her mercilessly, or where she would beg for mercy, only for him to end her life without hesitation. Yet now, his inner turmoil was absent. He felt neither regret for not avenging his foe nor satisfaction at her demise. Even he could not comprehend his own tranquility. He simply stated, "Oh, understood. Have you had breakfast?" "I have not yet eaten." In truth, cultivators did not require sustenance often. Sometimes, eating was merely a social act or a means to satisfy one's own desires. Zhuan Suxin gazed at Li Fugui with a sense of curiosity as he grasped her hand and led her into the streets. The pair arrived at an unassuming food stall in Jiyuan City, a breakfast spot that had been a staple since his childhood. "A bowl of dough now with 3 spoons of sugar, please, Aunt Jo," he called out, while Zhuan Suxin opted for a bowl of savory dough now. Just as they had taken a couple of bites, a soldier rushed from the city lord's mansion, sliding to a halt before them. "Captain Li, the city lord has urgent matters to discuss. You must hurry to the mansion." Li Fugui downed his bowl of dough now in one swift motion and wiped his mouth. "What is the urgent matter?" "I do not know. But both General Lin and General Huo are present. It seems quite pressing." Without hesitation, Li Fugui placed a silver ingot on the table, and together with Zhuan Suxin, they dashed towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 61. A lone hero breaking through the gates. As Li Fugui and Xian Suxin arrived at the entrance of the city lord's grand hall, they were met with a fervent debate resonating from within. General Lin's eloquence was indeed formidable. Last night, he had accused the esteemed young lady of colluding with Lin Dong to poison the city lord. He proclaimed that as long as the city lord was under their control, Jiyuan City would belong to the Lin family. We all heard it, yet he still claimed no connection to this matter. Huopolu's words were fierce and unyielding. What? This wicked girl truly committed such an act? Where is she? If she has truly betrayed her family and her duty, I shall personally see to her demise. Lin Xiaotian clenched his fist, his teeth grinding, as if he were genuinely prepared to uphold justice against his kin. "General Lin, your daughter Lin Biqi has already taken her own life in prison out of guilt," Qin Lifeng remarked casually, as if he had anticipated Lin Xiaotian's reaction. "What? Biqi, how could you be so foolish?" Lin Xiaotian's wail echoed through the hall. He dabbed at non-existent tears with his sleeve, addressing the city lord. Surely Biqi was bewitched by that Lin Dong. Now that she is gone, it is her own misfortune. However, it is my failure as a father to guide her properly and maintain discipline. I cannot escape blame. I know the city lord has treated me well and will not impose punishment upon me. As Li Fugui and Xian Suxin stepped closer into the hall, they witnessed Lin Xiaotian abruptly slash his left shoulder with his right hand, a sharp crack resounding as his arm fell away, blood spurting forth onto the grand hall's floor. He then tapped at his shoulders several times, declaring, "Cough, cough." Xiaotian dismembers himself to uphold the law. Qin Lifeng remained expressionless, his thoughts inscrutable. "General Lin, why go to such lengths? I never suggested you were involved in this matter." Although the city lord was reluctant to punish Xiaotian, he could not allow him to act as if nothing had occurred. Li Fugui furrowed his brow and shook his head as he picked up the severed arm, offering it to Lin Xiaotian. "Ah, General Lin truly possesses a heart of loyalty and righteousness." "Humph, Deputy Commander Li overstates my actions." Lin Xiaotian accepted the severed limb, only to find it unnaturally limp. For a practitioner of the 8th tier of the Xian realm, his physical prowess should have been comparable to a 4th or 5th tier beast. Even a severed arm should not possess such weakness. It was then that he realized Li Fugui had shattered the bones and meridians within, fearing that Lin Xiaotian might employ some secret technique to reattach it. Report. At that moment, a messenger rushed into the hall, kneeling before the assembly, nearly collapsing from his haste, his trousers soiled with dust. "City Lord, the main force of the Yuan army is currently stationed north of the city at Yubeli, marching towards Haifeng Pass. They are expected to arrive in a few hours. How many troops does the Yuan army have, and who is their commander?" Qin Zhaoyang stepped forward, his demeanor instantly tense. "There are approximately 10,000 troops, bearing the banner of Murong." It appeared that this was Murong Yunting, the brother of Murong Yundan, a man known for his obstinacy and brutality, possessing a 9th-tier cultivation of the Xian realm. He wielded the high-grade Xian artifact, the Black Sha soul-devouring spear, and had undoubtedly spilled the blood of many valiant soldiers of the Great Jin. "City Lord, I shall rally the garrison soldiers to confront the enemy at Hafeng Pass. Lin Xiaodian feigned urgency as he requested. General Lin has just severed an arm. How can he possibly take to the battlefield? Let him rest and recover in my residence. Guards, escort General Lin to the guest house. 2 guards led Lin Xiaodian away, ostensibly to aid his recovery. But in truth, they were confining him, wary of any potential unrest he might incite during the Yuan army's impending assault. Lin Xiaodian, aware of Qin Liefeng's intentions, refrained from arguing and followed the guards out of the hall, a subtle, insidious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoyang, take 1,000 of the garrison troops and gather 2,000 Lin family soldiers from the Lin residence. Under General Hua's command. Rush to Hafeng Pass to intercept the Yuan army. We must firmly defend the pass and systematically weaken their forces without recklessly engaging. Qin Liefeng expertly assigned the tasks. Yes, I shall obey. In the face of imminent danger, Qin Xiaoyang and Huapolu immediately set about mobilizing their troops. Before long, the assembled forces gathered outside Jiyuan City, 1,000 from the City Lord's Guard, 800 from Huapolu's militia, but only 1,000 Lin family soldiers arrived. Led by Lin Xiaoyan's adopted son Lin Songhai, who claimed that without General Lin's orders, he could only muster this many troops. In his youth, Lin Xiaodian had not exhibited great talent and had struggled to ascend beyond the Xian realm. However, after a fortuitous encounter following a campaign at the border, his cultivation surged dramatically, elevating his standing within the military. Yet, since then, he had no offspring. His only child was Lin Biqi, prompting him to adopt 2 sons, both of whom served as his deputy generals. The elder, Lin Songshan, aged 28, was arrogant and eccentric, possessing a 4th-tier cultivation of the Xian realm. The younger, Lin Songhai, aged 26, with a 3rd-tier cultivation, was composed and cunning. Both shared a common penchant for carnal pursuits. The contingent surged towards Hafeng Pass. With the 3 military forces combined, along with the 200 defenders of Hafeng Pass, they barely assembled a total of 3,000 soldiers. Huapolu strategized and organized the defenses of the pass. Observing Huapolu's scholarly demeanor, Lin Songhai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Women are indeed women. Qin Liefeng has entrusted command to a mere bookworm. This time, we shall surely seize Jiyuan City. Once the defensive preparations were complete, Huapolu summoned Lin Xiaoyang, Lin Songhai, Xin Yunqi, and Li Fugui to the main war tent. I have observed the heavens. Tonight promises to be dark and tempestuous. All commanders, at the midnight hour, we 5 shall each lead 200 elite soldiers to launch a surprise night raid on the Yuan army. They are fatigued from their long march. We shall strike when they least expect it, and we will surely decimate their forces. Yes, they echoed in unison, though Lin Songhai's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Report. Just as Huapolu issued his orders, a messenger rushed in. Flustered. General, the Yuan army is challenging us at the city gates. How swiftly they have arrived. How many troops do they have? Qin Xiaoyang inquired, anxious. Only 1 man on horseback. What? Huapolu and the other generals ascended the pass to witness a lone figure calling out from below. The individual wore a trident-braided golden crown, a scarlet robe adorned with demonic motifs, and beast-faced armor, with a finely crafted lion belt cinched at the waist. He carried a beautifully carved purple cloud bow and a majestic spear, radiating an aura of grandeur as he commanded his steed, appearing as if a deity had descended from the heavens. Upon seeing several officers from the city, he bellowed, I am Murong Yuan, the great general of the Yuan army. Those atop the city walls, dare you descend to face me in battle? It was none other than Murong Yuan, the son of the enemy commander Murong Yunting and the nephew of Murong Yundan. At merely 23 years of age, he has already attained the formidable 5th level of Xuanjia, wielding a superior quality Fengqi Lujin Dao that is seldom matched among the younger generation of Daiyuan. He dares to challenge single-handedly. Qin Xiaoyang firmly grips the long blade in her hand, aware that the highest cultivation level on their side is only the 4th level of Xuanjia, belonging to Xin Yunqi. However, she has yet to witness his prowess in combat. Even if his strength is considerable, it seems unlikely that he could triumph over Murong Yuan. Should they truly allow such arrogance to persist? Just as Qin Xiaoyang prepared to confront Murong Yuan for the honor of Dajin and Jiyuan City, a figure stepped forward. Chapter 62. Lin Dekongming. As the crowd hesitated, unwilling to step forward to face the challenge, a figure resolutely emerged, standing defiantly before them. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Fugawei. With a leap, he stood tall upon the city wall, proclaiming with a booming voice, "Impudent children, who dares to trespass upon the sacred soil of Dejin?" The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the city, illuminating Li Fugawei's imposing silhouette, giving him the appearance of a divine warrior, evoking admiration in all who beheld him. Huapolu gazed at Li Fugawei's back with an expression of infatuation. I knew I was right about him. He truly is a man of integrity. Qin Zhaoyong, equally astonished, remarked, "Does Li Taijian intend to challenge Murong Yuan? He is no mere Xin-level second tier like Wu Yunfei. Murong Yuan is a formidable fifth tier." Shen Yunxi observed Li Fugawei's figure, then glanced at Huapolu's enamored gaze, feeling a pang of regret. Once again, this fellow has stolen the limelight from me. Why didn't I step forward sooner? Lin Songhai felt a sudden jolt. The previously languid observer was compelled to stand upright. Could it be that Li Taijian has been concealing his true strength? No wonder he dispatched Wu Yunfei with such ease. Below the city, Murong Yuan, enraged, pointed his golden-winged halberd at Li Fugawei. "Who are you? With mere Huang-tier cultivation, how dare you speak so brazenly? Do you seek death? Are you brave enough to descend and fight me?" Li Fugawei laughed heartily, exuding confidence. "I won't come down. If you have the guts, come up here." He made a mocking face and turned his back to Murong Yuan, playfully taunting. "You can't hit me. You can't hit me." The onlookers above were left in stitches. Murong Yuan's fury surged, veins bulging on his forehead. He drew his intricately carved purple cloud bow, pulling back the string with a full moon's tension. With a whoosh, a projectile was released, and Li Fugawei, spotting a dart that approaching from beneath, dove off the city wall, landing in Huapolu's embrace, narrowly evading the arrow. "Are you all right?" Huapolu inquired with concern. "Ouch, that hurt." Li Fugawei clung tightly to Huapolu. "Enough. It didn't even hit you. Stop pretending," Shen Yunqi chided, unimpressed. Li Fugawei patted his backside, standing up with an awkward smile. "Oh? It missed? Ha ha." He then returned to the edge of the wall, shouting at Murong Yuan. "What kind of hero ambushes with hidden arrows? Bullying us like this is no great feat. Prove your mettle by challenging our invincible General Lin Xiaotian." Murong Yuan scoffed. "The despicable villain who plotted against my uncle. Where is he?" The Yuan army had long believed that Murong Yunduan's vanguard was annihilated due to Lin Xiaotian's betrayal. Though General Lin is not present, his son, General Lin Songhai, is here. "You dare speak ill of General Lin? Prepare to meet your end." Li Fugawei ran to Lin Songhai. "General Lin, he dares to insult your father. I cannot tolerate this." Lin Songhai, initially an observer, realized he could not avoid confrontation with Murong Yuan, especially with Li Fugawei's provocation. His face fluctuated between hues of anger and determination as he bellowed, "You dare insult my sworn father? Taste my spear." Lin Songhai leaped off the city, aiming directly at Murong Yuan. However, despite the fierce appearance of his spear, it lacked true force. Murong Yuan effortlessly blocked it. As their weapons clashed, the two locked eyes. Lin Songhai declared, "Murong Xiaojiang, General Murong Yundan was not harmed by my sworn father." Murong Yuan swept his gilded halberd. "Shameless wretch. You think to deceive me?" Lin Songhai parried the blow, his arms trembling. "It is the absolute truth. I possess a token from a master of the Yuan. General Murong was slain by that provocateur in Huapolu." He then revealed a complex tattoo on his arm, resembling an unknown insect. Upon seeing the tattoo, Murong Yuan hesitated, their combat becoming a mere exchange of feints. Lin Songhai divulged the details of how Huapolu and Li Fugawei had orchestrated the annihilation of Murong Yunduan's forces. "So, General Lin did not betray our great Yuan?" "Indeed not, Murong Xiaojiang. Furthermore, I have urgent military intelligence to share." "Oh, please do tell." After a few more exchanges, Lin Songhai continued, "Tonight at midnight, Huapolu will seize the opportunity to raid the camp. You should lay an ambush to capture them all. I will then open the gates of the Haifeng Pass, and we shall storm Jiyuan City together. General Lin must be preparing within the city. By the time we arrive at Jiyuan, General Lin may have already taken the city." Lin Songhai smirked, thinking to himself, "I am truly astute. They could never anticipate how I would relay this intelligence. Excellent. General Lin is indeed a loyal minister of our great Yuan. I shall return to make arrangements and repay their treachery in kind. Wait, lend me a halberd." Murong Yuan shouted, unmatched chaos dance. The black mist coiled around his halberd, a powerful, frigid aura surged forth like a rampaging rhinoceros charging towards Lin Songhai. In an instant, Lin Songhai was sent flying, crashing into the gates of Hafeng Pass, spitting out blood. There was no need for such force. He then fell unconscious. Murong Yuan gazed at the unconscious Lin Songhai, a flicker of regret in his eyes as he muttered, "Why is he so fragile? I hardly exerted any effort." He then called out to those above, "A band of mercenary fools. Today is merely a warning. When my army arrives, I shall surely flatten Jiyuan City." With that, he turned his horse and galloped back toward the Yuan army's encampment. Watching Murong Yuan's retreating figure, Li Fugui nodded in satisfaction. He had long conspired with Huapolu and Qin Zhaoyang to deliberately leak the raid's details to Lin Songhai. As he pondered how to provide Lin Songhai with the chance to relay this information to the Yuan army, Murong Yuan fortuitously came knocking. It was as if a pillow was delivered to him while he dozed off. Li Fugui appeared to be fooling around, but in reality, he was intentionally provoking Lin Songhai to engage in battle. This way, the two would be alone, and Lin Songhai would inevitably convey the intelligence to Murong Yuan. As Li Fugui had anticipated, under the enhancement of his powerful mental prowess from Hongchun Wanxiang, every word exchanged between the two was clearly heard. Li Fugui leaned closer to Huapolu and whispered something. They exchanged a knowing smile, laced with a hint of cunning. Then turning to the crowd, he commanded, "Bring General Lin inside. All soldiers, heed my orders. Return and rest well. Eat and drink to your fill. At midnight, await further instructions." Yes. Chapter 63. The Art of War is Deception. That night, at the hour of the high, Lin Songhai awakened from his stupor. He sat up and shook his head, illuminated by the flickering candlelight within the camp. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and his eyes widened in alarm. "Is someone there?" A guard promptly entered the tent. "What time is it?" "Reporting to the general, it is already 1:15. Ha! Quickly, assist me in changing my attire. And relay the order. When you see troops bearing the Murong banner, open the city gates. I wish to ascend the city walls and witness the triumph. For surely, great news has been achieved." Lin Songhai exclaimed heartily. "Where does General Lin intend to go?" Lin Songhai's laughter abruptly ceased as Huapolu entered the tent, followed closely by Qin Zhaoyang and Shun Yunqi. Shouldn't you all be?" Lin Songhai's expression turned to one of sheer terror. "Shouldn't we be perishing in the ambush of the Yuan forces?" Shun Yunqi drew his sword, placing its edge against Lin Songhai's throat. Lin Songhai, feeling guilty, replied, "What are you saying, Commander Shin? I believed you had gone to raid the camp." He quickly donned a smiling facade, pondering the situation. Could it be that the Yuan forces failed to annihilate them? That seemed implausible. "Stop your thoughts. We did not raid the camp at all. We suspected your Lin family was colluding with the Yuan forces, merely to send out false intelligence," Huapolu declared triumphantly as he gazed at Lin Songhai. "What is this, General Hua? I cannot comprehend your words." "Humph. Continue your charade. Tomorrow morning, when we crush the Yuan forces, let us see how you will explain yourself." Qin Zhaoyang scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile, 30 miles north of Hafeng Pass, within the Yuan army's encampment, the area was brightly illuminated, with patrols of soldiers occasionally passing, all of whom appeared to be of the lowest ranks. In the dense woods outside the camp, nearly 10,000 Yuan soldiers lay concealed in the grass, tense and alert. A stern-faced middle-aged man with a square jaw addressed a young man beside him. "My son, you truly command the art of warfare. Though our forces vastly outnumber the enemy, a direct assault would surely result in significant losses for our troops, given the advantageous terrain of the Jin army. Now we shall lure their elite defenders into an ambush, annihilate them completely, and with Lin Songhai and Lin Xiaodian providing support, we shall capture Jiyuan City without breaking a sweat. From this moment forth, my son shall be hailed as the divine warrior of our great Yuan army." The middle-aged man was none other than Murong Yunting, the commander of the Yuan forces, and the young man was Murong Yuan, who had issued a challenge earlier that day at Hafeng Pass. Upon hearing his father's words, Murong Yuan puffed out his chest, pride radiating from him as he envisioned himself becoming a legendary warrior, and then remarked, "A tiger father begets no dog son." The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Reporting, "General, a contingent of Jin troops has emerged from Hafeng Pass, numbering approximately 1,000. They are expected to arrive in about 2/4 of an hour," a scout reported to Murong Yunting. "Good. Relay the order to the troops. Remain silent." An hour later, Murong Yunting squatted in discomfort. "Scout, A scout dashed towards him, kneeling before Murong Yunting. "General." Murong Yunting, exasperated, slapped him. "What the devil? Did you not say it would take 2/4 of an hour? It has already been an hour. And there is not a single silhouette in sight." The scout, dazed from the slap, rose unsteadily. General, I did indeed see the Jin forces exiting the gates. And the troops? Go and investigate again." After another hour passed, reporting, "General, another group has emerged from Hafing Pass, heading towards our direction, expected to arrive in 2/4 of an hour." Another group? Were we not informed there was only 1,000 troops? What about that first group? Murong Yunting frowned, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Though Murong Yunting was the commander and possessed superior martial skills compared to Murong Yuduan, his strategic acumen was not on par. Initially, the Yuan army believed that with Lin Xiaodian as an inside informant, capturing Jiyuan City would be effortless. Hence they had sent the more cautious Murong Yuduan with only 3,000 vanguard troops. Now, faced with unexpected complications, they had no choice but to dispatch Murong Yunting with the main force. Perhaps they realized our numbers far exceeded theirs and deemed 1,000 troops insufficient. Thus they gathered an additional 1,000 troops? Murong Yuan pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed, that makes sense. You are quite astute, my son." Murong Yunting exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Relay the order to the troops. Remain silent." Another hour passed. "Scout, where are the troops?" "Investigate again." After enduring this ordeal 3 times, dawn broke, and Murong Yunting, exhausted, dozed off in the grass. Reporting, "General, the Jin troops have returned to the city. By the devil, they have tricked us again." Murong Yunting kicked the scout, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into several trees, lifeless. "Withdraw. Return to the camp and rest." The Yuan army had initially believed that Murong Yuduan could easily seize Jiyuan City. Thus they had not prepared any follow-up troops. This force was hastily assembled, marching through the night, and after waiting for an entire night, they were now weary and fatigued. At dawn, the time when fatigue weighed heaviest upon them, the Yuan camp echoed with the sounds of deep slumber. Murong Yunting dreamt sweetly, envisioning himself breaching the city that his brother could not conquer, being honored by the great Yuan emperor as the first Batu Lu of the Yuan dynasty. He captured the city lord, Qin Lifeng, and her daughter, Qin Zhaoyang, indulging himself in their company. Just as he prepared to relish his fortune, a commotion erupted outside the tent. "By the devil, who dares disturb my sweet dreams?" Murong Yunting cursed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, clad in his sleep attire, and flung open the tent flap, shouting, "What is all this ruckus?" As he opened the flap, the sunlight pierced his eyes before they fully adjusted, and he was met with the sounds of screams. Suddenly, a soldier's head rolled at his feet. He snapped his eyes wide open, and before he could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged towards him. The sword energy, infused with an insatiable thirst for blood and an intense, searing heat, compelled him to hastily mobilize his entire spiritual energy for defense. Abruptly, a potent mental assault invaded his consciousness, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his brain, causing him excruciating pain. His newly awakened awareness plunged into darkness once more. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it was more than sufficient. When Murong Yunting opened his eyes once more, he beheld a headless corpse slowly collapsing before him. The severed neck gushed a vivid crimson, still twitching faintly. The white nightgown draped upon the lifeless form was one he recognized all too well, having donned it moments prior. His vision began to swirl, with the sky and earth alternating in a bewildering dance before his eyes, and he caught the scent of the dust that was stirred up around him. At the periphery of his gradually fading sight, he discerned a young man clad in black attire, wielding a crimson sword that dripped with fresh blood. Chapter 64. The sudden change in Jiyuan City. Your commander, Murong Yunting, is dead. Surrender now, and I shall spare your lives. Li Fugui proclaimed, gripping the crimson Qi Shao sword in his left hand, while raising Murong Yunting's severed head high above him, standing atop the general's platform in the main military tent. Indeed, it was Li Fugui who had slain Murong Yunting. This time, he did not conceal his cultivation, for he understood that, given Murong Yunting's 9th-tier Xian level, if he refrained from intervening, no one could vanquish him. Seizing the moment while Murong Yunting was caught off guard and still disoriented, he first unleashed the second layer of the Great Sun Annihilation Sword technique, the Great Sun boiling the sea. To ensure success, he also employed Hanshin Wanxiang to launch a mental assault on Murong Yunting, rendering him momentarily unconscious. The outcome unfolded as he had anticipated, a single strike to the throat. Last night, Huapolu had commanded that their 3,000 troops be divided into 3 teams, rotating rest periods, and every hour, they would exit the city to circle around and then return, creating the illusion of an impending raid on the camp. Then, at dawn, while the Yuan troops were fatigued and resting, they would launch a surprise attack, catching them unawares. Father! A heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Murong Yuan, wielding the phoenix-winged golden halberd, had veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, glaring menacingly at Li Fugawei. The expressions of Huapolu, Qin Zhaoyang, and Shun Yunqi mirrored shock as they gazed at Li Fugawei. Before their arrival, Li Fugawei had merely exuded confidence when he assured them he would handle Murong Yunting, and they had assumed he had some clever means to restrain him. They never anticipated he would slay him with a single sword. Murong Yuan forcefully pushed aside Shin Yunqi, who had been entangled with him, and charged at Li Fugawei like a madman. Dark energy swirled around him, as if possessed by a demon, and the golden halberd danced rapidly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. He knew he had to hold nothing back. The man before him possessed 7th-tier, Xian-level cultivation, and having just slain his father, he would not be afforded a second chance. Unmatched. Chaotic dance. A strike descended like a divine apparition. But Li Fugawei stood unflinching, seemingly effortlessly raising the Qishao sword to deflect Murong Yuan's golden halberd. Since acquiring the extraordinary mental power bestowed by Hongqian Wanxiang, Li Fugawei perceived his opponent's attacks as if they were in slow motion. Even before the blow reached him, Li Fugawei discerned the flaw, and with a mere gentle thrust of his sword at the weak point, he easily dismantled the attack. This illustrates why victories are often overwhelming when there is a significant gap in cultivation. The disparity lies not only in their levels, but also in mental prowess. Clang! The phoenix-winged golden halberd flew from Murong Yuan's grasp, who staggered backwards, struggling to regain his balance. Li Fugawei then uttered something at an astonishing speed. A black-gold dragon-patterned staff appeared out of thin air and pierced through Murong Yuan's chest in an instant before vanishing. It was a lethal blow. Murong Yuan gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, blood pouring from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seeing their commander and vice-commander felled, the Yuan soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in disarray. The Jin army relentlessly pursued, slaughtering the Yuan troops as they retreated southward, committing unspeakable atrocities along the way, their hands stained with blood, and the Jin soldiers showed no mercy. Huapolu, Qin Zhaoyang, and Shin Yunqi approached Li Fugawei. Li Taizhu, who exactly are you? Qin Zhaoyang questioned with confusion. This individual's cultivation was so formidable that he could not possibly be just an outer disciple of the Jingang sect. The martial techniques he had just displayed were at least of the earth level, which even ordinary noble families could not possess. It's a long story, Li Fugawei said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Oh, since it's a long tale, let us save it for later. We are all on the same side now, Huapolu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had long suspected Li Fugawei was not as simple as he appeared. Ever since his arrival, they had triumphed over formidable foes multiple times. Now, she felt even more certain of her judgment to recruit Li Fugawei. Shin Yunqi looked at Li Fugawei. The jealousy she once harbored now vanished, replaced by a newfound respect. When someone is at your level or even inferior, you may feel envy for what they possess. However, when that individual is vastly superior to you, all that remains is respect, even fear. Huapolu ordered the battlefield to be cleared. This surprise attack resulted in the slaying of over 6,000 Yuan soldiers, with more than 2,000 captured, while over 1,000 managed to escape. The casualties on Huapolu's side numbered only around 500. Huapolu dispersed the captured Yuan soldiers among various centurions, thus increasing her ranks to over 5,000. The group made their way back to Haifeng Pass, taking a brief respite before preparing to escort Lin Songhai back to the city. Lin Xiaodian could no longer evade accountability. On the return journey, Li Fugawei shared with Huapolu and Qin Zhaoyang the enmity he held against the Lin family, the very reason for his concealed strength and disguise. He also shed his facade, revealing his handsome visage. Qin Zhaoyang and Huapolu could not help but gaze at him with renewed fervor. As they traveled halfway, they suddenly spotted a figure soaring towards them. Soon, they recognized the person. It was none other than Xian Suxin. During the recent campaign against the enemy, Li Fugawei had not summoned Xian Suxin to accompany them, but had left her in Jiyuan City. The reasons were twofold. to continue covertly gathering intelligence on Miaoying Pavilion and to guard against Lin Xiaotian. Although he had severed an arm and suffered a significant loss in cultivation, Li Fugui could not shake the feeling of unease. Xian Suxin, having removed her disguise, revealed her serene countenance, though several wounds marred her otherwise flawless, fair legs. Upon seeing her, Li Fugui rushed forward to catch her. Fugui, Xian Suxin, upon seeing Li Fugui, finally felt at ease and collapsed into his embrace, utterly exhausted. Huapolu and the others, having never seen Xian Suxin's true appearance, were taken aback by the sight of a beautiful woman collapsing in Li Fugui's arms, seemingly in an intimate relationship, and jealousy flared in their hearts, mistakenly assuming she was yet another of his old flames. Suxin, what happened? Who inflicted these injuries upon you? Li Fugui, too consumed by concern for Suxin's wounds to heed the jealousy brewing behind him, felt his heart twist in agony, tears welling in his eyes as he longed to exact vengeance upon the one who had harmed her. Xian Suxin gazed at Li Fugui with tears streaming down his face, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she reached out to caress his cheek. I am unscathed. It is Lin Xiaotian who has rebelled. Huapolu, witnessing their exchange, felt a tempest of jealousy surge within him, silently vowing to inspire in Li Fugui a love akin to that which he bore for her. Qin Zhaoyang, upon hearing this, was struck with astonishment. What? Am my mother? Xian Suxin, her breath faint, replied, Lin Xiaotian has inexplicably mastered some dark sorcery. Not only has he restored his severed arm, but his cultivation has also ascended to the 9th level of the Xian realm. The city lord, still burdened by lingering toxins, is no match for Lin Xiaotian. She exhausted herself to aid my escape, yet was ultimately captured by him. Had it not been for my brief control over Lin Xiaotian through the Bihai Chaoxing Chu, I too would have surely fallen into his grasp. Li Fugui's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in fury. Lin Xiaotian. Chapter 65. Knew as night fell, the gates of Jiyuan City were firmly shut, and the walls were illuminated with bright lights. A vigilant troop of patrolling soldiers kept a watchful eye on both the interior and exterior of the city. Their attire revealed them to be from the Lin family army. Several military banners fluttered in the wind atop the walls, and in the flickering firelight, one could discern a prominent character, Lin, emblazoned on each flag. At that moment, a figure swiftly approached from a distance, arriving at the foot of Jiyuan City in the blink of an eye. The patrolling soldiers immediately grew tense. Halt! Jiyuan City is under strict guard. No one is permitted to enter. It is I, Lin Songhai. Open the gates at once. I must see my adoptive father. The sergeant scrutinized the figure and, upon noticing the long spear in hand and the grim expression, realized it was indeed Lin Songhai. Ah, it is the second master. Please come in, the sergeant said, fawningly. Lin Songhai leaped onto the city walls. Where is my adoptive father? Second master, General Lin has taken the city lord. Ah, no. He has gone to the southern mines with that scoundrel, Qin Lifeng. Currently, the eldest master is in the city managing affairs. Oh, where is he? I have urgent military matters to report. The eldest master is at the Lin residence. You shall see him upon your return. Understood. Lin Songhai flew towards the Lin residence, a smile creeping upon his lips. Upon arriving, Lin Songhai's spiritual energy spread like a flowing stream, probing every corner of the Lin residence. Strangely, the rooms previously detected to have restrictions were now vacant, save for one room that still bore a formidable barrier. To forcefully breach, it would undoubtedly create a significant commotion. He continued his search, ultimately honing in on a room where flickering candlelight revealed two silhouettes, Lin Songshan's quarters. As Lin Songhai approached, he overheard Lin Songshan's maniacal laughter accompanied by the sounds of a woman's moans, interspersed with lewd noises and the jingling of bells. Frowning, Lin Songhai recognized the voice he had heard before and suddenly widened his eyes as a realization struck him. With a crash, the door swung open to reveal a man and woman entwined. The man, emaciated and skeletal, bore visible ribs, a testament to his long indulgence in carnal pleasures. On his chest was a tattoo resembling a centipede. It was Lin Songshan. The woman, voluptuous and curvaceous, wore a sheer garment that left her key areas exposed, with the sound of jingling emanating from the golden bells adorning her neck. Her eyes were glazed over, as if she were a mere puppet awaiting commands. Startled by Lin Songhai's sudden intrusion, Lin Songshan halted, exclaiming, "Second brother? Did you not go to Hafeng Pass? Why are you back so soon? What are you doing?" Lin Songhai's tone was frigid. Lin Songshan glanced down at Lu Chue-su, panic flashing across his face. Although Lu Chue-su was merely Lin Xiaoyan's music slave, she was nonetheless the woman of their adoptive father. Should Lin Xiaoyan truly tame her and take her as a concubine, it would not be out of the realm of possibility. However, Lin Songshan had audaciously dared to take advantage of Lu Chue-su in Lin Xiaoyan's absence. If Lin Xiaoyan were to learn of this, he would surely meet his demise. Observing Lin Songhai, Lin Songshan knew his younger brother also possessed a lascivious nature, and thus devised a scheme. Second brother, this is our adoptive father's music slave. He has grown weary of her and bestowed her upon me. She was originally an elder of the Miaoyin Pavilion. Lu Chue-su. Had it not been for the Grand Master's enchantment, such a treasure would not have been ours to enjoy. Come, let us partake together. Lin Songhai remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on Lin Songshan as he slowly approached him. Feeling a chill run down his spine from Lin Songhai's stare, Lin Songshan surreptitiously glanced at the long knife not far behind him, maintaining a facade of insincere joviality. What? Does second brother not fancy her? Fear not. I have summoned that girl named Chun Xing. It is said she possesses a Xian Shuang physique, a top-tier furnace. She is reserved for the Grand Master upon his emergence. But tonight, let us brothers enjoy her first. Ah, no. Second brother shall have the first taste. Upon hearing Chun Xing's name, Lin Songhai abruptly halted, hesitating before taking a seat on a nearby chair. Thank you, eldest brother, he replied, closing his eyes to meditate. Ha. So, you fancy her? That little girl is indeed a gem. With a sharp clap, a crimson handprint appeared on Lu Chue-su's skin. Yet, Lin Songshan declared, but I still prefer this. At that moment, Lu Chue-su's voice rang out once more, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells, resonating rhythmically in Lin Songhai's ears. He merely kept his eyes tightly shut, centering his thoughts. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Eldest master. The person you requested has arrived. A gentle knock followed, accompanied by a cautious, lewd voice. Lin Songhai abruptly opened his eyes, standing up and fixing his gaze on the door. Lin Songshan observed him silently, a triumphant smile gracing his face, believing Lin Songhai's expression to be one of anticipation. Ha, second brother, your choice has arrived. Lin Songshan bellowed. Bring her in. The door swung open to reveal a shifty-eyed, disheveled servant, who pushed a youthful and radiant woman inside. The girl sported twin ponytails, clad in a festive diagonal vest, and a short red skirt, bound with a leather strap. Her mouth was gagged. She struggled against the servant, stumbling forward, her large eyes glaring fiercely at him, brimming with tears, as though wishing to tear him apart. The servant, caught in her fierce glare, appeared both nervous and fearful, shrinking back slightly while casting a sidelong glance at Lin Songshan's alluring figure, ingratiatingly saying, Eldest master, I have brought the person you wanted. He then turned to Lin Songhai, who was fixated on Chun Xing, bowing slightly. Oh, second master is here too? Chun Xing turned to the source of the voice, and upon witnessing the scene before her, her face flushed crimson. In the next moment, recognition dawned upon her as she spotted Lu Chue-su. Woo. Chun Xing's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of Lu Chue-su, and she sobbed, attempting to rush forward, only to be held back tightly by the servant. Lin Songshan beamed triumphantly at Chun Xing. What took so long? All right, you may leave now. You should know what to say and what not to say. The threat in his voice was unmistakable. Yes, I understand. I have seen nothing today, the young servant said flatteringly, turning to leave. Stop. The voice was devoid of any emotion, causing the young servant to shudder involuntarily. He then plastered on his characteristic ingratiating smile and turned back, saying, Is there anything else you wish to? But before he could finish his sentence, a long spear had already pierced through his throat. Chapter 66. The one who seeks your life. The tip of the spear pierced through the neck, and blood froth continuously erupted from the mouth of the servant. Lin Songhai forcefully withdrew the spear, causing a shower of blood to spray forth. With a twist, the spear's tassel unraveled, and blood droplets splattered onto the ground like ink. Chun Xing looked at the man in terror. The sound of the golden bell ceased, and Lin Songshan appeared momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by his younger brother's ruthless actions. However, the bell rang again, and Lin Songshan chuckled. Brother, there is no need for such caution. This servant is my confidant and will not leak any information. Yet, if he is dead, so be it. He glanced at the frightened Chun Xing and added, It has merely startled the beauty. Lin Songhai disregarded Lin Songshan and aimed his spear at Chun Xing once more. Ah! Chun Xing gasped in fear, tightly closing her eyes. You mustn't, second brother. Lin Songshan interjected. Swish! The ropes binding Chun Xing were severed. Upon seeing this, Lin Songshan laughed again. Oh, so my younger brother dislikes being bound. You startled me, huh? The rhythm of the bell quickened. Chun Xing opened her eyes, saw the ropes on the ground, was momentarily stunned, then quickly removed the gag from her mouth. Her eyes filled with terror as she looked at the approaching Lin Songhai. What? What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to touch me, Fu Gui Go. Fu Gui Go will not spare you. Hearing the name Fu Gui Go, Lin Songhai paused, his eyes reddening slightly. Lin Songshan laughed boisterously. Haha. Soon you will forget about that useless Fu Gui Go. Lin Songhai pulled her into his embrace, and a glimmer of despair shone in Chun Xing's eyes. Little girl, we will ensure you experience ecstasy and suffering. Just enjoy. Lin Songshan's words were cut short as a dark figure rushed towards him with a fierce wind. He hastily turned his head to evade. Second, what are you doing? Lin Songshan raised his hand to touch his cheek, finding a trace of blood. Lin Songhai looked down at Chun Xing in his arms, his eyes filled with sorrow, his voice gentle. I am sorry, I have come too late. This voice was so familiar. Countless times in her midnight dreams, Chun Xing had heard it. Fu Gui Ge? Is that you? Chun Xing raised her head, tears already soaking her cheeks. Lin Songhai shed the disguise of Hong Chun Wanxiang, revealing Li Fu Gui's true identity. It turned out that yesterday, Li Fu Gui and his companions encountered Xian Su Xian on their way back to Jia Yuancheng. Xian Su Xian informed them of Lin Xiaotian's betrayal, the fall of Jia Yuancheng, and the capture of the city lord. Moreover, she discovered that the members of Miao Yinggu were being controlled by Lin Xiaotian through insect manipulation. The group deliberated on methods of rescue. Currently, Lin Xiaotian commanded nearly 3,000 soldiers, while Li Fu Gui had 5,000 on his side. However, attacking a city differed from engaging in a field battle. Military strategy dictated that if one had 10, they should encircle. If 5, they should attack. If the forces were not even double. And with Qin Lai Feng and the members of Miao Yinggu still trapped within the city, a direct assault was undoubtedly unwise. In the end, Li Fu Gui disregarded the opposition of the women, deciding to take a solitary risk. He would soul search Lin Songhai, then kill him, subsequently disguising himself as Lin Songhai with Hong Chun Wanxiang, returning to the city alone. Claiming that the Yuan army had been defeated and that he had escaped. He would then seek opportunities to locate the trapped individuals, having a method to help them break free from the insect control, thus coordinating an effort to reclaim Jia Yuancheng and eliminate Lin Xiaotian. Upon returning to Jia Yuancheng, he learned that Lin Xiaotian had gone to the mine, which made it even easier for him to rescue the members of Miao Yinggu from Lin Fu's estate. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at Lin Fu's estate, he found only a heavily fortified room, suspecting it to be either Chun Xing or Su Miaoyin inside. He decided to first probe Lin Songshan for information and then witnessed the humiliation of Lu Chue Su. He initially intended to kill Lin Songshan immediately, but upon hearing that Chun Xing was on her way, he decided to wait until she arrived before acting to spare himself the trouble of rescuing her again. Fu Gui Ge, you are still alive. Chun Xing tightly embraced Li Fu Gui, burying her head in his chest, tears soaking his robe. Why did you come so late? Woo. Li Fu Gui gently stroked her hair. It's all right. It's over. No one will ever bully you again. You are not Songhai. Who are you really? Lin Songshan rolled off the bed, donned an outer garment, and gripped his knife, warily observing Li Fu Gui. The one who seeks your life. Li Fu Gui shielded Chun Xing behind him, then leaped forward, the blood barbarian diamond sutra in motion, his body radiating crimson energy, a dragon gorilla's phantom faintly emerging. For symbols connected back fist. Li Fu Gui moved with incredible speed, delivering a punch, while Lin Songshan hastily raised his knife to block. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, yet the blade failed to halt Li Fu Gui's momentum, striking forcefully against Lin Songshan's chest. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and was sent flying through the window, crashing into the courtyard. Stumbling to his feet, Lin Songshan realized he could not possibly match this man. He knelt on the ground, pointing at Chun Xing, who was watching the battle from the doorway. Good sir, if you desire this young girl, take her, and also the one inside, the music slave. Just spare my life. Spare you? Not a single one of your Lin family will escape. Li Fugui's voice turned icy and piercing. The madness in Lin Songshan's eyes intensified as he suddenly raised his hand, spraying a foul black liquid towards Li Fugui. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Songshan attempted to escape to the courtyard. If he could get out, he could summon the soldiers of the city to surround and kill Li Fugui, then signal Lin Xiaotian to return, ensuring that Li Fugui had nowhere to flee. Just a step away from the courtyard door, Lin Songshan wore a triumphant smile, but the next moment, his grin froze as he collided with an invisible wall. Li Fugui smiled. Want to escape? Too late. He had long since sealed the courtyard with his formidable spiritual power, rendering the commotion inside inaudible from outside, and preventing anyone from escaping unless their spiritual strength surpassed his. That smile appeared to Lin Songshan like a devil from hell. Realizing he could not escape, the madness in his eyes deepened. You have forced my hand. Before one's eyes, he was enveloped in swirling black smoke, his body contorting and deforming. The excruciating sounds of bones fracturing and flesh tearing accompanied Lin Songshan's anguished howls, which gradually became less human in nature. Moments later, as the black smoke dissipated, Lin Songshan's spine arched, revealing a colossal dark purple centipede writhing along his back, its head and tail burrowing into his flesh, merging with his spine. Pairs of sharp appendages protruded from either side of his ribs. He lifted his head. One half bore his visage, while the other half was that of the centipede's head, a massive mandible glistening with a dark purple hue, from which droplets of viscous black liquid fell to the ground, rising in plumes of black smoke. Chapter 67. The enchanting joyful goo. The sharp claws of Lin Songshan clattered against the floor, producing a jarring sound. A sinister grin spread across his half-visible face. Ah, I see now. You are the Li Fugui that she spoke of. You did not perish in the Langya Forbidden Land, did you? Today, you shall serve as my nourishment. Lin Songshan finally discerned the identity of the person before him. During the Lin family's pursuit of Li Fugui, he had been on the front lines and had never encountered him. Upon returning, he had heard tales of Li Fugui but had dismissed him as an inconsequential figure. He never anticipated that he would meet Li Fugui in such a manner, and given his transformation into Lin Songhai's likeness, it was likely that the true Lin Songhai had already succumbed to his hands. Lin Songshan was well aware of Lin Songhai's prowess. Possessing a cultivation level at the 3rd tier of the Xian realm, merely 1 tier below his own, the split-space mantis goo within Lin Songhai was comparable to his own netherworld centipede goo. Thus, Lin Songshan merged entirely with the netherworld centipede within him, his aura surging to the 6th tier of the Xian realm. A terrifying roar, more beast than man, erupted from Lin Songshan's mouth. In an instant, his claws moved swiftly, leaving several afterimages in the courtyard as he darted towards Li Fugui, his long blade emanating a sinister black mist, the venom of the netherworld centipede. With a cruel glint in his eyes, he slashed at Li Fugui. Once merged with its host, the netherworld centipede goo not only elevated the host's cultivation, but also bestowed upon them the abilities of a centipede, significantly enhancing their speed while infusing their attacks with venom. Thus, a single successful strike would render the enemy incapacitated as the poison took hold. As the blade descended towards Li Fugui, he appeared to be unresponsive, a look of triumph crossing Lin Songshan's face. Suddenly, Li Fugui deftly sidestepped, the blade narrowly grazing him and crashing down onto the ground, not even brushing a hair on his body. Before Lin Songshan could react, Li Fugui unleashed a powerful punch to the creature's face, black blood splattering as the horrific mandibles shattered and flew away. With Li Fugui's current mental prowess, Lin Songshan's attacks unfolded in slow motion before him. The sounds of impact echoed as Li Fugui's 4 symbols backfist rained down upon Lin Songshan like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. After delivering 12 punches, several sharp claws on Lin Songshan's body shattered and drooped, while the insectoid armorborn of the netherworld centipede fusion crumbled, exposing the blackened flesh beneath. In the next moment, Li Fugui drew forth the sword Qi Xiao, its blade weaving like a tapestry, slicing Lin Songshan's flesh into petals that scattered through the air. Sheathing his sword without a glance back, Li Fugui turned towards Chuanxing, who was covering her eyes in horror at the bloody scene. Behind him, Lin Songshan remained rooted in place, his remaining eye nearly bulging from its socket. Below his head, only a skeletal frame remained, his blackened heart still beating within his chest, while the netherworld centipede, once fused with him, now clung desperately to his spine, striving to break free. How powerful were Lin Songshan's final words. With a tremendous explosion, the hidden power of the 12 four symbols back fists surged forth, leaving nothing but a pool of indistinguishable blackened flesh. All is well now. Let us go and check on Elder Lu. You may enter first. And call for me when you are ready, Li Fugawei said, embracing Chuanxing and gently stroking her head. Chuanxing nodded and entered the room. Brother Fugawei, you may come in now. Li Fugawei stepped inside to find Lu Chuyu already clad in a man's garment, her gaze vacant and expressionless as she sat upon the bed. Li Fugawei infused a thread of mental energy into her, discovering that she too had been afflicted by a small amount of the bitter Su Qing foam, which was likely the cause of her lost spiritual power. Additionally, he detected a goo worm within her sea of consciousness, its body a translucent pink, resembling a silkworm, adorned with delicate, colorful wings. This was presumably the goo used to control Lu Chueyu. Li Fugawei retrieved a pale yellow, pagoda-shaped candy from his storage bag and administered it to Lu Chueyu. This was the double-hydroxy-naphthalene thiophene, Xianxia version, he had received as a reward from the system. It was a deworming medication from the 21st century world, and upon inquiring, the system had confirmed that this candy could indeed eliminate goo worms. Chuanxing informed Li Fugawei that when they first returned to Jiyuan City, Lin Xiaodian had appeared loyal and righteous. However, soon after, the city lord, Qin Lifeng, fell ill with a bizarre ailment, leaving everyone helpless. At that moment, Lin Xiaodian had invited them to the Lin residence, claiming that Lin Biqi wished to discuss music. Suspecting a connection between Lin Xiaodian and Qin Liefeng's illness, Su Miaoyin and the others sought an opportunity to investigate, confident in their own abilities, as both Su and Lu were elders of considerable strength. To their astonishment, they encountered a grand master of near-earth tier cultivation within the Lin residence. Caught off guard, they fell victim to his schemes. She, along with Su Miaoyin and Lu Chuyu, succumbed to the effects of the bitter Su Qing foam, losing their spiritual power. Moreover, Lu Chuyu and the other female disciples were afflicted by the pink goo worm, known as the enchanting joyful goo. Those ensnared by this goo became mere puppets, consumed by the pursuit of pleasure. Lin Xiaodian claimed Lu Chuyu for himself, while the remaining female disciples were bestowed upon his subordinates. Some even reduced to military concubines to curry favor. The reason she and Su Miaoyin were spared from the goo was that the Grand Master had vanished into seclusion, meant for him, while Su Miaoyin was to be prepared as a gift for the Gile old demon. Now, the city lord's residence had been overtaken by Lin Xiaoyan's followers, and Su Miaoyin along with the others had been relocated there. Lin Xiaodian is truly devoid of humanity, colluding with the Grand Master to inflict such harm upon my fellow disciples. I will avenge both old and new grievances. I shall surely slay him. Li Fugawei ground his teeth in fury. Is that Grand Master still within the city? According to Xin Suxin, Lin Xiaodian had not only restored his severed arm, but also advanced to the 9th tier of the Xian realm, undoubtedly harboring goo worms within him. Even if his cultivation were to rise further, as long as he did not break through to Earth tier, Li Fugawei was confident he could eliminate him. However, that Grand Master, with his enigmatic powers and near-Earth tier cultivation, posed a grave threat. Should they join forces, Li Fugawei would certainly be at a disadvantage. I do not know. Ever since that day, I have not seen the Grand Master again, Chuanxing replied. Let me first dispel the bitter Su Qing foam from you. Li Fugawei infused Chuanxing with Juyang's spiritual energy. As the poison administered to them was relatively mild, intended merely to render them devoid of spiritual power, it was not long before the toxins within Chuanxing were completely eradicated. A fit of violent coughing ensued, and Lu Chuyu expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, from which a pink flying insect emerged, attempting to escape through the window. Chapter 68. The Rescue of Miao Yin. Li Fugawei, quick-witted and swift, extended a finger, directing a surge of fervent spiritual energy that struck the entangled joy insect, reducing it to mere ashes in an instant. Lu Chueyu clutched her chest, succumbing to a violent fit of coughing, prompting Chuanxing to rush forward, gently patting her back. After a moment, Lu Chueyu regained her composure, her mind still in a state of disarray. She glanced at her surroundings, seated on the bed, draped in a man-esque garment that was ill-fitting, even somewhat small for her. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the collar and golden bell on the floor, and the humiliating memories of the past months surged forth. With her hands covering her face, she broke down in tears. As a distinguished elder of the Miao Yin Pavilion's scripture hall, she had been treated like a mere plaything for months. It was a fate worse than death. In a moment of despair, she raised her right palm, intending to strike her forehead. Yet, Chun Xing effortlessly intercepted her. It dawned on Lu Chue-Su that she too had been afflicted by the Bei Su Qing Feng poison, and now, devoid of spiritual power, she slumped helplessly on the bed. Master Lu, how can you simply resign to death when Lin Xiaotian has so ruthlessly harmed you and the disciples of Miao Yin Pavilion? The villain still roams free. Do you not seek vengeance for yourself and your fellow disciples? Li Fugui implored. Revenge? Of course I desire it. But I am now powerless. How can I exact revenge? Lu Chue-Su's eyes were devoid of light. Fear not. You and Chun Xing are not deeply poisoned. In but a moment, I can assist you in purging the toxin, Li Fugui assured her. Lu Chue-Su glanced at Chun Xing, noticing her spiritual energy gradually restoring, a glimmer of light returning to her eyes. When a person's heart is ashen, to inspire them to continue living, one must either instill hope or ignite their hatred. Very well, swiftly rid me of this poison. I shall ensure Lin Xiaotian meets a gruesome fate, Lu Chue-Su declared, gritting her teeth. Shortly thereafter, Lin Songshan, Lin Songhai, and the young servant emerged from the Lin Songshan courtyard. With a wave of his hand, Lin Songshan closed the courtyard door, sealing it with a spell. A patrol of soldiers passed by, and the sergeant immediately came to attention, offering obsequious greetings. Greetings, esteemed lords. What brings you here at such a late hour? We are headed to the city lord's residence. Maintain your vigilance. Lin Songshan straightened his frail chest, striving to project an air of authority. Ah, of course understood. Enjoy your evening, my lords. The sergeant grinned wickedly, turning to his men. Stay alert. Heighten your vigilance. He continued on with his patrol. The trio proceeded toward the city lord's residence. Lin Songhai spoke up. None in the Lin family are virtuous. I nearly wished to slay them just now. Indeed, Lin Songshan and his companions were disguised. Li Fugui masqueraded as Lin Songshan, Lu Chue-Su as Lin Songhai, and the servant was Chun Xing in disguise. Master Lu, I understand your urgency, but we must first rescue my master and the other disciples from the city lord's residence, then open the city gates to allow the troops outside to enter. At that moment, we shall annihilate the Lin family army. You will have your chance for revenge. Lin Songshan urged Lin Songhai. All three, being of the Xian tier, moved swiftly and soon arrived at the city lord's residence. The guards, upon recognizing them, hurriedly approached, their expressions betraying alarm. What brings you, my lords, at this late hour? Enough chatter. Where is your captain? Take us to see Su Miao Yin, Lin Songshan replied curtly. Ah, perhaps you could wait here while I fetch him? The guard quickly gestured to a fellow guard, who dashed into the estate. Stop. Lin Songshan's voice resonated with authority, his Xian tier pressure palpable. The guard froze in place, and the responding guard broke into a cold sweat. Lin Songshan seized the responding guard, lifting him effortlessly. Take me to see Su Miao Yin, he commanded, throwing the guard to the ground. The guard scrambled to his feet, coughing yes, and hurriedly scurried deeper into the residence. Before long, they entered a separate courtyard filled with numerous rooms, from which the sounds of men's laughter echoed. Lin Songshan expanded his spiritual sense, revealing a multitude of Miao Yin Pavilion female disciples with vacant expressions, and in several rooms, soldiers and lower-ranking officers indulged in debauchery. Fortunately, Su Miao Yin was nowhere to be found among these rooms. As they approached the end of the courtyard, Li Fugui suddenly heard a man's lewd laughter emanating from a larger room ahead. Haha, Elder Su, cease your resistance. Am I not superior to that fool Li Qingshan? He didn't even comprehend how he met his demise. Even that hideous old demon, Ji Lu, cannot compare. Is it not his lewd technique that has you so entranced? Shameless scoundrel. Stay away. Should Lin Xiaotian discover your audacity in violating me, he will ensure you are torn to shreds. Su Miao Yin's voice quivered with fear. Ha! To die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. To taste the beauty of the renowned Langya Mountain Maiden is a regretless death. The man laughed with increasing audacity. In a flash, Lin Songshan surged forward. With a resounding crash, he kicked the door open. Inside, the man was sprawled over Su Miao Yin, gripping her hands tightly against her resistance. His laughter was abruptly silenced by the door's forceful entry, and he turned to find Lin Songshan standing at the threshold, a fierce intent glimmering in his eyes. The man, responsible for guarding the city lord's residence, immediately collapsed in terror, crawling to Lin Songshan's feet, weeping profusely, my lord, I was bewitched, spare my life." Lin Songhai, the young servant, and the leading guard followed closely behind. "You three leave. Ensure that the others return to their posts immediately." Lin Songshan's voice was frigid. Yes, thank you, my lord." The captain hurriedly scrambled toward the exit. "You stay." The captain froze, the weight of those words plunging him into despair. Chun Xing had never witnessed Li Fugui in such a state. She felt he had changed significantly since their encounter. She and Lu Chui-su, along with the young servant, retreated, closing the door behind them. A piercing cry of anguish echoed from within, followed by an eerie silence. Li Fugui revealed his true form and employed a mental barrier to seal the room. "Fugui, is that you?" Su Miaoyin exclaimed, rising in delight. Li Fugui turned with a smile, "Shernyan." As Su Miaoyin sensed the aura of the 7th level of Xuanjie emanating from Li Fugui, a sense of comfort and reassurance washed over her. You are not Lin Songshan. Who are you?" The commander stammered in terror. For although this individual was not Lin Songshan, the aura he exuded was far more daunting. "Did you just mention Li Qingshan?" Chapter 69. The death of Li Qingshan. Within the confines of the room, the atmosphere seemed to have solidified. The commander found himself ensnared by Li Fugui's frigid gaze, akin to a frog ensnared by the gaze of a venomous serpent, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back. "You just mentioned that Li Qingshan's demise harbors deeper secrets?" Li Fugui's voice was low, imbued with an oppressive calm that was more disquieting than any roar of fury. Upon hearing the name Li Qingshan, Su Miaoyin's body trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced between the commander and Li Fugui, her breath quickening. The commander, utterly terrified, prostrated himself repeatedly, exclaiming, It's just the ramblings of a fool. Please spare me. Have mercy." Li Fugui stepped forward, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descending upon the commander like a mountain. "Speak. How did Li Qingshan meet his end? Relate every detail, without omission. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall ensure you find no peace in life or death." Under the threat of death and the weight of terror, the commander's mental defenses crumbled, and he wept as he confessed. "I will tell you. It was General Lin. No, it was Lin Xiaodian. Years ago, during a border patrol, General Li Qingshan inadvertently stumbled upon Lin Xiaodian in clandestine contact with a great Yuan envoy, seemingly exchanging some sort of living creature, akin to insect eggs." Su Miaoyin's countenance drained of color, her fingers clenching tightly at her garment. The commander continued, fearing exposure. "Lin Xiaodian devised a scheme to frame Lieutenant Li. He ordered me to feign military orders, leading Lieutenant Li and his small squad into a valley known to harbor great Yuan ambushes. I was merely following orders. Lieutenant Li and his men, they were outnumbered and ultimately all perished in battle afterwards." Lin Xiaodian proclaimed that Lieutenant Li had pursued enemies too deeply and tragically sacrificed himself for the country. "All perished," Su Miaoyin murmured, her body swaying as if on the brink of collapse, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. The man she once cherished but could not be with due to the pressures of sect and family, leaving her with lifelong regrets, had met such an unjust end. Li Fugui closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as he suppressed the surging desire for vengeance and the complex emotions regarding his father. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like an icy blade aimed at the commander. Are you the one who delivered the orders?" "Why, yes, it was I, but I was also coerced. I beg for mercy." The commander desperately bowed, his forehead already bloodied. "Mercy?" Li Fugui's voice was devoid of warmth. "You inquire who I am. Listen closely. I am Li Fugui, son of Li Qingshan." Before his words had fully escaped, the Qishao sword was unsheathed. A blazing sword light flashed like a startled swan. The terror on the commander's face solidified, and in the next moment, his head rolled to the ground, blood splattering. Li Fugui sheathed his sword, casting not a glance at the headless corpse, turning instead to support the swaying Su Miaoyin, his voice softening. "Shizniang, are you all right? I shall personally exact vengeance for my father upon Lin Xiaodian." Su Miaoyin leaned against him, tears soaking his garment. Years of pent-up emotions and sorrow erupted at that moment, but more prominently was a resolute determination for retribution. "Fugui, thank you for revealing the truth." Once Su Miaoyin's emotions stabilized, Li Fugui produced a tower candy for her to consume, subsequently channeling the pure essence of the Juyang sacred body into her. The poison she had endured was deeper than that of Lu Chuyu and Chuanxing. Yet under the surging Juyong's spiritual energy, the toxins were swiftly purified and dispelled. She moaned in pain, but her pallor gradually transformed, regaining color at a visible pace, her flagging spirit beginning to ascend. After a brief period, Su Miaoyin emitted a satisfied sigh. Her eyes rekindled with the brilliance of a profound practitioner, and she gravely addressed Li Fugui. Fugui, I am grateful for your efforts. As the two exited the room, they found Chuanxing and Lu Chuyu had gathered the rescued Miaoyin Pavilion disciples outside, distributing tower candies among them. The scene was heart-wrenching, as many female disciples recalled the humiliations they had suffered, some weeping into their hands, others staring blankly, and a few, consumed by rage and shame, contemplated despair, only to be restrained firmly by Lu Chuyu and Chuanxing. Sisters. Lu Chuyu's voice was hoarse, yet filled with strength. She no longer regarded these individuals merely as disciples, but as sisters united by a common enemy. The humiliations we have endured can only be washed away by the blood of our foes. As long as Lin Xiaotian and those beasts still live, how can we falter? We must survive. We must avenge. Yes, avenge. Kill Lin Xiaotian. The surviving female disciples were ignited by the flames of vengeance, rallying their spirits. Li Fugui once again employed Hong Chun Wanxiang, transforming into Lin Songshan's likeness, and addressed the crowd. Sisters, for now, we must endure. We must feign being under control. We shall leave the city lord's mansion and head directly for the northern gate. The group complied, suppressing their emotions, resuming their vacant stares and stiff movements. Li Fugui, in the guise of Lin Songshan, led the throng from the city lord's mansion, coldly informing the approaching headguard. That scoundrel dared to lay hands on Su Miaoyin and has been dealt with. I am taking these Miaoyin Pavilion disciples back to the Lin residence for strict custody. The headguard, perceiving Lin Songshan's grim demeanor and sensing the ominous aura emanating from Lin Songhai and the servant, Chuanxing, behind him, dared not inquire further, hastily bowing in acquiescence and clearing the path. The group exited the city lord's mansion without incident, quickening their pace after turning down several streets, making their way swiftly toward the northern gate. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Jiyuan City, Lin Xiaotian entered the city accompanied by a young man clad in an enigmatic black robe, his features obscured by shadows. The young man exuded an aura of an 8th-tier Xian practitioner, trailed by Qin Lifeng, whose gaze was vacant, akin to a marionette. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Xiaotian inquired of the guards whether any unusual occurrences had been noted. The guards reported that only Lin Songhai had returned, later departing with Lin Songshan. Lin Xiaotian's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. His formidable spiritual sense meticulously scanned the estate, quickly detecting abnormal spiritual fluctuations lingering in Lin Songshan's courtyard. His expression darkened as he and Yul hastened to investigate. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the mental barrier set by Li Fugui. The scene within the courtyard caused both their pupils to constrict. Remnants of dark blood and shattered fragments of the Yuming centipede curse lay upon the ground. Yul crouched to inspect, his tone grave. It is the Yuming centipede curse. Completely shattered. Lin Songshan is likely in grave danger. The two dashed into the room, only to find on the walls, written in blood, a series of grotesque characters. The murderer is Li Fugui of Miaoyin Pavilion. Chapter 70. Lu Chui Su battles Lin Xiaotian. Li Fugui? He is still alive? Lin Xiaotian was filled with both astonishment and fury, a chilling dread ascending from the depths of his heart. This is not good. He hurriedly returned to his chamber, only to find that Lu Chui Su had also vanished. Without hesitation, he commanded the figure cloaked in black, Wu Lu Fa Sure, you must immediately deliver this item to my master. It is imperative that he emerges from his seclusion at once. I shall proceed to the city lord's manor. He swiftly retrieved a jade box from within his robes and handed it to Wu Lu. Within the box, a fist-sized, resplendent earth-grade low-tier spirit stone was barely visible, with a liquid-like energy pulsating within. Wu Lu accepted the jade box, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from it, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He nodded in agreement and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, darting towards the rear courtyard of the Lin residence. Lin Xiaotian, like a flash of lightning, surged towards the city lord's manor. Upon arrival, he was met with the headless corpse of the commander and trembling guards. Where are the others? Reporting to you, General, Lin Yi and Heir Yi have taken them away, claiming they are returning to the Lin residence. Lin Xiaotian realized he had fallen into a trap. In his rage, he shattered the skull of the guard who spoke. He then prepared to head towards the northern gate. At that moment, a clear and resonant sound of a flute, imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, erupted from the direction of the northern gate of Jiayuan City, echoing throughout the entire city. It was Li Fu Gui, standing atop the northern gate tower, playing the Yurin Shao. Kill. Following the flute's call, an overwhelming battle cry surged from outside the city like a tidal wave. Led by Hua Pelu, Qin Zhaoyang, and Shun Yinqi, 5,000 elite soldiers surged into the city through the open northern gate like a torrential flood. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The Lin family army finally reacted, hastily organizing a defense, but they were already disoriented by the sudden internal and external assault. At the northern gate, the battle escalated instantaneously. Su Miaoyin sat cross-legged atop the city tower, an ancient zither resting upon her lap, her fingers dancing deftly. The power of the high-tier Xian-grade artifact was unmistakable. The zither's notes transformed into countless invisible blades, harvesting the lives of Lin family soldiers, while at other times, they formed colossal sound waves, erecting barriers to thwart the enemy's counterattack. Lu Chue-su wielded a high-tier Xian-grade artifact, the Zhuyang horn, directing its mouth towards the mass of enemy troops and blowing forcefully. A concentrated beam of scorching sound waves erupted forth, casting chaos among the enemy ranks as if they were being scorched by the blazing sun. The disciples of Miaoyin Pavilion also drew forth their respective instruments, flutes, shangs, pipa, and kongho, intertwining their sonic techniques into a lethal symphony, launching a fierce attack alongside the righteous army and the Manners Guards against the Lin family army. Their hatred palpable and their strikes merciless. Li Fu Gui's flute did not cease. The melody of 24 bridges on a moonlit night reached its zenith, with sound waves not only disturbing the enemy's morale, but also transforming into solid attacks aimed at shattering their armor and disrupting their formations. A roar, filled with unbridled rage, echoed from afar as Lin Xiaotian's figure materialized at the street's end, exuding a ferocious aura of the 9th level of Xian. His crimson eyes fixated on Li Fu Gui atop the tower, charging forth with murderous intent. Li Fu Gui, the first to be unable to contain her fury upon witnessing Lin Xiaotian's approach, was Lu Chue-su. Lin Xiaotian, prepare to meet your end. Her phoenix-like eyes widened, and she poured all her spiritual power of the 8th level of Xian into the Zhuyang horn, which erupted with blinding white light. 9 suns burning sound. She cried, unleashing a concentrated, searing sound wave beam that tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Xiaotian's face. This was her wrathful high-tier, Xian-grade technique, its power formidable. However, Lin Xiaotian faced this ferocious strike with a mere cold grunt, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. With a casual sweep of his right hand wielding the Pejun spear, he obliterated a portion of the sound waves, while his left hand, shrouded in dark armor, reached out with fingers extended like claws, seizing the remaining sound wave energy with a forceful grip. Boom. The sound wave energy detonated in his grasp, sending ripples across the surface of his armored arm, yet leaving him utterly unharmed. Tisk, sound slave, it seems your temper has grown with these few days apart? Lin Xiaotian chuckled ominously, his gaze lecherously roaming over Lu Chue-su. It appears you have forgotten the pleasures of being beneath me. Come back obediently and serve as my sound slave, and I shall spare your life. Unrepentant scoundrel, I will kill you. Lu Chue-su trembled with rage at his humiliating words, her attacks becoming increasingly fierce, yet her anger led to a loss of composure, making her sound wave assaults somewhat erratic. Lin Xiaotian, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, effortlessly neutralized Lu Chue-su's attacks with his spear in one hand and claws in the other, spewing lewd taunts. Finally, he seized upon an opening as Lu Chue-su exhausted her strength. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Yinming Ghost Claw. His left hand, covered in dark armor, shot out suddenly, 5 fingers wreathed in black mist, transforming into 5 fierce claws of shadow that broke through her sound wave defenses and viciously grasped her shoulder. Her protective spiritual energy was torn asunder like paper, and Lu Chue-su let out a harrowing scream. 5 deep claw marks, exposing bone and emanating black mist, marred her shoulder as her body was sent flying, blood spilling into the air. Elder Lu. Su Miaoyin gasped in horror, about to rush forward to assist. Just then, a figure cloaked in black appeared like a specter at the edge of the battlefield. It was Wu Lu, returning. Beside him was Qin Lai Feng, whose eyes were vacant but whose aura remained formidable, although his cultivation seemed suppressed to the 8th level of Xian by some means. General Lin, it seems your situation is rather lively, Wu Lu remarked with a sinister smile, his voice raspy and unpleasant. Lin Xiaotian, upon seeing Wu Lu, felt a surge of energy, forcing Su Miaoyin, who attempted to aid, to retreat. He called out, Wu Lu fa sure. When will my master emerge from his seclusion? Wu Lu glanced at the unfolding chaos with a peculiar grin. Hee, my master is at a critical juncture, but it won't be long. With that Earth-grade spirit stone, it won't take much time. These people are merely insignificant pawns. Mother, Qin Zhaoyang cried out. Seeing the puppet-like Qin Lai Feng, his heart wrenched, tears streaming down his face. Lin Xiaotian, Wu Lu, you beasts, release my mother. Hua Palu pointed his sword in fury. Lin Xiaotian, you have betrayed your country and harmed your kin. The wrath of both man and God is upon you. Xian Su's soft sword hummed, her gaze icy. Today shall be your demise. Yet Lin Xiaotian remained unfazed, his eyes bypassing the others and locking onto the recently steadied Li Fu Gui, his tone laden with complexity. Li Fu Gui, I never anticipated that a moment's hesitation would allow you to become today's grave threat. Had I known, I should have turned you to dust from the start. Chapter 71. Blood-devouring skeleton armor. Li Fu Gui wiped away the dust that had clung to his cuffs from their recent fierce battle, his voice as cold as steel. Lin Xiaotian, my father Li Qingshan once saved your father's life. Why have you conspired to harm him? Upon hearing this, a sinister expression flickered across Lin Xiaotian's face. Li Qingshan? Humph. He is obstinate and out of touch. By thwarting my grand designs, he has sealed his own fate. The fate of the great Jin is at its end. The emperor cannot save himself. To align with the will of heaven and seek refuge with the great Yuan is the path of a true hero. Li Fu Gui, I see potential in you. If you were to recognize your folly now and kneel before me, I, Lin Xiaotian, could take you in as my adopted son, ensuring your future wealth and glory. An unending bounty. Ha ha ha. Li Fu Gui seemed to have heard the greatest of jokes, his laughter filled with indignation and murderous intent. Join you in your depravity? Dream on. Today, I have come to avenge my father and all those you have ruthlessly harmed. As his words fell, Li Fu Gui launched himself forward like a hunting leopard, charging directly at Lin Xiaotian. His vital energy roared. The Shuiman Jin Gang Jing was in full operation, with a blood-red sheen beneath his skin shimmering alongside the phantom of a dragon simian. Come on, Lin Xiaotian bellowed, his broadsword dancing like a dragon as he clashed with Li Fu Gui. Meanwhile, Su Miaoyin immediately confronted Yule. Demon, meet your end. The ancient Qin resonated, purifying notes entwining with Yule's strange goo insects and dark energy. Lu Chui Su, enduring her injuries, fought against the vacant-eyed Qin Lai Feng, unable to unleash her full strength. She could only struggle to awaken him. Qin Zhaoyang, Hua Palu, and Xian Suxin joined forces to eliminate the surrounding resistance from the Li family army, while keeping a vigilant eye on the main battlefield. The battle between Li Fu Gui and Lin Xiaotian was the most intense. Li Fu Gui pushed the spirit perception of Hong Chan Wan Xiang to its utmost limit. Every subtle shift in Lin Xiaotian's spear technique and the vulnerabilities of the insect armor were vividly reflected in his mind. The sound waves of the moonlit night at the 24 bridges permeated the air. The four symbols Tongbei fist erupted with explosive might, each strike landing with resounding force. As the fight progressed, Lin Xiaotian grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that his 9th level Xian stage cultivation, coupled with the insect armor, was utterly insufficient against Li Fu Gui, who was merely at the 7th level of the Xian stage. Instead, he found himself overwhelmed by the eerie sound waves and Li Fu Gui's cunning fist techniques, his insect armor cracking in multiple places. Impossible. How can this little bastard be so strong? Lin Xiaotian was both astonished and enraged. He abruptly retreated, his inner demonic energy surging wildly. A terrifying wave of power began to coalesce. To die beneath my earth-grade martial arts is your honor. You shall face the netherworld's soul-devouring spear. The broadsword in his hand seemed to come alive, shrouded in dense, sinister energy, morphing into a colossal black serpent that tore through space, roaring towards Li Fu Gui with a will to annihilate everything. This was his most powerful strike, nearing the might of Earthgrade. Faced with this terrifying assault, Li Fugui's expression turned grave, yet he did not flinch nor evade. Chanting his incantation with the wind, Old Man pushes the cart. An immense force materialized from thin air, akin to an invisible giant hand, propelling a blazing ancient chariot's phantom towards the black serpent with a thunderous rumble. Boom! In the deafening explosion, flames and death energy devoured one another, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Li Fugui stood at the eye of the energy storm, his garments billowing, brushing off non-existent dust. And with a mocking gesture towards the aghast Lin Xiaotian, he said, "Is your attack over? Mine has only just begun." With a commanding shout, numerous red spiritual energy ropes materialized instantaneously, ensnaring Lin Xiaotian, who was momentarily dazed from exerting his ultimate technique, binding him tightly like a red zongzi. Bang 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 bang. Li Fugui approached like a specter, unleashing the four symbols Tongbei fist upon Lin Xiaotian in a tempest of fury. Each punch struck with thunderous resonance. The hatred, anger, and humiliation he had suppressed for over a year erupted at this moment. This punch is for my father. This punch is for Chuanqing. This punch is for Elder Lu and the sisters of Miaoying Pavilion. This punch is for all those you have harmed. As he roared, he battered Lin Xiaotian relentlessly, the insect armor on his body shattered bit by bit, black blood gushing from his mouth and nose, transforming him into a ghastly sight. After a while, Li Fugui seemed to tire from the assault. He paused, gazing at the limp Lin Xiaotian, whose breath barely lingered, a surge of killing intent igniting in his eyes. The final blow, to send you on your way. Explode. He forcefully activated all the hidden energy he had embedded within Lin Xiaotian. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, flesh and blood scattered, dust filled the air. The explosion was so astounding that the entire chaotic battlefield fell silent. Everyone instinctively halted their movements, their gazes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, the pivotal point of this decisive battle. Su Miaoyin, Yule, Lu Chue Su, Qin Zhaoyang, Po Polu, Xian Suxin. All their hearts raced with trepidation. Yet, the anticipated scene of Lin Xiaotian being obliterated did not unfold. Roar! A cry that bore no resemblance to human sound, filled with endless agony and brutality, erupted from the dissipating smoke. As the dust cleared, a terrifying creature materialized. Lin Xiaotian's spine burst forth, piercing through the remnants of blood and flesh. A dark red, living like bone armor surged wildly, enveloping his body and forming a ghastly skeletal armor. Bone spurs erupted from his joints, and a closed bone helm enveloped his head, leaving only two boiling, blood-red eyes radiating a desire for destruction. His original spiritual energy had been tainted, replaced entirely by violent, bloody malevolence, his power soaring to the terrifying peak of the 12th level of the Xian stage. However, he had evidently lost all semblance of reason, devolving into a beast driven solely by the urge to kill. He casually seized a stunned soldier from the Li family army, crushing him into a pulp as if he were an eggshell. Ha ha ha. Blood-devouring skeleton armor goo. He had fully unleashed the blood-devouring skeleton armor goo. Yule, witnessing this scene, was not shocked but rather elated, laughing maniacally. Perfect. Truly a perfect vessel. My master will surely be pleased. As he laughed, he stealthily retreated, clearly intending to watch the ensuing chaos unfold. The demonized Lin Xiaotian, perhaps no longer deserving of the name, locked onto Li Fugui, the strongest presence in the field, with his boiling bloodshot eyes. He let out an inhuman shriek, charging at Li Fugui like an uncontrollable ancient war chariot, his speed far exceeding before. Chapter 72. Mirror Flowers and Water Moon. Li Fugui's complexion shifted dramatically as he urgently chanted a spell. Compulsion. The crimson spiritual energy rope reappeared, but upon contact with the skeletal armor, it was violently dispersed by the surging blood evil aura that enveloped it. The old man pushed the cart. Kato's fingers. The Russian seat. The climax. Li Fugui swiftly unleashed several moves from the AV-18 styles, launching a series of formidable spiritual attacks upon the demonized Lin Xiaotian. However, these strikes merely left shallow dents and white marks on the dark red bone armor, failing to impede its relentless advance. Boom! Like a mountain crashing down, Li Fugui barely had time to cross his arms in front of him before being brutally struck by the overwhelming force. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the northern city wall, which yielded to the impact, creating a deep crater with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Fugaway, Su Miaoyin, Xian Suxin, Chuanxing, Huopolu, and Qin Zhaoyang cried out in agony, desperately trying to rush over. Ha! Useless. In the blood-gluttonous skeletal state, this strike is akin to Earth level. He is doomed. Yule laughed maniacally from a distance, filled with triumphant glee. The 5 women's eyes turned red in an instant as they abandoned their vigilance against Yule and focused their full strength on attacking the demonized Lin Xiaotian. Su Miaoyin's music, Lu Chuaishu's trumpet, Xian Suxin's rendition of the tides of the Azure Sea, Huopolu's sword, and Qin Zhaoyang's long knife converged upon the skeletal armor from different directions. Yet, despite their combined strength, they could not breach the terrifying defense. Instead, they were repelled by its counterforce, causing their blood to surge. Within mere breaths, they were injured and sent tumbling backward by the blood-evil aura struck out by Lin Xiaotian. The demonized Lin Xiaotian roared skyward, the intent of destruction in his blood-red eyes intensifying, ready to unleash a massacre upon the defenseless women. At this critical juncture, a calm voice unexpectedly broke through. "Hey, everyone, look here." The voice resonated in the ears of the demonized Lin Xiaotian. He abruptly turned his head to find Li Fugaway, like a ghost, floating behind him, less than a yard away. Li Fugaway appeared utterly unscathed, even his robe showing little sign of creasing, though his gaze was chillingly cold. At the moment of impact with Lin Xiaotian, he had invoked the invincible golden body from the Bloodman King Kong's sutra. Impossible. How can you be unhurt? Yule's smile froze in disbelief. Li Fugaway paid him no mind. As his pupils underwent a sudden transformation, resembling 2 cool and mysterious full moons, unfathomably deep. The boiling blood in Lin Xiaotian's eyes involuntarily locked onto these lunar orbs. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The two hovered silently in midair, locked in a gaze, utterly motionless. The sounds of battle and energy clashes faded away. Su Miaoyin and the others struggled to rise, forming a standoff with the bewildered Yule. All eyes fixed on the eerily still tableau above, fearful of disrupting this silent, yet perilous confrontation. Within the mental realm constructed by Li Fugaway, there existed an endless void. He appeared as a fire god, engulfed in pure nine-yang flames, wielding the Qi Shao sword, its blade exuding the essence of annihilation that consumed all. This was the power granted to him by Hongqian Wanxiang, Mirror Flowers, and Water Moon. Opposite him, Lin Xiaotian's spiritual form regained a humanoid shape, yet a grotesque, blood-colored insect, exuding a terrifying aura of malevolence, writhed atop his head, the very source of the blood-gluttonous skeletal armor's spiritual essence. "This is my world." Li Fugaway's voice echoed with supreme authority within the mental realm. "Your sins end here." He swung the Qi Shao, envisioning the great sun incinerating the heavens, conjuring a blazing sword aura that cleaved through the cosmos toward Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian's spiritual form and the blood-gluttonous insect roared in resistance, yet they were scorched, sizzling under the flames, their forms gradually dissipating. Li Fugaway pressed on. The imagery of the great sun boiling the sea surged forth, an infinite sea of flames engulfing Lin Xiaotian's spiritual form. "No, I refuse to accept this." Lin Xiaotian's spirit emitted a desperate roar. Li Fugaway's gaze sharpened, recalling the extraordinary swordsmanship of his master, Xiao Xuanzi. The essence of annihilation flowing through his heart. He gripped the Qi Shao tightly, infusing all his mental energy into it, and slowly drew a sword strike toward the struggling blood-colored silhouette. This strike was silent and devoid of any radiance, yet it contained the essence of destruction and finality that made the entire mental realm tremble. Great sun annihilation. Though it held only a third of its true essence, the sword light swept past. Lin Xiaotian's spiritual form, along with the grotesque blood-gluttonous skeletal armor's spiritual essence, crumbled like a sand sculpture blown away by the wind, disintegrating into the most minute spiritual particles, utterly vanishing within the void. In the external world, above the northern gate, under the gaze of the anxious crowd, the massive, skeletal-armored form of the demonized Lin Xiaotian trembled violently. The blood light in his eyes receded like a tide, becoming hollow and lifeless. Soon after, the terrifying armor appeared to lose its support, rapidly collapsing and shedding, revealing the battered and lifeless form of Lin Xiaotian within. Thud! Lin Xiaotian's corpse plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, silent as the grave. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness akin to death. Then Fugawei, Li Ji, Li Tongling, Su Miaoyin, Xian Suxin, Chuanxing, Huopolu, and Qin Zhaoyang erupted into tears of joy, disregarding their injuries as they rushed toward the slowly descending Li Fugawei. Huopolu was the first to reach him, grasping his arm, laughing and crying. "You scared us to death. You rascal." Li Fugawei looked into their concerned eyes, warmth flooding his heart as he smiled gently. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Yule, pale and aghast, stared at Lin Xiaoyan's corpse on the ground, and then at the unharmed, imposing Li Fugawei, his eyes brimming with terror. "Monster! You are a monster!" he screamed, abandoning all pretense and fleeing desperately toward the Lin residence. "Stop him!" Su Miaoyin commanded sharply. Qin Zhaoyang, watching Yule leave behind the still vacant-eyed Qin Lifeng, felt a surge of urgency. "Mother!" Li Fugawei's sharp gaze locked onto the retreating figure of Yule. He quickly addressed the women, instructing them to safeguard Lord Qin Cheng and manage the situation at hand, for he was determined to pursue Yule. The significance of the mine, so fervently valued by Lin Xiaotian and De Yuan, must conceal a monumental secret. No sooner had the words left his lips than he transformed into a streak of light, hastily chasing after the direction in which Yule had vanished. As the battle on the ground neared its conclusion, the Lin family soldiers, witnessing Lin Xiaoyan's fall, surrendered en masse. Su Miaoyin and her companions promptly harnessed their spiritual energy to restrain Qin Lifeng, administering a treasured tower candy left by Li Fugawei while assessing the battlefield to stabilize the situation. Meanwhile, Li Fugawei and Yule engaged in a relentless pursuit, heading straight for the Lin residence. Chapter 73. The elder of Yin-gu. At this moment, Wu Lu was utterly shattered, devoid of any fighting spirit, filled with resentment that his parents had not given him 2 more legs. Clutching his painfully throbbing backside, he exerted every ounce of strength to flee, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that desperately shot towards the Lin family's backyard. Li Fugawei would not allow him to escape. His form shadowed Wu Lu, incantations spilling from his lips. "Old man, push the cart." An invisible force collided with Wu Lu, causing him to stagger. Kato's finger. Several concentrated gusts of energy targeted Wu Lu's lower body, forcing him to emit pained cries as his protective aura fluctuated chaotically, leaving him in a pitiful state. Just as the familiar silhouette of the rockery in the Lin family's backyard came into view, a glimmer of hope flickered in Wu Li's eyes, only for Li Fugawei to materialize beside him like a specter. For Symbol's backfist. The fist, imbued with terrifying power, struck Wu Li's cheek with tremendous force. A few bloodied teeth, mingled with his screams, flew from his mouth as he was sent crashing onto the jagged rocks of the backyard, causing debris to scatter. Without pausing, Li Fugawei raised the Qishao sword, as torrents of scorching Jiuyang spiritual energy surged forth. Great Sun incinerates heaven. A blazing sword aura, capable of incinerating the 8 directions, descended upon Wu Lu, who lay incapacitated on the rockery. "Master, save me!" Wu Lu cried out in despair. In that critical moment, a chilling force, as if summoned from the depths of the 9 nether, erupted from beneath the rockery. This coldness was not mere chill, but carried an eerie power that eroded vitality and froze souls. The fiery sword aura of Li Fugawei, which could melt gold and iron, dimmed and solidified upon contact with this frigid energy, ultimately transforming into a twisted icy sculpture suspended in midair. Useless waste. Accompanied by a chilling, disembodied laughter, a figure cloaked in dense black mist silently emerged. As the cold energy receded, the figure's true appearance was revealed. Clad in a black cloak adorned with countless twisted insect patterns, his gaunt visage resembled a skeleton, with deep-set eyes and pupils of an eerie, ghastly green, akin to flickering will-o'-the-wisps. His fingers were thin and withered, sharp nails glinting with a ghostly blue sheen, currently gripping Wu Li's head with ease. Wu Lu, gasping for breath, managed to utter, "Master." "Master." Lin Xiaotian and the Lin family's Guding have all been killed by this Li Fugawei. The people from Miaoyin Pavilion have also been rescued by him. The elder of Yin-gu, upon hearing this, narrowed his ghastly green pupils slightly, scrutinizing Li Fugawei like prey. His voice rasped like sandpaper. "Oh, a mere 7th-tier Xian stage managed to slay Lin Xiaotian, clad in bloodthirsty armor? I underestimated you." Li Fugawei's gaze was as cold as steel, his muscles taut. The Bloodman Diamond Sutra surged to its utmost limit, the crimson glow and ethereal aura beneath his skin nearly breaking through. His mental energy from the red dust myriad manifestations was highly concentrated, akin to the most precise radar, locking onto this formidable foe of the first layer of the Earth stage, who induced an unprecedented sense of oppression. This was genuine Earth stage pressure, far beyond the suppressed strength he had faced from Ouyang Jingzhu in the Forbidden Ground. Great Sun boils the sea. Without uttering a word, Li Fugui understood that facing such a powerful adversary required a proactive approach. The Qishao sword erupted with an even more astonishing radiance, transforming into flowing magma, as the terror of the second layer of the Great Sun Annihilation Sword art surged forth. The intense sword intent threatened to boil the very fabric of space, evaporating it, as he struck towards the Elder of Yingu. A flicker of surprise crossed the Elder's ghastly green eyes. No wonder you managed to defeat Lin Xiaodian. Had I not successfully broken through with the 9 soul-devouring goo and spiritual stones, it would indeed have been difficult to handle you, young one. Not daring to delay, he summoned the cold energy within him, wielding a pitch-black sword that appeared to be composed of countless writhing souls, radiating an icy chill, the Wan Gu Si Hun sword. As this sword emerged, the temperature around plummeted, causing the air to feel as though it were solidifying. The Elder swung the Wan Gu Si Hun sword, unleashing a meticulously honed jet-black sword aura to meet the crimson flames. 9 nether cold prison slash. Boom. The collision of the utmost Yang and Yin Earth stage powers produced a thunderous roar. The intertwining red and black lights annihilated each other, generating a chaotic tempest and thick smoke that obscured vision. Although the Elder managed to block this blow, it was slightly rushed, yet he did so effortlessly, chuckling with pride. Young one, your pure Yang true energy is indeed domineering. If faced with another, you might have truly harmed them. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. My Wan Gu Si Hun sword ranks 11th on the immortal sword list. How could your Qishao possibly compare? Before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared behind him like a specter, gently tapping his shoulder. The Elder of Yingu was startled, turning hastily, only to meet Li Fugui's gaze, which had transformed into the clarity of a cold, bright moon. In that instant, the world spun. The Elder felt his consciousness being forcibly pulled, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless crimson void. Before him stood Li Fugui, towering like a divine fire deity, wreathed in pure, indomitable flames, wielding the Qishao sword, his gaze icy and unyielding. This time, Li Fugui concentrated nearly all of his mental energy, risking everything for a single, lethal strike. The soul-shattering sword intent began to coalesce violently upon the Qishao sword. As the temperature in the spiritual realm plummeted, frost blossoms forming in the void. All warmth and light seemed to be devoured by the sword's tip, transmuting into an absolute, all-consuming annihilation. Sensing the terrifying sword intent that surpassed even the great sun boils the sea, the Elder's expression changed dramatically, revealing fear for the first time. He hastily exclaimed, "Young one, we hold no deep-seated grudge. Why not cease hostilities? I will withdraw immediately and will never interfere with matters in Jiyuan City again. There is no need for us both to suffer." Li Fugui's lips curled into a cold smirk. Humph. No grudges? Then I ask you, was that 9 soul-devouring goo planted by you, old dog? Upon hearing this, the Elder's ghastly green pupils constricted sharply, and he cried out in disbelief. So it was you. You killed my subgoo, ruining my grand scheme. In a tempest of rage and astonishment, his visage transformed into a terrifying mask, and a violent writhing erupted from his dantian. A creature, resplendent in its black jade hue and resembling a diminutive centipede, emerged with countless delicate tendrils. Exuding an aura that devoured all, it was none other than the primordial source of the Jiu-Yin Shilingu. Die! Li Fugui uttered no further words, as he summoned a sword imbued with a third of the essence of annihilation, and boldly struck downwards. No, the old man of the Yingu and the primordial entity of the Jiu-Yin Shilingu emitted a desperate howl, resisting with all his might. Chapter 74 Next, it is entrusted to me. In the realm of the spirit, a crimson light illuminated the heavens, consuming all. In the real world, Li Fugui's body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper, his breath rapidly waning. Having forced the use of the mentally taxing Mirror Flower Water Moon twice in quick succession, especially the second time against an Earth-level powerhouse, his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Fugui, brotherly. At that moment, Su Miaoyin, Xian Suxin, Huapolu, and the other women sensed the terrifying aura erupting from the backyard. They had finally dealt with the remaining enemies outside and hurried over. Upon seeing Li Fugui's weakened state and blood-soaked appearance, the women were horrified and hurried to support him, their concern palpable. "I'm fine." Li Fugui managed to muster a weak wave of his hand. His gaze fixed intently on the motionless figure ahead, head bowed. "Be careful. He is the great Yuan master." Beside him, Wu Lu was equally stunned, observing how his master, the Yinggu elder, had fallen silent after Li Fugui's penetrating gaze, his heart gripped by fear. Cautiously, he approached, his voice trembling as he ventured, "Master. Master?" Just as Wu Li's finger was about to touch the Yinggu elder, a piercing, inhuman screech erupted from the elder's mouth. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes now completely devoid of whites, transformed into a pitch-black abyss. The aura surrounding him surged violently like a volcanic eruption, instantly breaking through the first layer of earth level, reaching the third layer. Although the increase was merely 2 layers, the disparity between each layer was like a chasm, multiplying his power manifold. What was even more frightening was that he had not entirely lost his sanity. The darkness in his eyes still flickered with a malevolent and vengeful gleam, a characteristic of the complete fusion of the 9 devouring spirit goo. He retained most of his host's consciousness, but had become far more cruel and violent. "Useless. What good are you to me?" The Yinggu elder seized Wu Lu, who was paralyzed with terror, his palm radiating a terrifying pull. "Master, no, spare me." Wu Lu shrieked in anguish as his spiritual power and life essence were relentlessly devoured by the Yinggu elder, akin to a dam bursting. In mere moments, Wu Lu was reduced to a withered husk, carelessly discarded on the ground. The Yinggu elder licked his lips, his dark gaze sweeping over the others like a venomous snake. "You are all here. Splendid. The Xian Shuang physique is present as well. It saves me the trouble of searching." His gaze ultimately locked onto Li Fugui, the soul-devouring sword in his hand buzzing with excitement. "I shall deal with you first." With a flicker, he appeared before Li Fugui, swinging his sword. This strike contained the terrifying power of the 3rd layer of earth level and the devouring trait of the 9 devouring spirit goo, as if it sought to drag everything into an eternal abyss of darkness and cold. "Be careful," the women cried out, stepping forward to shield him. As the Yinggu elder's strike, imbued with the terrifying force of the 3rd layer of earth level and the chilling essence of death, descended, Li Fugui's eyes widened in horror. He understood that this blow was beyond the capability of Su Miaoyin and the others to withstand. "Get back," he roared, disregarding the searing pain in his consciousness and the tumult within his blood, forcibly squeezing the nearly depleted spiritual power from his dantian. Even invoking the primal force of the Juyang sacred body. The insights he had gained from employing the Great Sun Annihilation Sword technique in the mental realm surged in his mind, more vivid than ever, the essence of annihilation at this moment unprecedentedly powerful. Buzz. The Qishao sword emitted a mournful cry under the strain, yet it radiated an unparalleled brilliance. This was not a fiery light, but rather a devouring radiance. The light of annihilation that sought to end all. "Great Sunday. Annihilation," he bellowed, unleashing a strike that transcended his own limits. This blow encapsulated 5 parts of the essence of annihilation. The sword moved soundlessly, erasing the very fabric of space in its wake, leaving behind a pure, void-like path leading to oblivion. Boom! The annihilation sword Qi clashed violently with the 9 nether-cold prison slash. This explosion far surpassed any previous encounter. There was no dazzling light, only the deep, resonant roar reminiscent of the world's foundations crumbling during the annihilation of extreme energy. A destructive shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, lowering the ground by 3 feet, and the nearby artificial hills and pavilions were instantly reduced to powder. Even with prior preparation, Su Miaoyin, Xian Suxin, and the others, despite activating all their spiritual power for protection, were still shaken by the terrifying force. Blood surging within them as they were thrown backward, landing on the ground. As the heart-stopping roar gradually subsided and the swirling dust began to clear, the Yinggu elder remained suspended in midair, his black robe tattered further by the shockwave, rustling ominously. Although his chilling aura was chaotic, he had evidently not sustained significant injuries. Li Fugui, however, fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, creating a shallow pit upon impact. A gaping sword wound, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his chest, black mist swirling around the injury, incessantly eroding his vitality. He was utterly spent, his complexion like that of a corpse, blood continually oozing from his mouth. Had it not been for the Jiang's sacred body's unyielding protection of his heart meridian, coupled with the formidable physique bestowed by the second layer of the blood barbarian Diamond Sutra, the residual force from the Yingu Elder's strike would have completely torn him apart. Cough, cough, cough. Li Fugawei struggled to raise himself, only to spit out another mouthful of blood. Fugawei. The women, struggling to rise, beheld his tragic state, their hearts torn asunder, and once again rushed to his side, erecting their frail bodies as the final line of defense. The Yingu Elder's pitch-black pupils gazed down with disdain, his lips curling into a cold smile devoid of any human emotion. The struggles of ants are always so tedious and pitiable. At that moment of despair, a figure, contrary to the women's direction, slowly approached Li Fugawei. It was Huapolu. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, she knelt down, gently cradling Li Fugawei's bloodied face, and pressed a tender, yet resolute kiss upon his forehead. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, falling onto Li Fugawei's face, carrying a hint of chill. "Fool, leave the rest to me." Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Having spoken, she resolutely turned, leaving her back to Li Fugawei, stepping forward to confront the terrifying earth-level demon. With each step she took, her aura surged dramatically. This was not merely an increase in spiritual power, but an essential transformation. Some invisible shackles binding her were shattering inch by inch. Third layer of Xian level, fifth layer, seventh layer. Pinnacle. Boom. An overwhelming aura that surpassed the Xian level erupted with a thunderous roar. First layer of Earth level. Chapter 75. The seventh princess of Dejin, the ordinary armor, stained with the dust of battle, began to disintegrate in a gentle yet regal golden light, transforming into an opulent palace gown intricately embroidered with a phoenix in flight. Her once simply tied long hair elegantly coiled into a dignified princess bun, adorned by a golden hairpin shaped like a phoenix that swayed gently with her every step. In her hand, the exquisite long sword of top-tier Xian rank radiated brilliance, its blade seemingly forged from pure holy light, with a gem resembling a blazing sun embedded in the hilt, emanating a righteous aura that dispelled all malevolence. A surge of formidable sword intent naturally exuded from her, transcending even the high ranks of the Xian tier. The radiant holy sword. Qin Zhaoyang's pupils dilated in shock as he gasped. She had once seen the sword's depiction from afar during a royal ceremony with her mother. This was the beloved sword of His Majesty's favored seventh princess, Xiao Huanga, ranked seventh on the immortal sword list. You. Could it be that you are? Huapolu. No. At this moment she should be addressed as Xiao Huanga, slightly tilted her head, revealing a breathtaking profile that was both enchanting and frosty. Without uttering a word, her innate royal grace and authority spoke volumes. Her gaze, sharp as a bolt of lightning, locked onto the shadowy figure of the Yingu Elder in the air, her voice resonating like a phoenix's song, echoing through the heavens. This sword is named Radiant. Today, I shall use your malevolent blood to consecrate my blade. She radiated a dazzling golden spiritual aura, imbued with sanctity and grandeur, exuding an essence that demanded reverence. As if it contained the imperial dragon's aura and a certain supreme law of power, the sword saint of the nine heavens, come forth. With a commanding shout, the radiant holy sword erupted in a blinding brilliance akin to the sun. A golden sword chi, pure and composed of divine imperial energy, descended from the celestial realm, carrying the supreme will to purify all impurities and judge all evil, striking down upon the Yingu Elder. This was undeniably the terrifying might of a celestial-grade martial skill. Wherever the golden sword chi passed, the chilling demonic energy surrounding the Yingu Elder swiftly melted away as if confronted by the sun, emitting a pitiful hissing sound. The cold smile on his face froze in an instant, replaced by unprecedented horror and dread. The Imperial Celestial Sword Technique. How could you possibly be? The Yingu Elder, sensing the radiant sword chi's absolute restraint over his techniques, was momentarily overtaken by madness and ferocity. The nine devouring spirit mother worm within him emitted a piercing shriek that threatened to shatter eardrums. Gee, this sound, seemingly carrying some malevolent command, spread throughout the city in an instant. Ah, my stomach. Cries of agony erupted as the elite soldiers of the Lin family, who had either been resisting stubbornly or had already surrendered, collapsed in droves, wailing as if harvested by an unseen scythe. Their dantians suddenly ruptured, blood gushing forth as pitch-black, chilling, 19 devouring spirit worms crawled out, transforming into streaks of black light that surged towards the Ingu Elder's mouth. The Ingu Elder, like a great whale consuming water, devoured hundreds of these spirit worms along with their infused blood essence. His aura surged violently, akin to riding a rocket, breaking through the barrier of the 3rd level of the Earth tier and reaching the terrifying height of the 4th level. It turned out that he had long implanted the subworms within the elite soldiers of the Lin family, serving as both a means of control and a critical sustenance in times of need. However, forcefully consuming the unrefined spiritual energy would invariably lead to dire consequences. Had he not been compelled into a corner by Xiao Huanga's celestial sword technique, he would never have resorted to such a perilous gamble. Jia. Little girl, what does it matter if you have a technique that counters mine? In the face of absolute power, all is but an illusion. The Ingu Elder laughed maniacally, wielding the Wan Gu Si Hun sword, slashing forth with a chaotic, violent black sword chi infused with unrefined spiritual energy, clashing against the divine golden sword chi. Boom! The impact of this clash unleashed a roar more intense than any prior encounter. Holy light and demonic energy intertwined furiously, annihilating each other and generating a tempest of energy that threatened to lift the entire Lin family estate into the sky. As everyone was captivated by this earth-shattering collision, blinded by the dazzling energy, a shadow darted like a specter, utilizing the chaos of the explosion to escape the main battlefield at an astonishing speed, aiming directly for the incapacitated Li Fugawei. It was the Ingu Elder. He was feigning one attack while preparing for the true lethal blow. You little wretch, die for me. His face twisted into a triumphant grin as he lunged the Wan Gu Si Hun sword straight for Li Fugawei's heart. The speed was unparalleled. Fugawei, Su Miaoyin, Zuan Suxin, and the other women gasped in horror, desperate to aid him, but it was already too late. Li Fugawei watched the dark sword tip grow larger in his vision, desperately attempting to channel his spiritual energy, but the venomous energy from earlier still raged within him, wreaking havoc on his meridians, preventing him from summoning even a shred of power. Despair gripped his heart in an instant. At that critical moment, when life and death hung in the balance, a golden figure, like a moth drawn to flame, appeared resolutely, standing firmly in front of Li Fugawei. It was Xiao Huanga. Puchi. The Wan Gu Si Hun sword pierced through her chest without obstruction, emerging from her back. The blood trailing from the sword tip splattered onto Li Fugawei's face, warm and glaring. Pooh! Xiao Huanga coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning as pale as paper. Yet a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she summoned her last ounce of strength to strike back. Although the golden light of the radiant holy sword dimmed, it still retained its unparalleled sharpness. The Ingu Elder had not anticipated her ability to counterattack even while gravely injured, and he hurriedly evaded. Crack! His right arm, which gripped the Wan Gu Si Hun sword, was severed at the shoulder. The severed limb and the cursed sword fell to the ground. Ah! The Ingu Elder let out a pained howl, clutching his bleeding stump as he was sent flying backward, but instead of agony, a more sinister and triumphant grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha! Xiao Huanga, you've fallen for my scheme. I knew you would save this boy. Ha ha ha! The 7th princess of Dejin shall perish at my hands. Upon my return, His Majesty will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Perhaps I shall become the supreme master of the great Yuan. Ha ha ha! In the midst of his maniacal laughter, the severed arm began to grotesquely writhe, as a hideous insect arm, formed from countless tiny worms, rapidly grew back. Though its aura had somewhat diminished, it still retained the formidable power of the 4th level of the Earth tier, unrivaled by anyone present. Chapter 76. The radiance of the Sacred Heart, the golden glow enveloping Xiao Huang Gu completely dissipated, gently collapsing backward into a trembling embrace. Blood stained the corner of her mouth. Last time, you shielded me from a bullet. This time, I took a sword for you. Our fates are truly intertwined, she murmured. Li Fugawei held her tightly, feeling her warmth fading rapidly, tears streaming down his cheeks like a torrential flood. Foolish girl, why must you be so reckless? Last time, I deliberately took that bullet. You need not have taken this sword from me. Xiao Huang lay in his arms, her breath faint, struggling to muster a weak smile as blood continued to seep from her lips. I do not know why. When I saw him thrusting the sword at you, all I could think was this. I am sorry. I could not save everyone. Could not save you. Cough, cough. Li Fu Gui's heart ached as he cradled her cold face, his voice choked with emotion. Do not speak. I beg you, do not say any more. Have you two finished your heartfelt exchanges? The Ingu elder brandished his newly sprouted insect arm, grinning maliciously as he approached. On the road to the underworld, there is ample time for your sentimental farewells. Now perish. With a sweep of his insect arm, he unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy and charged forward once more. Protect the princess and Big Brotherly. Qin Zhaoyang shouted, rallying alongside Su Miaoyin, Xian Su Xian, Chun Xing, Lu Chui Su, and the other women. Although they knew they were facing insurmountable odds, each of them bore a resolute determination to fight to the death, especially for Shun Yunqi, who had just dealt with the remaining enemies in the city. Upon witnessing the gaping wound on Xiao Huangji's chest and her near-lifeless state, his eyes instantly turned crimson, emitting a roar akin to a wounded beast. Old dog, I will fight you to the bitter end. He began to frantically burn his own life force, his aura surging with volcanic intensity. The fierce and resolute aura of Ashura momentarily intimidated the Ingu elder. His long knife transformed into a flurry of blood shadows, each strike a gamble with his own life. Under his leadership, the women united their strength, managing to temporarily fend off the Ingu elder's relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Xiao Huangji's breath grew weaker. She struggled to lift her hand to caress Li Fu Gui's face, her gaze hazy yet tender. Fu Gui, do you know, these days spent with you are experiences I have never had in the depths of the palace. Gradually, I realized, I have come to like you. Although you can be rather infuriating at times. I feel jealousy when I see you speak with Lin Baiqi. I feel envious when I see you laugh with Qin Zhaoyang. I envy your affection with Xian Su Xian and Chun Xing. So, that night, I pretended to be my sister, to possess you, but what I truly desired was your heart, your being. Her voice dwindled, as if it could vanish at any moment. Before I depart, will you promise me to be my prince consort? Li Fu Gui was already in tears, gripping her icy hand tightly, nodding fervently. Foolish girl, I knew it was you that night. I am willing. Of course, I am willing. You are my wife, Li Fu Gui. As he spoke, he lowered his head and deeply kissed Xiao Huangji's bloodless lips, their tears mingling with her blood, bittersweet and tragic. The golden radiance, like the last embers, slowly rose from Xiao Huanggu, only to begin fading away. Her life force was irreversibly approaching its end. In this moment of utter despair, a notification resonated in Li Fu Gui's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Marrying the fate of the sacred. System reward. Acquired skill, Sacred Heart Radiance. The system's announcement rang like celestial music in his mind. Hope. An unprecedented spark of hope ignited fiercely within him. Sacred Heart Radiance. Activate. Without hesitation, he unleashed his newly acquired ability. A magnificent, warm light imbued with purifying and rebirthing energy erupted around him and Xiao Huanggu. Under the brilliance, the terrifying sword scar on Li Fu Gui's chest, shrouded in dark energy, healed at a visible pace, disappearing entirely. Simultaneously, Xiao Huangji's fatal wound rapidly closed. Her life force, which had been on the verge of extinguishment, began to coalesce and strengthen once more. As if a parched well were being filled with fresh spring water, the malevolent spiritual energy was utterly dispelled, and her injuries were fully healed. Although Xiao Huanggu remained unconscious, her breathing stabilized, and a hint of color returned to her face. Li Fu Gui gently entrusted the unconscious Xiao Huanggu to Chun Xing, who had rushed over to assist, and slowly rose to his feet. In that moment, all his sorrow and despair transformed into an inferno of wrath. An unprecedented cold, killing intent enveloped him, chilling the battlefield to its core. He stepped forward, leaping into the air, his gaze sweeping over the blood-soaked fighters and the shattered city below, channeling his spiritual energy as his voice boomed like a great bell, resonating throughout the city. Soldiers of Jia Yuan City. Citizens, do you believe in the light? This monster, the Ingu Elder, has committed countless atrocities and is utterly wicked. He uses humans as vessels to breed evil insects. The brothers of the Lin family army are living proof. Should we fail today, he will undoubtedly turn every person in the city into insect slaves, leaving no one behind. His voice carried a peculiar charm and persuasive power. "If you believe in me, Li Fu Gui, lend me your strength." The righteous army brought forth by Xiao Huang Gu did not hesitate. They had already been moved by Li Fu Gui's strength and sense of responsibility, especially since the princess had pledged her lifetime to him. They raised their hands, their gazes resolute. The surrendered Lin family soldiers, recalling the terrifying scene of the insect breaking free from their bodies, felt a lingering dread and deep-seated hatred towards the Yinggu elder. They too raised their hands, placing their hopes upon the figure soaring in the air. Faint yet pure lights of faith began to rise from every soldier who trusted Li Fu Gui, gathering like fireflies towards his outstretched hands. Li Fu Gui cupped his hands. A small yet immensely pure sphere of light, radiating a sacred aura, began to form. "Not enough. Not enough. For our homeland. For our loved ones. Lend me your light." His voice, filled with rage and earnest plea, echoed into every corner. As if in response to his call, the citizens who had once cowered in their homes began to open their doors and windows, stepping out onto the streets. They gazed at the figure in the sky, which resembled a deity, witnessing the holy light that began to coalesce, and observing the valiant warriors still engaged in a desperate struggle against the malevolent foe. The desire for survival, the hatred for evil, and the yearning for hope transformed into the most unadulterated conviction. Chapter 77. Do you believe in light? An ever-increasing multitude of people, regardless of age or gender, trembled yet resolutely raised their hands. Streams of countless tiny lights of faith ascended from every corner of the city, converging to form a river, ultimately transforming into a vast ocean of belief that surged powerfully into the orb of light held by Li Fu Gui. A naive child pointed to the flowing currents of faith, exclaiming to his father, "Father, look, that is light. It will surely defeat that demon." The orb expanded at an astonishing rate, emanating increasingly terrifying waves of energy, its sacred radiance illuminating the entire sky and even forcing back the dark magic swirling around the elder of Yinggu, purifying it. The elder felt the terrifying power contained within the light orb, a force potent enough to threaten his very existence, and was utterly panicked. He frantically attacked Shen Yunxi and the women who stood in his way, attempting to disrupt Li Fu Gui's concentration. Though Shen Yunxi was drenched in blood, his life force nearly extinguished, he stood firm like a rock at the forefront. Su Miaoyin's strings had snapped, Xian Suxin's soft sword was dulled, Qin Zhaoyang's armor lay shattered, and Lu Chuiyu's trumpet dimmed, yet none retreated. "Get away from me." The elder of Yinggu, driven mad, gathered all his dark energy, morphing into a pitch-black shadow that tore through the heavens. Heedlessly charging towards Li Fu Gui while howling in rage. "Die!" In the face of this desperate strike, Li Fu Gui's gaze remained unsettlingly calm, even tinged with a hint of compassion. He merely glanced at the elder, as if observing a speck of dust on the verge of vanishing. He held the now swollen orb, which resembled a miniature sun radiating boundless sanctity and majesty, and gently propelled it forward. The Sacred Heart's illumination purged. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no ear-piercing sound of breaking air. The massive light orb seemed to break free from the constraints of space, gliding toward the elder with a speed that appeared slow yet transcended the very concept of time, silently approaching the Yinggu elder. In that instant, it felt as though the world had been muted. All sounds of battle, explosions, and the rush of wind vanished. In the cosmos, only that pure, ultimate light remained, symbolizing hope and judgment. The elder of Yinggu's charging figure froze, his eyes wide with terror, reflecting the overwhelming brilliance that filled his entire vision, suffused with boundless fear, despair, and disbelief. No, his scream was consumed by the absolute light. The orb made contact with him. In the next moment, an incredibly blinding light erupted, reminiscent of the primal illumination at the dawn of creation, engulfing the elder of Yinggu, submerging the Lin family's courtyard, and filling every gaze with brilliance that flooded the heavens and the earth. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar. Only the ultimate light purified all darkness and evil. Though it filled the cosmos, the light was not blinding. Everyone gazed at the center of the radiance, awaiting the outcome of this momentous strike. After a long while, as the brilliance faded, nothing remained. "We won. We have triumphed." The soldiers and citizens of the city erupted into fervent cheers. They donned their caps in celebration, embracing one another, weeping joyously. At that moment, regardless of their allegiances, be it the righteous army, the city lord's forces, the Lin family troops, or the defectors of the Yuan army. There were no factions, no hatred, only the most fundamental human pursuit of justice and goodness. They all wore expressions of pure joy. "Fugawei, are you all right?" Xian Suxin, Chuanxing. And the other women rushed to Li Fugawei. Li Fugawei stood silently in the air, offering no response, simply staring intently at the location of the recent explosion. "Fugawei, what is the matter?" The elder of Yinggu has turned to ash. "What are you looking at?" Xian Suxin was the first to reach his side. "I do not know, but I cannot shake off this lingering unease," Li Fugawei replied, his gaze unwavering. Since awakening his Hong Chun Wan Xiang, his mental power had become exceedingly potent, rendering him acutely aware of threats and dangers. Now, having awakened the Sacred Heart's illumination, he was even more sensitive to malevolent presences. Although the elder of Yinggu had been vanquished, an unsettling feeling persisted within him. Beneath the recently exploded area, in the Lin family courtyard, beneath a tree severed by the aftermath of battle, a fallen leaf gradually shifted, as if wary of being detected. After a while, sensing no one was watching, two slender black tendrils emerged from beneath the leaf. It was a small insect, glancing about cautiously, its eyes revealing a hint of human cunning. It then chose an unobserved direction and flapped its tiny wings vigorously, straining with all its might to flee the city. As it flew desperately, it glanced back to see if anyone was pursuing. Noticing no one followed, it revealed a smug grin and began to speak in a raspy voice, which belonged to the elder of Yinggu. Fortunately, I had a fragment of my soul embedded in this little insect beforehand. I nearly met my end in this gutter. Li Fugawei, await your reckoning." Suddenly, the small insect collided with something, feeling a sharp pain. In the next moment, it was grasped in a hand, shaking its little head. As it beheld the figure before it, terror flooded its tiny eyes, its wings caught tight, and its legs flailed desperately in a futile attempt to escape. Unimaginably, the formidable Grand Master of the Yuan, the renowned elder of the Wan-poisoned Celestial Gu sect, was now reduced to a mere cockroach fleeing for survival. Li Fugawei regarded the insect in his grasp with a mocking gaze. "What are you babbling about? What elder of Yinggu? Let me go?" The cockroach protested, struggling. "Oh, so you are not the elder of Yinggu? Then you are of no use to me." Li Fugawei extended his index finger, summoning a spark of spiritual fire that slowly approached the creature. "Stop! Stop! It is I am. Young hero, spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire. I am a Grand Master of the Yuan. I can provide you with intelligence, serve as your spy. I can be your informant." This was the last vestige of the elder of Yinggu's soul. If extinguished, he would truly face eternal damnation. In this moment, if Li Fugawei would let him go, he would agree to anything. As long as he could return to the Wan-poisoned Celestial Gu sect, he would find a new body to possess and, after 2 years of cultivation, regain his peak state. At which point he could seek revenge on Li Fugawei. I have no interest in keeping a cockroach as a spy. With that, Li Fugawei prepared to incinerate it with the flames of Juyang. At that moment, Li Fugawei suddenly sensed 2 extraordinarily powerful auras rapidly approaching. His hand halted midair as he lifted his gaze towards the north, where he observed 2 dark figures swiftly advancing. Even before they arrived, the overwhelming malevolent energy had already begun to induce discomfort within him. The sinister Gu master, filled with ecstasy, shouted towards the direction of the 2 dark figures. "Jile Lao Mo. Quickly save me." Chapter 78. Qi Xiao Duan. Upon hearing the name, Li Fugawei felt a shiver run through his entire body, his gaze locking onto the 2 dark figures. The name Jile Lao Ma was all too familiar to him. The heart demon of his master's wife, Su Miaoyin, was the one who had shattered her happiness. Furthermore, the recent attacks targeting Miaoyin had all borne his mark. He had long coveted Su Miaoyin, persistently seeking an opportunity to reclaim her. Additionally, he held another significant identity as Zuin Suxin's father, the possessor of the innate enchanting body. In the blink of an eye, a man and a woman materialized before the crowd. The man bore an ugly visage, his head round and barren of hair, his ears were pointed, and his large, bulging eyes nearly burst from their sockets, lacking even eyebrows. His nose was as prominent as an eagle's beak, beneath which hung thick, heavy lips. His stature was short, with thin limbs, his upper body bared, and his lower body clad in but a scant piece of cloth, concealing a stick that seemed absurdly disproportionate to his physique. He resembled a goblin. His gaze fixated ravenously on Su Miaoyin. At that moment, Su Miaoyin returned his stare, her eyes filled with fury and resolve. Her complexion was pale, Her lips quivered slightly, and her hands clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood dripping unnoticed. Zhuan Suxin stood beside Su Miaoyin, gripping a soft sword, equally resolute as she glared at Jila Laoma. Jila, is that the Hahuan slave you fled from earlier? The woman beside Jila addressed Su Miaoyin, her tone indifferent, yet laced with condescension, as if Jila were merely her subordinate. Li Fugua turned to regard the woman, startled to find her strikingly similar to Ouyang Jingshu from the forbidden grounds of Langya. However, this woman exuded an additional allure, and like Ouyang Jingshu, she bore a demon tail, accompanied by a pair of demonic horns atop her head. Since her appearance in Jiyuan City, every man within the city, be they soldiers or commoners, was entranced, gazing at her as if their very souls had been ensnared. Even with Li Fugua's awakened, Hongshan Wanxiang, and Shengxin Zhuzhao, a mere glance almost led him to lose his composure, but he quickly regained his senses. The woman turned her gaze towards Li Fugua with keen interest. Indeed, my lord demon sovereign, she is the Hahuan slave who escaped earlier. I kindly request that you allow me to deal with this person. Jila Laoma addressed her with utmost respect. I care not for others. I desire only that one. She extended a finger, pointing at the distant Li Fugua, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Li Fugua's heart sank. He realized he was no match for these two. Though they had not overtly displayed their cultivation, he could sense that both surpassed the Yinggu elder. He was uncertain of the relationship between this woman and Ouyang Jingshu, or if she was Ouyang herself. The only viable option was to outwit them and seek an opportunity for escape. Summoning his spirit, he raised the Yinggu elder he held and declared loudly, "The Yinggu elder is in my grasp. If you wish for his survival, let them depart. Fugua, what about you? We can fight them. We shall perish together if need be." Zhuan Suxin spoke with unwavering determination. "Old demon, save me." The Yinggu elder grasped at his last hope and cried out towards Jila Laoma. With a step forward, Jila Laoma pointed, unleashing a torrent of pink spiritual energy that surged toward Li Fugua. In his current state, Li Fugua was unable to react in time. However, the target of the attack was not him but the Yinggu elder. The elder's expression shifted from wild joy to sheer terror as he beheld the incoming energy, shouting in horror, "Old demon you." Before he could finish, he disintegrated into dust, scattered by the wind. Humph, a waste, unable to even defeat a mere Shin-level brat. Keeping him is a mere drain on resources. Jila Laoma proclaimed with arrogance. Li Fugua cursed inwardly. Such was the cruelty of the demonic path, even turning against their own. Ah ha ha ha. So we are all of the same ilk. I have long found this dung beetle displeasing. Now, with him gone, we can proceed unimpeded. His features blossomed into a grin as he addressed Jila Laoma and the woman. He then beckoned Zhuan Suxin and the others, eager to depart. Go. Why linger? Do you wish for a feast courtesy of others? Stop. The woman, referred to as the demon's sovereign, interjected. Did I permit you to leave? Li Fugua's smile froze, murmuring to himself, "It seems I am destined to fall here today." He turned, suddenly radiating a brilliant light, his aura rapidly ascending. With the power of the Jiuyang Holy Body, the Xuemon Golden King Sutra, and the Qianquan Yozhuan Dan that had reformed his physique, his injuries healed at an astonishing pace. The recent awakening of Shengxin Zhuzhao had dispelled his negative states. He had merely been buying time to absorb the damage. Having suffered considerably in this battle, if he could fully absorb the injuries, he might even break through to the earth level, possibly gaining sufficient strength for a fight. Ultimately, his aura stabilized at the Xian level's 10th layer. He had no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. Grasping Qixiao, his spiritual energy surged furiously, flooding into the Qixiao sword. The sword emitted a series of resonating hums, the terrifying intent of annihilation coalescing upon its blade. It was indeed the Dao Ri Jimi Jianju of Xiao Xuanzi. No wonder the Yinggu had fallen before him. The woman recognized Li Fugua's martial prowess. "I will hold them off. Master, Zhuan Suxin, take Chuanxing and Huanga and flee quickly." Li Fugua's expression was resolute, the veins on his forehead bulging as he forced his spiritual energy to flow, feeling as though he might burst. "Fugua, but you?" Su Miaoyin voiced her concern. "Do not worry about me. Since that demon claims me, he shall not harm me. You must leave. I cannot hold out much longer." Su Miaoyin, not one to waver, understood that if the women fell into Jila Laoma's hands, their fate would be worse than death. Without hesitation, she led the others towards the city's outskirts. "Where do you think you're going?" Jila Laoma shouted as he saw Su Miaoyin and the women making their escape, eager to pursue. Your opponent is me. Li Fugua unleashed his most powerful strike, the Dari Jimi, aimed directly at Ji Le Laoma. The terrifying sword aura, even the most formidable of demons, the Jile Lao Mo, dared not underestimate. He halted his movements, preparing to channel his spiritual energy for defense. At that moment, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than the enchanting sorceress. With a subtle smile, she extended her fingers, and the Qishao sword was effortlessly pinched between them, rendered immovable. Then, with a gentle twist, a resounding crack echoed through the air, and before Li Fugue's astonished gaze, the Qishao sword shattered into pieces. Chapter 79. The Fiery Crystal Succubus, the ancient demon of ecstasy, Ji Lu Lao Mo, observed as the enchantress deftly caught Li Fugue's sword strike, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He no longer paid heed to the unfolding battle and pursued the direction in which Su Miaoyin and her companions fled. Li Fugue, pressed for time, grasped the half-broken sword Qishao, intent on thwarting Ji Lu Lao Mo. However, a figure emerged to block his path. It was the enchantress. Without launching an attack, she circled around Li Fugue, ensnaring him with her presence, as if she were meticulously scrutinizing him from every angle. Li Fugue swung his broken sword at her, yet despite his fervent efforts, he could never land a blow. Internally astonished, he realized that her cultivation was likely above the 6th level of the Earth stage, with his own spiritual power at the Earth stage. He was utterly unable to discern her movements. As the enchantress continued to orbit him, occasionally reaching out to caress his body, she murmured softly, "Quite impressive. You've practiced body refining techniques. Your physique is remarkably sturdy." She leaned in closer, inhaling deeply, her eyes closed, and her head slightly tilted back in a state of rapture. Ah, such abundant yang energy. As Li Fugue's yang energy gradually waned, his movements slowed. And witnessing Ji Lu Lao Mo chasing after Su Miaoyin ignited a sense of urgency within him, causing his actions to grow increasingly erratic. The enchantress twisted and turned around him, inducing a sense of dizziness. Suddenly, she faced him, their eyes locking. In that instant, clarity struck Li Fugue, and he shouted fervently, "Enchantress, meet your end." He raised his broken sword high, poised to strike. In the next moment, the enchantress parted her crimson lips and exhaled a gentle puff of pink demonic energy toward him. The pink mist enveloped his face, leaving him feeling disoriented, as though the world was spinning. He slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. The enchantress's tail extended delicately, catching him, then coiling around him securely. She lifted her gaze, a slight frown creasing her brow as she looked toward the direction Ji Lu Lao Mo had pursued. There, a fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted. It was evident that one side belonged to Ji Lu Lao Mo, while the other emanated from the techniques of Miaoyin Pavilion, exhibiting a power even greater than that of Ji Lu Lao Mo. With Li Fugue in tow, the enchantress soared toward that direction. Ji Lu Lao Mo, you have committed numerous atrocities. Today, I shall rid the world of your menace. An elder clad in white robes, with hair as white as snow, stood before Su Miaoyin and her companions, holding a bamboo flute, exuding an aura unmistakably of the 6th level of the Earth stage. Ynyd, do not boast unless you are prepared to face the consequences. With that broken flute of yours, you are hardly a match for my Ji Lu Hihuan great technique. Ji Lu Lao Mo huffed, clearly struggling against Ynyd. And what of me? At Ynyd's side, a gaunt figure stepped forward, his aura even more formidable than that of Ynyd. Grasping an oddly shaped sword, pitch black as ink, he added, "With my Xianyun sword, ranked 8th among the immortal swords, I wonder how you will fare?" Ji Lu Lao Mo's expression turned grave. With his own cultivation at only the 5th level of the Earth stage, facing Ynyd alone was already a daunting task. If he had to contend with Lu Qingsong of the ancient sword sect as well, escaping unscathed would be a mere fantasy. As he pondered his escape, the enchantress arrived with Li Fugue in tow. Upon seeing her, Ji Lu Lao Mo's worry transformed into joy, and he exclaimed, "My lord, the 2 old codgers from Langya Mountain have unexpectedly appeared, obstructing our grand scheme. Oh, 2 6th-level Earth stage cultivators are indeed worthy of my attention. You are the holy maiden of the demon clan, one of the twin succubi?" Lu Qingsong's brow furrowed, gripping his Xianyun sword tighter. "Ha ha ha, you possess some discernment. I am the fiery crystal succubus, Yi Liuli." Upon hearing this, Ynyd and Lu Qingsong exchanged glances, both astonished. They had long suspected a connection between the demon sect and the demon clan, yet witnessing it firsthand was still hard to believe. The demon clan and the human clan have always been sworn enemies. The demons are inherently powerful, each born with innate magical abilities, unlike the humans who cannot cultivate. Every demon is a warrior. Fortunately, their numbers are far fewer than those of humans, and low-level demonic soldiers possess limited intelligence, akin to that of a human child in their teenage years. Otherwise, humanity would have long since been eradicated. Among the current demon kin, aside from a few powerful demon kings who rarely emerge, the most formidable are the 10 great demon lords, which include a pair of twin succubi who have attained the ranks at a young age, their strength terrifying. One of them is the fiery crystal succubus, Yi Lioli, who has reached the astonishing 8th level of the Earth stage. Since you have heard my name, do not linger any longer. Yi Lioli stated nonchalantly. What of the demon lord? This is the territory of Dejin, and it is you who should depart. Ynyd stepped forward, aware of his disadvantage yet unwilling to back down due to his position as the leader of Miaoying Pavilion, unleashing the full force of his 6th level Earth stage aura. Lu Qingsong also stepped forward, revealing his peak 6th level Earth stage prowess, determined to stand alongside Ynyd. Ji Lao Mo laughed heartily. You two truly overestimate your abilities. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat the demon lord with such meager strength? You are courting death. He then turned to Yi Lioli, suggesting, My lord, why not eliminate these two? That would be a great achievement. A great achievement? Whose achievement are we discussing? I have what I desire. Your matters are of no concern to me. If you wish to claim that young lady, you may pursue her yourself. They are correct. I have no reason to linger here. I must return to my cultivation. Yi Lioli abruptly declared before turning to leave, leaving Ji Lao Mo alone, bewildered in the wind. Ynyd and Lu Qingsong stood in utter confusion. Is this what the demon clan is like? Their methods indeed differ from those of the human race. Or is it that even the intelligence of a demon lord is lacking? Xian Su Xian and Chun Xing watched as Yi Lioli departed with Li Fugui, eager to intervene, but were halted by Ynyd. Yi Lioli's departure was the best possible outcome. Otherwise, they would have had no certainty of escaping unscathed. Moreover, given Yi Lioli's strength, if she had wanted to kill Li Fugui, she could have done so effortlessly. Since she chose not to, it was clear he held some value to her. The optimal strategy would be to return and seek powerful allies to rescue Li Fugui. Ji Lao Mo gazed at the vanishing figure of Yi Lioli, his heart echoing 3 words, Chao and Ima. He then feigned composure, addressing Ynyd and the others. Today, I shall spare you, but I will personally come to Miaoying Pavilion to collect my He Huan servant. He turned and vanished in the same direction as Yi Lioli. Chapter 80. Yi Lioli. Once the figures of Yi Lioli and the old demon of ultimate bliss had vanished into the horizon, the oppressive atmosphere in the venue began to ease slightly. Su Miaoying immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply to Ynyd and Lu Qingsong, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed leader and Master Lu, for your timely assistance. However, esteemed leader, should you not be in Yingdu? Why have you come to Jiyuan City in person? Upon hearing this, the previously relieved expression on Ynyd's face was instantly overshadowed by a heavy gloom. He sighed deeply, his voice laden with indescribable sorrow and fatigue. Yingdu has fallen. What? The crowd was struck as if by lightning, particularly the esteemed generals of the Great Jin, such as Shun Yunqi and Qin Zhaoyang, whose expressions changed dramatically. Ynyd continued with a heavy tone. The great Yuan Emperor Yelu Hongji has personally led his troops into battle, bringing not only the most elite cavalry of the Great Yuan, but also 3 esteemed masters and numerous experts from the demonic sects, surrounding Yingdu so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. His Majesty, in a bid to protect the million citizens within the city and to avoid the slaughter of innocents, resolutely left the city to engage Yelu Hongji in a duel to determine the outcome. He paused, a flicker of terror and disbelief crossing his eyes. To my astonishment, Yelu Hongji, at a critical moment, invoked some secret method to borrow a divine golden sort of unparalleled power from the heavens. With a single strike, merely a seemingly ordinary move, yet imbued with supreme might, it felled His Majesty. Qin Zhaoyang and the others were engulfed in a mix of grief and fury, their fists clenched tight, nails digging into their palms. Ynyd shook his head heavily. With the death of His Majesty and the fall of Yingdu, the Great Jin is now but a name. Various provinces have declared independence, warlords and leaders of rebel forces vie for power, plunging the realm into utter chaos. At that moment, Shinyanshi, already on the brink of exhaustion from burning his life source, was struck by the devastating news of the nation's ruin and the fall of its sovereign. In a fit of rage and despair, he violently coughed up a mouthful of dark blood mixed with internal fragments, his eyes losing their last glimmer of vitality. Overwhelmed by boundless sorrow and an unfulfilled sense of duty, he fell backward, lifeless. This loyal guardian had ultimately perished alongside the dynasty he had vowed to protect. Witnessing this, the crowd was once again engulfed in sorrow. Su Miaoyin stifled her grief and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in Jiyuan City, including Lin Xiaoyan's betrayal, the defeat of the Yinggu elder, and Li Fugui's valiant efforts to salvage the situation, as well as the true identity of Xiao Huanga. Upon hearing that Xiao Huanga was actually the seventh princess, Yanwaidi's expression turned grave. He glanced at the unconscious Xiao Huanga and, addressing Su Miaoyin, stated, "This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Though the great Jin has perished, the foundations of the three sects of Langia remain intact. We must first ensure the safety of Her Highness in Miaoyin Pavilion, and then deliberate on our next steps." He then exerted his pure spiritual energy to assist Qin Lifeng in expelling the residual demonic energy and poison from his body. As Qin Lifeng gradually regained consciousness and learned of the circumstances, he was filled with mixed emotions and solemnly thanked Yunwei and the others. Ultimately, Yunwei, Lu Qingsong, and Su Miaoyin, along with Xin Suxin, Chuanxing, Lu Xiu, and the enchanting Xiao Huanga of Miaoyin Pavilion, returned to Langia Mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Lifeng and his daughter, Qin Xiaoyang, stayed behind to clean up the aftermath in Jiyuan City, reorganizing defenses and seeking a glimmer of hope for the people amid the chaos. The turmoil in Jiyuan City had reached a temporary conclusion. However, the prelude to the great disorder in the realm had only just begun. On a separate note, Li Fugui, having been struck by Yi Liuli's pink demonic energy, felt the world spin and his consciousness plunge into an abyss of darkness. In his hazy dream, he sensed himself floating on a warm, soft cloud, enveloped by an indescribable warmth and moisture. Within these clouds, faint currents seemed to linger, sending tingling sensations coursing through his body, particularly concentrated in his lower abdomen. This sensation was both comforting and disorienting, as if his very soul were being smoothed and melted by this peculiar energy. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a powerful surge of energy, capable of piercing through the soul, swept through him. Ugh! Li Fugui shuddered violently, jolting awake from his deep slumber. Instinctively, he attempted to sit up, but found his hands and feet bound tightly by resilient, elastic pink ropes at the corners of the bed. He was covered only by a gossamer thin, silky purple blanket. Blinking in confusion, the first thing that met his eyes was an unfamiliar ceiling, not constructed of the common wood or stone of human architecture, but rather composed of a living, pulsating dark crystal that radiated a hazy, alluring pink glow. The air was thick with a sweet and intoxicating fragrance that, upon inhalation, set his blood racing. The room's decor was extravagantly peculiar. Tables and chairs fashioned from polished black beast bones adorned with shimmering gemstones. The walls were hung with murals depicting bold and alluring dance poses, featuring figures with demonic horns and tails, and in the corners lay casually discarded delicate, enticing garments meant for women. This was no human dwelling. Every aspect exuded the opulence and overt desires of the demon kind. Just as Li Fugui felt a sense of unease in this environment, he suddenly noticed that beneath the thin blanket, there seemed to be another person. To his astonishment, a head slowly emerged from beneath the blanket. It was none other than Yi Liuli. At this moment, her makeup was even more vibrant and enchanting than before, her fiery red hair cascading freely, accentuating her porcelain skin. She wore an incredibly minimal garment, accentuating her captivating curves. The pair of curved demon horns atop her head glimmered softly under the dim light, while her agile demonic tail swayed gently behind her. She seemed to swallow something, and then, with a languid gesture, extended a slender finger to daintily wipe her luscious red lips. Upon seeing Li Fugui's wide-eyed expression, Yi Liuli smiled seductively, her gaze swirling with charm. "Oh, you're awake? Your voice carries a hint of satisfaction. Having toiled for so long, you must be hungry, little one. Your stamina is quite impressive. What have you done to me? Where's this place? An altar? What consumption? What do you mean by for so long? Oh my goodness. My innocence." Li Fugui's mind raced as he connected the dots between the strange currents in his dreams and the feeling of being enveloped, an ominous dread washing over him, causing his scalp to tingle. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lioli stifled her laughter, which rang like a cluster of silver bells. Her mischievous tail playfully curled, gently tapping Li Fugui's nose. Why pretend to be innocent with me, surrounded by so many enchanting beauties? I dare say you must have expended quite a bit of your vitality. However, she licked her crimson lips, a glimmer of greed and satisfaction dancing in her eyes. The pure young body truly lives up to its reputation. Your essence is remarkably pure and abundant, akin to the resplendent sun. Even if all your beautiful companions were to join forces, they could scarcely drain your vitality. You are indeed the first man capable of continuously drawing from my realm of extreme pleasure for an entire month and still remain lively. Oh, and not to mention waking up afterward. This time, I have truly struck gold. What? Hey, a month? Li Fugui exclaimed, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his voice changing pitch. Instinctively, he probed his body and felt an indescribable emptiness radiating from his waist, as if both his kidneys had been hollowed out, leaving his limbs feeling weak and drained of energy. Quick, help me up. Ginseng, deer antler, goji berries, cistanche, epimedium. Hurry, bring them all to me. In an instant, Li Fugui was thrown into a state of panic, disregarding his image and circumstances, struggling desperately on the bed like a turtle turned on its back, eager to find something to replenish his seemingly depleted body. Chapter 81. The enchantress duo Yi Lioli rose to adjust her attire, while Li Fugui sat on the bed, clutching a blanket to his chest, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. As he wept, he wiped his tears with the blanket, murmuring, "You are not human." Yi Lioli settled beside him, wrapping her arm around his shoulder and reassuringly said, "Enough of the tears. I shall not treat you poorly. I need to step out for a while, but I will return in a day. You should rest well. I will ensure food is brought to you." Before departing, her captivating eyes glanced at Li Fugui with a playful smile, leaving him with a command to behave and refrain from harboring any ill intentions, before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Once Yi Lioli left, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving Li Fugui alone. He attempted to push the door, but it remained steadfastly shut, an invisible barrier sealing the room. He channeled his internal spiritual energy, only to realize his dantian was utterly depleted. His previous battle with the Ingu Elder had nearly drained him of all power, rendering him unable to accurately gauge his current state. He sighed, contemplating how to break free, when the door was gently pushed open. A fragrant breeze wafted in as a procession of enchanting maidens clad in delicate gauzy skirts entered gracefully. They bore an array of exquisite dishes on jade plates, quickly filling the jade round table at the center of the room to the brim. Golden brown roasted beast legs, aromatic spiritual ginseng soup, and translucent spirit fruits that resembled rubies. Each dish was a potent source of nourishment. Just the aroma was enough to stir his blood and make his mouth water. Li Fugui's eyes widened in astonishment, his throat involuntarily bobbing. His gaze flitted between the sumptuous spread and the alluring maidens, momentarily at a loss as to which delicacy to sample first. "Young master, please enjoy," the leading maiden said softly, bowing respectfully to Li Fugui, her demeanor devoid of any arrogance typically reserved for captives. Regaining his composure, Li Fugui mused inwardly that it seemed the demon lord truly regarded him as a prime furnace to nurture, intending to use these nourishing delicacies to stimulate his yang energy for her own benefit. Little did she know, he was a rare 9-yang sacred body, with meridians enhanced by the Qiankuan reversal pill, granting him remarkable recovery capabilities. As long as he was not in a comatose state and actively cultivated, the rate at which he generated energy would likely outpace her ability to absorb it. Did she think she could drain him? He would see who would falter first. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured, deciding to feign compliance while he regained his strength. He unabashedly indulged in the feast, feeling the warmth of the food nourishing his parched meridians, all the while casually inquiring about the situation from the maidens standing beside him. "My dear sisters, what exactly is this place? And what is the background of that esteemed demon lord?" The maidens exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly unbothered by his inquiries. The leading maid responded gently, "Young master, this is the demon realm, situated within the sea of demonic cultivation, east of the land you humans refer to as the High Bay continent." The demon realm, the sea of demonic cultivation. Li Fugui nearly dropped the beast leg he held. Then, does that mean I must traverse the sea of demonic cultivation to return? The maiden stifled a giggle, saying, young master, you jest. The sea of demonic cultivation is vast and teeming with formidable demonic beasts. Even the esteemed demon lord would not dare to claim safe passage. Typically, one must rely on specific spatial teleportation arrays to traverse between realms. At her words, Li Fugawei felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon, slumping in his chair. It's over, my plan to sneak back is completely ruined, he lamented. Then asked, what about Lady Yulioli? I heard you all refer to her as the demon lord? The maiden patiently explained, our demon race is unlike your humankind. We are born with innate cultivation. We, the common demon soldiers, possess strength equivalent to your yellow tier cultivators. Above us are the demon generals, corresponding to the mysterious tier. Currently, the demon realm is primarily governed by the 10 great demon lords. While several demon kings have long since withdrawn from the mortal realm, Lady Yulioli is one of the 2 enchanting demon lords, known as the Qijing demon lord. The 2 enchanting demon lords? Li Fugawei's interest piqued. Indeed, the other enchanting demon lord is a twin sister to my esteemed lady, named Shiyemo Zun Yujingshu. Yujingshu. Upon hearing this name and recalling the striking resemblance between Yi Lioli and Ouyang Jingshu, a chill shot through Li Fugawei, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ouyang Jingshu. Yu Jingshu. Could it truly be her? Young master, are you all right? Is it the food that is too nourishing, causing discomfort? The maiden, noticing his sudden perspiration, inquired with concern. And no, it's nothing. Li Fugawei hastily waved his hand, forcing himself to appear calm. He pointed to a peculiar black plant on the table, exuding an unusual fragrance, and steered the conversation elsewhere. This, emojiao, has a delightful flavor. He quickly took a bite and swallowed, then asked, if both of them are demon lords, wouldn't they be able to dominate the demon realm if they joined forces? The maiden shook her head, sighing. If only it were so. Unfortunately, the 2 esteemed ladies are currently at odds. Li Fugawei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I mean, how unfortunate. He quickly corrected himself. Why did they become enemies? This story is long. 1,000 years ago, following the war with your human race, the demon kings withdrew from the world, and the demon realm fell under the leadership of the 10 great demon lords, each with differing ideologies. My lady, Yi Lioli, advocates for coexistence with the human and demon races, while Shiyemo Zun, Yu Jingshu, believes in seizing the opportunity of human internal strife to claim their territories, even exterminating humanity. The conflicting philosophies have led to a rift in their sisterly bond. Li Fugawei pondered thoughtfully and continued to probe. Then, which of them is currently stronger? The maiden replied, originally, my lady held a slight advantage, ranking 6th among the 10 great demon lords, while Shiyemo Zun was 7th. However, a year ago, Shiyemo Zun unexpectedly acquired a fire 9-yang flower from somewhere in the High Bay continent and consumed it, mastering the Gile Shijing Dafa to great effect, breaking through to the 8th level of the Earth tier. Now, my lady may no longer be her match. This time, my lady has ventured to the High Bay continent to seek opportunities related to the pure yang body. To seek fortuitous encounters, specifically to perfect her yin-yang, Hihuan Tunjing Gong in preparation for the upcoming Demon Lord Conference. Demon Lord Conference? Li Fugawei seized upon this new keyword. Chapter 82. Has the Demon Lord been defeated? Indeed, the conflicts among the demon clans have persisted for ages. For the future of their kind, the 10 demon lords have collectively agreed to convene a Demon Lord Conference in 1 year's time to elect a leader, with the hope of consolidating the power of the demon race for mutual advancement. Li Fugawei silently noted this down and inquired further. Who are the other 8 demon lords? The maid demon recounted with familiarity. The first is the Jimmy Demon Lord from the Void Demon Clan. The second, the Haga Demon Lord from the Undead Clan. The third, the Fanteon Demon Lord from the Flame Prison Clan. The fourth, the Xunyan Demon Lord from the Chaos Clan. The fifth, the Shay Demon Lord, Lady Yueshing. The sixth is our own Qijing Demon Lord. The seventh is the Zhouyuan Demon Lord from the Curse Clan. The eighth, the Qianji Demon Lord from the Crafty Clan. The ninth, the Yongdong Demon Lord from the Ice Abyss Clan. And the 10th, the Wansho Demon Lord from the Savage Beast Clan. Listening to this formidable list of names, Li Fugawei pondered silently. It seems the demon race is rife with factions and strife. From this description, It appears that Yi Lioli leans towards the relatively moderate faction. Perhaps it may be worth attempting to engage her? If he could ally with her, not only would he have a chance to return to the Hebei continent, but he might also harness the power of the demon race to assist Huanggu in combating the Great Yuan dynasty and that mysterious Wanda Tiangu sect. The mere thought of Xiao Huanggu warmed his heart, mingled with an indescribable sense of guilt and responsibility. Although they had only shared one profound interaction, the moment she shielded him from a sword and her near-death confession lingered vividly in his mind. That sentiment would forever remain etched in his life. Having already pledged to be her prince consort, it was only natural for him to alleviate her burdens. With a flicker of thought, he immersed a fragment of his spiritual energy into his storage bag. There, a peculiar metal, roughly the size of a fist and radiating a gentle, yet sacred glow, hovered silently. This was entrusted to him by Xiao Huanggu at what she believed to be her last moment, with repeated admonitions to safeguard it until his cultivation reached the earth stage before utilizing it. The earth stage. As Li Fugawei sensed the emptiness of his dantian and the slow recovery of his spiritual power, uncertainty crept into his mind. The injuries he sustained were unprecedentedly severe, nearly touching his essence. He wondered if, upon complete recovery, he could break through that barrier all at once. He withdrew his spiritual energy, casting his gaze over the array of supplements before him, a flash of determination flickering in his eyes. Regardless of what lay ahead, the most crucial task now was to restore his strength as swiftly as possible. He ceased further contemplation and began to fully channel the Blood Barbarian King scripture and the Nine Sun holy body, voraciously absorbing the essence contained within the food. Like a bottomless pit, greedily replenishing his expended energy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the room, Li Fugawei sat cross-legged, his aura surging and rising like a tide. His body, previously weakened by spiritual depletion, now resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, brimming with exhilarating power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a flash of brilliance igniting within them, akin to tangible lightning that flickered in the void. Buzz. An overwhelming aura erupted uncontrollably. His cultivation ascended rapidly, as if propelled by a rocket. From the peak of the profound stage 7, to the 8th stage, to 12, and then to the peak. Crack. It was as though an invisible barrier had been effortlessly breached, and his aura instantaneously entered an entirely new realm. The Earth stage. Yet, this was far from the end. The first layer of the Earth stage, stable, continuing to rise, until it finally slowed at the second layer. Simultaneously, a more subtle yet vast mental power naturally spread forth like mercury, fleeting yet retracting. But that momentary pressure was even more terrifying than his second layer of Earth stage spiritual power. If Yi Lioli were present, she would surely be astonished to discover that this intensity of mental power had already surpassed her own as a seasoned demon lord. Li Fugawei exhaled deeply, his aura firmly stabilizing at the second layer of the Earth stage. He felt the surging spiritual energy within him, akin to a mighty river, and the steel-like mental power, and a smile began to curve at the corners of his mouth. The battle in Jiyuan City had indeed been a life-and-death struggle. However, the rewards were truly immense. He murmured to himself. Had it not been for the awakening of the Holy Heart candlelight at the critical moment, absorbing the faith power of the entire city, he would have already become a soul under the sword of the Ingu old man. Now, not only had his injuries fully healed, but his cultivation had also broken through several barriers, directly entering the Earth stage, resulting in a monumental transformation in his strength. With a flicker of thought, the peculiar metal he had received from Xiao Huanggu, which even the system could not fully analyze, appeared in his hand, its icy touch palpable. However, this was not the time for meticulous study. He stored it away, retracting all his aura to present himself as if he were no different from 3 days prior, patiently awaiting his daily restorative feast. During these 3 days, the enchanting maid demons continued to deliver various sumptuous delicacies punctually. Yet Yi Lioli had not made an appearance. Li Fugawei had even attempted to subtly inquire about Yi Lioli's whereabouts, to which the maid merely replied that the demon lord had gone to seek the Shade Demon Lord, Lady Yuesheng, to discuss matters concerning the Demon Lord Conference, with her return date uncertain. Just as Li Fugawei contemplated how to engage Yi Lioli upon her return regarding collaboration, primarily seeking a way to escape the demon realm, bang! The door to the room was forcefully flung open, and a graceful, yet visibly disheveled figure stumbled in. It was indeed Yi Lioli. At this moment, She appeared in a dire state. Her once resplendent purple gown was torn in multiple places, stained with dark red blood and dirt. Her complexion was pale, a trace of dried blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. Her breath hurried, and the powerful aura of the demon lord fluctuated erratically, indicating she had sustained serious internal injuries. The most striking detail was a deep wound on her left shoulder, visible to the bone, continuously seeping black blood, surrounded by a bizarre energy that eroded the demon aura, hindering the wound's self-healing. Upon entering, she had no time to assess the room before abruptly turning around. With delicate fingers, she swiftly pointed, channeling a concentrated deep purple demon energy into the barrier at the door, instantaneously reinforcing it several-fold, emitting a defensive wave 10 times stronger than before. Quick, have the Bloodspear Demon General immediately activate the Demon Domain Defense Array. Hurry. Her voice was urgent, tinged with an unmistakable hint of frailty and anxiety, as she sternly commanded the maids who stood frozen in shock at the sudden turn of events. Those maids had never witnessed their demon lord in such a disheveled state. Momentarily pale with fear, they finally snapped to attention upon hearing the order, hurriedly responding with a frightened yes, and scampering out of the room like startled rabbits to execute the command. At this moment, Ylioli seemed to finally release a sigh of relief, her body swaying slightly as she leaned against the wall by the door, gasping for breath. She lifted her enchanting yet weary and indignant eyes, casting a glance towards the interior of the room. Her gaze met that of Li Fugui, who sat at the table, holding a half-nibbled beast bone radiating with spiritual energy, looking at her with a face full of surprise and innocence. Li Fugui blinked and forced a simple yet concerned smile onto his face, saying, "My esteemed demon lord, have you been beaten up outside?" Chapter 83. Marrying the demon lord. As soon as Li Fugui's words fell, Ylioli shot him a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly conveying a warning that if he continued to speak, she would first extract his vitality to replenish her own. However, she was clearly struggling. Even maintaining her standing position was a challenge. Just as the maidens exited the room, Ylioli transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping onto the bed. Li Fugui barely had time to register the motion before the agile and powerful pink demon tail coiled around his waist, yanking him down with force. "Hey, this can't be happening, sister. You're injured to this extent, and you're still fixated on this?" Li Fugui exclaimed in shock as the beast bone slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the table. He gazed at the descending Ylioli in terror, feeling akin to a meek bride about to be forcefully taken. A hint of a beguiling yet fierce smile emerged on Ylioli's pale face. Her voice hoarse, "Stop the nonsense. I urgently need to replenish my energy. Your pure young body is the perfect remedy." The bed curtains fluttered as if moved by an unseen force, gently falling to obscure the room's vibrant light, and only a faint sound of Li Fugui's anguished cry could be heard. "You are exhausting the resources. This is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. I shall report you to the Demon Clan Protection Association." An hour later, a delicate jade hand lifted the bed curtain, and Ylioli slowly sat up, supporting herself against the bedpost, attempting to stand. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs felt weak, as if walking on cotton, nearly causing her to fall back. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured in disbelief, "Your pure young body, how can it be several times more potent than rumored?" Although her legs still trembled slightly, her previously chaotic aura had stabilized, her complexion returning to a rosy hue. The deep wound on her left shoulder, which had been visible to the bone, had remarkably healed over halfway, leaving only a faint pink scar. The bizarre energy that had hindered her recovery seemed to have been largely dispelled by the pure yang energy. Li Fugui, now full of pride, donned his clothes and jumped off the bed, patting his chest. "Humph, do you now comprehend my prowess? Such a trivial injury is but a trifle before my holy body. Is this all you can do? You call yourself a succubus, yet you are not worthy of the title." Having just broken through to the earth stage, his Juyong holy body had risen significantly, the growth of yang energy far exceeding previous rates. At this moment, he felt not the least bit drained, but rather a warm sense of fullness. Upon hearing this, Ylioli's expression grew complex, and she sighed. "Unfortunately, I found you too late. If I had discovered you years ago as an exceptional furnace for my cultivation, I could have refined the yin-yang harmony swallowing crystal art to great success. Today, I would not be forced into such a dire situation by that wretched Yu Jingzhu." Li Fugui's pride instantly faded, replaced by a look of suspicion. "Too late?" The one who harmed you is pursuing you? Indeed, Yi Liuli nodded gravely. A few days ago, I sought Yu Jingzhu, hoping to persuade her through our sisterly bond to ally with me at the Demon Lord Conference. Little did I expect, she is no longer the person she once was. Ever since obtaining the Fire 9 Yang flower, her cultivation has surged, and she has reached the 9th layer of the Earth stage. What is more infuriating is that she has secretly allied with the 10th-ranked Beast Demon Lord. Caught off guard, I was ambushed by the two of them. A flash of fear and anger crossed her eyes. Fortunately, I possess a life-saving escape technique, and at the cost of substantial energy, I managed to flee. They believe I am gravely injured and on the brink of death. They must be at my doorstep by now. Oh, two demon lords? Li Fugawei felt a jolt of alarm in his heart, yet maintained a composed demeanor. What level of cultivation does the Beast Demon Lord possess? The Beast Demon Lord himself is at the 4th layer of the Earth stage, of mediocre strength. However, he keeps a 7th layer Hellhound, a formidable foe, whose strength is equivalent to the 4th layer of the Earth stage. They think I am at my last breath and will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to annex my territory. At the mention of Yu Jingzhu's name, Li Fugawei's scalp tingled. She is a formidable figure at the 9th layer of the Earth stage, and given their past conflict over a flower, though it was not entirely successful, should they meet, his fragile frame would barely suffice as a morsel for her. He immediately leapt up. Then what are we waiting for? We must act quickly. Yi Liuli flicked her demon tail, resembling a swift serpent emerging from its hole, effortlessly wrapping around Li Fugawei's waist and pulling him back onto the bed. Flee. This Qijing Island is my last bastion. If I cannot hold this ground, no matter how vast the demon domain, there will be no place for Yi Liuli. A flicker of determination sparkled in her eyes. The Beast Demon Lord was already injured in our previous battle. With the island's formation at my disposal, even if it means death, I shall drag them down with me. Majestic Demon Lord, you hold the fort, and I shall rush to find reinforcements. Li Fugawei declared, attempting to escape. After all, a wise man does not stand under a precarious wall. Vengeance must wait until he is stronger. Return here. Yi Liuli's demon tail expertly ensnared him again. You cannot leave. I need you. I require your pure yang energy to expedite my recovery and engage them in a war of attrition. Besides, we are deep within the demon domain. As a human, you would be like a firefly in the night, and all demons would want to capture you as a snack. Li Fugawei's expression immediately fell. Although he possessed Hongshan Wanxiang to alter his appearance, he could not simulate the authentic aura of a demon, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate the demon domain. It appeared he could only assist Yi Liu